Chapter 1 Godly Cashback System. Jiangchang, inside a certain hotel. Ning opened his eyes with great difficulty, and a burst of soreness came from his body. The scattered clothes around him plus the rose scent hovering in his nostrils were all indicative of how crazy last night had been. Slightly sideways head. Under the burgundy curls, a delicate face came into view. The slightly furrowed brows made this woman a hint of sultriness mixed in with her coldness. Ning had never dreamed that he would have a relationship with such a stunningly beautiful woman. The key being that he hadn't even known the other party's name until now. Ning this year's 25 years old. Only ordinary bachelor's degree. After graduation, he entered the Jiangchang Advertising Company as a sales position. 3 years of hard work, finally sat on the position of sales team leader. Mixed not bad, but just yesterday, inadvertently bumped into the boss and others in the office private meeting. The boss is afraid of things exposed. Actually directly will Ning fired. Dating 2 years of girlfriend also know Ning was dismissed from the company after resolutely proposed to break up. Broken-hearted Ning went to the bar last night to buy drunk. Ran into this mysterious absolute beautiful people. Through the wine, the two chatted to the hotel wind and rain sinking. Crazy night, half drunk, half awake. He did not see the woman's appearance. Now he realized that someone can be born so beautiful. It was like mellow red wine with ice, burning and hooking. Little brother, is sister pretty? Ning, who was immersed in his flashbacks, was startled by the sultry voice. Only then did he notice that the woman was sizing herself up with a pair of teasing eyes, only to see her stretching out her white jade-like arms around Ning's neck and leaning on him. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, and an ice-colored red lip that seemed like a ripe peach, making people want to kiss it. This woman was simply too beautiful. Good-looking. Ning froze slightly. Giggle. That's good. It could be seen that the woman was satisfied with Ning's answer. At least right now she was smiling happily. Feeling the woman's soft and delicate body, he sniffed the rose fragrance of her body. A fire erupted from within Ning's body. He wrapped his backhand around the slender willow waist, falling into indulgence once again amidst a cry of surprise. An hour later, the woman walked out of the bathroom in a long red dress, staring at Ning sitting at the head of the bed with the corners of her mouth slightly hooked up. Little brother, sister gone oh? Ning was just about to open his mouth. The woman then interrupted Ning's words. Little brother, didn't we say last night, don't ask each other's names, and after today, let's pretend that nothing has happened. After the woman finished speaking, she placed a kiss on Ning's face and turned to leave with her purse. Ning gently caressed the wet lip prints on his cheeks, gusting out of his mind. Could it be that? Was this the end of his destiny with this woman? Ding! Detecting the host's strong will, the divine magnificent system is beginning to bind. It was actually the system. Ning directly burst into tears. After so many years of reading novels, it was finally his turn. System, quickly tell me what function you have. This system is a cashback system. As long as the host spends money they can get a 2-to-1 10 times cashback reward. If the host spends for a woman, there can be a probability of getting a blitz reward. The rewards are all from the right place. The host doesn't need to worry. Rewards are plentiful, so spend as soon as possible. I see. It looks quite simple. Ning then prepared to get up and go out to test a wave. While dressing, the splash of bright red on the bedsheets was particularly blinding. Ning's complexion was slightly dumbfounded, and his mouth muttered, so that was her first time, but why? Shaking his head to stop thinking more, he knew that it was useless to think more now. With the system, all difficulties would be solved when he developed. Leaving the hotel, Ning first came to a small store and shouted, "Boss, a bottle of mineral water." Ding! The host spent $2, triggering a 5x cashback, rewarding $10. Within moments, Ning received the cashback arrival message. Ha 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 ha, old me is rich. Ning couldn't help but laugh out loud. The supermarket owner stared at Ning for a while with an odd face. Buying a $2 bottled water and getting rich? This wasn't a disease, was it? It wasn't until Ning's figure was far away that the boss slowly shook his head. Alas, what a pity, going crazy at such a young age. Ning jogged towards the largest commercial center in Jiangchang. Since the distance wasn't far, it took less than 5 minutes to reach the periphery of the business district. Turning the corner, only to hear a agu. A sweet scent hit his face. So soft. This was Ning's first feeling. Ah, sorry. Only then did Ning see the appearance of this girl who had bumped into him. The girl wasn't short, almost 1.7 meters. Her fair skin made her small face look even more delicate, and at least her looks were on par with the goblin from last night. Of course, the most striking thing was that this girl's capital was really not small. At this moment, she was also holding up a cell phone in her hand, looking like an anchor. I should be the one to say sorry. I apologize to you. Ning wasn't an unreasonable person, and if he hadn't been in a hurry and jogged all the way, he shouldn't have bumped into someone else. Besides, this girl took the initiative to apologize, and her personality seemed quite good. Are you alright? Only then did Su Weier raise her head when she heard Yi Ning's words. When she saw Yi Ning's appearance, her heart shook. Wow! So tall, so handsome. Chapter 2 Deposits surpass 2 million. It had to be said that as a graduate of Airline University, handsome men and women were commonplace, but to come across someone as handsome as Yi Ning, it was still a little exciting to think about. Didn't hit and hurt you anywhere, did it? Yi Ning saw that the girl didn't say anything and asked again. No. Su Weier's small face flushed, and she hurriedly shook her head. To actually look at a handsome man and get mesmerized, this was really embarrassing. That's fine. Yi Ning nodded. Then I'll leave first. Good. At this moment, Su Weier didn't even notice that her live broadcast room was already noisy. Wow, little brother is so handsome. I'm excited. Don't grab it upstairs. I'm cocky too. Holy, Weier's heart is stirred. It's over. My wife is going to go with someone else. Weier, the good-looking appearance is uniform. The interesting soul is only 1 in 100. Quickly look at me. Don't stare at the handsome man. Yi Ning came to the first floor of the commercial street and directly entered the Versace store. Sir, what style of clothes do you like? I can recommend for you here? Seeing Yi Ning walk in, a young saleswoman walked over with a smile on her face. Although Yi Ning was dressed in ordinary clothes, as saleswomen of world-famous brands, they were naturally professionally trained, and even if they had more thoughts in their minds, they would not show them. Help me find a casual set, probably around 30,000 will do. In fact, Yi Ning also wanted to buy more, because the more consumption, the more cashback. However, he only had $30,000 in his bag right now, so his strength did not allow him to do so. Hearing Yi Ning's words, the saleswoman's eyes clearly lit up. She didn't expect that this handsome-looking guy with ordinary clothes was quite rich. Immediately, she replied, Okay, sir, please follow me. Following the saleswoman to the second floor, the clothes here were obviously a lot more styles compared to the first floor. Not long after, the saleswoman brought over a set of clothes. Sir, how about you take a look at this set? Yi Ning nodded. He felt good as well. Taking the clothes, he walked into the fitting room. The moment Yi Ning walked out, the saleswoman's eyes were bubbling with little stars. This was too handsome. Looking at himself in the mirror, Yi Ning was also very satisfied. It was said that people depended on their clothes and horses depended on their saddles. Wearing this, the face value was instantly raised by a notch. How much does this set cost in total? The original price of this set is 31,800. Now with 95% off, it works out to 30,210. Luckily, a few hundred more would be overspending. Okay, cut the hang tag. I'll wear this one. Okay, sir, please check out over here. The saleswoman's heart rejoiced. With more than 30,000 sales, she could still take a lot of commission. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 30,210, triggering 8 times cashback, rewarding 241,680. Actually 8 times cashback, 240,000 to hand. Cool. The speed of this money, when it is unparalleled. Next, Yi Ning came to Vacheron Constantin. He has long been optimistic about a watch, but in the past, due to economic pressure, he could not afford to buy. After all, it was a luxury item that was close to $200,000. Not something that the previous Yi Ning could imagine, but now he didn't have a single concern. If he liked it, he would buy it. Just this piece. Wrap it up for me. Yi Ning pointed at a men's watch, priced at 199,800. Won't you try it on first, sir? The sales clerk was a bit confused. It was the first time she had seen a person who actually took a look at it and then directly wanted to pay for it. This was 1,998,000, not $19.08. No need. Where do I pay? Saying that, Yi Ning pointed at another lady's watch and said, wrap this one up too. Give it together. That lady's watch was much cheaper, but it was still more than 30,000. Hello, more than $200,000. So simple to use it up? Okay, I'll print the receipt for you now. The sales clerk forced herself to hold back her excitement. Her packing hands were trembling slightly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 238,600, triggering a 10x cashback, awarding 238,600 in cash. When Yi Ning gave the money, the salesman accidentally saw Yi Ning's cell phone text message. The pupils shrank. How much is this? So many zeros. Young, rich, and handsome. This could be too attractive, right? Sir, can you add a contact information? In the future, you can contact me first when you come to shop and I'll help you prepare for it. The salesman threw a wink and summoned up the courage to say, if it was the previous him, he might have added it. But Yi Ning, who had seen 2 extremely beautiful women in 2 days and had even eaten one, still had no problem with his fixation. Although this saleswoman was quite good looking, she was far inferior to those two. Forget it, I still have things to do. Let's talk about it later. Ning left it dashing back, leaving the saleswoman alone with a grudge, carrying a huge sum of more than $2 million. Of course Ning would not enjoy himself. Just as he was agonizing over what to buy for his parents and sister, a woman's voice interrupted his thoughts. Ning, it's you. What? Chased our family showman here? Seeing the visitor clearly, Ning's expression stared slightly, randomly turning bashful. Zhao Na, it's you. And, Man. Hello. Chapter 3 Ex-girlfriend. Man. Ning's ex-girlfriend. This was the woman he had been with for 2 years. Over the past 2 years, he could say that he had done everything for Man. As long as it is what Man wants, Ning will try to fulfill it. It can be said that working for 3 years, 70% of the salary was spent on this woman. Even so, when Man knew that he had lost his job, what she got in return was not concern, but an emotionless breakup. Not even the slightest chance to salvage the situation was given. As for Zhao Na, she was Man's best friend. Although her looks were ordinary, she was cheerful and her character was quite good. She was the first to know when Man broke up with Ning, and when she suddenly met Ning, she thought she had come to find Man to reconcile. When Man saw Ning, she thought the same thing. She ignored Ning's greeting and just turned her gaze in other directions after giving Ning a disgusted look. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Zhao Na wanted to change the topic to talk about something else. Suddenly, she saw Ning carrying the Vacheron Constantin bag in his hand. Wow! Ning, Vacheron Constantin, you've put in the blood this time. Zhao Na's eyes were glowing. Quickly show me, what did you buy? Man heard Zhao Na's exclamation and turned her head in confusion. Ning, Vacheron Constantin? These two words, they wouldn't even run into each other, okay? Although Man, didn't have it, she knew it clearly. The things inside Vacheron Constantin were outrageous in terms of price. Just about any item is a 5-figure sum, especially those mechanical watches, ranging from tens to hundreds of thousands, even millions. How could such luxuries be afforded by Ning, who had lost his job? Thinking of this, Man glanced at Ning with contempt, then said, Ning, why didn't I see it before? When did you become so hypocritical? Hypocritical? Me? Ning pointed at himself, puzzled. Seeing that Ning didn't retort, Man raised her condescending neck and said condescendingly, do you think you can really afford it just because you're holding a handbag that someone else doesn't want? Do you know what this is? This is a Vacheron Constantin, a luxury item that costs tens of thousands of dollars casually. Can you afford it? Trying to win me back with an empty bag. I'm telling you, it's impossible. Seeing Man's victorious stance, Ning felt that his previous self was really blind. How else would he have found such a girlfriend? And crucially endured her for 2 years. Ning's eyes went cold and said, Man, don't flatter yourself. I never meant to get back together with you. Besides, whether I can afford Vacheron Constantin or not, it doesn't have half a relationship with you. After saying that, Ning walked forward, not wanting to argue too much with Man. Revealing yourself, right? Ning, are you not clear about your own standard of living? A little bit of upward mobility is not there, and it's still fake. I was really blind when I first looked at you. When Man was still about to say something, the female Vacheron Constantin sales clerk jogged all the way over. Panting, she said, first, sir wait, your small ticket forgot to take. If the watch needs to be returned or exchanged, it all needs an invoice. The sudden shift made Man's complexion change. Even Zhao Na had her mouth open wide with an unbelievable face, especially since the amount of over $200,000 clearly printed on the ticket was so conspicuous. It was like a sharp knife, stabbing Man's eyes. It hurt too much. Beauty, did you recognize the wrong person? How could he afford your Vacheron Constantin watch? Man smiled reluctantly and couldn't help but ask, how is it possible to recognize the wrong person? This gentleman bought 2 watches for a man and a woman only 5 minutes ago, or I received them. The saleswoman smiled and explained. Then she added, and not counting our Vacheron Constantin watches, the clothes on the gentleman can't be taken down without tens of thousands of dollars. As a Vacheron Constantin sales clerk, she was simply handy with luxury goods. How could she not recognize the Versace logo? What? Man was shocked. Just now, she had felt that Ning's clothes were quite good looking, completely different compared to what Ning had been wearing in the past. Now that she took a closer look, it wasn't Versace. The question was, where did he get so much money? However, these are not important. She only need to be with Ning again. These things are all her Man. She didn't believe that after only 2 days, Ning would have no feelings for himself. Besides, didn't the sales clerk lady say so? Ning had bought 2 watches, one for a man and one for a woman, and that woman's watch must have been bought to recover herself, right? It must be so. Thinking of this, he man pretended to chirp. Yi Ning, why don't you say that you bought me something so expensive? What a nuisance. Saying that, he man stretched out her right hand. Quickly help me put it on. I forgive you. Yi Ning didn't expect he man to be so odd. This woman was also too self-centered. However, the next moment Yi Ning thought of something as if he was thinking of something, and directly took out the box containing the female watch from the bag. When he man saw this, her heart rejoiced and a joyful smile spread across her face. Sure enough, if I make a slight move, Yi Ning will come and lick me like a dog. Yi Ning didn't care what he man thought. He directly handed the watch to Zhao Na and said, "Here, this is a gift for you. Thank you for helping me so much in the past." He man was shocked. He actually wanted to give the watch to Zhao Na without even giving it to himself. Zhao Na was also a bit confused. Glancing at he man's expression, she hesitantly said, "Here, for me? Of course, take it." Yi Ning said generously, No, this is too valuable. I can't take it. It's fine. I've been wanting to thank you for a long time, and I've never known what to buy. So this is it." Yi Ning stiffly shoved the watch into Zhao Na's hands. The next moment, ding, host consumed 38,800 renminbi for a woman, triggering a 100x blitz cashback. Cashback of 3,492,000 renminbi. It was actually a 100x blitz, but why not 388,000? Ergo, it turns out that it also subtracted more than 3,880,000 from the 10 times cashback just now. The system really doesn't give a damn about bugs, but now suddenly have close to 6 million deposits. Still quite cool. This watch delivery is really worth it. Just at this time, a girl holding up a cell phone appeared on the aisle, looking at it as she walked, and her mouth kept chanting something. Chapter 4 Giving a Watch. This was the second time today that he had run into Su Weier, but Yi Ning was still stunned by her appearance. She didn't need to dress up much. As long as she stood there, she was the most beautiful scenery. Many people around her also stopped by because of Su Weier's face value. It wasn't necessarily to have something happen with this beauty. Just looking at it from afar was already eye-pleasing. Go get me another lady's watch. Something around $200,000 would be good. Yi Ning suddenly said to the saleswoman who hadn't left yet. Okay, just a moment sir. The saleswoman was pleasantly surprised, not realizing that there was an unexpected reward for chasing out and delivering a small ticket. He man naturally also heard Yi Ning's words and almost jumped to her feet in excitement. No wonder the piece of watch was given to his own best friend. So he thought it was cheap. I cry to death. By the time the wedding bride price will be less, ask him to point it. 3 million plus a set of 200 square feet of house on the line. In less than a minute, the saleswoman and another slightly older woman came together. The saleswoman was also carrying a large box in her hands, which contained about a dozen pieces of ladies' mechanical watches. Sir, I am Tu Min, the store manager of the Vacheron Constantin boutique. Can you see if any of these models are to your satisfaction? Well, which is the most expensive piece? Yi Ning felt that they all looked similar, and directly asked for the most expensive one. With the price going up, it wouldn't be bad in any way. This piece then. Tu Min pointed to a watch with a pastel-colored movement. This is our brand's new product and a limited edition. At this time, Su Weier came nearby with her phone, less than 5 meters away from Yi Ning. She naturally recognized Yi Ning as the handsome little brother who had bumped into her outside not long ago. She had wanted to go up and say hello, but seeing so many people it was better to forget about it. Little anchor, come over here. Just as Su Weier was pretending to pass by as if nothing had happened, Yi Ning waved her over. Are you calling me? I didn't call your mom. I called you. Su Weier was amused and came to Yi Ning's side. I didn't expect you to be quite humorous. Say it, what are you calling me for? Here, put it on her. Yi Ning said to the female store manager. Oh, okay. Even if she was a store manager and was used to seeing rich people, she had never seen a scene like this before. From the conversation between Yi Ning and this anchor, it could be heard that the two could possibly know each other but were definitely not considered familiar. Is it really good to just give away a 200,000 plus watch like this? You don't want it. You can give it to me. Su Weier's head was dizzy, and it was only when she felt the coldness in her hands that she came back to her senses. Well, it matches you quite well, Yi Ning said with satisfaction. This was not a joke, but this watch really looked good on Su Weier's hand. Sir has a good eye. This watch really matches this young lady too well, and this young lady is so good looking. Wearing this watch simply compliments her. The female store manager was very discerning and couldn't stop praising Su Weier. Indeed. Swipe your card then. Yi Ning directly handed over his bank card. Wait, what's the situation? Su Weier was still in a daze. Why are you so stupid that you can't even see this? Yi Ning said with a smile on his face. Sending it to you. Sending me? Looking at Su Weier's dumbfounded appearance, Yi Ning laughed in his heart. At the same time, Man's face turned ironic. Yi Ning, what do you mean? She couldn't help but question. What do you mean? Yi Ning laughed coldly. What? You wouldn't think that I would send you something so expensive, right? Do you know what brand this is? It's called Vacheron Constantin, something that is casually hundreds of thousands of dollars. Do you think you deserve it? Yi Ning's words were like a sharp ice needle stabbing into the bottom of Man's heart. Yi Ning, you asshole! Man roared. Scram! Don't bother me! Yi Ning was impatient. This kind of woman. He simply didn't want to have any more interactions with her. In the end, Jana glanced apologetically at Yi Ning and dragged the almost crying Man away. Only when the two of them walked away did two men walk over and hand Yi Ning the small ticket. Sir, the total is 268,000. This is your small ticket. Please keep it. Yi Ning took the small ticket and handed it to Su Weier. No, 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 this is just too expensive. Su Weier shook her head while about to remove the watch. Although she also liked this watch, it was something that cost more than $200,000. Coming from an ordinary family, she had never seen so much money before. More than 200,000. Adding a little more could be enough to pay a down payment in Zhengcheng. She wouldn't dare to ask for such a thing, let alone someone she only met today and didn't even know her name. She graduated from the flight attendant school. The reason why she didn't take the path of a flight attendant and turned into a small anchor, it was because she was threatened by the airline's leader and wanted to get something from her. She refused to keep her hands clean, and that's why she was kicked out of her spot. Now that someone was sending her such expensive things, it was hard to believe that Yi Ning didn't have any intentions. In fact, she was right in thinking that, faced with such a beautiful woman whose figure and face value were both close to perfect, Yi Ning was certainly very moved. But Yi Ning would never do anything to force others. At least he would only do it if someone else's little girl was willing. Never mind. Yi Ning stopped Su Weier's movements. Wear it, just promise me a condition later. Chapter 5 Blitz Reward. Jiangnan Commercial Street. Ah, no, absolutely not. You really are a bad person. Woo. Yi Ning knew that Su Weier was overthinking it just by looking at her, and then explained, don't overthink it, I'm asking you to help me think about what I should buy for my family as a gift. Just like that? Su Weier was skeptical. Just like that? Really? Su Weier still didn't quite believe it. The corner of Yi Ning's mouth lifted. What? You seem quite disappointed? Or were you hoping for more than that? Knowing that Yi Ning was flirting with herself, Su Weier blushed scarlet and stammered in denial. Only no. You bad guy. Ding. The host is a female consumer. Triggering a blitz. Congratulations to the host for obtaining ownership of Jiangnan Commercial Street. Jiangnan Commercial Street. Wasn't that where he was currently shopping? And the Jiangnan Mansion and Jiangnan Hotel at the end of the commercial street also belonged to the Jiangnan Commercial Street. Altogether, they added up to close to $3 billion. Yi Ning's eyes stared hotly at Su Weier. This woman, she was his lucky star. You, what are you doing? Su Weier timidly said. Yi Ning hemmed and hawed, stepping forward. Can I do it? We said yes. No. Su Weier buried her head very low, her ears crystal clear. I leaned. It was the feeling of a heartbeat. Yi Ning didn't dare to tease her anymore. This woman, the killing power was too great. What are you thinking about? Don't you want to help me out? Just go. Oh, good. Su Weier reared her head. My name is Su Weier. What's your name? The two of them shopped for close to 2 hours, and Yi Ning spent almost $1 million to buy everything. For Ye's mother, she bought jewelry and cosmetics. As for old Yi, it was a few bottles of good wine. His younger sister, Yi Xiaogua, bought another watch for her since she was going to take the college entrance exam, which was also more practical. However, this time, it didn't trigger a blitz and only returned about $5 million in cash. Now Yi Ning's savings also came to $10 million. This was $10 million in cash, and there were definitely not many people in Zhangcheng who could come up with this much cash flow. Not to mention that Yi Ning had the entire Jiangnan Commercial Street. With today's wave of shopping, he has directly crossed over into the ultra-high net worth class. After buying the gifts, Yi Ning also invited Su Weier to lunch. Only after exchanging contact information did the two leave separately. Yi Ning arrived alone at the end of the commercial street. Looking up at the luxurious Jiangnan Hotel in front of him, a sense of grandeur arose in his heart. From today onwards, this place was his property. Open a presidential suite for me. Yi Ning took out his ID card and said to the front desk girl, Okay, sir, wait a moment. The front desk young lady received the ID card and her face was shocked. With lightning speed, she glanced at Yi Ning. Her pupils dilated several times in an instant. Yi, hello Mr. Yi. The front desk young lady respectfully bent down to salute. The other misses also greeted Yi Ning when they saw this. You recognize me? Yi Ning asked a very stupid question. Of course, Manager Wu already sent us your picture this morning. Alright, then ask the manager to come over. Okay, Mr. Yi. In less than 2 minutes, a Mediterranean middle-aged man hurriedly came from the elevator entrance. Hello Mr. Yi, I'm Wu Yuan, the general manager of Jiangnan Hotel. Welcome to guide your work. Hello. Yi Ning shook hands with Wu Yuan slightly. I don't have much guidance. Today I just came to rest and land. Although there was a rental house, it was just too far from the city center. It couldn't be helped though. The rent on the outskirts of the city was much cheaper. Now he was also too lazy to go back. There was a hotel. What was the point of living in a rental house? Okay Mr. Yi, the hotel has a presidential suite that is exclusively for you. I'll take you there now. Yi Ning and Wu Yuan had just walked into the elevator. The first floor of the hall instantly exploded. Our new boss is really handsome. I thought that the photos in the morning were PD. A young and handsome man like Mr. Yi. I wonder what kind of girls he likes. Let's not think about it. Mr. Yi must be from a big family. At least he must be a good match, right? Ahem. The lobby manager came over and reminded, don't talk about Mr. Yi behind his back, but as she spoke, she also cast her gaze in the direction of the elevator. Mr. Yi, really handsome. Following Wu Yuan to the top floor, there was only one office and one suite here, both exclusive to Yi Ning, the boss. This is your room, created with panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, more than 200 square meters in total. Yi Ning surveyed his surroundings, and the entire suite gave him the feeling of 4 words, high-end atmosphere. Not bad. Yi Ning praised neutrally. Wu Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, a smile appearing on his face. Mr. Yi, then you rest first. If there's anything you can just use the phone on the bedside table. Good. You go ahead and get busy. When Wu Yuan left the room, Yi Ning lay heavily on the wide bed. Cool. This was what life was all about. The previous time of working overtime day and night and not having 2 taels of silver in his pocket had finally ended. Now he just needed to enjoy life. However, there was one thing that Yi Ning had never forgotten. That's the boss who fired him, Wei Jia. Originally, he had left the company, and Wei Jia no longer have any interactions. But who told Su Wire to be a European emperor? Jiangnan Commercial Street is not just a commercial street, but also Jiangnan Hotel and Jiangnan Mansion. The place where Yi Ning used to work, happens to be in Jiangnan Mansion. Chapter 6 Watching Su Wire live streaming. After eating dinner and taking a shower, Yi Ning opened his cell phone and directly transferred $1 million to his mother's card. In less than half a minute, he did receive a call from Ye's mom. Son, why did you transfer so much money to me? Where did you get so much money? Yi Ma's tone was anxious. Despite knowing that her son definitely wouldn't mess around, the sudden huge amount of money still startled Yi Ma. Both of Yi Ning's parents were farmers, and the two of them had been tired for their entire lives before they were able to buy a 3-bedroom apartment in the county. Even so, they were considered to be living well, because there were many other old neighbors in the townships who simply couldn't afford to buy a commercial house. They can only live in the rural self-built houses all their lives. $1 million, that's a lot of money. Yi Ma and Yi Dad had never seen so much money before. Mom, don't worry, don't you know your son? I graduated while working and partnered with my classmates, and now that the business is taking off, everyone gets a lot of money. Yi Ning made up a lie. How else to say? It's impossible to tell the system, then others won't believe it. Besides, how it was now considered the boss of Jiangnan Commercial Street, saying that it was doing business wasn't entirely wrong. Okay, my son can earn money. Yi Ma's tone was filled with pride. Mom helped you save the money and keep it for you to get a wife. It's okay Mom, you and Dad take it and spend it. I'll transfer it to you when it's used up. How can that be? Mom and Dad are old. They can't use much money, and your sister will still have to spend a lot of money on college. Yi Ma's tone was firm. Yi Ning also knew that his parents had been frugal all their lives, so they weren't the kind of people who were big spenders, and had no choice but to nod their heads in agreement. Mother and son chatted for more than half an hour before hanging up the phone. Yi Ning looked away from the riverside night scene. His heart was incomparably homesick for his family. Close to a year without going back. Go home in a few days to see. Yi Ning brushed the video, and a friend circle push caught his attention. It turned out to be the little anchor that he had added today. Su Wei sending out her start broadcasting information in her circle of friends. Yi Ning, who was curious in his heart, decisively downloaded Flying Fish Live and created an account. Flying Fish platform, small Wei Air live room is very cold. The anchor world is too voluminous. Although Su Wei singing is not bad, but today's society will sing a lot of go. In addition, Su Wei is not willing to wear those exposed clothes. Want to attract traffic is really difficult. Bosses who clicked into the live broadcast room can click on the attention in the upper right corner. Bosses who think the anchor's singing is not bad can send some gifts to support the little anchor. Staring at the live broadcast data on the screen, Su Wei'er was also helpless. Almost 2 months after starting the broadcast, not only did she not make any money, but instead, she used a lot of money to buy equipment and set up the backdrop. Thinking about the rent that will be paid soon, Su Wei'er felt that she could not hold on. In the past few years in college, with her top-notch figure and appearance, there were a few rich men who pursued her. There were even some bosses who explicitly said that they wanted to spend money to adopt Su Wei'er, but she didn't agree to any of them because of her cleanliness. It was true that she came from a bad background, but she didn't want to throw away her most valuable thing because of money. AI, the little anchor is too pitiful, but brother really doesn't have any money, so let's send some free little flowers. I'm not in bad condition, but I'm a resolute white whoring party. No one can change that. Upstairs, it's not just you. We're all white whoring parties. When Ning clicked into the live broadcast room and saw that there were only about a dozen people inside the live broadcast room, he immediately felt that Su Wei'er was too miserable, right? Welcome tonight Ningu. Welcome boss. Boss, can you click on the attention in the upper right corner? Ning decisively clicked follow. Thank you for your attention. Ningu boss. Su Wei'er saw that the pop-ups in the live broadcast room suddenly became numerous. Is anchor being fished? Ha ha ha. The anchor is too dumb to fall for this. Dumb anchor? I like it. Following. You don't say. This anchor is quite good looking. I hope it's not like Grandma Chiao. The anchor is not only good looking, singing is also good. Oh, is dancing. Not to say. Dancing? Ning's eyes lit up. Su Wei'er can still dance? Tonight Ningu, anchor dance. I give you brush gift. White whore party. Did the anchor see that? Calling you to dance. Grandpa de Shanghai, run. The anchor wants to dance. Sticky skin fried vegetables. Don't even think about it. A newly opened account. How can there be so many gifts? Free little flowers are not even there. Su Wei'er also felt that it was a pop-up that cheated her. So she said, Boss Ningu, I'd better sing. Xiao Wei'er singing is not bad. Oh. Ning smiled faintly at the sight and backhandedly recharged $100,000. Ding. The host consumed $100,000 and received a Forex cashback of $400,000. $400,000 arrived. This came too fast. Then quickly brushed a rocket worth 500 and said again, host dance. A rocket special effect floated by, and the water friends in the live broadcast room all came out at once. Wow, the boss is atmospheric. It's my eyes that are clumsy. The boss is confused. Anchor dance quickly. Your big brother is coming. Su Wei'er's little heart thumped when she saw the special effects of the rockets. In 2 months of live broadcasting, this was the first time she had received such a large gift. Previously, the most valuable was the 100 yuan airplane, but the boss brushed 2 airplanes and began to ask for Su Wei'er's contact information. The words of the private message also carry various colors, and the dirty thoughts are clear at a glance. Although Su Wei'er was occasionally dumb, she wasn't stupid. She knew that this person who swiped rockets the first time she watched her live broadcast must be in pretty good condition. Although she didn't know this person's inner thoughts, at least now she had to maintain this boss called Tonight Ningu well. Alright, since Boss Ningu wants to watch, Xiao Wei'er will offer a dance. Chapter 7, 100,000 rewards. For the sake of a dance, Su Wei'er had even made a special trip to change into a Han Chinese dress. Ning stared at Su Wei'er's clear face on the screen, enjoying himself, but the next second he didn't think so. There was no other reason. It was that Su Wei'er's dance was just too explosive. Not to say that it was too different from the dance, but only that it was completely out of place. But it drew a huge wave of pop-ups. Ha ha ha, big brother Ningu, regret it yet? I was all set to go to the restroom. Anchor, you're showing me this? Challenge to abstain from astringency for 365 days. Day 1. I didn't believe you when you said it was a dance, but I believe you when you said it was a lion dance. Oh my god, the anchor is doing a lion dance online. Do you care? The long 2.5 minutes finally passed, and Ning watched in disbelief. The dance was indeed stiff, but at least the program effect was pulled full circle, and the live room became more popular than before. Occasionally, there were small fishballs gifted by others floating by. Ning clicked on the gift interface. Tonight Ningu sent Super Fire *1. Tonight Ningu sent out Super Fire *2. Tonight Ningu sends out Super Fire *3. Tonight Ningu sent out Ultra Fire *10. 10 Super Fire. A total value of $20,000. Big brother Ningu is so atmospheric. He doesn't even blink at $20,000. Big brother Ningu is confused. Where is the little anchor's dance worth $20,000? Do you still need a pendant? I'm 200 pounds big pendant. Only need 20,000 thighs for you to break. Su Wei'er was also shocked by the steady stream of super fire special effects. Then a joyful smile spread across her face. With a gift of 20,000 yuan, being half drawn by the platform, she could still get 10,000 yuan in salary. And there would be no problem with next month's rent. Could it be that today was her lucky day? In the morning, Yi Ning gave her a watch worth more than 200,000 yuan. And in the evening, this boss called Tonight Ninggu gave her a gift of 20,000 yuan. Wait a minute. Su Wei'er seemed to have sensed something. Tonight Ninggu. The two words in the middle were Yi Ning. Su Wei'er quickly took out her cell phone and asked on WeChat, Yi Ning, is that you? Yi Ning, who was already lying in bed, saw Su Weier's text message with a smile in his eyes. It seemed like the little anchor wasn't very dull either. Well, I saw your friend's circle and came to hang out. Thank you for coming to see me, but brush the gift even if it's a waste of money. Su Wei'er wasn't one of those little girls who were not deeply involved in the world. She knew that in this society, $20,000 couldn't be earned for a few months for many people. But she didn't know that Yi Ning spending was earning money. It's fine, just a little bit of money. Just think of it as watching the lion dance. Su Wei'er clenched her teeth in anger when she saw this message. It wasn't even you, the big bad guy who asked for it. And now you're still mocking me. Damn. Alright, don't be angry. I'll treat you to dinner next time. Despite saying this, Su Wei'er was still somewhat touched. She just sent a friend's circle according to the usual practice. And Yi Ning really came to the live broadcast room to see her. And even brushed her with so many gifts. Was it really necessary to give her body in return? This thought appeared in her mind, startling Su Wei'er. A blush instantly crept up her cheeks from her slender neck. Anchor's face turned red after looking at her cell phone. What's going on? I'm also curious. It can't be a private message from Big Brother Ninggu, right? It must be. The anchor's heart is fluttering. I've fallen out of love. Upstairs, don't move your true love to the internet. It's all illusory. Am I in love with the anchor? What I love is Ninggu Big Brother. Oh, so it's still a girl. As long as Big Brother Ninggu likes it, Luwenjia can also be a sister. Shy. Tonight Ninggu, against the big sky. There were really a ton of sand sculpture netizens, and the posting segments were flying all over the place. After Su Wei'er sang a few more songs, Yi Ning felt very good. Directly to the account inside the remaining tens of thousands of dollars all brush clean. A series of operations attracted the worship of all the major water friends. He even received a lot of private messages from other anchors, telling Yi Ning to go to their live rooms to take a look. Yi Ning, of course, ignored it, and he didn't know the other anchors. So if it really was a dinosaur behind the camera, wouldn't it be a loss to his grandma's house? Tonight Ninggu, it's too tiring to brush the gifts. We'll stop here today. Let's eat together some other day. Yi Ning threw out one last pop-up screen on the public screen. After a brief silence in the live broadcast room, it directly exploded. Is this the rich? Brushing gifts is too tiring. I also want to be tired, but strength doesn't allow it. Isn't your focus wrong? Big Brother is going to eat with the anchor. So what? Big Brother swiped 100,000. Isn't it normal to have a meal? This time it's a meal. Next time it could be below holy, upstairs is too anticlimactic. Yi Ning had just put down his cell phone when he received an unfamiliar call. Yi Ning, hello, who is it? Hello Mr. Yi, I'm Sun Tao, the person in charge of Jiangnan Mansion. May I ask if you have time to come over here in the near future? There are some documents that need to be signed by you. Mr. Yi, okay, I'll come over tomorrow morning. Yi Ning originally planned to go to Jiangnan Mansion tomorrow. When he used to work at Hongda Advertising, Wei Jia had tripped up Yi Ning over various things. In the end, he had even fired him because he had a private meeting with his mistress that Yi Ning had seen. I really don't know what kind of expression Wei Jia will have when he sees him again tomorrow. Yi Ning swayed his red wine glass, the corner of his mouth lifting in an icy arc. Chapter 8 Wei Jia's Fear. Early the next morning, Yi Ning came to Jiangnan Mansion early. Yi Ning could be said to be very familiar with this place. After all, he had worked here for 3 years. Jiangnan Mansion had a total of 33 floors, with the exception of the 30th to 33rd floors, which were managed by Jiangnan Mansion itself. The 2nd to 29th floors are all rented out to major corporations in Jiangcheng as office space. Before he was fired, Yi Ning was working as a salesman in Hongda Advertising, and was promoted to sales team leader because of his excellent performance. But because of the grudge with the sales supervisor Wei Jie, coupled with Wei Jie or the boss's nephew, did not hesitate to dismiss Yi Ning. Now the identity has completely changed over. Yi Ning is no longer that miserable laborer, and even a single sentence can decide whether to stay or go in Hongda Advertising Company. One could only say that the wind and water had turned. Although it was not yet normal working hours, the receptionist had come to the company a long time ago. Seeing Yi Ning walk through the door, the front desk young lady immediately stood up. Hello, Mr. Yi. Hello. Yi Ning nodded his head in greeting. It seemed that Sun Tao, like Wu Yuan, had long ago told the employees below about him. Where's Sun Tao? Yi Ning came to the corner resting place and asked after sitting down. The receptionist lady helped Yi Ning serve a cup of freshly brewed tea while replying. Manager Sun hasn't arrived yet. He might need to wait for a while. That's fine. I'll wait for him here. Yi Ning picked up a magazine. Go get busy. Don't worry about me. Alright, take your time, Mr. Yi. After waiting for almost 10 minutes, Sun Tao had not yet come, but it was Wei Jie who appeared on the first floor of the building, and the first thing he saw was Yi Ning, who was flipping through a magazine, walking over in a hangdog manner. It was really a narrow road between enemies. Yo, I thought I was mistaken. So it's really you, team leader Yi. Wei Jie had a smug look on his face. Then the words turned. Oh no, I remembered wrongly. You are no longer the sales team leader. You were fired. Yi Ning glanced at Wei Jie. You look smug? Of course I'm complacent, because my uncle said, I'm going to be promoted to department director soon. And you, can you still find a job with a monthly salary of $3,000? Wei Jie early years of learning is not good. College did not get into. After joining the work of an adult night school, he is the bottom of the heart despise college students. Those who graduated a few years of college students have as Wei Jie earn more, just like the current Yi Ning, is a complete and utter failure. Wei Jie did not take into account that without the help of his relatives, Wei Jie now do not know what he is doing. You know what? My uncle and I have both made an appointment with the new owner of this building, and when the cooperation is negotiated, my position can still rise. Harm, what am I doing talking so much to a loser like you? We're not even on the same level. Wei Jie shook his head and put on a regretful expression. He didn't realize that Yi Ning's gaze became odd. New boss? Cooperation? When did this happen? How did I not know about this? Wei Jie, I advise you to go back. The cooperation you've been longing for can't be negotiated. Yi Ning said nonchalantly. I suggest that it's more appropriate for you to find a new office space before it's too late. Or it'll be funny if you become a bereaved dog by then. Ha ha ha. Wei Jie sneered when he heard Yi Ning's words. What are you? Can you still interfere with manager Sun Tao Sun's decision? Can you interfere? You directly ask him personally soon? Saying that, Yi Ning pointed towards the entrance of the gate. Wearing a pitch-black suit, Sun Tao walked into the gate with a big belly. At the gesture of the receptionist girl, the first time he saw Yi Ning sitting in the rest area, he hoofed it over to the side. When Wei Jie saw the head of the building, Sun Tao, he immediately transformed into a pleasing appearance. Taking the initiative, he extended his right hand. Hello Manager Sun. I'm Wei Jie, the supervisor of Hongda Advertising, just call me Xiao Wei. However, Sun Tao didn't give a damn about him at all, and came straight to Yi Ning's body, slightly bowed his head and said, Hello Mr. Yi, sorry, I'm late. Mr. Yi was like a huge stone that made Wei Jie dizzy. In his heart, Wei Jie's head was dizzied, and his mind was set off by a huge Poland. Why? Why would the general manager of Jiangnan Mansion respectfully address Yi Ning as General Manager Yi? Wei Jie tremblingly cast his gaze towards the smiling Yi Ning, breathing felt a hint of difficulty. You? Who the hell are you? Although he had already made a guess, he was still undeterred, holding a faint hope in his heart. Never, ever should it be the case that he had guessed. If it was true, then it would be over. Yi Ning said with a flat face, I'm that new boss of Jiangnan Mansion Yi Ning that you're talking about. I don't know if Supervisor Wei is satisfied with this answer? No, it can't be. I don't believe it. Wei Jie lost his mind and yelled. Manager Sun, quickly say that it's a fake. It's a fake. Yes, Manager Sun. We even met yesterday. We talked about cooperation. We talked about it. Wei Jie was like a headless fly, longing to grab onto any bit of hope. But Sun Tao was no cutie pie. He had long since seen that Yi Ning and Wei Jie were definitely not dealing with each other. He would not help Wei Jie plead for mercy no matter what. Sun Tao. Yi Ning's tone was icy cold. Sun Tao's forehead was sweating. Your orders, Mr. Yi. Is what he said true? Did you guys really negotiate some kind of cooperation? Of course not. Sun Tao gently wiped his cheeks. It's just that yesterday, Hongda's boss came over with him and wanted to cooperate with us, and I didn't agree. So that means it didn't work out? Right. Then you still let him croak here. Don't you know that I'm very upset right now? Chapter 9 Buying a car with a small anchor. Pissing off his new boss on their first meeting, Sun Tao was already uncomfortable in his heart. Looking at Wei Jie, the culprit again. He could not wait to kick him to death. Wei Jie, get lost. Take a message to that uncle of yours. At the end of this month, the contract will expire. Let him Wei Dong move out of our Jiangnan mansion. Hearing Sun Tao's words, Wei Jie felt like the sky had collapsed. No, Manager Sun, General Manager Yi, give me another chance. Don't kick us out. Wei Jie's pleas rose and fell. Seeing Yi Ning's dark face, Sun Tao made an immediate decision. Where's the security guard? What are you still looking at? Quickly drag this person out. Looking an eyesore. Only after seeing Yi Ning's expression gradually return to normal did Sun Tao secretly sigh in relief. It seemed that he had kept his position as general manager. Boss Hongda is looking for him later, so you can just handle it yourself. Yi Ning said calmly. Okay, General Manager Yi. If there are any businesses in the building that have cooperation with Hongda, tell him to break it off for me before it's too late. Otherwise, all of them get the hell out of here. Yes. Afterward, Yi Ning held a staff meeting in the building's conference room. The salaries of the entire company's employees were raised by 20%. This move was unanimously praised by all the employees. Yi Ning hadn't wanted to be involved in management in the first place, so it was better to leave these hard tasks to Sun Tao and the others. So for a few days in a row, he was nestled in the hotel's luxury suite, living a life of clothes on his back and food on his lips. After living in the hotel for a few days, Yi Ning always felt that living in a hotel didn't have that flavor. Although the hotel service was indeed good, it never felt like home. It's time to buy a car and a house. Saying that he would do it, Yi Ning took out his cell phone and dialed the small anchor Su Wire's number. Su Wire was still in a good mood these days. Ever since she had met Yi Ning, her luck seemed to have gotten better. The number of people who came to see her live broadcast every day was a lot more than before, and her career was gradually picking up. It was just that for some reason, after not seeing Yi Ning for a few days, her heart was still a bit empty. Receiving Yi Ning's phone call, she smiled happily on her face and got up early to dress up, then took the car to the place where the two of them had arranged to meet. Yi Ning, he. Su Wire patted Yi Ning's shoulder as a greeting. Today, Su Wire was wearing a beige floral dress, exposing her slender calves and making her look exceptionally tall. Coupled with the exquisite makeup on her face, she was truly stunningly beautiful. Yi Ning was slightly stunned, then his expression returned to clarity. Although it was quick, Su Wire still noticed the momentary moment of amazement in Yi Ning's eyes. The smile on Su Wire's face became even more intense. Yi Ning stood up. Didn't eat breakfast, did you? Come, I bought some more. Thank you, said Su Wire as she took her breakfast and took a sip of milk. Right, what kind of car are you going to buy? With regards to cars and whatnot, Su Wire hadn't done any research, but she knew that a rich person like Yi Ning would definitely not buy a car that was too cheap. Big G it. Why are you swearing in public? Su Wire whispered to stop it. No more swearing in public. It looks unqualified. Yi Ning, woman, your mind is not right. Arriving at the Mercedes-Benz store, several shopkeepers were stunned by the combination of Yi Ning and Su Wire. These two, their face value was too high. Was this the divine couple? Loved. Welcome to Mercedes-Benz. Sir, may I ask if you have any favorite models? I'll recommend them for you. In the end, it was the store manager who was the first to come forward and said, Big G. Yi Ning hadn't finished speaking when a drop of pain came from his waist. What are you doing? Ugh, hi yo. Su Wire beamed, puffing. I told you not to speak properly. After the store manager gave Su Wire a strange look, she smiled anew. Yes sir, 2 gams just arrived today. Please follow me. Hearing the store manager's words, Su Wire realized that the Big G was the model of the car. Thinking about it, Su Wire instantly blushed in shame, especially when she saw that Yi Ning was smiling and staring at herself with a teasing face. She was even more furious. Yi Ning, you big bad egg. Su Wire gritted her teeth in anger. Ha, who told you to react too adorably? Yi Ning couldn't help but rub Su Wire's head, her soft hair carrying a refreshing scent. Su Wire didn't expect Yi Ning to be so bold, but she surprisingly wasn't angry at all, and even thought, his hands are so comfortable, wouldn't it be even more comfortable if he was touching his face? Su Wire was startled by her own thoughts and quietly glanced at Yi Ning who was communicating with the store manager. Seeing that he didn't notice his differences, she patted her huge fullness and secretly sighed in relief. The three of them came together to the showroom of the Mercedes-Benz Big G. There were only 2 cars here, a khaki color, a black, but without exception, both were very luxurious and atmospheric. Mr. Yi, this is the GAMG that was just shipped over today. How do you like it? Not bad. Can we drive away now? Of course, we can help you apply for a license plate. Mr. Yi, hearing the store manager's words, Yi Ning did not hesitate. Sign the contract then. Just this black one. Seeing that Yi Ning had decided so quickly, the store manager excitedly said, Yes sir, I'll go prepare the contract. Ding. The host spent $3 million and received a 7-fold rebate of $21 million. Another $20 million arrived. This was too good to be true. This was Yi Ning's first time driving a multi-million-dollar luxury car, and it would be a lie to say that he wasn't excited in his heart. But he was at least a veteran driver, with solid driving skills, and a calm expression on his face. However, Su Wire was different. Sitting in the passenger seat, she touched this and that for a while, very happy. So happy? Yes, you think everyone else is as rich as you. I've never sat in a multi-million-dollar car. That will make you even happier later. staring at the bad smile on Yi Ning's face. Su Weier's neck shrunk slightly, and she lowered her head and grabbed the corner of her coat, somewhat at a loss for words. Happier? He wouldn't. Chapter 10 Blitz Reward, a villa. Yi Ning drove and brought Su Weier to the Porsche store. Welcome to Porsche. The two had just gotten out of the car when a good-looking female sales clerk, dressed in professional attire, walked quickly. Even though during the training, the store manager repeatedly emphasized not to look at others with colored glasses. However, they, the salespeople, would definitely consider a customer's purchasing ability from the way they were dressed. A rich man like Yi Ning, who was wearing a famous brand, driving a luxury car, and matched with a beautiful woman, was naturally the first choice of a quality customer. It's just that other people already have girlfriends, and their looks and temperament are too much better than her own. She naturally put away the idea of trying to climb up Yi Ning. Sir, are there any models you have your eye on? The female sales clerk asked softly, making people feel like spring breeze. Yi Ning, do you still want to buy a car? Didn't you just buy one? Su Weier tugged on Yi Ning's coat corner and asked in a small voice. In her cognizance, cars were just for transportation, too many to drive and a pure waste of money. If Yi Ning knew Su Weier's thoughts, he would definitely retort. In his opinion, he could drive any number of good cars. Naturally, I bought it for you this time. Yi Ning had decided to give Su Weier a car from the very beginning. First, he did have so many thoughts about Su Weier. Second, he wasn't lacking money at all right now. Thirdly, spending money on a girl had a chance of getting a blitz reward, hey, especially when there was still Su Weier as in Euromancer. The female sales clerk looked at Su Weier with a face of envy after hearing this. This man was so handsome and so generous to his girlfriend. How come she hadn't met him? Buy it for me. No way, no way. Su Weier shook her head and refused. You sent me such an expensive watch last time, and today you're sending me a car. No way. I can't ask you for something so expensive. Seeing this, the female sales clerk naturally wouldn't waste this opportunity. What if this handsome guy really listened to his girlfriend and didn't buy it? So she stepped forward and said, Miss, you are so happy. Your boyfriend is so thoughtful. You should accept it. We are still. Su Weier red face just about to explain, and then thought that she could not let Yi Ning lose face outside. So he turned his mouth and said, I just think it's too expensive. It's not too late to send it later when you tie the knot and get married. After saying that, Su Weier lowered her head, not daring to look up at Yi Ning's expression at all, her toes picking at the soles of her shoes. Yi Ning looked incredulously at Su Weier, and then he understood what the girl meant. He rubbed Su Weier's little head once again. It's fine. I'll send you better ones when I get married in the future. Su Weier gave Yi Ning a blank look. She could tell that Yi Ning was starting to flirt with herself again. This big bad guy, she was defending Yi Ning's face outside. Yi Ning was good. Climbing up the pole, the female sales clerk looked at the two of them intimately, and instantly felt that she didn't need to eat at lunch today, at one by one so full. Yi Ning, do you really want to buy it? Let's take a look first, just in case there's something you like. After following the female sales clerk around, Su Weier was shocked by the price. She originally wanted to buy a few tens of thousands of dollars, but the big deal was that she would slowly return it to Yi Ning later. As a result, not to mention tens of thousands of dollars, there were no cars below $400,000. Yi Ning, why don't we go to another store to take a look? These are too expensive. Yi Ning thought of letting Su Weier choose by herself, may not be able to choose out tonight. Directly to the shopkeeper, sister said, that 911 is good. Do you have a red one? When the shopgirl heard Yi Ning's words, she had a starry look in her eyes. This man was going to buy his girlfriend a 911? This was too generous. Of course there is. It's just that we might need you in MS. Su to wait for 2 more days. We have to transfer the goods from the headquarters. Okay, just swipe the card, and get the best configuration. Before Su Weier's head could turn, Yi Ning had already made the payment. Ding! The host spent $48 million for Su Weier, and was rewarded with a Dragon View Villa on the cloud. Dragon View Villa on the clouds. It was the most expensive mansion complex in Jiangcheng, with villas starting at $50 million, and some of the better villas costing $70 to $80 million. You can't even buy one if you have the money. The original need to buy a house has now been resolved. Su Weier, worthy of being the European emperor. Mr. Yi, the formalities are all done. Just take Miss Su's ID card to pick up the car 3 days later. The female sales clerk respectfully said. Okay, thanks. Yi Ning nodded. Seeing that Su Weier hadn't returned to her senses, she reached out and shook her hand in front of her eyes. Hey, return to your senses. Let's go. He then dragged Su Weier out of the Porsche Business Center, out of the door to buy 2 cars, not only in the hands of the cash to 25 million, but also got a villa for nothing. This is too comfortable. After arriving at the car, Su Weier opened her mouth only after a while. Yi Ning, why are you so good to me? Her eyes were a little red, and she really felt like crying. She admitted that this man beside her was really mesmerizing. In the past, there had been a handful of wealthy gentlemen who wanted to spend money to pursue her, but she hadn't agreed to any of them. But now she knew very clearly in her heart that she liked to stay with Ning, and that she would miss him if she couldn't see him for a few days. This was, probably, being in love, right? I quite like you, Ning answered truthfully. Su Weier's heart thumped and her tone of voice trembled. You? What you mean? Is that you want to be with me? Together? Looking at the girl's timid appearance, Ning hesitated. He did like Su Weier, but there was another woman in his heart, the mysterious woman that he had a one-night stand with. Although Ning didn't know her name, he had to find that goblin. Chapter 11, Su Weier's Confession. Seeing that Ning didn't say anything, Su Weier immediately understood. She wasn't a little cutie. Su Weier was used to seeing those rich gentlemen in school embracing them left and right. It was true that she could tell that Ning liked her, but he must be in love with other women as well, right? Ning, I like you. Su Weier inadvertently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and said with a smile on her face, but you, give me some time, okay? Watching the girl blossom into a smile, she was truly like a sea of gorgeous flowers. It was simply too beautiful. Ning shook his head. No, it should be to thank you for giving me a chance. The two said away, smiling at each other. I said I'd treat you to dinner before. It's noon now. Is there anything you want to eat? Chinese food, Su Weier said, while taking her cell phone out. Can we go live? Just don't shine it on my face. Ning replied. Su Weier happily set up her cell phone. Don't worry, I'm going to do a food broadcast later. Since that night when Ning had rewarded her with a $100,000 gift, Su Weier's live room had become slightly more popular. The live room that only had a dozen or so people before now usually had a couple hundred people at night, and even more when they were lucky. Occasionally, there would be a reward from the boss, but of course it was a drop in the bucket compared to Ning. Hello, good noon everyone. Su Weier greeted the camera. Not long after, the pop-ups gradually increased. Little Violet is on in the morning, so I can watch Little Violet down the drain again. Wow, is Anchor wearing a skirt today? Look at the legs. Look at the legs +1. Look at the legs +2. Look at the legs plus 10,086. Your focus is strange. Can't you see that the anchor is sitting in the passenger seat? What's so strange about sitting in the passenger side? Sitting in the co-pilot is indeed not strange. The question is, who is driving? Holy, blind monk, you found the Chinese point. Anchor, quickly say, who's in the driver's seat? Looking at the noisy water friends in the live broadcast room, Su Weier felt amused. Ha ha ha, all the bosses can guess. Who is it? How can we possibly guess? Why don't you turn the camera around and let us take a look? Anchor? Yeah, show us. Su Weier turned the camera slightly, shining in everywhere but Ning's face. Wow, it feels like a handsome little brother. Anchor, don't eat alone. I want to see the face. You all didn't notice? This car is a Mercedes-Benz Big G. It costs $2 to $3 million. It's really. Anchor, are you degenerate? It's over. Finally was money lost in the eyes. The anchor is not clean. Other than that, this car is quite handsome. Nonsense. A few $1,000,000. It's a pile of rags. I think it's handsome. Anchor, you haven't said. Who is the driver, little brother? Su Weier, didn't I tell you to guess? Can't you guess? You're really asking us to guess? Who can guess this? No, since the anchor said that, it must be that we all know each other. We know each other. Then it must be the water friends in the live broadcast room. Right, live broadcast water friends. And so rich. Then is it still necessary to guess? Holy, Anchor, you actually stole a solitary meal. Su Weier was confused by this pop-up screen. Stealing a solitary meal? What did that mean? Humph, Big Brother Ninggu is everyone's. That's right, hand over Big Brother Ninggu. Don't be ungrateful. Ning glanced at the pop-up screen as well, and was amused to see these people's anticlimactic statements. Ha ha ha, what a bunch of sand sculpture netizens. Ning shook his head and spat. Wow, Brother Ninggu spoke. His voice is so beautiful. You're still listening to the voice. I'm already reaching for the paper. You're still getting paper. I'm already smoking. You're still smoking. My hands are dusty. Upstairs. Then how are you still typing? Typing with my tongue to show my innocence. Nyo batch. According to the navigation tips, Ning brought Su Weier to a private house. The overall layout of the house was like a courtyard, but it was larger than a normal courtyard. Moreover, it had pavilions, small bridges, and flowing water. It was quiet and elegant, with a pleasant view, not to mention the flavor, at least in terms of the scenery. Oh no, the price was extraordinary. Sir, how many of you? The waitress wore an open cheongsam and had an elegant demeanor. Just the two of us. The waitress reached out and gestured while saying, all right sir, please follow me. Ning and Su Weier came to a corner table. The waitress pulled up the bamboo curtain, and the beautiful view of the pond outside was like a painting. It's so beautiful. Su Weier couldn't help but sigh. Yi Ning saw the corners of Su Weier's mouth quietly hooked up, her eyes staring at the lotus flowers on the water with a smile. She was like a lotus flower out of the water, and was competing with the blooming lotus flower. Indeed, so beautiful. Yi Ning followed and concurred. Su Weier turned her head and saw Yi Ning's gaze fixed on her, blush creeping onto her cheeks once again. Since the camera had been pointed at Su Weier, her expression was clearly visible to the aquanauts in the live broadcast room. Hee, now I'm sure that the anchor is really in love. I'm so sour. Cha lemon. I haven't even watched the anchor eat yet. I'm already full. Woof woof. At this time, the waiter also came to the table with a menu, softly asking, "Sir, can we order now?" Chapter 12, Su Weier's Initiative. It's fine. Yi Ning nodded his head and pointed to the picture on the menu. Let's go with this 8,888 set meal. 2 servings. The waitress lady looked slightly surprised, then returned to normal. Only the smile on her face became even more intense. There were quite a few people who could come to their place to eat private dishes, but there were definitely not many people who would order the most expensive set meal without hesitation. This was a set meal of 8,888, the two of them adding up to more than 17,000. Not something that ordinary people could afford to consume. Okay, please wait a moment. The waitress lady left with quick steps. Su Weier was even more shocked by the numbers on that menu and spat out her tongue. A meal that cost close to $20,000. Was this made of gold? Could one become immortal by eating it? Turning her eyes and thinking that Yi Ning had already spent several $1,000,000 on this morning, she suddenly felt that this 10,000 was nothing. Am I drifting? 17,000 has become a small number. What's wrong? Yi Ning couldn't help but ask when he saw Su Weier's tangled expression. Su Weier immediately put on a fierce look and said, "It's so expensive. If it doesn't taste good later, I'll have to get the boss to pull the wool over my eyes." Yi Ning smiled and shook his head. This little girl's thoughts were truly heavenly, thinking out of the box. As the appetizers were brought up, both Yi Ning and Su Weier couldn't help but start moving their chopsticks. Only the difference between the two was that Yi Ning was eating quietly. Su Weier, on the other hand, was eating while also sharing with her friends in the live broadcast room. It was good that the two of them were in the corner, and since there weren't many people here to dine in the morning, they didn't disturb anyone else. Of course, the live broadcast room exploded. Although many people can't afford to eat these top-quality delicacies, lobster and matsutake mushrooms and the like, but watching others eat was also a kind of enjoyment. Not to mention that it was a top beauty like Su Weier, who was already a showstopper. The entire meal took almost an hour and a half. It wasn't that the amount was too large to finish. Rather, all these dishes were served one by one, which was indeed too slow. Of course, there was absolutely nothing to say in terms of flavor, at least for both Yi Ning and Su Weier. Today's meal was the most beautiful meal they had ever had in a restaurant. Of course, if they were talking about the most delicious meal in the world, then they would go home and see that their mom's handiwork was the best. Not only does she know your tastes best, but the table encompasses one of the most unforgettable flavors you'll ever have. This flavor I call affection, can also be called human taste. After eating and drinking, Yi Ning came to the front desk to settle the bill. Ding! The host spent 888 yuan and received a 10x rebate of 880 yuan. $90,000 in rebates for one meal. Not bad, but what about another one? Host spends 888 yuan for Su Weier, gets a blast. Rewarded with a master-level cooking skill. It was actually a master-level cooking skill. This was the first time Yi Ning had gotten a skill blitz. At first he had thought there wasn't one. Sure enough, the system wouldn't disappoint. Jia. Host, don't underestimate this system. You he meow wouldn't be a villain, would you? Smiling so wildly, you have a problem with this persona. Oh no, you have a problem with this system setting. By the afternoon, Yi Ning sent Su Weier downstairs in the neighborhood. Hurry up and go inside. Remember to take your ID card to pick up your car in a few days. Su Weier buried her head, a little reluctant. Then stood still and didn't go. What's wrong? Can't bear to part with me? Yi Ning smiled evilly. I didn't. Su Weier stomped her foot. Yi Ning felt that teasing this little girl was quite fun, and laughed out loud. Alright, I explained just now. It's not that I won't accompany you to pick up your car, but I do have to go back home. After all, I've been out for so long. It's really been a long time since I've seen my parents. Going home tomorrow. This was what Yi Ning had originally planned, and the reason why he was in a hurry to buy a car was also for this reason. I know, you go first, I'll see you go before I go up, Su Weier stubbornly said. Okay. Yi Ning returned to the driver's side, pulled the door shut, and was about to start. Yi Ning, without noticing, for some reason Su Weier came to the car door. What? Yi Ning hadn't reacted yet. A moist, soft touch with a hint of fragrance appeared on Yi Ning's cheeks as if it were a dragonfly. Yi Ning was first stupefied, then a bad smile appeared on his face. May I ask Ms. Su, what are you doing? Giving you a stamp to avoid you forgetting me. Su Weier's small face was arrogant. It was only the reddened ears that made it not very convincing. Yi Ning didn't tear her down either, and pretended to be shameless. Then I'm not losing a lot of money. No. I'm going to give you a stamp as well. Saying that, he stuck his head out of the window. You're thinking beautifully. Slightly. With a gust of fragrant wind, Su Weier's red face stomped and ran into the cell gate. Yi Ning smiled and shook his head when he saw Su Weier's shy appearance. This little girl, she was really cute. Leaving Su Weier's neighborhood, Yi Ning drove to the Dragon View Villa on the clouds. This place was on the outskirts of the city, and the air and greenery were much better than the city center. Most importantly, there was also an artificial river here, and the most expensive villas in Dragon View on the clouds were built along the artificial river. Yi Ning's car had just arrived at the front gate when the young security guy walked over. Sir, welcome to Clouds on Dragon's Cape. I don't know what I can do for you? Chapter 13 Blitz reward 30% of Flying Fish Live shares. Dragon View on the clouds was worthy of being the most expensive luxury residential neighborhood in Jiangcheng, and the quality of the security boys were all very high. Of course, this also had something to do with the car that Yi Ning drove. A car of several $1 million was still very classy in Jiangcheng. Well, I bought a villa here in your area. Help me log in my license plate information. My name is Yi Ning. Yi Ning explained. Hearing Yi Ning's words, the security guy's attitude grew more and more respectful. Just a moment, Mr. Yi, I'll inform the property manager to come over and help you with this. In less than 3 minutes, a short-haired woman wearing a suit with a short skirt and glasses walked quickly with her feet on high heels. The woman's appearance was naturally not bad, and to be able to act as a property manager in Yunxiang Longjing, she had to leave a good impression on the owners at least in terms of appearance. Of course, compared to Su Weier such stunning beauty, or a lot worse, holding a tablet computer. The short-haired woman came to Yi Ning's car window and bowed. Hello Mr. Yi, I'm Luo Rongrong, the property manager of Dragon View on the clouds. I'm now helping you with the formalities. Please show your ID card. Mr. Yi, okay. Yi Ning took his ID card to Luo Rongrong. In less than 2 minutes, after Luo Rongrong took a picture of Yi Ning, the formalities were completed. Alright Mr. Yi, now I'll take you to building 7. I'll help guide you in front. Please follow me. No need. You take the passenger seat. Just help me show the way. Yi Ning said. Okay, Mr. Yi, excuse me. Luo Rongrong sat in the passenger seat before she really got a good look at Yi Ning's handsome face. Even though she had seen countless handsome men, she was surprised. Yi Ning didn't pay much attention to Luo Rongrong's expression. Following her guidance, he slowly came to a villa beside the river. Building 7 is here Mr. Yi, once again welcome home. If you need anything you can call me directly. I will be at your full service. Luo Rongrong reluctantly stepped out of the car. Just now she noticed in the car that Yi Ning surprisingly did not sneak a glance at her. It seemed that Yi Ning was completely uninterested in herself, which made Luo Rongrong feel slightly lost, and even a little less confident in her own looks. Passing through the garden, she walked into the villa's front door. The first thing she saw was a huge living room, which was at least 7 meters high. The villa is divided into 2 floors. There is only 1 bedroom on the first floor. The rest is a living room, dining room and so on. The second floor is all suites, and there is also a large open-air balcony. Of course, as the top mansion in Jiangcheng, a villa worth $80 million, the swimming pool is also standard. For such a house, Yi Ning is naturally 10,000 satisfied. When he thought about his parents living in an old 3-room apartment at home, it was narrow and small. Yi Ning decided that this time when he went home, he would definitely buy a big house like this in his hometown. His parents had been tired all their lives, so it was time for them to enjoy themselves. At night, Yi Ning was bored in brushing the video, when a few private messages popped out of the window. They were private messages from Su Weier's live streaming water friends. Big brother Ninggu, are you there? Are you coming to Xiao Weier's PK fight in 10 days? PK? It was when anchors fought amongst themselves to see which side's water friends swiped more money and then advanced. As long as one could be in the top 10, then it wasn't impossible to leap into becoming a big anchor with a few $1 million a year. Yi Ning knew that Su Weier must not have told him because she didn't want to waste his money, but since he knew, this favor would definitely be done. Come, Yi Ning did not hesitate. Then, Yi Ning directly recharged 10 million inside Flying Fish Live. Ding! Anchor spends 10 million for Su Weier, gets a blast, rewarding Flying Fish Live with 30% shares. Holy, as one of the most well-known live broadcast platforms in the country, Flying Fish Live had a market capitalization of around $15 billion. 30%, that's not 4, 5 billion. That's more than even his existing Jiangnan commercial street. Su Wei'er was truly his blessed chosen one. While Yi Ning was excited, thousands of miles away in Magic City, the headquarters of Flying Fish live. Chairman, we've just been notified that most of our spilled equity has been acquired by an individual. What did you say? Yu Shenglong was filled with incredulity. Who is that person? How much was acquired? It was a young man named Yi Ning who acquired 30% of the platform's shares. Yu Shenglong's brows furrowed slightly. Yi Ning was a name he hadn't heard before. Surname Yi, could it be the son of any group? There is another piece of information about Mr. Yi Ning. Speak, Mr. Yi opened a private account on our platform not long ago, charging 100,000 for the first time, and then charging 10 million today. 10 million. Yu Shenglong was shocked, charging $10 million to the live broadcast in one go, and spending nearly $5 billion to buy platform shares. What was he up to? Just how much money did he have? I suspect that the reason he's spending so much money is because of a female anchor called Xiao Wei'er. How so? Because that's the only female anchor he's ever rewarded, and the browsing records show that Mr. Yi hasn't patronized any other live rooms either. Well, Yu Shenglong was all speechless and leisurely said, I used to think I was rich, but now look, this heck is called a real rich man. Then said to his assistant, when the time comes, you go, switch that live room called Little Violet to the homepage. Chairman, I've checked, that Little Violet is just a small anchor with a few hundred fans. Switching her to the homepage PK is likely to bump into those big anchors. In case she loses, Mr. Yi won't be unhappy, right? The assistant had some concerns. You're such a pig brain. Yu Shenglong slapped the desktop. You don't think about it. The person who spends billions of dollars, would he let that little anchor lose? Don't go yet. Better publicize more. Su Wei'er had been broadcasting well when suddenly the live room was flooded with a large number of people, and the skyrocketing popularity made her unable to react. It wasn't until someone told her that the live room was on the front page that she realized what was going on. Regarding all of this, Yi Ning of course didn't know. He was already packing and preparing the things he would bring tomorrow. Chapter 14 by Iluwa. The next day, at the crack of dawn, Yi Ning drove off. Yi Ning's hometown was in Yangcheng, Sichuan province, which was a small inland city, much smaller than Jiangcheng. Along the way, there were also provinces to cross and many mountain tunnels to go through. Yi Ning drove along the highway until the afternoon, before barely entering the border of Sichuan province. Driving to a service area, Yi Ning got off to refuel and rest. Not far away, a white Ferrari 488 caught his attention. Of course, the girl in white standing next to the Ferrari was also a beautiful sight. Bailuwa was making a phone call, a few fine beads of sweat dipping out on her seemingly plain face, representing that she was not calm inside. She had also driven from Jiangcheng to Sichuan province, but instead of going to Yangcheng, she was heading to the capital city of the province, Jincheng. She didn't expect her car to break down on the way. Luckily it was near the service area. It would have been dangerous if she had parked the car on the highway. The problem now was that she could only be stuck here waiting for a tow truck to come over. The original arrangement seemed to be disrupted. Yi Ning approached slightly and heard Bailuwa's voice, understanding the situation. Hello, can I help you? Yi Ning arrived in front of Bailuwa and opened his mouth to ask. It was then that he finally got a good look at the face of this woman in white. Originally, Yi Ning had thought that he was already lucky enough to run into such peerless beauties as Su Wei'er and that goblin, but at this moment, he realized that his lucky star was still twinkling. This was definitely a beauty on the same level as Su Wei'er, like a beauty that had walked out of a painting. Moreover, this woman in front of him was completely different from the feeling that the goblin and Su Wei'er brought to him. The leprechaun was flirtatious, and Su Wei'er was pure. This woman, on the other hand, was serene, as if a thin layer of frost was frozen on the surface of the lake, and couldn't make a single ripple. Bailuwa looked towards Yi Ning before speaking. I'm going to Jincheng, but the car broke down. Even if I wait until the trusty car comes over, I won't be able to go to Jin City right now. Bailuwa added. Then we're on the way. I happen to be returning to Yang City, not far from Jin City. I'll give you a ride? Bailuwa didn't say anything, staring at Yi Ning for a while. Yi Ning felt a little bit furious at being looked at by this woman in white, and could only ask again, is there a problem? Bailuwa shook her head, turned around and pulled open the door of the Ferrari, taking out a backpack. Then she walked straight towards Yi Ning's Mercedes-Benz Big G, skillfully pulling open the passenger door and sitting up. The sudden move made Yi Ning somewhat puzzled. This will do? About this white woman worship gold, for money on his car. This statement he does not believe. Did not see others have a Ferrari 488? And from the fact that she had a designer label, he could tell that this woman's family was very rich. When are we leaving? Bailuwa asked, sticking her head out when she saw that Yi Ning wasn't following her. You're leaving your car here? It was contacted a long time ago, and someone will come to tow it away later. let's go then. Yi Ning sat in the driver's seat, and the big G once again drove into the highway section. Along the way, Yi Ning felt that Bai Iluwa was just a mope. Neither did she speak, occasionally taking her cell phone out and sliding it twice and closing it again. Yi Ning was a bit bored and tried to find a topic. Ahem. Speaking of which, I still don't know your name. Bai Iluwa. Bai Iluwa stared unblinkingly ahead and opened his mouth to reply. Yi Ning nodded. My name is Yi Ning, right? Bai Iluwa took out Yi Ning's ID card from the side and shook it. Right. A flurry of operations gave Yi Ning a whole lot of speechlessness. That said, you're so relieved to be in my car. Aren't you afraid that I'm a bad person? Yi Ning asked the doubt in his heart. In his opinion, girls still needed to protect themselves outside, and there was always nothing wrong with maintaining a sense of vigilance, especially if it was still like Bai Iluwa, a rare beauty in the world. You can't do harm to others, but you can't do nothing to prevent others from harming you. Of course, this reasoning is the same for boys. Bai Iluwa brought her cell phone next to the steering wheel and shook it, her face still not sad or happy. It was only then that Yi Ning saw that Bai Iluwa had been sharing a location with someone, and that his license plate number had been sent to that account. It's not like I'm a little cutie, casually getting into a stranger's car, Bai Iluwa explained quietly. The two of them just chatted idly, one sentence after the other. It wasn't until the sun set that they finally got off the highway. Let's stop here. I'll just take a random cab later. When they reached the outskirts of Jin City, Bai Iluwa spoke up. Yi Ning saw that the sky had completely darkened and the road was lit up with neon lights of various colors. Still, he shook his head and refused. Forget it, help someone to the end. Not to mention that it's almost 8 o'clock. I don't feel comfortable letting you be a girl outside. Bai Iluwa looked at Yi Ning with some strange eyes. The large eyes flickered because of the neon light's reflection. Thank you, Yi Ning, she said softly, speaking much faster than before. It was only half an hour later that Yi Ning put Bai Iluwa down. You should hurry home. It's already late and you have to catch up, Bai Iluwa urged. Yi Ning smiled and nodded before driving away. Looking at the tail lights of the Mercedes Big G, Bai Iluwa said softly, have a safe trip. Arriving at the hotel that had been booked long ago, Bai Iluwa gently knocked on the room door. Which one? A young woman's voice came from inside the room. Xiao Xian opened the door. It's me. Clang one by one. The door to the room opened. Ai Xian had already put on her pajamas and finally sighed in relief when she saw Bai Iluwa. Yilo, you're finally here. I was worried to death when I saw you say the car broke down. Then you still don't know to come pick me up? Bai Iluwa's tone was tinged with petulance. I just got my driver's license. I don't dare to drive on the highway. Ai Xian spat out her tongue, embarrassed. But then she felt something was wrong. As her best friend, she knew what kind of person Bai Iluwa was, and her tone of voice was never flustered and plain. How could a petulant tone appear? He. Ai Xian had a gossipy look on her face. What good things did you encounter? Well, sort of. Bai Iluwa nodded. Chapter 15. The blind date is the Sea King. Back in Yangchang, the time came to 10 o'clock at night. Driving all day, Yi Ning has long been hungry, and now to home certainly no food. So Yi Ning parked his car on the side of the road and casually found a roadside stall to feast on. He has a master chef, but he also had to admit, can come out at night in Sichuan province stalls, at least must have 2 brushes. Those what Michelin, really not necessarily as good as a random roadside fried rice, only half eaten. Next door to the stall selling kebabs suddenly came to slap the table bang bang sound. Yi Ning looked up and saw that it was a bald tattooed man standing in front of the table of a pair of young couple, with anger in his eyes. I thought you were out of sorts lately. So that's it, Suli, you're ing playing this with me? The bald tattooed man picked up the bottle of wine on the table and shattered it on the ground with a bang. Then he slapped Suli in the face. You just like this kind of little white boy, don't you? You, the bald tattooed man said as he pointed at another man with glasses on the table. Then, the bald tattooed man also poked the chest of the man with glasses. Kid, do you know that this is my girl? You dare to pick up my girl. You don't want to live, do you? The glasses man saw the furious tattooed man also panicked, and could only weakly explain, Big brother, I really do not know and Suli said she did not have a boyfriend Hearing the glasses man's explanation, Yi Ning realized that this woman is the Sea King Interesting, fiercely dry a big mouthful of rice. This is not more than the fish flavor shredded pork rice? Gradually, the surrounding also surrounded a lot of people. Any big event cannot stop the masses to eat melon. Finally, in order to prevent the two sides' hands, someone quietly reported to the police. Several people were brought back to the police station. When Yi Ning drove back home, it was already almost 11 o'clock. Clang one by one, taking out the key, he opened the door to his room. Finally back. Yi Ning looked at the familiar arrangement inside the house and let out an exclamation. Although the house was small, the heart was just very solid. Son, why didn't you say anything when you came back? It's so late. I thought there was a burglar in the house. Yi Ma was wearing her pajamas and was surprised to see Yi Ning. Olji also walked out of the dormitory and patted Yi Ning's shoulder. Thin. Hey, Mom and Dad, I missed you guys. Yi Ning hugged both of them. Today was the happiest he had laughed in such a long time. Such a big man, you don't know to be more stable. Olji pushed Yi Ning away, his mouth unforgiving. Son just came back. What are you talking about him for? Yi Ma, on the other hand, pulled Yi Ning to look left and right. My son is so handsome. That's true. Don't even look at whose seat it is. Olji was very proud. That was true. When Olji and Yi Ma were young, they were the famous handsome men and beautiful women in the village. This damn face-watching society. It's just as well that you're back. So that thing your third aunt said can be done. As if she remembered something, Yi Ma hurriedly ran into the dormitory. Yi Ning was confused. Dad, what's wrong with my mom? Your third aunt came by a while ago, saying that she was introducing you to a girl child to get to know. You didn't break up recently, so your mom agreed. Yi Ning did not expect. Matchmaking this thing can also be their own encounter. Wait, Mom, I have a girlfriend. Don't bother Auntie 3. Yi Ning said loudly. Yi Ma didn't believe Yi Ning's words. She had only broken up a few days ago, and now she immediately said that she had a girlfriend. Who would believe that? It must be that Yi Ning didn't want a blind date and was lying to her as a mother. Tomorrow, right? Then it's a deal. Oh, bye. Yi Ma hung up the phone in a hurry. Then she also said to Olji, tomorrow you go buy more food. The human family will come over. Mom, do you have to be so positive? Yi Ning had a helpless face. There was no way around it. Yi Ma was the only person in charge of the family. As long as it was something Yi Ma decided, no one could change it. You're 25 years old? If you're not active anymore, I'll become an old mom. You'll get married earlier, while your dad and I walk the path. And now I can still help you bring up your children. The old generation is the most important thing is to pass on the generation. Yi Ning's parents also want to hold grandchildren early. Plus, now that Yi Ning's income is not low, the two old men have even less to worry about. Yi Ning has no choice but to say tomorrow, just a blind date, and does not mean that they will be together. The next day at dawn, Yi Ning was dragged up by Yi Ma. She helped Yi Ma to clean the house, wash vegetables and cook, and was busy with this and that. And the morning passed. Ding dong ee. Coming. Son, quickly go open the door. Yi Ning opened the door, and the first thing he saw was his own third aunt, and behind the third aunt, there were three strangers, looking like a family of three. The young woman at the end who was slightly more attractive, looked like the protagonist of the day. Good noon, third aunt. Yi Ning greeted. Little Ning has become handsome again. Third aunt smiled and complimented. Come, third aunt will introduce you. This is Su Li's mom and dad. Hello aunt and uncle. Then, third aunt pulled Su Li, who was standing at the end, in front of Yi Ning. This is Su Li. Not bad, right? Yi Ning had just felt that this female looked quite familiar, and now that he heard the name, he fiercely remembered. Wasn't this the female sea king that he had encountered last night while eating a roadside stall? Chapter 16, Is your daughter worthy? Could it be that the foot on two boats was demolished? No spare tire. Let him Yi Ning as a receiver? And he had long realized that Su Li's parents, at the door, looked like they despised his family, and did not look like people who were easy to get along with. Of course, Yi Ning did not want to get along with this family. Before Yi Ning could say anything, he heard Su Li's mother say to third aunt with a look of disgust, Xiao Chun, this is your nephew good looking, but the family's condition is a bit poor Then, completely ignoring third aunt's embarrassed expression, she looked at Yi Ning and asked, young man, does your family have another house besides this one? This is the only one in Yangcheng. Yi Ning said without hesitation. He wasn't lying either. The villa was in Zhangcheng. That would be difficult. Su Li's mother had a look of pity. My family Lily was born beautiful, and she hasn't suffered since she was a child. So of course we as parents hope that she can live a better life after she gets married. Not to say great wealth, at least have a car and a house, food and clothing. When I say that, young man, you hear me, right? Yi Ning looked flat. Understand. Then what? It's good that you understand. Then don't say that auntie is making things difficult for you. Yi Ning knows, she said this out, is to be a lion's mouth. Quietly watch her show on the line. First of all, what about? We have raised our daughter for so many years. It's not easy. A $1 million dowry. It's not too much, right? The third aunt heard a change in color. Has not yet entered the door. Want $1 million dowry. She is very clear about Yi Ning's family situation. Certainly cannot take out. But Su Li's mother didn't care about that much. Secondly, the house should be at least 200 square feet. And the car doesn't need to be too expensive. About $500,000 will do. My colleague's child's BMW 5 Series is good. For the time being, this is all. See if you can accept it? Su Li's mother held her arms in an overbearing manner. Yi Ning laughed coldly in his heart. A lousy who didn't know how many boyfriends she had dated could still offer such a price. It really fulfilled the saying, if you're not a family, you don't enter a family. Auntie, aren't these requirements you're talking about too low? Yi Ning's tone didn't have a single ripple. A 200 square foot house and a $500,000 car. This is too much trash. Su Li's family had originally been prepared for Yi Ning to refuse and then they turned around and left. But they didn't expect Yi Ning to actually say that this request was too low. The three members of the Su family had golden light in their eyes, looking at Yi Ning as if they were seeing a huge mountain of gold. Ah yes. I wonder what your son-in-law thinks. Su Li's mother changed her tone to a cordial look. Although I rarely return to Yangchang, after all, my parents are over here, and this house is indeed too small, so I'm going to buy a villa. Yi Ning said. Villa. The Su family didn't hear anything before they heard Yi Ning say that he was going to buy a villa. By the time the real estate license was filled with Su Li's name, it would all be at least a few $1,000,000. For the car, I have a Mercedes-Benz Big G of my own that's parked downstairs, so I won't buy it for now. Saying this, Yi Ning took out his car keys and shook them. Mercedes Big G. It turned out that the black Big G they had just seen downstairs was actually Yi Ning's. At that time, they were still thinking that it would be great if they could marry their daughter to the owner of this Mercedes Big G. Now this wasn't a coincidence. It was like a pie falling from the sky. Ha ha ha, good. Su Li's father also spoke. I like a progressive young man like you. Go. Let's go in first. I'm going to talk to my in-law's mother about organizing the wedding in the back. With that, the family was about to cross over Yi Ning and enter the door. Bang! However, when third aunt walked through the door, Yi Ning directly stretched out his arm and heaved it against the doorframe, blocking the Su family from the outside. The sudden turn of events caused a few people to be startled. Virtuous son-in-law, what do you mean by this? Su Li's mother laughed with an embarrassed expression. Who is your virtuous son-in-law? Yi Ning sneered. When you guys came here, you had a stern face, a lofty look of looking down on people, and when you hear that I'm rich, you say virtuous son-in-law to the left and to the right. Don't you think you're shameless? Also 1 million dowry, 200 square feet of house, $500,000 of car. Yi Ning sneered. Do you think your daughter is worthy? Yi Ning, what do you mean? What makes you look down on me? Su Li, who hadn't said anything, instantly quit when she heard Yi Ning cataloging her like this. Su Li, didn't say that she had top-notch looks, but she was also a natural beauty, a proper beauty. In her condition, what is $1 million dowry? If she wanted to, marrying into a rich family and becoming a rich wife was not impossible. Ha ha ha, Su Li, it seems that the police uncle didn't educate you enough last night. The moment Yi Ning's words came out, Su Li's face turned pale as paper in a flash. You were there? Su Li spoke with difficulty. Yi Ning glanced at her contemptuously. What do you think? If you want people to not know, you can't do it unless you do it yourself. Su Li's parents didn't understand what Yi Ning was saying to their own daughter, but they still heard the word police loud and clear. Lily, what exactly happened? Su Li's mother questioned. Su Li pleaded. Mom, stop talking. Let's go back first. What about the blind date? Su Li's mother was still undeterred. They naturally didn't want to miss out on a rich man like Yi Ning. What's a blind date up to now? Su Li couldn't wait to make a hole to drill into, leaving her parents to run away. Yi Ning didn't care what happened to their family, and directly closed the door to the room. Xiao Ning, what's going on? Why didn't I understand what you said? Third aunt felt that the atmosphere wasn't right just now, so she had the good sense not to say anything. Right, son, that's Su Li you know? Yi Ma asked suspiciously as she served the last plate of food. Even old Yi, who had been sitting on the sofa without saying anything, looked over. Chapter 17 Mo Qingqing. Yi Ning recounted what she had seen last night to them. Yi Ma shook her head repeatedly after hearing this. Hey, looking at a pretty little girl, how can she be like this? It's just nonsense. Third aunt also didn't expect that not only were Su Li's parents oddballs, but she herself wasn't as simple as she appeared to be. I'm sorry Xiao Ning. Third aunt did not expect that Su Li actually so, third aunt is very embarrassed. This Su Li was introduced to her, did not expect that actually is such a person. It's okay third aunt, it's that Su Li is too good at camouflaging. Can't you see that her parents don't know about all this crap about her? Also, third aunt smiled in embarrassment. Subsequently at dinner, Yi Ning several people tacitly did not mention a single word about Su Li. Feeling sickened. Right, remember to pick up your sister tomorrow afternoon. Yi Ma gave Yi Ning a piece of chicken and said, although Yi Ning had mentioned to her about buying a car before, she hadn't expected her own son to actually buy a multi-million-dollar car. Still, she had only learned about this just now from Yi Ning's conversation with Su Li's family. Thinking about the $1 million in cash that Yi Ning had transferred to her before, and now a multi-million-dollar car, she didn't even know how much money her own son actually had. Okay, Yi Ning casually agreed. Yi Xiaoguo was in her third year of high school, and there was still a month to go before the college entrance exam. Their school only had 2 days off a month, and tomorrow could be said to be their last vacation before the college entrance exam. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Yi Ning received a call from Li Hu, his good brother from high school. Yi Zi, did you see the message in the group? On the other end of the phone, Li Hu's voice was a lot rougher than Yi Ning remembered. Didn't see it, wait for me to see. Yi Ning opened the class group, and inside the group quite a few people were discussing. The topics of course all centered around the reunion. Are you going or not? Yi Ning opened his mouth and asked. He didn't really care about such things. His relationship with his classmates in high school wasn't bad, and he was able to chat with anyone. However, the only real friend was Li Hu, so if Li Hu didn't go, then he was too lazy to go. Go, let's go together. Okay, we'll contact you then. Hanging up the phone, Yi Ning went to bed early. The next day, Yi Ning finally remembered that the gifts he had brought for his family were still in the car and hadn't been brought up. Taking advantage of the gap between going out to throw out the garbage, he carried a large pile of things upstairs. Son, what are you doing? Yima was a bit puzzled when she saw that her son had actually brought so many things up in a few minutes of work. This is the cosmetics I bought for you. Mom, wishing you eternal youth. Yi Ning said with a smile. Mom is old, why waste all this money? Yima mumbled, but her face was still happy. Then Yi Ning also took out a turquoise bracelet for Yima to put on. Although Yima didn't understand the value of emerald, this bracelet wasn't cheap at first glance. She tenderly stroked the coldness on her wrist and said in an affectionate tone, it cost a lot of money, didn't it? Seeing how much his mom liked it, Yi Ning also cheered up. Hey, as long as you like it, Mom. Seeing that Yi Ning didn't say anything, Yima also didn't ask about the price of the bracelet. This bracelet really wasn't cheap, but it was nearly $500,000. But Yi Ning didn't care. Yi Ning put another 5 bottles of Mao Tai in front of Olji. Dad, this stuff, you haven't drunk it yet, right? How much? Olji was all about this hobby, picking up a bottle of wine and asking excitedly. Not expensive. 50,000. It was clearly visible that Olji's hands trembled when he heard the number Yi Ning said, and he almost dropped the wine to the ground. 10,000 a bottle is still not expensive? Olji blankly glanced at Yi Ning without any good humor. Do you know, a month ago old Du's daughter came home and brought him 2 bottles of 2,000 yuan Mao Tai, which he could show off for many days. Yi Ning knew that the old leaf in the mouth of the old Du is this neighborhood. People are actually not bad, just like to show off. Of course, he had a daughter who graduated from a prestigious university, and also had the capital to show off. Such an expensive Mao Tai. Take a bottle of it to old Du in a few days and give them a taste. Ha ha ha. Yi Ning looked at his dad's smug look, and was about to say something, but thought better of it. The 50,000 he said was not the 50,000 that Olji understood. He said 50,000 for 1 bottle, but Olji understood it as 5 bottles totaling 50,000. I don't know if Lao Yi knows the real price of this wine, but still not willing to take it out to share. In the afternoon, Yi Ning drove to Yanchang High School. This is not only his sister Yi Xiaoguo's school, but also Yi Ning's alma mater. Although classes had not yet ended when Yi Ning arrived at the school, there were already quite a few private cars parked on the side of the road in front of the school. The moment Yi Ning's car appeared in front of the school, many parents noticed it at first. This was a Mercedes-Benz Big G, a multi-million-dollar car, appearing in a small 18th-tier city like Yangchang, naturally attracted a lot of attention. Yi Ning sat in the car and swiped through the videos, his eyes suddenly attracted by a young woman wearing a green plain dress with short shawl hair and a petite figure. Yi Ning admitted that there was a reason why this woman was indeed too beautiful. Her looks were not similar to Su Weier, Bai Iluo. It was just that the temperament was different. This woman was the petite and cute type, which could also be said to be very penalized. The main reason was that this girl he recognized was none other than Yi Ning's high school classmate and class flower, Mo Qingqing. Of course, if their school evaluated the school flower at that time, Mo Qingqing would have been at the top of the list. After many years, when he saw Mo Qingqing again, there was still a slight stirring in Yi Ning's heart. In high school, which boy in the class dared to say he didn't have a crush on Mo Qingqing? Just when he didn't know how to greet him, Mo Qingqing saw him in the first place and took the initiative to walk over. Yi Ning, long time no see. Chapter 18, picking up the 2 little ones. It has indeed been a long time since I've seen you. How have you been lately, class flower? Yi Ning said with a smile. Mo Qingqing's face was complicated. I haven't been a class flower for a long time. You can call me Qingqing. Mo Qingqing did not say anything about whether she was doing well. In her 3 years of high school, with excellent character and academics, she was admitted to a well-known domestic university, Chuan Province University, with the top score in the whole school. After graduating from undergraduate school, Mo Qingqing, who wanted to continue her education, had wanted to work half-time and continue to graduate school, but a sudden change, so that originally is a single-parent family Ching, suffered a huge blow. Her mother was diagnosed with kidney failure. The huge medical expenses made her give up her intention to go to graduate school and return to Yangcheng from Jincheng to work and earn money while taking care of her mother. Her younger sister Shanshan is in her third year of high school, and will still need a large amount of money to go to college when the time comes. Can this be considered living well? Thinking of this, the sadness between Ching's brows grew thicker. When Yi Ning saw Ching's expression, she knew that she hadn't been living as well recently, so she changed the topic at the first opportunity. Do you also have a younger brother or sister in Yangcheng High School? Aha! Ching nodded. My sister, Shenhao, is a senior this year. That's a coincidence. My family's Xiaogui is also going to take the entrance exam soon. Maybe she's still in the same class. Yi Ning joked. Xiaogui? Yi Xiaogui, you're a younger sister? Ching's eyes widened. You know my sister? Not only do you know her, she and my sister have a very good relationship. Ching admitted. She felt incredible in her heart. Xiao's best sister was actually Yi Ning's sister. This world was really full of coincidences. The two chatted for a while before the bell finally rang. After so many years, this bell has never changed. Yeah, it's always been this. Ching looked like she was remembering something, and a long-lost smile appeared on her face. The moment the duo of Yi Xiaogui and Shanshan walked out of the school gates, Yi Ning was the first to spot them. Yi Xiaogui was tall. At 18 years old, she was 168 centimeters tall, only a little bit shorter than the young anchor Su Wire. Shanshan, on the other hand, was about the same as Ching, only 1 meter 6. Both were petite and cute types, but without exception, both of them were first-class beauties, standing out amongst all the high school students coming out of school. Xiaogui, I see my sister. Let's go over. Following the direction of Xiao's finger, Ching stood quietly as if she was a lotus flower. But, why did the man next to Sister Ching look somewhat familiar? Xiao, Yi Xiaogui grabbed Shanshan's arm. I saw a man that looks like my brother. Not like your brother. I was originally your brother. Yi Ning rolled his eyes. This sister of his was simply enough. He actually couldn't even recognize his own brother. Originally, his mind had envisioned several ways to meet that would move him to tears, but he ended up breaking his fantasies because of Yi Xiaogui's heartlessness. At the loss of Yi Ning also prepared a gift for her. Really pro-sister real hammer. The more I think about it, the more angry I get. Yi Ning couldn't help but ruffle Yi Xiaogui's hair, letting her feel the splendor of the mess. Brother, you moved my hair again. Yi Xiaogui muttered with an angry look, but in the eyes of outsiders, it looked like she was pampering anyways. It was strange to say that Yi Xiaogui had a big personality since she was a child. She was able to make friends with the female students in her class, and she was also able to play with the boys. Whenever she encounters something, she always takes the initiative to solve it by herself and seldom asks for help. This has developed her independent character. But it is this kind of Yi Xiaogui, in the face of Yi Ning often pampered, even more pro than Yi Mom. Next to her, Shanshan looked at Yi Xiaogui with an unbelievable face. The Yi Xiaogui at this moment was very strange to her. She had sort of seen it, so Yi Xiaogui could also be pampered. By the way, brother, this is my good friend, Xiao. Yi Xiaogui pulled Shanshan to introduce. Xiao, this is the cheap old brother I usually show you talking about. Handsome right? Xiao looked a little embarrassed and shouted in a low voice. Brother Yi Ning is good. Then she didn't say anything. If he wasn't close, Yi Ning really wouldn't have been able to hear him. Leading the two little ones, Yi Ning arrived in front of Ching. Yi Xiaogui also smiled and shouted, Sister Ching. It could be seen that they had known each other for a long time. After knowing that Ching had come by public transportation, Yi Ning took the initiative to invite the Ching sisters into his car. Originally, hearing that Yi Ning had bought a car had already surprised Yi Xiaogui. Until a few people arrived at the Mercedes Big G, Yi Xiaogui was even more incredulous. Brother, this Mercedes is yours? Yeah, how is it? Does it look good? Where did you get that much money? Yi Xiaogui was curious. Not to mention Yi Xiaogui, even the Ching sisters were curious. The two of them were aware of Yi Xiaogui's family situation. Both parents came from the countryside and saved up some money before buying a house in Yangcheng, or an old neighborhood. It could be said that the family conditions were even worse than before the two sisters' mother fell ill. Under such circumstances, Yi Ning was actually able to drive such an expensive car in just a few years. It was simply unbelievable. Of course your brother earned it. Yi Ning spoke. In fact, Yi Ning was also very emotional. If he didn't have the system, he would still be a social animal who had accomplished nothing by now, right? Living a 996 life, he faced the double suppression of his boss and clients every day. He was very satisfied with his current life, and he was really thankful for the system. Yi Ning drove his car towards the hospital in the city center, because the place where Mo Qingqing's sisters were going was the hospital. Chapter 19 Buying a Villa. Inside the car, the atmosphere was slightly dull. As long as there was talk of hospitals, it could mean something bad had happened. Thinking about the sadness between Mo Qingqing's brows when they met, they thought that the situation must be quite serious. Arriving at the entrance of the hospital, Yi Ning stopped the car. Mo Qingqing took a deep breath and said thank you to Yi Ning. Yi Ning shook his head, indicating that there was no need. The sisters got out of the car and stared at Mo Qingqing's thin back. Yi Ning couldn't help but poke his head out of the window and said, Qingqing, if there are any difficulties, you can speak directly. I will definitely help if I can. Hearing Yi Ning's words, Mo Qingqing's delicate body trembled. Slightly inclining her head, she gently nodded at Yi Ning, waiting for Yi Ning to drive away gradually. He finally lost sight of the half-shadow. Mo Shanshan spoke, Brother Yi Ning is really nice, and he's also very capable. Mo Qingqing nodded her head and smiled lightly. Indeed, he hasn't changed. On the way home, from Yi Xiaoguo's mouth, Yi Ning learned about Mo Qingqing's family's situation. Birth, old age, sickness and death was a destiny that people could never get rid of. This burden was pressed on Mo Qingqing, who was the same age as Yi Ning, and it was too heavy for her. For Mo Qingqing, of course Yi Ning didn't mind helping out, but Mo Qingqing didn't ask for it, so of course he wouldn't hold on to the money and send it up. Not only did this make outsiders feel that the motives were impure, but it also hurt Mo Qingqing's self-esteem. He could see that Mo Qingqing was a proud girl. Otherwise, with her capital, it wouldn't be too hard for her to seek money from other means. Carrying Yi Xiaogua back home, the family of four was finally reunited. At the dinner table, Yi Ning took out a Patek Philippe lady's wristwatch and gave it to his sister. Wow, Patek Philippe! Yi Xiaogua was overjoyed. Not even her favorite chicken leg smelled good anymore. Putting down her chopsticks and snatching the watch over, she had wanted a watch for a long time, but just never had the money to buy one. She didn't expect her brother to not only buy it for her, but also the most expensive Patek Philippe. Yi Ning didn't expect his sister to actually recognize a Patek Philippe. It seemed that the perception of high school students nowadays was more extensive than when Yi Ning and the others. Of course there were good and bad. You should pay more attention at school. Don't lose your watch. Yes, mom didn't care about any Patek Philippe or Chien de Fei Li. She clearly knew how much her son treasured this sister of his, and the things he bought were naturally the best. This watch, to say the least, was a 10,000-word hit. I know. Don't worry, Mom. Yi Xiaogua hadn't slowed down from her excitement, haphazardly blowing a few mouthfuls of rice, picking up the box containing the watch and running into the bedroom. Before closing the door, she also loudly threw out a sentence. I'm full. As long as Yi Ma saw Yi Xiaogua's windy appearance, the fire in her heart was hard to suppress. Where does this girl have the appearance of a personal girl's family? Old Yi, it's all your fault. Yi Ma pointed at old Yi and gritted her teeth. Seeing her dad put on a bitter face, Yi Ning covered her mouth to stifle her laughter. Yi Ning, don't laugh. You and your dad are the same. You just know to spoil your sister. There were some things that could hide from the first day, but not the 15th. The father and son duo looked at each other, the helplessness of being a man showing in their eyes. Mom and Dad, it just so happens that Xiaogui is at home. Let's go as a family to look at the house tomorrow. After drinking and eating, Yi Ning proposed. The moment these words came out, it was obvious that the two old men were brightening up. The house they lived in was indeed too small, and it was usually fine for a family of four to live in. When it came to New Year's festivals and relatives and friends came to play, it would be especially crowded. Moreover, it was an old neighborhood more than 20 years ago, and there would always be various problems. Most of all, my son and daughter have grown up. When they start a family in the future, they will also need a house, won't they? Alright then, let's use this 1 million on mom's card and we'll change to a bigger house. Yi Ma clapped her hands and decided. Yangchang, a small city, the average house price was just over 7,000, and $1 million could already buy a nice set of house type. However, Yi Ning felt that it was still too small, and his initial goal was only villas. Early the next morning, Lao Yi suddenly received a call from the factory to rush to work. There was no way around it. Yi Ning could only drive his car, carrying Yi Ma and Yi Xiaogui out with the three of them. Yi Ning had a target, and didn't go to the ordinary properties at all, coming directly to the most expensive place in Yangchang. Son, why did you come here? The houses here are very expensive. Even Yi Ma, who was indifferent to housing prices, had heard of the great name of Mirror Water Bay in Yangchang. Since I'm going to buy it, it must be the best one, or else in 20 or 30 years, it will still be like the house I'm living in now, and I won't even be able to regret it. Yi Ma listened and also felt that it was right. Anyway, these houses will be given to her son and daughter in the future, so she might as well buy a better one. Welcome to Mirror Water Bay. Yi Ning had only parked the car when the salesgirl was already standing by and waiting. Was this the treatment of driving a luxury car? Sir, may I ask what type of property you and the two ladies would like to see? Villa. Yi Ning did not half hesitate. The little salesgirl smiled and nodded without half a hint of surprise. Just kidding. Didn't she see that the cars this handsome man drove were Mercedes-Benz big G's worth hundreds of dollars? It would be strange for a rich person of this level to not buy a villa, right? Sir, our villas in Mirror Water Bay are all riverfront villas, and they are uniformly hard-covered rooms, ready to move in with a handbag. Following the sales little sister, Yi Ning was fine, as this Mirror Water Bay was still quite a bit worse than his cloud on Dragonview Villa in Jiangcheng. But Yi Ma and her sister Yi Shaoguo were dazzled, especially when they heard the price of the villa. It was as if a boulder was hanging over their hearts. Don't take us to see the others first, just tell us which is the most expensive set here. Yi Ning felt that there was no point in introducing too much. It was still the same principle. If you want to buy the most expensive. Chapter 20, 100 times strike. 1.5 billion in cash. Mr. Yi, the Mirror Water Bay 1 villa is priced at $15 million. May I ask if you would like to come with me to take a look? The salesgirl raised an eyebrow when she heard Yi Ning's words. The reason why she had brought Yi Ning to look at those $6 to $7 million villas was because this price point was the best selling. This was because tens of millions of dollars was not something that the average rich person could afford to buy. That was a lot of cash flow, and unless the family had assets in the hundreds of millions, who would be able to get that much money to buy a house? So she took the lead in the offer, so that Yi Ning can also have a rough idea, during which she has also been observing Yi Ning's color. With her vision, she could naturally tell that these three were led by Yi Ning. Alright, let's go with this one. Show me around. Seeing that Yi Ning didn't even blink, Sale's little sister was overjoyed in her heart, so much so that she had still underestimated this handsome man driving a Mercedes-Benz Big G. Brother, are you going to buy an expensive house? More than $10 million. How rich are you? Yi Shaoguo pulled Yi Ning's arm and asked quietly. Yi Ma was also shocked by her son's bravado. More than $10 million. Just how capable is this son of hers? Ha ha, anyway, it's no problem to casually support you for the rest of your life. Yi Ning pinched Yi Shaoguo's cheeks and replied tenderly. Hate, who wants you to raise? Yi Shaoguo slapped away Yi Ning's hand with a look of disgust. In fact, none of them knew that Yi Ning only had more than $16 million in cash right now, but he wasn't the least bit flustered. Who told him to have a system? The one villa, compared to the several $million house just now, was a world of difference. Not only was it larger in size, but whether it was the interior decor or the furniture and appliances delivered, the quality was clearly more than one notch higher. Although it was still far from Yi Ning's villa in Jiangcheng, it was still very good. One had to know that this was only a small 18th-tier city. Mom, what do you think? Yi Ning wanted to hear Yi Ma's opinion. He wouldn't be living in Yangcheng very often, and Yi Shaoguo was about to go to college, so this house was still more for the two old men to live in. The house is good, but it's just too expensive. Faced with more than $10 million, Yi Ma was also a bit uncertain. Yi Ning smiled and said, if you like it, then buy it. It will be convenient to have more guests in the future. Seeing Yi Ma's expression, Yi Ning knew that Yi Ma was very excited about this villa. You go get the contract, I'll buy it. Full payment. Good. You guys wait a moment, I'll go prepare. The sales little sister was enveloped by a huge surprise, stepping on her high heels and quickly running towards the sales hall. Well, Shaoli, did they buy it? Seeing this employee named Shaoli running, the sales manager looked at her expectantly. The houses in Mirror Water Bay naturally sold well, but there were still not many who bought villas. This was a rare large order. It's decided. They want to buy villa number 1. What number? Say that again. The manager thought he heard wrong. The tone of the words were a few points higher. Number 1. The one of 1, 2, 3. Shaoli trembled her hands, so excited that she took the tea poured by the manager himself and drank it in one gulp. And that Mr. Yi said he paid in full. 1 villa. Still full payment. Just how rich is he? Hurry, hurry, don't prepare the contract in the froze what? The manager yelled at the staff in the finance room. The contract was printed out, and the manager and Shaoli came to Villa 1 together. Mr. Yi, hello, I'm the sales manager of Mirror Water Bay. The contract has been prepared for you. Is it time to sign? Well, now. Yi Ning took the contract to Yi Ma. Mom, I have a house in Jiangcheng. Let's write this one in your name. Yi Ning wasn't going to write his own name, because the system triggered the probability blitz to buy it for a woman. One couldn't waste every opportunity for a blitz. What's the point of writing mine, or else write Xiaoguo's? Yi Ma said. It's fine. Yi Ning said. Ha, no, 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 Yi Xiaoguo hadn't finished her sentence. Sign it. Yi Ning and Yi Ma said in unison. Oh, Yi Xiaoguo beamed, silently picking up the contract and writing her name. The manager and Shaoli sitting on the sidelines were shocked to see this. Why do you still look reluctant when the house is in your name? This is $15 million. Hello. Ding. Host spends $15 million for Yi Xiaogui. Gets 100 times cash blitz. Rewarded 1.5 billion. 100 times cashback reappeared. Just spent out more than $10 million. Backhand is 1.5 billion back. This is too cool. It's a good thing I didn't put my name on it. Or else it would have been 150 million at most. Almost blood loss of more than 1 billion. After buying the house, Yi Ning took Yi Ma and Yi Xiaogui to the shopping plaza. Bought quite a few household items. Didn't spend tens of thousands of dollars in total. And didn't storm. On the way home, Yi Ning's cell phone suddenly rang. Brother, phone call. Yi Xiaogui held up the cell phone placed in the backseat and reached forward. I'm driving, so pick it up for me, Yi Ning said casually. Yi Xiaogui looked at the screen and realized that it was actually a video call. And it was also a woman named Su Weier. A wry smile flashed across her face, and she silently turned the call sound up to the maximum before pressing the answer button. Yi Ning, I've got the car, how about you take a look? Just after the video was connected, a clear and pleasant voice came from the other end of the phone. Very nice, but the next moment, when Su Weier saw that the person on the screen wasn't actually Yi Ning, but a strange little beauty, she subconsciously thought that she had made a wrong call. I'm sorry, I called the wrong number. Seeing that Su Weier was about to hang up the video, Yi Xiaogui hurriedly stopped it. Sister Wei, you didn't call the wrong one. Oh, my brother is driving. My name is Yi Xiaogui. The moment Yi Ning heard Su Weier's voice, he knew it was going to be a disaster. How could he forget that today was the day Su Weier picked up her car? This was especially true when Yi Ma turned back to look at Yi Xiaogui in the back seat in a split second. Chapter 21, Old Yi. Danger. You're Yi Ning's sister? Ah? Hello Xiaogui. You're so pretty. Su Weier secretly breathed a sigh of relief when she realized that this little beauty was Yi Ning's sister. Thankfully, at the same time, she was shocked because of this powerful gene of Yi Ning's family. Both siblings had divine facial features. This was too powerful. Yi Ning, why don't you say anything? Fortunately it's your sister who received it. If it was an uncle or aunt, how embarrassing. A moment later, Su Weier said slightly angrily. At once, the car was incomparably quiet, and the expressions of Yi Ning's siblings froze. Cough. Yi Ning deliberately coughed twice. Seeing that Yi Ning didn't reply and Yi Xiaogui didn't speak, Su Weier realized that something was wrong. Xiaogui, it won't be. Su Weier's aura obviously weakened by a few points. Xiaogui, give me your brother's cell phone. Without waiting for Yi Xiaogui to open her mouth, Yi Ma was simply delighted, reaching out to Yi Xiaogui. Instantly, on Su Weier's screen, a middle-aged beautiful woman appeared, with a few similarities between her eyebrows and Yi Ning. Su Weier's small face turned red, and she stiffened. She was as flustered as she could be right now, and she could barely hold her cell phone. The moment Yi Ma saw Su Weier, her eyes lit up. This daughter-in-law was so pretty, and her face was red with shame when she saw herself. So she should be a simple girl. Don't call her aunt if you can't, just call her mom directly. Yi Ma smiled and teased her. Mom, put. Yi Ning was stunned by this sudden bang and almost stepped on the wrong brake. Yi Xiaogui also laughed ha 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 in the back seat. Even the always reserved mom also paused for a second because of this mom. Good. Immediately, Yi Ma's heart blossomed, and the smile at the corners of her mouth couldn't stop. The moment Su Weier accidentally shouted out, she kept her face red and didn't dare to speak. Today was really embarrassing. It was all Yi Ning's fault. This big bad guy. For the next half an hour, Su Weier was asked by Yi Ma, and was close to reporting her ID number. It was only the moment she hung up the phone that Su Weier finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although her face was still scarlet, and she still hated Yi Ning's teeth when she thought of him. However, she had a drop of inexplicable elation, seeing that Yi Ning's mom liked her a lot. At least the first hurdle is passed. If you get married in the future. Oops. Su Weier, you know you don't know how to be ashamed. You just know how to think nonsense. Su Weier put her forehead against the steering wheel of the Porsche 911, sometimes shy, sometimes let out a giggle laughter. After hanging up the phone, Yi Ma still looked like she hadn't finished. Son, this daughter is good. I like it a lot. Handing Yi Ning's cell phone to Yi Xiaogui, she then asked, when will you bring it back for me and your father to see? Yi Ning understood that, with things having developed to this point, no matter how he explained, Yi Ma had already taken Su Weier as her daughter-in-law. Therefore, he could only cope with the situation by saying, I'll try my best. What do you mean try your best? Yi Ma feigned anger. Next time you don't bring Xiao Su over, you don't come back. Yi Ning didn't expect that in just this short while, his own mother would disown him. Mom, you're also too. What? Yi Mom's eyes crossed. Yi Ning smiled. Too reasonable. Humph. Yi Ma revealed a victorious expression. Yi Xiaogua's stomach was raw from laughing in the back seat, holding her stomach and wrinkling her brow. She couldn't even straighten her back. Today's dinner was prepared by Yi Ning. Under Yi Ma's skeptical gaze, Yi Ning brought out boiled pork, bamboo shoot chicken, husband and wife long slices, and other hard dishes one after another. It was a shame to say that Yi Ning hadn't cooked with his own hands since obtaining his master-level cooking skills. However, when Yi Ma saw the dinner made by her own son, she was still incredibly surprised. Not to mention the taste, at least in terms of color. These dishes were better than what she had done. At mealtime, Olji also returned home, and the first thing he did was to take off his thin jacket and walk into the restroom. Today's dishes are good, eh? Olji washed his face and came to the dining table. Well, I slightly improved it. You taste the flavor and see which one tastes better than before. Before Yi Ning's siblings could say anything, Yi Ma snatched the opportunity to say, and at the same time, she tenderly pinched a slice of beef for Olji. Without any doubt, Olji put the beef into his mouth. A unique and strong aroma of sauce mixed with beef erupted on the tip of his tongue. Fragrant. Olji took a sip of wine and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. How's it, compared to the one I made before? That one is delicious? The corners of Ye's mother's mouth lifted up in an arc, and a smile stayed on her face. Although she was a bit strange about how her wife was acting weird today, Olji didn't think too much about it. Moreover, today's meal was indeed a long way from before. His own wife's cooking skills had improved, and he, as a husband, naturally had to praise it. Today's dish is indeed, ahem. Yi Ning clenched her fist to block her mouth. Sorry, choked a bit. At the same time, Olji finally realized that his daughter Yi Xiaogua kept winking at herself. Then he connected it to his wife, who was speaking slightly more strangely than usual, and scrunched his neck in fear. So that's how it was, my dear mother. So close. Go on. What did happen to the dishes today? Yi Ma asked after her with a smile in her eyes. However, this smile was so cold and piercing in old Ye's eyes that a chill kept surging upwards from his feet. Today's dishes are indeed not as good as before, Olji solemnly said. Wife, it's better not to change, the usual is the best. Olji stared deep into Yi Ma's eyes. Yi Ma's smiling eyes narrowed. Really? Of course. That's fine. Eat your vegetables, have a good taste of your son's handiwork. Yi Ma opened her mouth and gave Olji a chicken leg. Didn't you say you made it? Olji pretended to be surprised. Did I say that? No. Olji and his siblings shook their heads in unison. Speaking in unison. After eating, Yi Ning leaned on the balcony with a cup of tea and rested. Ring ring ring, the cell phone rang. Picking up the phone, Mo Qingqing's name was displayed on the screen. Chapter 22, The Reunion. Originally, Yi Ning thought Mo Qingqing was seeking help because of her mother's condition. However, Mo Qingqing only asked him if he would attend the reunion. After receiving Yi Ning's affirmation, Mo Qingqing expressed her desire to join Yi Ning. To this request, Yi Ning readily agreed. The following afternoon, Yi Ning drove Yi Xiaogua and arrived downstairs at Mo Qingqing's house according to the navigation. Mo Qingqing and the Mo Shallow sisters looked like they had been waiting for a while. Yi Xiaogua and Mo Shanshao tacitly sat in the back seat, giving up the only passenger seat to Mo Qingqing. During this time, Yi Ning even saw Yi Xiaogua's crazy eye hints towards Mo Shanshan through the rearview mirror. Really hopeless. Yi Ning didn't understand why this sister of hers had to help him pull Mo Qingqing onto the boat after she knew about Su Weier. Did she really want her brother to be a scumbag? Of course, we are. Mo Qingqing smiled helplessly towards Yi Ning before taking the initiative to pull open the front door of the car. Today's Mo Qingqing was still wearing a skirt, only changing from green to purple. But no matter what color she wore, she couldn't hide that stunning face. Who said that cuteness was worthless in front of sexiness? At least with Mo Qingqing, cute is justice. Brother, are you going on a two-person date with Sister Qingqing after you send me and Shallow to school? Halfway there, Yi Xiaogua flirted loudly, covering her mouth and snickering. Yi Ning had long been accustomed to Yi Xiaogua's personality, and did not change her face in the face of her flirting. Of course, this was also closely related to Yi Ning's own thick skin, but Mo Qingqing was thin-skinned, and although she didn't show it, upon closer inspection, she could still tell that the tips of her ears were tinged with blush. First of all, Qingqing and I are going to the reunion. Secondly, I have to pick up someone later, Yi Ning explained nonchalantly. Naturally, he hadn't forgotten about his good brother Li Hu, and Yi Ning wasn't someone who valued his friends more than his color. Arriving at the school entrance, Yi Ning parked his car at the curb. Brother, I'm leaving. Aha, don't you have anything to say to me? Yi Xiaogua asked. Yi Ning thought for a moment. Study hard. Humph, darn it. Slightly, Yi Xiaogua spat out her tongue and made a face, pulling Mo Shanshan's hand towards the school gate. Let's go. Seeing Yi Xiaogua and the two of them enter the school, Yi Ning slowly started the gas pedal. Li Hu's family lived on the outskirts of the city, in one of those old-fashioned bungalows, and when he was in high school, Yi Ning went to his house quite a few times to play, but Li Hu cannot learn, although barely a college, but also because of various reasons dropped out, now in the assembly line as a laborer. A month barely make ends meet. Yi Ning came to stop in front of Li Hu's house. Drip drip pressed the horn twice. More than 10 seconds later, a man close to 1 meter 9 in height with short hair walked out of the red-painted iron door. The moment he saw Yi Ning, a smile appeared on Li Hu's face. Yi Zi you can the Mercedes Big G is driving it. A few days ago Li Hu knew that Yi Ning had bought a new car, but how could he have ever imagined that it was actually a Mercedes? And it was still the Big G that both men and women dreamed of. Don't deny it yet. Think about it. Just tell me if you dream of it. Just ready to go to the passenger side of Li Hu. At this moment heard a good and familiar greeting from the car. Li Hu, good afternoon. Still remember to me? Hiss. Seeing the appearance of the beauty on the co-pilot, Li Hu just barely recognized. This is not the high school class flower Mo Ching Ching well. Li Hu grabbed the back of the head and smiled. Consciously pull open the back seat door to drill in. Remember, class flower well. Yi, great. Li Hu gently patted Yi Ning's shoulder, quietly nodded a compliment. You know, in high school, not to mention the class, even in other grades and even outside schools, there are many people who have chased after Mo Ching Ching, but without exception, all ended in failure. At that time, most people in the class thought that the class flower's rejection of others was most likely because of Yi Ning. At that time, Yi Ning did have a crush on Mo Ching Ching, but never showed his heart, not until he graduated from high school. Li Hu also regretted for a while for this brother of his, but did not expect that the two were still together. Is this what is called fate? Wonderful? Yi Ning knew that Li Hu must have misunderstood his relationship with Mo Ching Ching, but did not explain too much. What if it's really true? The moment the Big G drove into the Golden Sun Hotel, several gazes were cast in unison, especially the doorway of a few dressed-up flamboyant women. Looking at the Mercedes-Benz Big G eyes greenlight, cannot wait to sit on the passenger seat. Li Hu in the back seat and Mo Ching Ching in the passenger seat were the first to open the car door. Quickly look, isn't that Mo Ching Ching? And that guy, it's Li Hu, right? The few people gathered at the door recognized the two at a glance. I didn't expect it to be the two of them sitting in the car. Who is the owner of that car? A curly-haired woman with a crystal bag muttered to herself, with some guesses in her mind. Her name was Yu Yao. Her appearance could be scored 7 or 8 points. Plus she was good at dressing up. There were quite a few people who pursued her in class back then. It was just that she had her eyes on Yi Ning, who was the class grass. When she gave Yi Ning confession, the result of Yi Ning only returned a no word. The young her almost cried out. Thinking about it now, there is still some faint sadness in her heart. Of course, nowadays everyone has long been adult. Not long ago Yu Yao also held a wedding. These things are like clouds in the sky. When she saw Yi Ning getting out of the car, a look of determination flowed out of her face. Look, it's Yi Ning, Yu Yao's best friend, Bei Shuyuan exclaimed. He's still so handsome, and he's actually doing so well. Thinking of this, Bei Shuyuan looked regretful. Had she known that she would have fought for it before, maybe it would have worked out, and now she is also a rich wife. Of course, this thought flickered away. Since the moment Mo Ching Ching stepped out of Yi Ning's passenger seat, all the girls realized that they didn't have a single chance. Chapter 23 Rumors, Golden Sun Hotel. It was no coincidence that all of the male comrades present at the meeting saw the duo of Yi Ning and Mo Ching Ching as if they were golden children. Their hearts coincidentally rang with the sound of breaking, although many of them have become a family, but the first love of those things and who can say forget. As for Li Hu, who had walked together, he had long been ignored by them. What's wrong with everyone? Why is everyone gathered at the door? Yi Ning approached and greeted with a smile. It's not that we're so shocked to see handsome men and beautiful women that we can't walk. A trace of complexity flashed across Yu Yao's face as he joked. That's right, you two are not righteous. You quietly got together while we didn't know. Bei Shuyuan chimed in from the side. That's right, at least make an official announcement. What kind of underground party? Even Li Hu, who was on the side, nodded his head towards Yi Ning. Yi Ning laughed bitterly in his heart. Even if he did have thoughts about Mo Ching Ching, at least now the two of them were still innocent. However, if he came out and clarified at this moment, these people would be damned if they could believe him. As if sensing Yi Ning's entanglement, Mo Ching Ching slightly moved her body closer to Yi Ning until their arms touched each other. Just as Yi Ning was puzzled, a soft and sticky touch came from his arm. Along with it, there was also a fresh and sweet scent, which came from Mo Ching Ching's body. Mo Ching Ching did not care about Yi Ning's surprised gaze, and very naturally took Yi Ning's arm. It's not too late for an official announcement, so don't make it difficult for Yi Ning. Mo Ching Ching smiled playfully. I feel like I'm full. It's fine if I don't eat this meal. You two are really hateful. Even if you secretly hooked up behind our backs, you still came to spread dog food. Yi Ning, today you brats don't want to go out standing up. Yeah, get him drunk. A large group of male students hated Yi Ning and gritted their teeth. And if they didn't properly clean up Yi Ning today, they were sorry for their youth that would never return. In the middle of the conversation, the time came to mealtime. At the dinner table, everyone tacitly agreed not to talk about work income and other issues. Publicly talking about this kind of topic will inevitably make some people embarrassed. Besides, when it comes to income, who on the spot is as good as Yi Ning, the most talked about, or the high school years of various interesting things. For example, back then, someone had a crush on someone, how someone fell in love with someone in high school, and other topics like that. But speaking of relationships, back then, we all felt that the reason why the class flower didn't fall in love was because of Yi Ning. Isn't that right? Yu Yao asked loudly, holding his wine glass. Yeah, manhwa, tell us about it. We're all very curious. I think I even confessed my love to the class flower back then, but I was rejected on the spot. A certain male student pretended to be sad. The brother next to him patted him on the shoulder. Old Nya, you're not so bad. I wrote a love letter to the class flower in the beginning, and it was blown away by the gale before I could send it out. Since then, I've given up. It's God stopping me. Facing everyone's questions, Mo Qingqing guffawed, then looked towards Yi Ning with a puzzled expression. Yi Ning was a little flustered by Mo Qingqing's look. In fact, he had also been secretly happy in his heart because of this rumor in the first place. Not to mention others, Yi Ning also somewhat wanted to know the answer. In high school, I only wanted to study, and I really didn't have much interest in falling in love. Mo Qingqing explained with a smile. Just when everyone thought that this was the end, Mo Qingqing's ears slightly reddened as she continued in a small voice. But, back then, I was also shy because of this rumor. And now, it's the same. After saying that, Mo Qingqing turned her face to the other side with her wine glass, leaving a beautiful backdrop for Yi Ning. Oh, so that's how it is. The rumors are true. Yi Ning, I'm so damn envious of you. A group of people began to cajole, looking at the Yi Ning duo and blessing them. Only Yi Ning stayed in place, stretching his hand towards Mo Qingqing as if he wanted to grab something. When he was about to touch Mo Qingqing's collar, his 5 fingers bent and eventually put them down. I'm sorry, Qingqing, Yi Ning said in a small voice. As Yi Ning said these words, Mo Qingqing's petite body trembled slightly. After a moment of silence, Mo Qingqing turned around, the smile on her face unchanged as she raised her wine glass towards Yi Ning. Yi Ning understood, and after clinking his glass, he drank it all in one go. Today, Yi Ning had drunk quite a bit, and Mo Qingqing even more so. After drinking and eating, everyone present walked staggeringly, threatening to collapse at any moment. Yi Ning took advantage of the gap between toilet breaks and snatched his way to the cashier. Sir, you guys spent a total of 25,800 renminbi. May I ask how to pay? Swipe your card. Yi Ning pulled out a bank card. Right, you can open 20 standard rooms for me. Thinking that everyone had drunk quite a bit, it was natural for those who had someone to come and pick them up. And in case they didn't, they could land here tonight. Okay sir. Ding. Host spends 32,800 renminbi. Gets a blast. Rewarded with ownership of the Golden Sun Hotel. The system's voice caused Yi Ning's drunkenness to dissipate quite a bit. Although the Golden Sun Grand Hotel was far inferior to the Jiangnan Hotel in Jiangchang, but tens of thousands of dollars for a hotel. Cootie. Wouldn't do it. One word. Cool. Yi Ning returned to the table and told everyone about paying for the meal and getting a room. In the end, in the sound of a farewell, this reunion finally came to an end. Yi Ning wrapped his arms around the half-drunk Mo Qingqing, and went to the door of his room with his classmates who were planning to stay here for the night. Chapter 24, Mo Qingqing's decision. Several of the male students squeezed out a manly look towards Yi Ning before entering the room. Even Li, who whispered in Yi Ning's ear, pay attention to safety. You crawl for me. Yi Ning scolded with a smile. Li, who hemmed and hawed, his lanky body disappearing from Yi Ning's sight. The standard room had 2 beds, and Yi Ning helped Mo Qingqing to one of the beds to lie down. Qingqing, Qingqing. Yi Ning pushed on Mo Qingqing's shoulder and said, wake up first, wash up before you sleep. Mo Qingqing looked at Yi Ning with vacant eyes and giggled twice, then closed her eyes again. It seemed that this niece was completely drunk. I really didn't know why she had to drink so much. Mo Qingqing's face was covered with the blush of drunkenness, which was very attractive to look at. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva and resisted the urge. Took out a towel to help Mo Qingqing slightly clean her cheeks. Busy until the early morning. After taking a bath out of the bathroom, Mo Qingqing sleeping deeply, can only come to another bed. Fell asleep. The next morning, Yi Ning in his sleep vaguely heard the sound of running water, briefly frowned and then opened his eyes. At the same time, the shower was turned off. The bathroom door was pushed open, and Mo Qingqing came out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel. Her hair was wet and the tips of her hair were still condensed with water droplets, and despite being a veiled face, she was stunningly beautiful. Her white shoulders were exposed, and her beautiful collarbone was clearly visible. Ning had already looked dumbfounded. The current Imo-Ching was like a lotus flower. Too beautiful. Of course, Imo-Ching's capital was still a bit worse. After all, her body was petite. You're awake. After Imo-Ching finished her bath, she came into the house and saw Ning staring at herself. Shyness, at the same time, was accompanied by a few moments of small theft. Ning, last night. I didn't do anything last night, Ning immediately explained. With a flash of loss in her eyes, Imo-Ching nodded. Then, she picked up the hairdryer on the table. Help me blow dry my hair? Good. Ning got up, took the hair dryer, and came behind Imo-Ching. It was slightly cool to the touch, and carried a fresh scent of shampoo. Imo-Ching's hair quality was really good, and it was very soft and smooth. Even in the end, Ning kind of didn't want to let go. Okay. Ning turned the hair dryer off and put it down. Imo-Ching didn't turn around, but her soft body seemed to be trembling. Ning, do I look good? Imo-Ching appeared to be crying. The sudden question made Ning think that he had misheard. Ching, what did you say? I said am I good looking? Imo-Ching's voice was slightly louder. Good looking. This time, Ning didn't half hesitate to speak the thoughts in his heart. Then why is it? Last night I was intentionally drunk to give you a chance. Why are you still indifferent? Imo-Ching turned around, her eyes reddening. Ning had a million horses racing in his heart. Holy, could it be that going straight for it last night was the correct answer? But immediately Ning dismissed it. He did crave Imo-Ching, but at least it had to be a situation where both parties were sober, right? Ning, I'm really tired. You should have heard Xiaogui talk about my family situation, right? Ning nodded his head to indicate that he had heard about it. Ning, take me, then lend me $500,000, okay? Imo-Ching buried her head into Ning's chest, her slender lotus root arms tightly encircling Ning's waist. Feeling the unheard trembling body in his arms, Ning had mixed feelings in his heart. It was hard to imagine how much courage the strong girl had mustered to make such a decision. Stretching out his right hand, he gently caressed the back of Imo-Ching's head, following her hair and stroking it back and forth. Perhaps feeling the warmth of Ning's palm, Imo-Ching gradually stopped being nervous. Ching, I said, as long as you ask, I will help. Ning also wanted Imo-Ching, but never in a situation like this. He didn't want his feelings with Imo-Ching to be mixed with other things. But, I really don't know how to ask you. Imo-Ching's voice was soft and sticky, as if she was being petulant. That's fine. Just think of it as me borrowing it from you. Owe it for as long as you want. $500,000. Ning really didn't care. If he really needed it, what was 5 million? 50 million? After saying that, Ning transferred $1 million to Imo-Ching on the spot. Not much more. The back-end recovery must not buy some nutrients? These can be costly. This is 1 million. How do you ask me to pay back? A trace of worry flashed across Imo-Ching's face. The corner of Ning's mouth revealed a bad smile. If you can't pay it back, don't pay it back. What do you mean? You'll just take it as a bride price. Ha ha ha. Imo-Ching thought for half a day before she understood Ning's meaning and pouted. Hate. I see that's how you coax other girls. This morning, she had inadvertently seen Ning's cell phone on the nightstand. There was a chat message sent by a girl on the screen, and she instantly understood. But she wouldn't take the initiative to bring this up, and continued. Besides, what kind of person asks for $1 million for a bride price? Ning glanced oddly at Imo-Ching. Young lady, you don't know that it's just that you've never seen it. Only 2 days ago Ning had experienced the $1 million bride price incident. Even others had to have a $500,000 car and a 200 square foot house. Seeing that it was getting late, the two of them got dressed, and of course, Imo-Ching got dressed in the bathroom. Bang bang bang. Just at this time, there was a sharp slamming sound from outside the door. Chapter 25. Do you dare? Imo-Ching, open the door. I know you're in there. MD, you stinking b-boy. Within the aisle, a man's violent shouts rose and fell. Ning's brows furrowed, while Imo-Ching was a little frightened. Ning, this man is my college classmate, and has been chasing after me, but I didn't even say yes. Imo-Ching eagerly explained. Ning gave her an unexpected look and smiled. Why are you so nervous? Is it because you're afraid I'll misunderstand? You, bugger. It's this time and you still have the heart to joke. Imo-Ching blanked Ning. Don't be afraid. You stay inside the house. I'll go out and take a look. Saying that, Ning got up and was about to open the door to the room. I'll join you. I also want to see what he's up to. Imo-Ching smoothly took Ning's arm, her eyes icy cold. Opening the door, there were already quite a few people gathered in the aisle. Of course, most of them were Ning's classmates. Everyone had drunk a bit too much last night and had only just woken up a short while ago. There was also a man in a suit with polished leather shoes. He was average in looks, with sunken eye sockets, and looked like he had overindulged and was in bad spirits. Seeing Yi Ning and Mo Qingqing walk out of the room, He Wei's face was hideous. Mo Qingqing, I thought you were pure, but it turns out that you are also a table. He Wei hadn't finished speaking. Snap! Yi Ning directly threw 2 slaps onto his face. Keep your mouth clean. I'll slap you if you curse. The left and right cheeks instantly turned red, and as the fiery pain hit, the corners of He Wei's mouth twitched slightly. WCNM. You dare to hit me. I want you to die. He Wei stared viciously at Yi Ning. No one had dared to slap him when he grew up. And you, Mo Qingqing, it's this man right? Lousy gave you $500,000 and you didn't even do it, so you followed such a little white boy. He Wei roared. Seeing that He Wei was still swearing, Yi Ning directly kicked He Wei in the stomach, sending him 2 meters away. How could He Wei, who had been emptied out by women all day long, be able to withstand the force of Yi Ning's kick, and rolled around on the ground curled up with his stomach covered. Yi Zi, what's going on? Li Hu also came to Yi Ning's side at this moment. Having only been woken up by the noise, he still didn't understand the situation. Yi Ning roughly explained, and Li Hu instantly became furious. MD, can this be tolerated? So directly walked to the front of He Wei, clanged 2 feet down. This may be the reason why Yi Ning and Li Hu can become brothers, right? In these matters, Li Hu was never ambiguous. Kid, you're good. My dad is the general manager of this Golden Sun Hotel. If you can walk out of here today, count me out. Then, He Wei took out his phone. Dad, your son was beaten up in your hotel. Do you care? On the other end of the phone, He Gongchang was already busy and in a bad mood because of the hotel's sudden change of ownership. Hearing again that his son was beaten up, still in the Golden Sun Hotel, he was even more furious. You didn't say who your father I am? Said but the other party is crowded and arrogant. Dad, come over here quickly. Okay, I'll be right there. Hanging up the phone, He Wei resumed the arrogance he had at the beginning. Kid, you guys are finished. Yi Ci, the situation is not right. Why don't we retreat first? Li Hu suggested in a low voice. As the saying goes, a good man should not be defeated beforehand. This was after all someone else's territory, and when the time came to start a fight, it would be a loss either way. Mo Qingqing's grip on Yi Ning's hand also tightened slightly, and she looked at Yi Ning with a worried expression. Several old classmates also persuaded. Yi Ning, why don't we listen to Li Hu? Let's get out of the hotel first. Only Yi Ning had a calm face. You guys don't need to be afraid, just wait and watch the show. Then he patted Li Hu's shoulder. Tiger, do you want to be a leader? I want to. I dream of it. What do you mean Yi? Li Hu did not understand. If you want to, prepare to take office. Everyone didn't know what Yi Ning meant. Only Mo Qingqing's eyes flickered as if she guessed something. I'd like to see which one dares to beat up my son on my turf. I'll have to send him in today, before the people arrived. A middle-aged man's voice came from the end of the corridor. Not only did He Gongcheng come, several of the hotel's executives plus people from the security section all came here. Dad, you're finally here. He Wei was overjoyed to see He Gongcheng and the large group of people behind him. He Gongcheng saw the clearly visible slap marks on his son's face and footprints on his body, and instantly became furious. Which one of you hit my son? Take the initiative to come forward. Me. Yi Ning arrived in front of the man with a teasing expression. What? Do you want to seek revenge on me? He Gongcheng didn't expect that someone would really dare to admit it, and with such an arrogant tone. However, when he looked at Yi Ning's face, his pupils shrunk slightly, and a look of shock appeared on his face. This person, wasn't he the new boss of Golden Sun Hotel? Yi Ning? Not only did he recognize Yi Ning's identity, those hotel executives behind him all recognized Yi Ning as their boss. Silently glancing at He Gongcheng's back, he took 2 steps back slightly, taking the initiative to draw a line with He Gongcheng. Revenge? He Wei hadn't noticed his dad's ugly face yet, and said smugly, didn't you hear what my dad said? I'm going to send you to the bureau today. You're finished. Ha ha ha, he, send me in, do you dare? Yi Ning's complexion was slightly condensed, and he was not intimidatingly angry. Reaching out, he pointed at He Gongcheng. Ask your dad again. Does he dare? It was only then that He Wei saw the tight beads of sweat on his own dad's forehead. His face was pale, and his lips were trembling. He was not a little cutie. He instantly knew that this person in front of him was an existence that even his dad couldn't afford to mess with. He was in big trouble. Chapter 26, The End of He Gongcheng's Father and Son. Old boss, I'm sorry that my canine son offended you. It's my poor tutelage, He Gongcheng defended. Then he directly slapped He Wei, still not quick enough to apologize to Mr. Yi. Boss? General Manager Yi? The general manager of Golden Sun Hotel actually addressed Yi Ning as his boss. It was impossible for Yi Ning's classmates to say that they weren't shocked. How could they not have imagined that this Golden Sun Grand Hotel was actually owned by Yi Ning? And then, seeming to remember something, they looked at Li Hu with envy in their eyes. They hadn't forgotten that Yi Ning had just asked Li Hu if he wanted to be a leader. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, I'm sorry I was wrong. The corners of He Wei's mouth were bitter as his knees bent and he knelt on the ground. He was well aware of how much trouble he had gotten into today, not to mention coveting Yi Ning's woman. He had even tried to send Yi Ning in for a few days of incarceration, which could be described as a deep hatred. Now he only hoped that Yi Ning would be a bit more generous, or at least not spill over into his dad's position as general manager. Wasn't the source of all his arrogance that his dad, He Gongchang, could make money? Yi Ning ignored him, and he didn't even look at He Gongchang again. Directly looking behind He Gongchang, he inquired, "Is the personnel director in?" "In." A middle-aged Mediterranean man answered. "From today onwards, dismiss He Gongchang from his position as the general manager, including all the people related to He Gongchang. All of them are dismissed for me. Is that clear?" "Understood, boss." When He Gongchang heard Yi Ning's order, he dropped to both knees and wailed sadly, "Don't, boss. Even if I don't have merit, I still have hard work." Yi Ning lightly glanced at him and continued, "Financial director? Boss." A woman in formal attire who looked quite capable replied, "Check He Gongchang's accounts for me one by one. Get the evidence and send it directly to the police station." "Roger that." Yi Ning didn't believe that if He Wei dared to take $500,000 out to pick up girls, could He Gongchang, not be a person who was enriching himself. What a joke. Yi Ning's words were like thunderbolts from a clear sky, and He Gongchang's father and son were struck by lightning. He was greedy or not, he knew very well, those fake accounts could not stand up to scrutiny. This is the first thought in He Gongchang's mind, the chief of the defense section. In the financial checking period, give me the two father and son to look after. Ran A. You do not come, understand? Yes. Promise to complete the task. The head of the security section chief sweating. This new boss looks young, but speak and do things thunderously. Pressure mountain ah. Oh yes. I see that the son of the former general manager's fire seems to be not small. The brothers in the security section give him a good cool down. If you do a good job, this month's bonus will be doubled. Several security guards heard Yi Ning issuing orders, their eyes glowing with gold as they looked towards He Wei, a sardonic smile on their faces. What kind of things happened after that? Yi Ning didn't want to care. Together with his classmates, he descended the stairs to the front door of the hotel. Yi Ning. One of the classmates had a somewhat embarrassed face and hesitant eyes. Yi Ning guessed by looking at him. You can say what's up. That is that can I come to work in Jinyang as well? I studied finance in college, and I also have documents. A few of these high school classmates whose jobs were not very satisfactory also looked at Yi Ning with an expectant face. They also wanted to jump ship. Golden Sun Hotel had high wages and good treatment. Who wouldn't want to come? Don't tell me about this. Yi Ning shook his head. Seeing this, a group of people exuded disappointment, but there was nothing they could do. Yi Ning helping was a favor. Not helping was a favor. Work was never a two-way choice, not based on unilateral will. When Yi Ning saw the expressions of several people, he knew that they had gotten the wrong idea and smiled. What I mean is, you guys can just give Li Hu the word directly. He's the general manager of the hotel now. When the crowd heard this, they were ecstatic. It turned out that Yi Ning still took care of them, his old classmates, and knew that Yi Ning was not the kind of person who floated away when he had money. Ah, Yi Ci, you're not kidding? Li Hu's jaw dropped. What am I joking about? From today onwards, you are the general manager of Golden Sun Hotel. Li Hu didn't think that he was a high school graduate, but he could still mix a general manager, or this famous Golden Sun Hotel in Yongchang? Rubbing his hands together, he said, are you not afraid that I will mess up the hotel for you? I'm not afraid that I'll mess up the hotel for you. I'll mess up the hotel if I want to. It's only $200 or $300 million. Yi Ning really didn't think it mattered. This amount of money was far worse than his assets in Zhangcheng. Besides, the cash in his bag was $1.5 billion, $200 or $300 million for the hotel. He really didn't care, and he also believed that people were practiced. Li Hu slowly learned. Saying goodbye to his old classmate, Yi Ning first sent Li Hu home, then brought Mo Qingqing to the city hospital. Are you going up too? Seeing Yi Ning follow him out of the car, Mo Qingqing asked suspiciously. What? You just gave the bride price and still can't let me meet my mother-in-law? Yi Ning teased. Mo Qingqing blushed, her beautiful eyes glaring at Yi Ning as she turned around and walked towards the hospitalization building. Of course, she pretended to be blissfully unaware of Yi Ning, who was following behind her. Only when Yi Ning couldn't see it, she smiled from time to time, revealing a few white shell teeth. Yi Ning quickly stepped forward and grabbed Mo Qingqing's delicate little hand, tugging it in the palm of his hand. Mo Qingqing struggled a little, and then let Yi Ning. She only looked her head to the other side, revealing her scarlet little ears. Adorable to the extreme. Chapter 27, Li Qingru. Hospital. Inside the ward, behind a long white curtain, A middle-aged beautiful woman sat on the bed with a cup of hot water in her hand. Her face was pale and sickly, showing as she stared at the scenery outside the window. "Mom, why are you sitting up?" Mo Qingqing saw her mother and quickly walked over to the hospital bed. Seeing her daughter busy, Li Qingru felt a pang of heartache. She knew very well that her daughter had given up too much for her. There were times when she really wanted to just walk away, but whenever she saw Mo Qingqing and Mo Shallow's two daughters, she would again feel that it was good to be alive. "Qingqing, who is this?" Li Qingru of course noticed Yi Ning, who came to the ward with Mo Qingqing. "Mom, this is Yi Ning, my high school classmate." As Mo Qingqing introduced him, Yi Ning also took the initiative to greet him and put the fruit basket in his hand on the bedside table. "Good day, Auntie." Li Qingru nodded. "Hello." Her eyes had been sizing up Yi Ning. Yi Ning's looks naturally needed no introduction, and his height was also very good. With a sunny smile, Li Qingru secretly nodded. Her daughter's vision wasn't bad. Of course she understood that Yi Ning was not as simple as her daughter's classmate. Otherwise, why didn't her daughter bring other classmates to the hospital, but only Yi Ning? Secondly, when Mo Qingqing introduced Yi Ning, she had a young daughterly demeanor that made it clear that her heart was in the right place. Of course, she didn't demand much from her son-in-law. As long as he was good to her daughter, it was enough. "Is Li Qingru's family in?" A nurse carried a notebook and came to the entrance of the ward. Mo Qingqing was the first to walk up. The two of them whispered a couple sentences before Mo Qingqing followed the nurse out of the ward. Li Qingru saw this scene and looked worried. How could she not know that this was telling her daughter to pay the various expenses for her hospitalization again? After coming to the hospital for 2 months, almost every other week, Mo Qingqing would pay her medical bills. Although Mo Qingqing never said how much money was spent, it certainly wasn't a small amount, and she was well aware that the subsequent surgery fees were the real behemoth. Yi Ning noticed the expression on Mo Qingqing's mother's face and smiled to comfort her. "Auntie, you can just treat your illness well. There's absolutely no need to worry about the expenses." Li Qingru barely smiled and shook her head. How could she not be worried? Big illnesses cost money like water, especially with kidney failure like hers. Having an operation plus replacing the kidney source, without hundreds of thousands of dollars, it was simply impossible. "Little Yi, are you also from Yangchang?" Li Qingru suddenly asked. "Yes, Auntie." Yi Ning nodded. "It's just that most of the industries are in Jiangcheng, so I rarely come back." Li Qingru raised an eyebrow after hearing this, listening to Yi Ning's meaning as if he was the owner of a company. "You opened your own company?" Li Qingru said doubtfully. "That's not true. Just made quite a few investments." Li Qingru was a bit surprised. A young guy in his 20s, saying that he was making investments. Could it be that Yi Ning was a rich second generation? Thinking of this, Li Qingru's face changed slightly. Could it be that this person was not even a classmate of her daughter, but that her daughter had stonewalled herself into telling a lie? Perhaps her daughter had made some kind of deal with this person called Yi Ning in order to earn the medical fees? If that was the case, she would rather die herself. At this time, Mo Qingqing also walked into the ward along with Li Qingru's attending physician. "Your mom's situation is like this. It's a good thing that you've prepared for the cost of the surgery. Otherwise the consequences of dragging it out for a few more days would be unimaginable." The doctor looked grave. Then he looked at Li Qingru again and reminded, "Tell your mom to relax and eat lighter in these few days, and she can be operated on in 3 days." "Okay, thank you Dr. Jiang." Mo Qingqing looked elated. Her mother was finally saved. This was all thanks to Yi Ning. It was Yi Ning who gave her hope and saved their family. "Qingqing, come here." After the doctor left, Li Qingru looked serious. When Mo Qingqing came to the side of the hospital bed, Li Qingru stared tightly into her daughter's eyes. "Tell mom the truth. What exactly is the relationship between you and Xiao Yi?" "Mom, why are you asking this?" Mo Qingqing was a little embarrassed. "If you guys are just classmates, then where did you get the money for this surgery?" Mo Qingqing had nothing to say. In fact, she didn't know what Yi Ning thought right now. She liked Yi Ning. As long as Yi Ning had her in his heart, she wouldn't mind being his woman, even if it was just one of them. "Little Yi, I know Chang Qing's character very well. You can see that she has a soft appearance, but she is indeed a very opinionated person. I can see that she likes you very much. I just want to ask, do you like my daughter?" As she spoke, Li Qingru's eyes never left Yi Ning's cheeks. In fact, Yi Ning's initial feelings towards Mo Qingqing, besides the nostalgia for his first love, was that he craved her body. But through the past few days, he knew what a strong girl Mo Qingqing was, especially through this morning, when the two of them opened their hearts. He understood that he had fallen in love with Mo Qingqing. Yi Ning looked grave. "Auntie, I like Qingqing. I hope that Auntie agrees that I should be with her." Good. Li Qingru could tell that Yi Ning was serious, so she had nothing more to say. Since the two of them liked each other, why would she do the thing of beating up the lovebirds? Li Qingru tenderly pulled up Mo Qingqing's small hand. "Daughter, other people Xiao Ye has already made a statement. What do you mean? Mom, you've already finished your words, and you're still asking questions knowingly. Mo Qingqing's small face reddened and she said in shame. Having heard Ning explicitly say that he liked her just now, although she was shy in her heart, she finally let go of her heart. At the very least, her heart had finally been rewarded. Over the next few days, Ning would accompany Mo Qingqing to the hospital from time to time. Soon, time came to the day of Li Qingru's surgery. Chapter 28, The Moon is Beautiful. Looking at the red in surgery, 3 words lit up. It was impossible for Mo Qingqing to say that she wasn't worried. Ning wrapped his arms around Mo Qingqing's soft and gentle body and kept comforting her. Don't worry. The doctor said that the surgery has a high chance of success. It will be fine. Mo Qingqing pressed her cheek against Ning's chest. At this moment, she really wanted to cry. If it wasn't for this man, she really didn't know how she would be able to scrape together her mother's medical expenses. Perhaps being desperate, she really would have committed herself for the sake of money, right? Ning, really thank you. Mo Qingqing closed her eyes and said softly, gently patting the waning back of the young girl in his arms. Ning felt a great deal of pity for the girl. Perhaps it was only now that the girl had truly let go of her pretense of strength and was willing to be her true self in front of him. 3 hours later, the operating room finally opened. Doctor, how's it going? Ning asked at the first opportunity. Mo Qingqing also stood up, holding Ning's sweaty palms. The doctor took off his mask and said tiredly, don't worry, the surgery was successful. You only need to observe in the hospital for half a month, and you can be discharged if there are no other conditions. Phew, Ning's duo's hanging heart finally dropped. Ding, host spends 500,000 for Li Qingru, obtains a blitz, rewarding Jiangcheng Kangda Hospital with ownership. Previously, Ning had wondered why there was no system reminder. It turned out that it was until after the surgery was completed, and that was not bad. Jiangcheng Kangda Hospital. This was the best private hospital in Jiangcheng, whether in terms of doctor qualifications or hospital fame. It was a renowned presence in Jiangcheng. It even has a good reputation in several neighboring provinces. Today, Ning didn't just have 1.5 billion in cash. He also had Jiangnan Commercial Street, Jiangnan Mansion, Jiangnan Hotel, 30% of the shares of Flying Fish Live, Longjing Villa on the Cloud, Jinyang Hotel, and now Jiangcheng Kanda Hospital. Total assets added up has reached 10 billion huge. Formally become a super rich man worth $10 billion. Ning and Mo Qingqing saw Li Qingru again, and she was already in the intensive care unit. Now they can only visit through the window. And when the danger period is over tomorrow, they can be transferred to the VIP ward. Yes, Ning had upgraded the ward for Li Qingru, so as to be more at ease. A day later, Li Qingru's danger period passed, looking rosy and recovering well. Mo Qingqing smiled happily. She hadn't been so relaxed for a long time. Leaving the hospital, the two of them came to Yangcheng High School together again, and told Mo Shanyuan the news across the school gate. Mo Shanshan cried tears of joy. Now, she could finally put all her body and mind into the college entrance exam. After having dinner, the time had come to 9 o'clock in the evening. Blowing in the evening breeze, the two walked side by the river. Ning, the moon is so beautiful tonight. Yeah, Ning, today is the happiest day I've had in so long. You'll be this happy every day from now on. Ning, you lower your head a bit. Mo Qingqing's voice was like a mosquito. What? Ning didn't hear it and unconsciously leaned his face over. I'm telling you, lean over. Well, instantly, a soft, cold touch appeared on Ning's lips, followed by a sweet-smelling scent. The touch was split. After a long period of silence, Mo Qingqing shyly said, why don't you say something? Could it be that you, an undergraduate, would be running out of words even at this moment? Ning thought for a moment or two. I can't leave you anymore. Too cliché. Mo Qingqing turned her head to the side, dissatisfied. I love you. Too direct. My heart is eternal? What's that? Mo Qingqing deflated. Ning, who didn't know what to say, wrapped one hand around Mo Qingqing's slender waist and dragged the back of her head with the other. The two kissed together again. The cold touch of their tongues caused the two to become more and more engrossed, sinking deeper and deeper. After a long time, the lips parted. Ning leaned down and whispered in Mo Qingqing's ear. It's too noisy here. Even if you want a word, you have to do it in a quiet environment, don't you? Mo Qingqing winks. Then you can find a quiet place to think slowly, can't you? An hour later, in a hotel by the river, inside a luxury suite, Mo Qingqing had already fallen into a deep sleep, but her face was flushed, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and she slept at ease. Ning gently caressed Mo Qingqing's silky smooth beautiful back. His eyes filled with pity. Turning his head, he looked out the window. The night was already deep, the moon was shining brightly, and this night was indeed too beautiful. The next day, the sun rose. Ning and Mo Qingqing both woke up. Mo Qingqing tilted her head up and glanced at Yi Ning, burying her small head again, her shyness thick. Looking at Mo Qingqing at this moment, Yi Ning couldn't help but gulp, climbing his hand up the peak. Don't! Mo Qingqing frowned slightly, her delicate voice like a mosquito. Ouch! Yi Ning was alerted in his heart and forced the fire down. Not continuing. It seems that everyone's physique is different. That goblin, although it was also the first time, but she seemed to have nothing at all at that time. When the two of them walked out of the hotel, it was time for lunch. On the way to the parking lot, Yi Ning supported Mo Qingqing. His steps were very small, and occasionally he could hear the sound of Mo Qingqing sucking in her breath in pain. Although his heart ached for Mo Qingqing, as the culprit, he couldn't help but purse his lips and snicker. When Mo Qingqing saw Yi Ning's smug expression, she was furious. This bad guy, simply detestable. Between lunches, a phone call interrupted Yi Ning's conversation with Mo Qingqing. Hello Mr. Yi, I'm Wu Jishir, the director of Kangda Hospital in Zhangchang. May I ask if it's convenient for you now? On the other end of the phone, an old man's voice came out, and it could be heard that the middle air was quite sufficient. Good day, Dean Wu. What is it? Please speak directly. To the profession of doctor, Yi Ning maintained absolute respect. Chapter 29 The Eve of Parting. Mr. Yi, there are some documents on my side that I need you to sign personally. May I ask if you have the time recently? Yi Ning pondered slightly. I'm currently in Sichuan province. Is it okay if I return to Jiangcheng the day after tomorrow? Alright Mr. Yi, contact me by phone when the time comes. Hanging up the phone, Yi Ning looked at Mo Qingqing with an apologetic silence. Only last night did the two of them really get together, but as a result, they immediately had to move to leave. And the scumbag himself was a real hammer. Mo Qingqing could see Yi Ning's apology, although her heart was not willing to let go. She was not a woman who was pretentious. It's okay, you go to Jiangcheng first, and when my mom recovers, I'll go find you, Mo Qingqing said gently. Yi Ning pinched Mo Qingqing's catkin and was very touched. What a reasonable woman. He would be motivated to be an understanding man as well. It was worth mentioning that the day before the trip, Yi Ning followed the two old men and finally moved the last parcel into the villa. From then on, the family also officially said goodbye to the house they had lived in for 20 years. Of course, Yi Ma and old Yi were both nostalgic for the past, and after several discussions, they still weren't ready to sell the old house. Yi Ning was fine with that, and took it as a reminder. After having his first dinner in his new home, Yi Ning was in an incredibly contented mood. The dream of working for several years has finally come true. Finally letting his parents live in a big villa that they didn't even dare to think about before. After the meal, Yi Ning didn't expect Bai Yiluo to actually take the initiative to send him a message. Bai Yiluo, Yi Ning, are you still in Yangcheng? Yi Ning, yes, but I'm going to Jiangcheng tomorrow. Bai Yiluo, that's just right. I'm also going to go back to Jiangcheng tomorrow. Can I take your car? Although Yi Ning didn't understand why Bai Yiluo didn't take a plane or high-speed train, it was good to have a companion on the road than being alone. Although Bai Yiluo was a boring person, at the same time, she was also a big beauty with top-notch looks. Yi Ning immediately replied, good, see you tomorrow then. As the sky darkened, Yi Ning put the things he was going to bring tomorrow into the car. While drinking water, Mo Qingqing called. Yi Ning was leaving for Jiangcheng tomorrow, and Mo Qingqing, who was in love for the first time, was naturally very reluctant to leave. Yi Ning, I miss you, Mo Qingqing whispered softly. Her voice was like a fresh breeze that blew into Yi Ning's ears. Yi Ning's mouth instantly went dry. I'll go find you. Where are you now? I'm at home. Are you coming? Wait for me. Yi Ning hung up the phone, gave a word to his parents, drove the Mercedes Big G, and went straight to Mo Qingqing's house. What's he going out for at this hour? Old Yi wondered. Yi Ma revealed a meaningful smile. What else could it be? This son of yours, he has many secrets. Due to too much excitement, the journey that would normally take half an hour was directly subtracted by a third, and arrived in 20 minutes out. Even halfway through, Yi Ning went to a convenience store. Yi Ning arrived outside Mo Qingqing's house and rang the doorbell. Hearing the bell, Mo Qingqing's petite body trembled slightly. Which one? It's me. Qingqing opened the door. The door to the room opened, and the two people who met could no longer resist the thoughts in their hearts and hugged each other tightly. Well, not here. Go to my room. Half an hour later, Yi Ning was lying on the bed while Mo Qingqing was resting on Yi Ning's chest and fuming. She had never thought that there would be a time when she would be so bold. Surprisingly, she had secretly brought Yi Ning to her home, and now that she thought about it, it was really humiliating. Noticing Mo Qingqing's strange behavior, Yi Ning smiled and asked, what's wrong? Nothing. Mo Qingqing turned her head to the side, determined not to let Yi Ning see her shy expression. However, the reddened ears had long since betrayed it. Seeing that Mo Qingqing was so shy at the moment, Yi Ning also had the idea of teasing her. You were so proactive just now. Why are you still embarrassed now? Yi Ning, don't you say it. Mo Qingqing blushed and let out a chortle. This man was too annoying. Knowing that she was already too shy to speak, he actually had to tease himself. Mo Qingqing's reaction caused Yi Ning to laugh, wrapping his arms around the girl in his embrace even tighter. Qingqing, when auntie recovers, you come to Jiangcheng, I'll help you find a place, and you focus on studying for your exams. Yi Ning had learned that Mo Qingqing had given up continuing her education because of her mother's condition. Yi Ning decided to fund Mo Qingqing's education. She was originally a good seedling for studying, and it was a shame to give up halfway. Yi Ning, thank you. Mo Qingqing was touched. She really wanted to continue her studies, but she didn't have the conditions right now. She didn't want to reject Yi Ning's good intentions, nor did she have a reason to do so. Fool. Yi Ning stroked Mo Qingqing's hair favorably. We don't need to talk about this between us, not to mention graduate school. Even if you want to pursue a doctorate in the future, I will still support you. Yi Ning, you're so nice. Mo Qingqing pressed her face against Yi Ning's chest, rubbing it back and forth. In an instant, Yi Ning's fire was lit up again. Mo Qingqing sensed Yi Ning's dissimilarity, and her small face reddened to the point of wringing out water. However, she did not refuse, instead silently reaching out her arm to hook around Yi Ning's neck. In the next second, the moon was hidden in the clouds and smoke, and the candles shook red. Early the next morning, Mo Qingqing had fatigue between her brows and slept heavily. On the contrary, Yi Ning woke up before dawn, his eyes gleaming and in excellent condition. Yi Ning carefully dressed and washed up, and even made breakfast himself. After eating breakfast, Yi Ning sealed Mo Qingqing's portion with plastic wrap. Seeing that Mo Qingqing had no intention of waking up, Yi Ning couldn't bear to disturb her anymore. After gently touching her face, he quietly left Mo Qingqing's home. Chapter 30, returning to Jiangcheng with Bai Yiluo. Going home to say goodbye to his parents, Yi Ning set off on the road back to Jiangcheng. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Yi Ning arrived on time at the downstairs of the hotel where Bai Yiluo had checked in that day. Receiving Yi Ning's message, Bai Yiluo, who had long been ready, walked downstairs, recognized Yi Ning's big G at a glance, and stepped forward. The moment Bai Yiluo appeared in front of the hotel, Yi Ning recognized her at a glance. Her looks and temperament were just too outstanding, and as long as she stood there quietly, she was the one who most amazed the world. Today, she was still wearing a clean white plain dress. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and her face was exquisite and beautiful. Haven't seen you for a few days, you're still as good looking as ever. Waiting for Bai Yiluo to sit in the passenger seat, Yi Ning joked. Bai Yiluo's beautiful eyes sized up Yi Ning before nodding. Thank you, you're also very handsome. Her tone was serious, as if every word had been examined internally. It wasn't the first time Yi Ning had met her. Knowing that Bai Yiluo's personality was like this, I didn't expect you to compliment people as well. I'm not blind, just being honest, Bai Yiluo said expressionlessly. This stunning beauty was good at everything. It was just too boring to chat with her. If you say she has a low EQ, she can pick up on anything. Say it's high. When faced with your topic, she will always have a flat tone. By the way, I still don't know what you do? At least the two of them were considered half-car friends. Yi Ning still wanted to know more about this quiet woman. I'm at Jiangcheng University, my junior year. Yi Ning was slightly surprised, not seeing that Bai Yiluo actually hadn't graduated yet. Seriously, from Bai Yiluo, he couldn't see the slightest bit of a student. Or perhaps she just didn't seem like a mortal. If someone told Yi Ning that Bai Yiluo was a fairy who had fallen to the mortal world, he might even believe it. No one said you don't look like a student? On the highway, Yi Ning stared ahead and couldn't help but ask. No, what do you mean? Bai Yiluo was a bit puzzled. This was the first time Yi Ning had seen an expression surface on her face. So this niece wasn't a face paralyzer, and this expression was cute any way you looked at it. This was the feeling of a heartbeat. Yi Ning took a deep breath and suppressed the fluttering in his heart. It just feels like you're very mature and don't have that youthful air of a student. No way. Bai Yiluo shook her head to deny it, and said discreetly, I'm still the school flower of our school. They all say online that I'm their youth. But, girl, do we both mean the same thing by youth? Of course, Yi Ning wasn't surprised at all by Bai Yiluo's comment about being the school flower. It would be strange for her to not be recognized as the school flower, right? Although everyone had a different definition of beauty. 1,000 readers had 1,000 Hamlets, but there were some people who just grew on the majority of people's aesthetics. Bai Yiluo, obviously, was such a person. The vehicle drove all the way into the mountain city. The sky turned from sunny to cloudy, and further on it was even more cloudy, and thunder could be heard in the distance. At one time, the wind was gusting. On the highway, leaves were flying and dust was flying, waiting for the gusts to stop. The rainstorm rattled and poured down. At the same time, thunder rolled and electricity flashed like silver. Yi Ning stared intently ahead. On such a road, The slightest carelessness could put his life in danger. There's a service area ahead. Bai Ilua pointed ahead. Yi Ning nodded his head. It was obviously irrational to drive on the highway in such a dangerous situation. Arriving at the service area, Yi Ning found a corner and stopped the car. Seeing that the rain was getting heavier, it looked like he might not be able to return today. Luckily, Yi Ning had a lot of food in his car that his mom had put in the car in the morning, and there was even a huge thermos cup filled with a cup of hot water. Listening to his mom was really right. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the torrential rain did not have the slightest tendency to stop, but instead, it was getting bigger and bigger. Yi Ning looked at Bai Ilua beside her. It looks like we can only go back tomorrow. Aha! Bai Ilua gazed at the splashes of water lapping at the windshield and replied softly. Yi Ning lowered the driver's chair downward and said half-jokingly, "We'll deal with the night tonight, and you can hug me if you're cold at night." Bai Ilua looked towards Yi Ning, who was already lying down, wrinkling her brows and thought for a while before refusing. Not yet. At the same time, she followed Yi Ning's example and lay down. It's not okay now? Then it'll be fine later? There was also that look on her face just now, as if she had really thought carefully about this issue. Yi Ning couldn't help but turn his head towards Bai Ilua, and her stunningly beautiful face came into view. This exquisite face, no matter which direction one looked at it from, one couldn't pick out any faults. The two of them leaned very close, and Yi Ning could smell the fragrance of an orchid. The aroma was very faint, but it was quiet and far away. It was just like Bai Ilua's character, quiet, but couldn't help but want to get closer. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, Bai Ilua opened her eyes. Yi Ning was jolted back to his senses. Only then did he realize that he had gotten very close to Bai Ilua. Sorry, just got mesmerized watching you." Yi Ning laughed in embarrassment and put his head back upright. Bai Ilua let out a hum and closed her eyes once again. "Don't get carried away. Quickly go to sleep. We still have to catch the road tomorrow." Bai Ilua's windy voice came from his ears, and Yi Ning finally felt a little sleepy. Yi Ning, who had closed his eyes, did not see that the corners of Bai Ilua's mouth hooked up from time to time, as if he was forcibly enduring something. In the middle of the night, while Yi Ning was sleeping, he suddenly felt a cold mass appear in his arms. Yi Ning opened his eyes, and in his arms was a completely soaked Bai Ilua. Chapter 31 Mutation. At this moment, Bai Ilua's petite body was cold, her lips were white, and she was trembling as she hugged Yi Ning. Yi Ning touched Bai Ilua's forehead, and it was so hot, it was at least 39 degrees or more. It was a disaster. It was necessary to go to the hospital in order to help Bai Ilua reduce her fever, and other methods were no longer useful. But at this point, at least first help Bai Ilua keep warm. Yi Ning rolled over to the back row and brought over all the clothes he had brought with him. Holding Bai Ilua in his arms, he gently patted her cheeks. "Ilua, can you hear me?" Bai Ilua struggled to open her eyes weakly. Seeing that she was still conscious, Yi Ning was also slightly relieved. "I'm going to help you take off the skirt you're wearing now, and change into my clothes first. Is that okay?" Okay." Bai Ilua didn't squirm for a second. Yi Ning no longer hesitated, and pulled open the zipper on Bai Ilua's back. The bare, jade-like back was revealed, and it was definitely the most beautiful scenery. However, Yi Ning couldn't be bothered to appreciate it and removed all of Bai Ilua's skirt, immediately changing her into her own clothes and pants. After putting on his jacket, he fastened the seatbelt for her. "Yilo, don't be afraid. I'll take you to the hospital now," Yi Ning said to Bai Ilua while starting the car. In the stormy weather, on the highway, a Mercedes Big G sped through the wind and rain. After more than 10 minutes, Yi Ning finally saw a fork in the road. Turning in, he reached the toll station in a short while. According to the navigation, Yi Ning drove Bai Ilua furiously towards the nearest hospital. "Doctor, come on doctor," all the way to the hospital's main gate. Yi Ning parked the car, picked up Bai Ilua in his arms, and ran towards the outpatient building. "What's going on?" The doctor on duty, wearing a white coat, jogged over. "Got caught in the rain and has a high fever," Yi Ning said eagerly. "Quickly follow me." The system seemed to have gone out of rage when paying the medical bills, but Yi Ning didn't have time to care about that at all. Helping Bai Ilua measure her temperature, it was actually as high as 39.8 degrees. It was a good thing that it was delivered in time. Otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Staring at the sleeping Bai Ilua lying on the hospital bed, Yi Ning's hanging heart was finally put down. This time it really scared him. It was only now that he saw the system reward, 15% shares of Anshin Pharmaceuticals. After a busy night, a wave of tiredness came over him, and Yi Ning plopped down on the side of Bai Ilua's bed and fell into a deep sleep. By the time Yi Ning opened his eyes, Bai Ilua had already woken up quite some time ago. "Why did you wake up without calling me?" Bai Ilua's eyes were soft. "Seeing that you slept quite soundly, although she had a high fever last night." The dazed Bai Ilua still knew what had happened. including Yi Ning changing her clothes and Yi Ning carrying her into the hospital. She remembered it all. Every time she thought about her body being looked at by Yi Ning, Bai Iluwa's heart felt a little strange. But when she remembered the anxious look of him rushing into the hospital while holding herself, she felt very warm again. Yi Ning, just what kind of person are you? Feeling better? Is it still hard? Yi Ning stood up and naturally pressed the palm of her hand to Bai Iluwa's forehead. It looks like the fever has gone down. As Yi Ning spoke, he suddenly noticed Bai Iluwa staring at himself, his eyes flickering. Understanding this, Yi Ning immediately brought his hand to him and rubbed his nose. I'm sorry, I was worried about you. I didn't mean to do it. Bai Iluwa shook her head and calmly replied. It's okay, where didn't you touch last night? It was a special circumstance at the time. Well, and I did ask for your opinion. Yi Ning thought that Bai Iluwa was burnt out, but it turned out that people were clear about it. Besides, can you say this sentence without being so calm? Or at least pretend to be shy as well? Yi Ning rolled his eyes and couldn't help but spit out. He had sort of seen just how cheeky this woman was. Shouldn't a situation like this be awkward? Believe it or not, I'm actually quite shy right now, Bai Iluwa leisurely said. Yi Ning didn't expect that this woman would also be embarrassed. Surprised, he looked at Bai Iluwa and realized that her face was calm, and there wasn't a single blush of shame on her face. Couldn't help but deflate her mouth. Mom was right. The prettier the woman, the better she could lie. What? Seeing Yi Ning's movements, Bai Iluwa frowned slightly. Nothing, you call this shy? Being shy my ass. Afterward, Yi Ning also heard Bai Iluwa's explanation that the reason she got wet last night was because she went out to use the restroom in the middle of the night. But the wind was indeed too strong, and even with an umbrella, her entire body was still drenched. Originally thought to wait for the clothes to dry slowly, but ended up falling asleep and catching a cold, resulting in a high fever later. Although Bai Iluwa's fever has subsided, she is still a bit weak. Yi Ning decided to stay at the hospital for one more night and go back tomorrow. Thinking of what he had agreed to with President Wu of Jiangcheng Kangda Hospital, Yi Ning also called to speak with him about the situation. Wu Jishir also expressed his understanding, telling Yi Ning not to be in too much of a hurry. Yi Ning's words were naturally heard by Bai Iluwa in the hospital bed, and he was somewhat surprised in his heart. Jiangcheng Kangda Hospital's President Wu was not someone you could just say you could meet, but it was such a medical expert that Yi Ning was able to befriend on a par with. What kind of identity did Yi Ning have, and why hadn't she heard of him in her circle before? Although curious, she wasn't the type to casually inquire about someone else's identity. If Yi Ning didn't say, she wouldn't ask. After that, Yi Ning also received messages from Mo Qingqing and Su Weier. Mo Qingqing spoke of missing Yi Ning, although Su Weier only asked when Yi Ning would return to Jiangcheng. Her words all revealed her longing. Yi Ning replied one by one. It couldn't be helped that being handsome meant that he would be missed. The next day, Yi Ning woke up from the sofa in the VIP ward. Seeing that Bai Iluwa was already completely well, Yi Ning and the two of them ate breakfast and drove on the road once again. After a bumpy ride, they finally returned to Jiangcheng at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Shortly afterward, a Mercedes-Benz Big G drove into Jiangcheng University. Under the watchful eyes of the many students of Jiangcheng University, it passed through the teaching building and headed towards the women's dormitory. Chapter 32, taking Bai Iluwa back to school. Parking the car outside the girls' dormitory. Finally, Yi Ning craned his neck. These past few days had really tired him out. Yi Ning, I've troubled you this time. Bai Iluwa's beautiful eyes looked towards Yi Ning and sincerely thanked him. If she hadn't run into Yi Ning on the way to Sichuan province this time, she really would have had to return the same way. Not to mention that Yi Ning had even sent her to the hospital and taken care of her for so long. Although there were quite a few accidents in the middle of the journey, she was quite happy throughout the entire process. It's okay, we're friends, Yi Ning said graciously. Friends? Bai Iluwa chanted twice. Seemingly remembering something, she turned to Yi Ning and said mysteriously, as a friend, I'll give you a gift, so close your eyes first. A gift? And close your eyes. Could it be that? Yi Ning was a little excited, closing his eyes with a look of anticipation. Then the sound of a zipper was heard, and a rustling sound of rummaging for something. Yi Ning was slightly disappointed. It didn't look like it was the one he was expecting. He had thought that Bai Iluwa, a woman with no feelings, had gotten the hang of it, and it looked like she hadn't. Alright, open your eyes. Hearing Bai Iluwa's words, Yi Ning opened his eyes, only to see Bai Iluwa bring a drawing to him. It was a sketch, and the person on the drawing was none other than himself. Lying on the side of the bed, he looked like he was sleeping. Yi Ning was pleasantly surprised. It was the first time he had received such a gift. That day you were sleeping by the hospital bed. I quietly just drew it. How is it? Do you like it? Yi Ning nodded. Like it? Thanks. Right. Bai Iluwa suddenly looked into Yi Ning's eyes and said word for word, did you think I was going to kiss you just now? Cough cough cough. Yi Ning really didn't know what kind of brain circuit Bai Iluwa had. One second she was talking about the painting, and the next she was able to turn to this topic. Although Yi Ning did think so at first, but now that you know, can you not say it out loud? It's very humiliating, okay? It was a good thing that Yi Ning had a thicker skin, or else he would have really been asked by her. Solely putting on a sad face. Yeah, I was all ready to go. What, do you want to kiss? Well, Bai Iluwa slightly lowered her head, as if she was really thinking about the feasibility of this question. After thinking for a while, she finally looked at Yi Ning again. Next time, I'm weirdly embarrassed to have so many people looking at me. Next time, that means it's still okay? Yi Ning had only been teasing her, not realizing that Bai Iluwa was really considering it. This was an extremely serious girl. Bai Iluwa opened the car door. I'll go up first, be careful on your way. Bai Iluwa carried her small bag on her back and disappeared into the dormitory gate with a brisk pace. What Yi Ning didn't know was that after he left, the forums of Zhongcheng University all exploded. Do you guys know? The school flower seems to be in love. The Mercedes-Benz Big G-man sent the schoolgirl back to the dormitory. The school beauty's boyfriend has appeared. He is a rich second generation from a foreign school. There are pictures to prove it. There were all kinds of rumors, but none of them left one topic, which was Bai Iluwa. This Zhongcheng University, over the years, the most difficult school flower. The rumor that Bai Iluwa's boyfriend was a second-generation rich man was quickly seen by her best friend, Ai Xian. With her vision, she recognized that the main female character in the photo was indeed Bai Iluwa. And that car, wasn't it the Mercedes-Benz Big G that Bai Iluwa's Ferrari broke down earlier and gave her a ride on the highway? Good. No wonder she didn't go back to school with me and said something about wanting to go sketching somewhere else again. So that's how it is. Ai Xian cursed on her lips, but the smile in her eyes grew thicker. Her iceberg BFF was finally starting to melt. At this time, one of Bai Iluwa's roommates also saw this picture and looked at the Mercedes-Benz Big G with a flash of jealousy on her face. She also had a rather unassuming face, and during her high school days, she was also the school's school flower. With that, there were countless men who pursued her. But when it came to college, everyone who saw Bai Iluwa wouldn't pay half as much attention to her. The men who approached her also did so because they wanted to get close to Bai Iluwa. Bai Iluwa? Bai Iluwa, why is everything good as yours? Why can you get rich people and I can't? She also wants to ride in the Mercedes-Benz Big G. She must become that man of the people. The school rumors were all over the place. And of course Yi Ning, who was the protagonist, didn't know about it. Along the river, Yi Ning returned to Dragonview on the clouds. Mr. Yi, welcome home. When the Mercedes-Benz Big G appeared at the front gate, the security guy came forward and saluted. Yi Ning exchanged pleasantries with the security boy before driving into the neighborhood. After returning home, Yi Ning collapsed and fell asleep. This journey was too tiring. However, the result was good, especially with Bai Iluwa's relationship had further developed. But is Bai Iluwa's phrase next time true? Could it be that when the two of them met again, they would really have a chance to kiss each other? The corners of Yi Ning's mouth rose, obviously dreaming a beautiful dream. Because he didn't want to be disturbed by others, Yi Ning muted his cell phone, so it was impossible for him to notice that the cell phone on the nightstand was flickering brightly and darkly, and that the private messages were bursting at the seams. When Yi Ning woke up, he took his cell phone and was slightly stunned to see 99 plus private messages on the screen. What is this situation? The world was about to be destroyed in the space of a single night's sleep? Couldn't he be called the Sleep Terminator? Opening the private message, Yi Ning realized that it was from Flying Fish Live. Although the text is not the same, the content points to the same thing. Little anchor Su Wire's PK has begun. Yi Ning slapped his head. I go. He actually forgot about it. He hurriedly clicked on Flying Fish Live. In case Su Wire had already lost, it would be hilarious. Of course it doesn't matter if he loses. Anyway, he still has a Flying Fish Live shareholder identity. The big deal is to organize another game. Chapter 33, Opening 10 Emperors, Millions of Rewards. Magic City. Flying Fish Live Headquarters. The executives of the Flying Fish platform were also paying attention to this platform PK. Yu Shenglong stared at the data in front of the screen and nodded his head constantly. The planning and operation of this large-scale PK are not bad. With the current trend, it basically reached the pre-projected goal. It was not bad at all. At this time, he suddenly thought of something and turned his head sideways to the assistant at the side and said, "How come there is no one called Vivian on the leaderboard?" He was still quite impressed with Su Wire. Of course, it wasn't because of Su Wire herself, but that Yi Ning, who had spent close to $5 billion to buy a 30% stake in Flying Fish Live. It was likely that this person was a true magnate. Otherwise, who would use up such a large sum of cash flow for a woman? Chairman, I've been paying attention to the Su Wire you mentioned, but her numbers aren't good right now. What's going on? Yu Shenglong was a bit puzzled. With a big brother who spent billions of dollars to protect her, could there still be any accidents? It's possible that Mr. Yi has been delayed by something and hasn't been online. It wasn't just Flying Fish HQ. Even within Su Weier's live broadcast room, the water friends were all discussing frantically. Why hasn't Big Brother Ning come yet? Did he forget? So many of us sent private messages, and we don't know if Big Brother Ning saw it. It's a good thing that Vivian passed the first round, or else she would have lost too thoroughly. Do you guys think it could be that Big Brother Ning was so fond of the new that he's no longer interested in little Violet? It's very possible that Big Brother Ning already has a new love interest as well. When Su Weier saw the pop-ups in the live broadcast, she didn't have any particular thoughts. Although she hadn't even had the opportunity to meet with Yi Ning recently, there was still daily text or phone contact. Moreover, she knew that Yi Ning was definitely not someone who was fond of the old. Although Yi Ning was a philanderer, she saw her feelings for her clearly. If he didn't come now, he should be delayed by something, right? As for PK, Su Weier's original goal was to break through the first round, and now it had been accomplished. Half of the second round of PK had already passed. Su Weier's progress bar was only as much as a fraction of her opponent's. The anchor on the opposite side, Shuang, looked at Su Weier with a disdainful face and said conspiratorially, "Sister, how come your big brother hasn't brushed up? Do you want your sister to help you brush up an airplane to support the scene?" Saying that, without waiting for Su Weier to answer, she really did brush up an airplane for Su Weier. When Shuang's fans saw this, they said that the anchor was just too kind. Another wave of airplane rocket effects filled the screen. Many thanks to all the little brothers for their gifts. Oh, Shuang really loves you guys too much. Then heart. Opposite the little brothers can also come to see me. Oh, I can bring you a different experience. It. Shuang beamed her mouth bar. Her words kept hinting at something. Even when there were still 2 minutes left in the PK progress bar, Shuang gave Su Weier an old-fashioned lecture. "Sister, I don't think you're suitable to be an anchor. After that you can private message your sister and she'll teach you. Oh, of course, even if later I have to PK the next round. I really envy you, sister. You can spare some time. Unlike sister, it's just too busy." The anchor's double complacent look made Su Weier's old fans in the live room furious and clenched their teeth. Asterisk. Looking at her, I really want to go kick her in the ass. That's right. Is having over 100,000 gifts for a PK amazing? Big Brother Ning swiped 100,000 alone then. Big Brother Ning come quickly. Your little Violet has been bullied badly. Forget it, don't yell. This one is definitely lost. Yi Ning came to the live broadcast room and saw the progress bar that was about to end, secretly saying that it was a close call. It was so close that Su Weier had lost, but fortunately he had caught up. Congratulations to Tonight Ning for opening Emperor *1 in this live room. Congratulations to Tonight Ning for opening Emperor *2 in this live room. Congratulations to Tonight Ning for opening Emperor *3 in this live room. Congratulations to Tonight Ning for opening Emperor *10 in this live broadcast. Suddenly, a flood of special effects hit. It left everyone in the live room dumbfounded. Emperors, it was still 10. This was over $1 million. Tonight Ning, sorry for being late. Let's just brush 10 emperors for fun. Big Brother Ning is finally here. I haven't seen you for a few days. You still look the same. Big Brother Ning, it's worthy of you. To be honest, I thought that you'd moved on. Big Brother Ning, but now I know that you're truly in love with little Violet. I agree to this marriage. Big Brothers Versailles, over $1 million is just meaning. Little anchor, come back to your senses. Big Brother Ning is stepping on the 7-colored auspicious clouds to marry you. Su Weier was also alarmed by the super special effects of opening the Emperor. It was only when she saw the pop-ups of her aquatic friends in the live broadcast that she slowed down. Thank you Boss Ning for opening 10 emperors. At this moment, Su Weier was smiling very happily, although it had something to do with PK advancement. More importantly, it was because of Yi Ning's appearance. When Shuang saw the first emperor appear in Su Weier's live room, her face became unsightly in an instant. However, since the total amount of her reward for this PK was more than 150,000, she would still be able to advance as long as this Emperor Bigwig didn't continue to swipe. Therefore, Anchor Shuang kept chanting in her mind, don't brush. However, things went against her wishes, and after one Emperor passed, a steady stream of Emperor effects opened up. Su Weier's gift bar, which had originally been pressed down just a little bit, immediately underwent a major reversal. It was now her who was being crushed to death by Su Weier, although she knew for sure that she couldn't win. Shuang could only fake cry and sell her misery. Brothers, help Shuang. The Emperor's special effects on the opposite side are so pretty. Shuang wants them too, but her big brother in the live broadcast room was also just a small boss who was worth a few $1 million. It was good enough to brush a few tens of thousands. How could he possibly open the Emperor for her? At this moment, an ID named Tonight Ning came to Shuang's live room. Chapter 34 Yi Ning's counterattack. Shuang rubbed her eyes and thought she had misread the situation. That's right. It was the superstar from across the street who had opened 10 emperors. He had really come. Did that mean that he wasn't just swiping gifts for Xiao Wei'er? That meant she still had a chance. And this was a super big brother. As long as she tied him up, it wouldn't be a problem for her to earn $1 million a month in the future. Shuang's eyes turned, and a plan came to her mind. Only to see her small mouth clamped, the voice line said, "Welcome Brother Ninggu. Brother Ninggu. You opened so many emperors to the opposite anchor. Double really so envious people also want it." As she spoke, she also intentionally pulled down the collar in front of her body a little bit more, revealing a large area of snow white. Then, she clicked on Yi Ning's avatar and sent a private message. Yi Ning saw this anchor's message prompt. Face mocking, did not even click on, directly thrown into the trash. Swiping out an airplane with text attached. Why is the anchor so miserable? Let me swipe an airplane to help you support your face. Also, I don't think you're suitable to be an anchor. Why don't you contact Xiao Wei'er afterward and let her teach you? Of course, it definitely won't work today, because Xiao Wei'er has to advance and won't be as idle as you. When Shuang saw the airplane that Yi Ning had sent, she thought to herself that her private messages had seen the light of day. But when these pop-ups appeared, she understood that Yi Ning was mocking her. Immediately, she gritted her teeth in hatred. When Su Weier's live stream saw Yi Ning's behavior, they expressed that it was too much of a relief. The opposite anchor is about to be pissed off by Big Brother Ninggu, laughing me to death. Is this treating someone the way they treat you? Learned it. Big Brother Ninggu is also too boyfriendly. Anchor, you should quickly give yourself to him. The second round of PK finally ended, and Su Wei'er advanced successfully, and with millions of gift figures, she jumped into the existence of the top 10 gift rankings. For a while, many netizens noticed the live ranking and clicked into Su Weier's live room. When they saw Su Weier's face value, many of them independently clicked to follow. Nowadays, it was too difficult to find a female anchor like Su Wei'er, who was pure and beautiful. Su Wei'er was also very happy to see the number of fans rise, and after singing a few songs, the number of fans also officially broke the 100,000 mark. This was also thanks to Yu Shenglong specifically ordering Su Weier's live room to be placed on the first page, or else 100,000 fans wouldn't know how long it would take to reach. Big Brother Ninggu, the third round of PK has begun. Are you still okay? Please remove the... Can't you see that Big Brother Ninggu said that 1 million is just meaning? Tonight Ninggu, you guys feel free. I'm invincible. See? Big Brother has spoken. Can this still be called a Big Brother? This is clearly a giant brother. Su Wei'er saw Yi Ning take a stance and knew that it was meant for her to continue piking. This time, the connection was an outdoor anchor with 3 million followers. Brother Kai. Based on the names of the water friends in his live room, one could guess that this was an entire guild preparing to support him, and it looked like it was going to be a tough battle. Brother Kai's eyes obviously lit up when he saw Su Wei'er. This female anchor was too good looking, right? And from his years of experience in live streaming, this anchor woman was definitely a first-class beauty in reality as well. This is the fate brought to him by the heavens. He not only wants to win this PK, and also to leave a good impression on this female anchor. Wouldn't it be nice to ask out privately when he was familiar with it? Brother Kai swallowed and pretended to be a gentleman. Hi, beauty. Nice to meet you. Su Weier's eyes flashed with a trace of disgust when she saw Kai's expression, but she still nodded politely. Hello. Brother Kai acted as if he didn't see Su Weier's attitude towards him, with a disinterested look on his face. Beauty, let me see behind you. Is this your home? Su Wei'er nodded with an expressionless face. Getting Su Weier's response, Kai said with a self-conscious look, I think your home is still too small. Look at my place. It's less than 1,000 square feet. How about it? Do you like it? Said. He used the camera to take a picture of the home, but also in front of that Porsche 718 key deliberately pause, as if showing off something. At this time, the water friends in Kai's live room also began to frantically brush up their gifts. The number of gifts quickly exceeded the 1 million mark, and there was no trend of stopping. The corners of Brother Kai's mouth rose. He didn't believe that this innocent little anchor on the opposite side, after seeing his house, car, and the gift income from the live broadcasting room, he would still be indifferent. At that time, he only needed to take out a little bit, and this little beauty would be easily taken down by him. I'll go. That anchor on the opposite side, I feel so disgusted. Indeed, I really don't know what there is to show off. A Porsche 718 only. Alas, it's naturally a sprinkle for people like Big Brother Ninggu, but for ordinary people, it's still something to show off. Tonight Ninggu, indeed there's nothing to show off. Xiao Wei'er has a Porsche 911. What? Big Brother, you're not kidding, right? That's a Porsche 911. Tonight Ninggu, of course not, we went to buy it together. Wow, this is Big Brother? A 911 as soon as you give it away? I'm really convinced. Big Brother Ningu is awesome. By the way, Big Brother, when are you going to help the anchor brush gifts? The opposite side has more than 1 million gifts. Seeing Su Weier's crushed gift bar, some of the water users began to get anxious. They certainly weren't afraid that Ning wouldn't be able to come up with the money. What they were afraid of was what if the opposite side swiped too much, and Ning didn't have enough hand speed to catch up in time? If that happened, how unfortunate would it be to lose? Ning saw these people's pop-ups, and before turning his gaze to that anchor Kai, the corner of his mouth smiled coldly. Tonight Ningu, let's not brush this round. It's useless to brush anymore. Save it for the next round. Chapter 35, The Miserable Brother Kai. Ha, Big Brother Ningu, if you lose this round, you're gone. Where's the next round? Yeah, Big Brother, you're not kidding, right? Even Su Weier was a bit confused as to what Ning's words meant. Was it because he didn't know the PK mechanism? Of course she didn't say anything. As long as it was something Ning decided to do, she supported it unconditionally. There were naturally Kai's fans in Su Weier's live room, and these people acted as scouts. When they saw the only Big Brother in Su Weier's live room, Ningu tonight, say that he would not brush gifts, their hearts simply burst with joy. What's wrong with being rich? But it's just a little cutie. If you want the next round, wait for next year. Anchor Kai also got the news at the first time. His heart rejoiced, feeling that he had already won the game. At that moment, he said to Su Weier, "Beauty, it seems that the Big Brother in your live room isn't very good either. Do you want to come to my guild? There are a lot of Big Brothers in our guild. You just need to come. I can help introduce you. Already sent you a private message. When the time comes, you come to my house to find me. We can have an in-depth exchange." Saying that, Brother Kai's pupils flickered with an evil light, already imagining this beautiful woman lying in his arms at that time. Hearing Brother Kai's words, Ning's complexion was icy cold as he directly typed on the public screen. Who's in charge of the flying fish platform? Have a private chat. In Magic City, Yu Xinglong's assistant had been paying attention to Su Weier's live broadcast. Joking aside, this was the anchor that Ning had single-handedly pushed. Could he not pay attention to it? When he saw the message Ning had sent, he directly notified Yu Xinglong. Yu Xinglong immediately gave orders to the operations director to personally contact Ning. In less than 2 minutes, Ning received a call. Hello, Mr. Yi, I'm Su Chang, the operations director of Flying Fish Live, and it was Chairman Yu who told me to contact you. Well, I just have 2 requests. Okay, Mr. Yi, go ahead. First, permanently block that live room called Brother Kai and permanently freeze his account. Second, you guys find some people, give Xiao Weier the top rankings, make sure she becomes the #1 PK in this term. The money will go to the company's account. When the time comes, how much is missing directly say. I will make up for it. Yes, promise to complete the task. Su Chang said solemnly. Jokingly, this was 2 bosses giving their word. Could they, the part-timers, not carry it out? Inside the live broadcast room, Kai was about to ask Su Weier for her phone number when, suddenly, the screen went black. Before Kai could react, his live room was blocked. In less than a minute, he couldn't even access his account. What was going on? Cold sweat broke out on Brother Kai's forehead. After so many years of live broadcasting, this was the first time he had encountered this situation. He had to know that he had signed a contract, and if he couldn't make it into the top 10, he would have to face a huge amount of compensation. Kai's guild was also notified at the first opportunity, and when they inquired about the willingness, the staff only left behind 1 sentence. He's pissed off the real bigwigs. The guildmaster's back was wet with cold sweat when he heard this explanation. Don't look at the fact that he was a guild president and his family was sitting on nearly $1 billion in assets, but compared to those bigwigs, it was still a far cry from the clouds. As for the people that Kai had messed with, did it even need to be said? Just now, when he kept hinting at that anchor called Vivian, wasn't he just coveting someone else's beauty? Daring to covet Big Brother's woman was simply not wanting to live. The guild leader was furious. He had spent so much money to bring that Kai to this point, and then he had to give up like this. Who can he ask for this loss? He could only look for that Brother Kai. The guild leader took out a contract, and the $50 million in compensation on it was particularly eye-catching. As for Su Weier, she was still very happy in her heart when she saw that Kai's live room was suddenly blocked. In the past 10 minutes, she had been annoyed by this Brother Kai. If it wasn't for the fact that there were so many water friends in the live room, she really wanted to turn off her computer and walk away. Anchor, that Brother Kai seems to have been blocked by the live broadcast community. Yeah, it's all out of the announcement. My god, it's still true. Why would it be blocked? It's just for a while. It's so strange. Do you guys remember what Big Brother Ningu just said? Yeah, did Big Brother Ningu know that Kai was going to be blocked and that's why he said that he didn't need to brush gifts this round? Wake up. It's obvious that Brother Kai was handled by Big Brother Ningu, Have you forgotten Big Brother Ning shouting at the flying fish platform? Think carefully. From today onwards I truly realize that other Big Brothers are all Big Brothers that blow up. Ning Big Brother is the real Big Brother. Even Su Weier was a bit skeptical, and immediately picked up her cell phone to send a message asking, "Is that you? What do you think? How the hell did you do that?" Getting Yi Ning's affirmation, Su Weier couldn't figure out how. It was reasonable to say that Yi Ning hadn't swiped many gifts, even much less than those super guilds, but why was he able to have so much influence? "I have shares in Flying Fish and am one of their owners. How do you think I did it?" Su Weier couldn't have imagined, no matter what, that Yi Ning was actually a shareholder of Flying Fish Live. That was a large company with tens of billions of dollars. How rich was Yi Ning? And by the looks of it, he wasn't even a small shareholder, or even a major shareholder who could sway the board of directors of Flying Fish. "You really surprised me," Su Weier replied. "Like it?" Yi Ning saw Su Weier's message and was in a good kidney mood. Very good. Immediately, he clicked on Mo Qingqing's chat box. A flurry of color conversations put Mo Qingqing in a blush. The scum as well. Naturally, to take care of everyone, PK was still continuing, but Yi Ning had sent out orders. So naturally every round there were many insiders using small numbers to come to Su Weier's live room to reward her. No matter how hard the opposite anchor tried, he would always lose to Su Weier by a not so small margin. Everyone guessed that this was Big Brother Ning making another push. Finally, PK came to the final round. Chapter 36, Yu Xinglong's Unsolicited Invitation. In the finals, Su Weier's opponent was a big anchor with 10 million fans, Orange Zeal. Last year, she had a good chance of striking the championship, but in the end, she lost to the first place by a narrow margin. This year, she met up early with the same anchor who had bested her last year and achieved a complete victory. Now Chang Zeal was very confident, thinking that the championship was already a sure thing, especially seeing that her opponent was a new anchor whose number of followers was not even a fraction of her own. Although she wondered how Su Weier had made it to the finals, but if she ran into such a weakling in the finals, wouldn't it be better for her to win in a crushing manner? Thinking of this, Chang Xier pretended to be weak in the live broadcast room and said, "Brothers in the live broadcast room, there seems to be a very powerful boss across the street. Xier is very scared. Brothers must help me." Seeing Chang Xier's appearance, the water friends in the live broadcast room blushed and clamored, "Xier, don't worry, we'll help you hit the list when PK starts." Right. Give the opposite side a kick in the pants so they know what to do. An anchor who doesn't even have a million fans wants to touch a 10 million anchor. What a laugh. After a few rounds of PK, Su Weier's number of followers also came to over 800,000. Chang Xier of course knows that only in the live broadcasting room to spread pampering of course there will not be so many people for her to buy the account. Without hesitation, she sent a private message to those emperors in the live broadcast room. "Brother Zhang, support Xier more later. We'll eat together then. Brother Zhao, help Xier win the championship. I can wear that outfit you mentioned last time. Brother Qian, Xier bought another new set of pajamas. In a few days you can help Xier check the quality." The other water friends in the live streaming room didn't know that just this moment, the goddess in their hearts, Chang Xier had asked out no less than 20 big brothers. If Yi Ning knew, he wouldn't be able to help but feel admiration for Chang Xier. This was a model in the industry. For the sake of the cause, to make great dedication. Just as Chang Zeal had begun to imagine her speech about winning the championship, the gift channel finally opened. In an instant, the gift bars showed a huge gap of 9-1, forming a crushing momentum. Chang Zeal had a smug look on her face as she thought to herself, "It's really not what I expected." Just as she was about to thank the bosses for their rewards, she suddenly saw a pop-up fly by. Holy, the opposite side is so fierce. We swiped 3 million and we were actually crushed by the opposite side. What? Being crushed by the opposite side? Chang Zeal rubbed her eyes and fixed her eyes. Only then did she realize that the gift progress bar was indeed 9-1, but it wasn't her 9 and Su Weier's 1 as she had imagined. It was exactly the opposite. How was this possible? How could a small anchor with only a few 100,000 fans have so many bosses swiping money for her? Chang Zeal almost couldn't hold the mouse steady, silently clicking on Su Weier's live room to check. Great shock! Is this still a human being? There were hundreds of emperors alone, plus all kinds of other VIPs and countless rewards, so without tens of millions of dollars, it was impossible to take it down. What kind of terrifying existence was the boss behind her? On Su Weier's list, tonight Ninggu's name was at the top of the list. The amount of bounty had reached a whopping $10 million. The key was still the gifts that had been swiped for Su Weier throughout the day today. Looking at tonight Ninggu's name, Chang Zeal was extremely jealous. $10 million, and that was for one day. If it's for her, doesn't it mean that she's got $7 million in her hands today, excluding the platform's commission? Think about their own live room list. The reason why those people reward hundreds of thousands of dollars, which is not her body to earn. Thinking of this, Chang Ziel suddenly felt very meaningless. These years, her pursuit in the end, what is it? The anchor industry is a big die house. Chang Sierra gained a lot of money, but lost the most precious thing. Staring at the youthful and beautiful Su Weier across the street, Chang Sierra's heart developed a strong inferiority complex. For the first time, she felt that she was actually so dirty, just like a broken egg that had been put away for a long time. It stank. At the end of the live broadcast, Su Weier's gift list came to more than 39 million, and Chang Sierra couldn't even reach a fraction of her. Together with the amount of rewards from the previous P case, Su Weier had gotten nearly 60 million rewards in one day today. The number of fans also exceeded 5 million, officially becoming a big anchor. At this time, a special effect of opening the Emperor appeared, drawing the attention of many water users. Wow, it's Yu Shenglong. Yu Shenglong has come to open the Emperor for the anchor. Little Violet is too dignified. What do you mean? Little Violet is dignified? It's clearly Big Brother Ninggu's honor. Who is this Yu Shenglong you guys are talking about? Isn't he just an emperor? Has the anchor received fewer emperors tonight? You don't even know Yu Shenglong? That's the chairman of Flying Fish Live. Yeah, a gift from one of Flying Fish Live's hands. Do you think it's dignified? Some of the unknown water users then realized that it was the chairman of Flying Fish Live who had come, or the official number. Although Su Weier knew that Yi Ning was a shareholder of Flying Fish Live, Yu Shenglong's arrival was still unexpected. Su Weier was very excited, and all of this was brought to her by Yi Ning. Ever since she had met Yi Ning, she had been very lucky. She was even a bit thankful that she hadn't been forced to give up her flight attendant slot because of all that crap back then. Then there was a good chance that she would never have met Yi Ning, much less made a name for herself in the live streaming room like she did today. Yu Shenglong directly typed on the public screen, "Anchor sings well. Keep up the good work. Su Weier, thank you for your affirmation. Chairman, I will definitely work hard. Yu Shenglong, Mr. Yi, when will you come to Magic City? Let's have a drink then. Tonight Ninggu, yes, I can. I will definitely go then. Yu Shenglong, haha, that's fine." Both of them didn't have private messages and directly chatted in the live stream. The other water users saw the conversation between Yi Ning and Yu Shenglong and worshipped the big brother. Yi Ning's cell phone private messages were constant, and a large portion of them were Flying Fish Live anchors. They all wanted to get acquainted with a superb big brother like Yi Ning. If they were lucky enough to be appreciated by a big brother, not to say that they would explode overnight like Su Weier, but at least they would have no problem with their live streaming career. But Yi Ning didn't care, and directly turned off private messages. Let those male anchors forehead sigh. Let female anchors alone mourn. Of course, PK ended. Yi Ning took the initiative to give the director of operations Su Chang contact. Today, he had used the money in the company's account, so of course he wouldn't forget. Chapter 37, Meeting Wu Jishir. Su Chang had thought that Yi Ning would have to wait at least a few more days to come up with the nearly $50 million in cash. He didn't expect that just after hanging up the phone, the finance side reported that Yi Ning had already put the money into the company's account. Taking out so much money in minutes, this is too good. Ding. Host spends 46.5 million for Su Weier. Gets a blast. Rewards a schoolhouse worth 600 million, a school district house, or a building. This is too cool. In the past, Yi Ning had always envied those Amazons who owned dozens of houses. Every day, he would take a bunch of keys, collect rent in the morning, and play mahjong in the afternoon. Now he could too. Knowing that he didn't just have a school building to collect rent from, he also had a commercial street and an office building. The annual rent came down to properly astronomical figures. Early the next morning, Yi Ning had just woken up when he received an intercom call from the property manager. Luo Rongrong. Mr. Yi, there is a package for you here. It has been delivered to the door for you. Remember to check it. Okay, I'll be right out. Opening the door of the room, Luo Rongrong drove a small sightseeing car with several packages of different sizes in the back. Of course, the most noticeable one was the huge cardboard box of Yi Ning. Good morning, Mr. Yi. Luo Rongrong's eyes lit up when Yi Ning opened the door. She wasn't sure if Yi Ning was the richest in Longjing on the clouds, but he was certainly the most handsome. Moreover, he was so young, so if she could really have a relationship with him, Luo Rongrong was naturally willing. But Yi Ning just smiled and greeted her, picked up a pen and wrote his name before turning around and entering the room door while holding the large cardboard box. His eyes didn't even linger on Luo Rongrong's face for even a second longer. Was she really that unattractive? Luo Rongrong touched her tender face and stared blankly at Yi Ning's villa door. Yi Ning opened the cardboard box, which held dozens of Red House books, and they were all in the same building, so it was still cool to think about it. The days of the Rent-A-Villager were here. After a lot of effort, Yi Ning was able to move the boxes to the Mercedes-Benz Big G. Today, he also had to go to Jiangchen Kanda Hospital, and after finishing his work, he listed the house in the leasing company. Arriving at the hospital, Yi Ning dialed out Wu Jisher's phone. Dean Wu, where is your office? I'm coming over now. Wu Jisher happened to be resting when he received Yi Ning's call. Mr. Yi, are you there yet? I'll come downstairs to pick you up. Yi Ning said unconcernedly. Dean Wu, just say the location. I don't like to get into all that. Just think of it as us meeting in private. Wu Jisher heard Yi Ning's words and had a slightly favorable impression of Yi Ning. He had a good impression of Yi Ning from the previous call, and after a few moments of getting along, he could feel that Yi Ning was not the type of person to put up a fight. Although Wu Jisher didn't come to the hospital gate when Yi Ning arrived at the office building. Still, he saw a small old man in a white coat who looked to be in his 70s with a rosy complexion. Dean Wu? Seeing that Wu Jisher looked like he hadn't seen him, Yi Ning took the initiative to go forward and greet him. Upon hearing Yi Ning's words, Wu Jisher finally widened his eyes with a startled expression. You are Mr. Yi? Yeah, it's me. Yi Ning took the initiative to shake hands with Wu Jisher. It was impossible for Wu Jisher not to be shocked inside when he saw Yi Ning. The main reason was that Yi Ning was simply too young. Although he had heard over the phone that Yi Ning would never be too old, he would never have guessed that Yi Ning was a young man in his 20s. As Wu Jisher and Yi Ning walked into the office building, the other workers at the hospital couldn't help but look over. They didn't know who Yi Ning was, but who at Kangda Hospital in Jiangcheng didn't recognize Wu Jisher? Or rather, throughout Jiangcheng, as long as one was engaged in the pharmaceutical industry, who didn't recognize Wu Jisher? Originally, when Wu Jisher was at the entrance of the office building, they thought he was waiting for some important person. They didn't expect it to be a young man in his 20s, and it looked like Wu Jisher was still very respectful of this young man. They stared at Yi Ning's face for a while, replicating this person's appearance within their minds countless times. When they came across it in the future, not to mention befriending it, at least they should definitely not mess with this person. In the dean's office, Yi Ning had been talking with Wu Jisher for over an hour. He hadn't wanted to get involved in management in the first place, so he only agreed with Wu Jisher on the basic direction of the hospital's later development. Most of the power was still all given to this little old man. Wu Jisher was also secretly relieved in his heart and gradually put his heart down. He hadn't been wrong. Yi Ning wasn't the kind of person who saw profit and forgot about righteousness and money. Just like the hospital's previous establishment of special medical funds for impoverished children, the money that was used was actually the owner of Kanda Hospital, which meant that Yi Ning's money was used. However, without the slightest hesitation, Yi Ning resolutely kept this program, and even doubled the financial assistance. This move moved Wu Jisher, an old man who had practiced medicine for decades, greatly. It was said that doctors were kind-hearted. Although Yi Ning was not a doctor, he would do his best to help others. After talking with Wu Jisher, Yi Ning came to the first floor on his way to the restroom. Suddenly, he saw a middle-aged, beautiful woman in her 30s with a plump figure rush out of the office at the end of the corridor. The woman's face was full of indignation as she looked angrily at the man in the opposite room and cursed. Lu Hong, you're accepting bribes and enriching yourself. Are you really not afraid that you'll be reported by others? Report? Ha ha ha, you might as well ask. Who here dares to report me? In the office, extremely arrogant remarks were heard. Immediately after, a man with a fat head and a face full of horizontal meat came into the corridor, staring colorfully at the beautiful woman. He said, Xiao Tong, as I said, it's very simple to get me to sign. First, you find a place tonight, we'll have a little drink and talk slowly, or, let your president and personally come to me to talk. Saying this, Lu Hong seemed to remember something. His eyes flashed with a lustful light. Chapter 38 The Arrogant Lu Hang. Yi Ning didn't expect to see this kind of scene even in a hospital. It's true that there are all kinds of birds in the forest. This character and education really does not have much to do with it. Even people with poor character and high education are more harmful to society. For example, before the internet is very hot that female graduate students, slandering uncle secretly photographed. At that time, this incident shocked the three views. Xiao Tong heard Lu Heng's hint and was so disgusted that she almost wanted to vomit. She was at least the sales manager of Anshin Pharmaceuticals, but she was actually threatened by Lu Hong like this. What was even more infuriating was that Lu Heng, a person who didn't know the heights of heaven, actually dared to covet the current chairman of Anshin Pharmaceuticals. Truly a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Lu Hong, put away your dirty mind. Don't even think about it. Xiao Tong shouted angrily. Lu Hong laughed coldly. He, Xiao Tong. Don't think I don't know the problems your company is facing nowadays. At that time, when she, Annie, comes down from the position of the chairman of the board, I'll see if you'll still be able to keep this sales director. At that time, you don't come begging me. Ha ha ha. Facing Xiao Tong's rejection, Lu Hong was not the least bit flustered. He was the head of the purchasing department of Kongda Hospital, not to mention having a father who was the vice president. If Xiao Tong wanted to sell medical equipment to Kanda Hospital, she could only beg him. Nowadays, Anshin Pharmaceuticals' top management was in sharp conflict with each other, and he didn't believe that Xiao Tong didn't know the importance of Kanda Hospital's order. Xiao Tong, let me tell you, as long as I, Lu Hong, don't nod my head, no one will dare to accept this order, so just die. Oh, listening to your tone, this Kanda Hospital is owned by you? At this time, a handsome, somewhat lazy-looking young man wearing a name brand came in front of the duo. Smilingly, he looked at Lu Hong with a teasing look on his face. The visitor was naturally Ning, who had originally planned to take a look at the situation. When he heard the name Anshin Pharmaceuticals, his heart stirred. Although he didn't know much about this company, but naturally, he had only gotten 15% of someone else's shares 2 days ago, and now he was a shareholder of Anshin Pharmaceuticals. Listening to the conversation between the two, it seems like Anshin Pharmaceuticals is not very simple and the water is very deep. There is a lot of water, and it is also deep. Other people don't care, but Ning likes it. He wanted to see what kind of dragon's den it was, and said that he would break into it. Kid, do you know who I am? Lu Hong had long since seen Ning watching the show from the sidelines. Watching the show is quiet and good. Have to come out to play what big tail wolf? Can't you see that so many people around you have the good sense not to speak? Can't you even see this atmosphere? Seeing how young Ning was, Lu Hong subconsciously assumed that Ning was a fresh graduate of a medical university who had come to Kanda Hospital to seek employment. Such a person could be taken at will if he, Lu Hong, wanted to, simply because, alert, he had a father who was the vice president. Without answering Lu Hong's question, Ning simply smiled faintly and stepped forward. I don't know who you are, nor do I want to, but I can tell from your words that you don't deserve to work in a hospital, much less be a doctor. Saying that, Ning's voice became a bit louder, pointing at the entrance of the office building. Now pack up your things and get the hell out of here. Ning's voice wasn't small, and naturally, it attracted the attention of many people. Even upstairs, people came down to watch the fun. Seeing Lu Hong on the verge of a violent rage, they had a moment of silence in their hearts for this young man. Who do you think you're messing with that you have to mess with this one? But among them, certain people recognized Ning as the young man that Dean Wu had personally greeted earlier. They laughed coldly, and they had long been displeased with this Lu Hong, who had acted as an authority on the basis of his own father. The young man who appeared now was most likely related to Dean Wu. It would be perfect to have him treat this Lu Hong. Of course, no one thought that Lu Hong would be expelled, but at most, he would be slightly punished. Who asked someone else to have a father who was a vice dean? Yo-ho? Quite a novelty today, huh? Lu Hong sneered. To be honest, no one has dared to tell me Lu Hong to get lost after working for so long. Kid, do you think you're bigger than my dad's vice dean position? Lu Hong immediately looked arrogant. Having a dad who was an associate dean had always been his capital to show off. Seeing Ning's silence again, Lu Hong was even more complacent. Ha ha ha, dare to tell my old man to get lost. How about now? You don't dare to speak, do you? A rash young man, and still so arrogant. If you can get into Kanda Hospital to work, I, Lu Hong, will believe with you. Ning glanced icily at Lu Hong and said in a calm tone, I don't have a position in Kanda Hospital. When Lu Hong heard this, the corner of his mouth rose slightly. He knew that this was a douchebag. Maybe with too small amounts of money, he felt that he was a great kind of person. Such a person, in Lu Hong's opinion, was stupid, but in the next second, Ning's words made Lu Hong's heart thump. But I just took over this hospital, and I'm considered the owner of this hospital when all is said and done. What, boss? Everyone present, including Xiao Tong who stood silently by the side, looked at Ning incredulously. This young man, who appeared to have graduated not long ago, was the boss behind Jiangcheng Kanda Hospital? Those present who had just seen this scene of Wu Jishir greeting Ning were enlightened in their hearts. So that was it. No wonder Dean Wu was so respectful of a young man. It wasn't because Ning had some terrifying background, but rather, this person himself was an existence that others couldn't afford to mess with. Lu Hong was also a bit hesitant, as Ning was too confident. However, he still didn't believe that someone so young could take over Jiangcheng Kanda Hospital. What's more, his father was the vice president of the hospital, and with the change in ownership, why hadn't his father said anything about it? Thinking of this, Lu Hong pointed at Ning, his veins rippling. You have a lot of guts. How dare you start rumors in the hospital? Do you think I don't dare to move you? Chapter 39, Not Happy. I think you're the bold one. How dare you openly tell Mr. Yi what to do? Do you think your father can really protect you? Just as Lu Hong's words fell, the voice of an old man came from the stairway. Other than Ning, the pupils of everyone present shrunk slightly, as this voice was incomparably familiar to them. It was the voice of Dean Wu Jishir, and even he addressed Ning as Sir. Mr. Yi, are you alright? Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Wu Jishir came to Ning's side. Wu Jisher's attitude allowed Yi Ning's words to be argued. This man was truly the owner of Kanga Hospital, someone who could make them roll over and leave with a single word. Lu Heng's back was now in a cold sweat. He would never have imagined that he had provoked the boss no matter what. Even when the boss made his identity known, he still presumed to make a move against him. Yi, Mr. Yi, I was wrong. I spoke out of turn. Please, you must forgive me. Lu Hong had a panicked look on his face and kept bowing to Yi Ning to apologize. Forgive? Yi Ning snorted. I said that you are not worthy of practicing medicine. Now you just get the hell out of here. Dean Wu, and his father who is the vice dean, also check into it, and if there is a problem, deal with it as you see fit. Yi Ning incomparably sighed. Truly there were such assholes in all walks of life. They enjoyed the fruits of the people's labor, but in turn used the power given to them by the people to wield power. It was really hard for Yi Ning to forgive such people. Right, Xiao Tong, right. You wait here for a moment. I'll have a word with Dean Wu. I have something else to find you in a moment. Hearing Yi Ning's words, Xiao Tong was slightly surprised. She didn't know why a big boss like Yi Ning would leave himself alone. Could it be that he had some unique fetish? Thinking of this, Xiao Tong couldn't help but blush. However, she now had a request from Yi Ning, so of course she didn't dare to disobey him. As for what other needs Yi Ning really had when the time came, she could only deal with it depending on the situation. Yi Ning and Wu Jisher walked out of the office building and came to an unoccupied flower bed. Neither of them spoke at first, and after a long period of silence, Yi Ning took the lead in speaking. Dean Wu, I hope this is the only time something like this happens. Yi Ning's face was flat, but his tone revealed a bit of indifference. Wu Jisher nodded his head and assured, don't worry, Mr. Yi, I will definitely investigate the matter of Lu's father and son severely. Yi Ning shook his head. You know that's not what I'm talking about, because you set out with good intentions, so I'll accompany you in this drama. Wu Jisher was shocked in his heart, then a bitter smile appeared on his face. In the end, he was still discovered by Yi Ning. Originally, he had already admired this young boss, and only now did he truly feel that this young man was remarkable. Yes, this was all arranged by Wu Jisher. Lu Heng's father and son had too much power in the hospital, and even he, the dean, could not control them. This led to the duo acting as an authority in the hospital and corrupting the atmosphere. In the past few days, it so happened that Anqing Pharmaceuticals would have people come to look for Lu Heng, the procurement minister, every day. So Wu Jisher thought to let Yi Ning, the new boss, see it and cure the father and son in the process. Although the starting point was good, and also achieved the purpose, but it did take advantage of Yi Ning. Yi Ning did hate people like Lu Heng, but it was still a bit unpleasant to be inexplicably taken advantage of. Don't worry, Mr. Yi, this time I also had no choice but to do so, and I definitely won't show up again in the future. Well, that's good. After the two finished talking, Yi Ning found Xiao Tong. He hadn't paid much attention to it just now, but now he idly took a closer look. To men, this woman was really tempting. If they were to talk about appearance alone, Xiao Tong was far worse than Bai Ilua and the like. At most, she could be considered a good beauty, but when it came to her figure, Xiao Tong was really the kind of woman who was convex in front and curved in the back, plump and full of flavor. That's what the beauty in other people's mouths are like, right? No wonder that Lu Heng is so heartfelt about it. Good or bad character aside, at least Lu Heng's vision is still good. Yi, Mr. Yi, can you not stare at me like this? Although she was already a 35-year-old baby mama, Xiao Tong was still a little uncomfortable being stared at by a man in his 20s all the time. Of course, it was unaccustomed because Yi Ning was handsome, but if he was ugly, it would be disgusting. It couldn't be helped that in a face-dependent society, being handsome was really a lot more convenient. Not to mention modern society. Wasn't it the same in ancient society? The one who looks handsome is the one that the little girl will give her body to. The ugly-looking one is the one who will repay you by being an ox in his next life. Ahem. Yi Ning cursed himself in his heart for being shameless. There was Mo Qingqing and the others. What was the point of staring at someone else? A young woman. Sorry. Yi Ning apologized and then said, how about this? It's almost noon. I'll treat you to dinner and then we'll talk, eat, and then chat? Chat about what? Are you sure you're not teasing? Xiao Tong's face was flushed red, and the way she looked at Yi Ning was quite strange. It looked like a handsome young man, but it turned out that he really did have a special fetish. But thinking that she absolutely could not lose this big client of Kanda Hospital, Xiao Tong could only nod her head. I hope it's not what I think it is. If it's true, I can only improvise. Let's go then. I still have to go to the real estate agent after dinner. I'm quite busy today. Hearing Yi Ning's words, Xiao Tong's body trembled. She almost didn't stand still. The mountains shook. This is going to the real estate agent? You're not even eating yet and you're thinking about keeping me? The beautiful eyes looked ahead to Yi Ning's back, gritted his teeth. and walked out with a firm pace of generosity and righteousness. Chapter 40, Anshin Pharmaceuticals. Is there anything you want to eat? Yi Ning asked casually as he drove. Xiao Tong shook her head. As you arrange, Mr. Yi. Alright then, let's go to Jiangnan Hotel. That's not bad? As the boss, Yi Ning was almost every day either picking up chicks or on his way to picking up chicks. He almost didn't ask about his own industry, but he wanted to eat anyway, so he went to take a look at it. No, it's not good, right? Xiao Tong stammered. Was this man in such a hurry, going straight to the hotel? After eating at the hotel, then Xiao Tong, would still be able to run away? What's wrong with it? The food there is not bad. Don't worry. Yi Ning was a bit strange. Didn't you say to eat whatever you wanted? Is this the fickle side of women? Yi Ning's car had just entered the Jiangnan Hotel, and the security boy gave a standard salute. Good day, Mr. Yi. Yi Ning smiled and nodded. Not bad, quite spirited. For the hotel, it was still very satisfactory. It looked like Wu Yuan managed it quite well. Let's give the employees of Jiangnan Hotel a pay rise next month. Yi Ning thought so. The pupils of Xiao Tong and the co-pilot flickered. She wasn't deaf, and had just clearly heard the security guard of the Jiangnan Grand Hotel address Yi Ning as Mr. Yi. Could it be that he also had shares in the Jiangnan Grand Hotel? Moreover, the Jiangnan Grand Hotel was originally part of the Jiangnan Commercial Street, so Yi Ning was not only the boss behind Jiangcheng Kangda Hospital, but also had property in Jiangnan Commercial Street? Thinking of this, Xiao Tong immediately felt that this handsome man was quite mysterious. Just how much more of an identity did he have? Boss, you're here? Yi Ning parked his car, and the two of them had just walked to the entrance of the lobby when Wu Yuan, who had gotten the news first, was already waiting. The tall welcoming ladies on both sides also bowed. Hello, Mr. Yi. Hello you guys. Yi Ning greeted and patted Wu Yuan's shoulder. Good job. From next month onwards, the bonuses for all employees will be doubled. The hotel employees all revealed excited smiles when they heard Yi Ning's words. As long as they didn't make any particularly big mistakes at Jiangnan Hotel, they would have a bonus every month, and it wasn't low. If the bonus was doubled next month, wouldn't that be equivalent to a double salary? How could they not be happy with such good news? It was great to have such a generous boss. Under Wu Yuan's arrangement, a rather attractive receptionist lady led Yi Ning and the two of them to a huge private room. The private room was lavishly decorated and gilded. After learning about Xiao Tong's tastes, Yi Ning casually ordered a few specialties. When the receptionist's sister left the room, she also glanced enviously at Xiao Tong, who was sitting across from Yi Ning. After leaving the room, she looked at her slightly tender front and had a sad face. Men really did like big ones. Even men like General Yi, who was rare on earth, were the same. And General Yi's tastes were so unique, actually liking less. Yi Ning didn't know that coming to a meal with Xiao Tong had resulted in the title of Xiao Thief. Only when the meal was served did Yi Ning begin to cut to the chase. I heard Lu Hong say that there was a disagreement among the shareholders within Anshin Pharmaceuticals. What's going on? Tell me about it in detail. Xiao Tong had thought of many countermeasures within her mind to deal with Yi Ning's offense later on. It was that she hadn't expected that Yi Ning would just want to understand the internal conflicts of Anshin Pharmaceuticals. Mr. Yi, is this what you want to talk to me about? Xiao Tong said doubtfully. Or else. Yi Ning's brows furrowed slightly as he wondered what Xiao Tong meant. Phew. Xiao Tong let out a dark sigh of relief. But remembering the problems the company was facing, her heart felt bad. This is no longer a secret in the industry. So if Mr. Yi wants to hear it, I'll tell you about it. After that, Xiao Tong said. Yi Ning listened on the sidelines and had a rough understanding of the whole thing. It turned out that the former chairman of Anshin Pharmaceuticals had suddenly passed away in a car accident. The current chairman was the former chairman's only daughter, Annie. However, Annie is very young. Many shareholders within the company are not convinced by her, especially the second shareholder, Lu Jiandong, who occupies a large portion of the shares of Anshin Pharmaceuticals, has been coveting the position of chairman for a long time. He joins forces with a group of minority shareholders to suppress Annie's position in the company, and Annie faces a difficult situation. Now that an Xin Pharmaceuticals' performance was gradually declining, more and more shareholders began to defect to Lu Jiandong. Especially not long ago, Kangda Hospital said that it wanted to dissolve its partnership with Anshin Pharmaceuticals. It had made an Xin's situation even more difficult. Xiao Tong came because she wanted to re-establish a cooperative relationship with Kangda Hospital to help Annie tide over her difficulties. Have Kangda and an Xin always cooperated with each other? Yi Ning asked with shrimp wrapped in his mouth. Xiao Tong nodded. Yes, from the old chairman that was the partnership. It has been no less than 10 years. Then how could it be suddenly terminated? Could it be that there is some quality problem? Not really, Xiao Tong stammered, not saying anything after denying it. Yi Ning instantly understood that this was also that Lu Jiandong's means of weakening Annie's position, right? It seemed that Xiao Tong's earlier claim that Lu Hong had taken bribes privately wasn't an empty claim either. Although Xiao Tong didn't know why Yi Ning was interested in an Xin Pharmaceuticals problems, she couldn't care less. Right now, she only wanted to know if the cooperation between the two families could be re-established. As long as Yi Ning gave the go-ahead, there would be no problem no matter who obstructed it. Mr. Yi, actually. Chapter 41, First Kiss. Yi Ning was not only the person in control of Kanda Hospital in Jiangcheng, but he was also a shareholder of Anshin Pharmaceuticals, so without Xiao Tong mentioning it, he would let the two sides continue to work together. Xiao Tong didn't expect Yi Ning to actually agree so dryly, without the slightest hesitation. Turning to not think much about it, the cooperation of Kanda Hospital was finally preserved. Although it couldn't completely solve the problems that Chairman Annie was facing now, it would at least alleviate a large portion of the pressure. In fact, Yi Ning was just thinking that fertilizer was not flowing to outsiders. Since it was all about making money, it was better to give it to his own people. Of course, nowadays he was not short of money. After the meal, the two went their separate ways. Yi Ning thought that he hadn't seen Su Wire for a long time, and since he was going to the real estate agent anyway, he might as well make an appointment to get together. Faced with Yi Ning's invitation, Su Wire readily agreed. Driving to Su Wire's downstairs, Su Wire had already drawn exquisite makeup and waited for a long time. How's it? Does it look good? Su Wire smiled happily, seeing Yi Ning's eyes twinkling with starlight. There were two tiny dimples on her cheeks when she smiled, which was too sweet. Good looking. I like it a lot. Yi Ning didn't hold back for a second and directly swept her into his arms. Smelling the fragrant scent of her body, Yi Ning felt that this life was worth it. Su Wire was startled by Yi Ning's sudden move. After a short period of nervousness, she then felt that Yi Ning's embrace was really warm and gradually relaxed her body. Yi Ning, it's not good for us to be like this. In public, hugging with Yi Ning, Su Wire's face was still a bit unsettled and red. Why? We're not together yet. This is something only male and female friends do. Su Wire's voice was getting smaller and smaller, but she still didn't let go of her arms holding Yi Ning. A typical mouthful. You want me to be your boyfriend? Are you kidding? Yi Ning feigned a look of surprise. Instantly, Su Wire's eyes dipped red in the flesh. Her mouth puckered up so much that it could hang a bucket. I'm going to cry. Quickly coax me. Su Wire tilted her head and looked at Yi Ning with an unhappy expression. She certainly didn't think that Yi Ning didn't want her anymore. If Yi Ning was truly dead to someone, then he wouldn't even mention the name anymore. Just like Yi Ning's ex-girlfriend, Man, who he had run into on Commercial Street earlier. Since then, Su Wire hadn't seen Yi Ning mention Man, as if she never knew the person. With such a personality, could Yi Ning still take the initiative to come to her if he didn't like her? Yi Ning smiled and rubbed Su Wire's small head. You called mom inside the video. Could it still be a girlfriend? Oomph. Darn it. Su Wire cocked her nose, looking disgusted, but the smile at the corner of her mouth couldn't be suppressed. She was really beautiful when she smiled, and if Yi Ning were to describe someone in terms of innocence, it would definitely be Su Wire. The feeling she gave off was no different from first love. Staring at Su Wire's bright red little mouth, Yi Ning couldn't help himself and directly pressed his face against it. Well, this man, why is he making a sneak attack again? What a big bad egg. Although she thought this in her heart, Su Wire still tilted her head upwards, slowly closing her eyes, hooking onto Yi Ning's neck, and letting him do as he pleased. After a long time, Yi Ning reluctantly parted. Licking his mouth, he had a wistful expression and a bad smile on his face. Still laughing. It's still not you. Su Wire glared viciously at Yi Ning, not wanting to care about him. Her large fullness rose and fell frequently, and she breathed heavily. You need to learn to use your nose to change your breath, or you won't be able to kiss for long, Yi Ning reminded. Su Wire deflated her mouth and said sourly, you think everyone is as skillful as you? Today was her Su Wire's first kiss. Yi Ning, this big bad guy, had gotten a bargain and was still selling out. Yi Ning didn't know how to speak. He did have a lot of say in this regard. Just why was there a hidden pride in his heart? Seeing that Yi Ning didn't speak, Su Wire became jealous. This big bad guy, he didn't even know to defend himself, and looked quite pleased with himself. Although there was some discomfort in her heart, she wouldn't get angry. She knew that Yi Ning was so outstanding that there must be many girls who liked him. If she had to get angry every single time, she would have been pissed off a long time ago. Right, what are we doing later? Yi Ning had only asked her to go out. He hadn't said where he was going today. As soon as the words left her mouth, Su Wire saw Yi Ning ask in surprise, can I? Su Wire's expression froze, and she instantly understood what Yi Ning meant. With a red face, she directly gave Yi Ning a pink punch. Can you big head? Sometimes, she really wanted to open Yi Ning's head to see what exactly was packed inside. Just kidding, just kidding. Yi Ning smiled and explained, I got a house and I'm going to rent it out as a chartered house. Su Weier was not surprised that Yi Ning had extra real estate. That's just right. I want to change where I live, so why don't you stop going to the agent and rent it out to me? Su Weier clapped her hands. Yi Ning knew that Su Weier had misunderstood him. Then I'll give you a set and just rent out the rest. Yi Ning said indifferently. Su Weier's neighborhood was indeed worse environmentally, so a different place to live was not bad. Don't you only have one set of houses? There are others? When I say one house, I mean one building. It's all mine. Driving the car out of the neighborhood. In Su Weier's brain dangling, Yi Ning added, when the time comes, you pick a set you like to live in, and take the rest to the real estate company. You can give it directly to the neighborhood property, and they can also help with rentals. Oh, that's good. By the way, I'll show you the house. Yi Ning turned the car around and drove towards the direction of the school district houses. Chapter 42, Jade City, Jiangcheng University City. This place has 7 or 8 undergraduate and specialized schools such as Jiangcheng University and Jiangcheng Normal University. Because of the large number of students, business was developed, and the housing prices here were naturally not cheap. Yi Ning owns the Jade City. The house price in the university city is also the most expensive. Each of the one staircase, 2 family houses was around 400 square meters and sold for nearly $10 million. Sir, wanting to enter Emerald City requires the owner's consent to do so. We can help you get in touch. Driving the Mercedes-Benz Big G, the two were stopped by the neighborhood security guards at the gate of Emerald City. Yi Ning casually fished out a real estate license in a box. I'm the owner. By the way, have your property management come here? I'm looking for him for something. The security guard had never seen a real estate license put into a cardboard box, and it was such a big box. It couldn't be all of them, could it? Is this person buying a house as if he is buying clothes? Wholesaling is not like this. Today, he is considered to see the real rich people. Smiling to send Yi Ning into the neighborhood. The neighborhood security guards in the first time to contact the property manager. When the Emerald City property owner received the call, his first reaction was that the big brother who had bought a building had appeared. When they learned of this news yesterday, everyone was stunned. He had long wanted to meet this bull who had bought a building, and today, people actually came in person. Tidying up his suit, the property supervisor rushed to Building 6 at a rapid pace with a nervous mood. Yi Ning brought Su Weier to visit the decoration, and finally Su Weier chose a house on the 22nd floor. The two walked out of the elevator, and a man in a suit was waiting at the door for a long time. You are Boss Yi, right? I'm Liao Peng, the property supervisor of Emerald City. I'm very happy. Before Liao Peng could finish, he heard Yi Ning say in surprise, Liao Peng, it's you? Ha, you're Yi Ning. From the moment Yi Ning stepped out of the elevator, he had felt that the man looked somewhat familiar, much like his college classmate. But after that, he felt that he had misrecognized him. Even if Yi Ning was more powerful, it was impossible for him to afford a building in a short period of time, right? Therefore, when he realized that this person was his university classmate, his heart immediately set off waves of shock. One had to know that their school was just an ordinary undergraduate, graduated 3 years, like him, can get about 10,000 a month, and even sometimes good performance, to the hands of 20,000 to 30,000 is already a very good mix. But even so, want to buy a house in Emerald City is still unrealistic. Even to buy a house in Jiangcheng have to plan for a long time. But the same class of Yi Ning, not only can buy a house in the Emerald City, and people buy is a building. Such a discrepancy made Liao Peng somewhat difficult to accept. And the woman beside Yi Ning should be his girlfriend, right? This was too beautiful. Much better looking than even those TV stars. Yi Ning, are you the owner of this 6th building? Liao Peng took a deep breath and asked with wide eyes. Yes. Yi Ning nodded his head, although he had already guessed it. Getting Yi Ning's affirmation still made Liao Peng feel dizzy. You're also, too much. Liao Peng himself hadn't even realized that his voice was shivering as he spoke. He had never before, but now that he was facing Yi Ning, he was actually a bit formal. It wasn't his fault either. Just ask, how many people could remain calm if someone they knew was, in fact, a super-duper bigot? Let's not talk about that. Yi Ning smiled lightly. By the way, I'm looking for a property, and I originally wanted to rent out the house. Since it's you, Liao Peng, that's even better. Yi Ning left the 20th to 25th floors behind, and stuffed all the others to Liao Peng without hesitation. Liao Peng was slightly touched in his heart. When he was in college, he and Yi Ning could only be considered to be in the same class, with almost no other interactions. Although Yi Ning would have rented out these houses regardless of whether or not the property manager was him, he still took on the responsibility of Yi Ning. However, he still bore Yi Ning's love. There was no doubt about that. Watching Yi Ning and Su Weier holding hands and walking out of the neighborhood, Liao Peng shed envious eyes. This was the winner of life. Immediately after, Liao Peng took out his cell phone and couldn't help but share it in the class group. Liao Peng, do you guys know who I just ran into? Li Wei, Dilly Reba, Guli Naza, Lu Quan, or maybe it was Marzaha? Liao Peng, what's this all about? It's a classmate of ours, and she even bought a house in Emerald City. Li Wei, holy? Could it be Jiang Xian? I used to think his family was quite rich. Lu Quan, maybe it's the class president. Everyone hadn't graduated for a few years, and without relying on their family, how many people could buy a house in Emerald City? So subconsciously they all thought that it was those classmates who already had more favorable living conditions. Jiang Xian, I didn't. Don't start rumors. Jiang Xian looked at his cell phone. He was also curious about who in his class could afford to buy a house in Emerald City. Although he wasn't particularly rich, he was doing well in Zhongchang. His family had assets in the tens of millions, but it was still whimsical to want to buy a house in Emerald City. Jiang Shui, I'm still abroad. Not me. Jiang Xian and class Jiang Shui denied it one after another, and everyone was curious about it. Besides these two, who else had such financial strength? Li Wei, Liao Peng, stop fishing and tell us. Liao Peng stared at the screen and smiled straight. I won't say the name. Anyway, it's a very handsome looking man. Very handsome. Seeing this message, everyone knew who the person in Liao Peng's mouth was. In their class, to say that there were still a few handsome men, but when it came to being very handsome, it was only Yi Ning. That was a true school grass level face. In college, even if they knew that Yi Ning's family was average, there were still a lot of little girls who were crazy about him. Not to mention that he was rich now. Everyone looked at the message sent by Liao Peng, their faces frozen. In any case, they couldn't imagine that Yi Ning had actually surpassed them by a large margin. Jiang Shui, who was far away from home, also felt incredible when she saw Liao Peng's message. She had also had a crush on Yi Ning in the beginning, but she had chosen to give up just because of Yi Ning's family conditions. She didn't have that much time to wait for a man to grow up. She didn't expect Yi Ning to really grow up now, or else try. But Liao Peng's next sentence gave Jiang Shui a direct splash of cold water. Liao Peng, and that girlfriend of Yi Ning's, is really pretty, better looking than all those stars. Jiang Shui, who was opening Yi Ning's chat box and preparing to send him a message. Seeing this message, she violently locked the screen and threw her phone on the bed, her pupils burning with jealousy. Chapter 43, Xin Xian's Mind. After dealing with the house, Yi Ning drove and took Su Weier to eat street stalls in the university town. Neither of them noticed a woman dressed up in a flamboyant manner, staring at the duo intentionally or unintentionally, and revealing inexplicable smiles from time to time. Xin Xian had a date today, and when she was dressed up and passing through the snack street, she suddenly saw a familiar black Big G. Ordinary people definitely couldn't tell the difference, but as Bai Ilua's roommate, Xin Xian had naturally carefully studied the previous photos on the campus forum. After comparing them again and again, she finally determined that this car was the car of the rich second generation rumored to be Bai Ilua's boyfriend. Originally she thought that the owner of the car is to find Bai Ilua, did not expect the passenger seat actually down a woman, or a stunning beauty whose appearance was no worse than Bai Ilua's, and looking at the intimate appearance of the two, it was obvious that they were a couple. Xin Xian felt exceptionally excited about this discovery and quickly took her cell phone to take pictures. She had dated a lot of boyfriends, but there weren't many truly rich ones. From the way Yi Ning was dressed, Xin Xian could tell at a glance that this was definitely a super rich young tycoon, and also so handsome. Wasn't this exactly her ideal man? Plus, her looks weren't bad either. Although she couldn't compare to Bai Ilua, she was still a proper big beauty. She believed that as long as a little means, do not believe that this handsome rich second generation will not take the bait. Thinking of this, Xin Xian directly took out the phone and dialed the number. Hello, Xian, have you arrived? I'll come pick you up right away in my Audi A4. On the other end of the phone, a young man's voice came. When Xin Xian heard the voice on the other end of the phone, a trace of contempt flashed across her face. A broken Audi. One doesn't know what there is to show off. She had already forgotten that she had previously told others that they had to have at least a $300,000 car to be worthy of dating her. But now that she saw Yi Ning's multi-million-dollar car, she directly dismissed her previous promise. Zhou Juanhao, you don't have to come. Let's break up. Xin Xian's tone was flat. She had experienced this kind of thing countless times. Zhou Juanhao almost didn't touch the steering wheel, drove the car to the side of the road and stepped on the brakes. Xian, don't joke. I never joke. A several $100,000 broken car. How can it be worthy of me? Zhou Juanhao, just forget about it. Xin Xian chided into the phone, then directly hung up the phone. Looking at Yi Ning, who was opening the car door for Su Weier not far away, she was very excited in her heart. Bai Ilua, you didn't expect your man to eat from the bowl and look at the pot, did you? In that case then I have a chance too. Xin Xian didn't have the luxury of becoming Yi Ning's marriage partner. As long as Yi Ning gave money, she was willing to be his lover. she just didn't believe that with her beauty, there were still men who would be able to withstand the temptation. The next day, before Yi Ning even woke up, he received a call from Wu Yuan and Sun Tao. These two men, one was the general manager of Jiangnan Hotel, and the other was the general manager of Jiangnan Mansion. Their matters all pointed to one. That was a charity auction that was being held at the Jiangnan Grand Hotel this evening. It was organized by the Red Cross Society of Jiangcheng. For auctions like this, quite a few representatives from Jiangcheng Enterprises would usually come. Yi Ning had nothing to do and decided to go as well. As for a female companion, Su Weier naturally fell on her. Under the starry moon, Su Weier drove a Porsche 911 and drove Yi Ning to the Jiangnan Hotel. Today, Su Weier was wearing a purple evening gown with high heels, very tall. Yi Ning, on the other hand, was wearing a newly purchased Armani suit, and stood together with Su Weier like a pair of golden children. Hello boss, this is the invitation for you. The auction is on the 9th floor. Yi Ning had just walked to the door when the welcoming young lady came in front of her with a professional smile. Her eyes lit up when she saw Su Weier, worthy of being the boss. The female companion was actually so beautiful. It seemed like the boss wasn't specializing in young women as rumor had it. Thank you. Yi Ning took the invitation and pulled Su Weier's hand towards the elevator entrance. This brother, are you also here for the auction? Entering the elevator, a man in his 20s with glasses looked at Yi Ning. The man was handsome, just with a rather tawdry hairstyle. With a famous brand, he looked like he was also a master who did not lack money. Yi Ning smiled. Yes, received an invitation unintentionally. Han Yu also looked like he was familiar with himself. Extending his hand, my name is Han Yu. I came to take a look on behalf of my father. Yi Ning. Yi Ning gently shook Han Yu's hand before continuing. This is my girlfriend, Su Weier. Just now, Han Yu had felt that Su Weier looked somewhat familiar, and when he heard Yi Ning's introduction, he suddenly remembered. Inside the elevator, he exclaimed, could it be that little Weier from the flying fish platform? Su Weier couldn't imagine that Han Yu actually recognized her, so she smiled and admitted, it's me, nice to meet you, Mr. Han. Su Weier's acknowledgement made Han Yu, the rich second generation, a little nervous. He didn't have many hobbies in his day-to-day life, and his favorites were racing cars, clubbing, and looking at beautiful women. Since Su Weier had caught fire in the live streaming world, now there were really a lot of people who watched her live every day. Han Yu had also watched it a few times, and he had always thought Su Weier was quite good looking, but he hasn't done anything practical. After all, today's beauty technology is too scary. Who knows what kind of monster is on the other side of the screen? Now that he had seen Su Weier with his own eyes, he realized that he was wrong. Not only was she not a monster, she was still an overwhelmingly beautiful woman. Even with Han Yu's insights, he hadn't seen a few that could be comparable to Su Weier. Han Yu patted Yi Ning on the shoulder with an envious face. Dude is awesome. Someone as beautiful as sister-in-law was caught by you. That's right. Yi Ning had a smug look on his face. Then his face changed slightly. Hiss. A twisting pain came from his waist, making Yi Ning somewhat overwhelmed. Chapter 44, Lu Tianxiang. When Yi Ning arrived, he did not attract much attention. Rather, it was Su Weier beside her that caused many people present to give her a sideways glance. This was too beautiful. With this woman present tonight, all the other women paled in comparison. Some of them who followed the internet on weekdays also recognized Su Weier's identity, but those who took the initiative to come up to greet them were still few. Didn't they see Su Weier holding a handsome man? Who can come here? Which family is simple? Naturally, none of them would casually cause trouble. Old Yi, what number are you? In a few words, Yi Ning had changed from brother to old Yi in Han Yu's mouth. Number 7. Because of Han Yu's inquiry, Yi Ning only noticed that there was a number on the original invitation. He had thought that everyone sat randomly. Number 7. Unbelievably, Han Yu took the invitation in Yi Ning's hand and took a closer look. It was really number 7. Han Yu had thought that Yi Ning was just a rich second generation who had come here to see the world like him. It seemed that there were other identities as well. It was important to realize that the top 10 numbers of the auction were not that easy to get. Han Yu's family is one of the leading companies in the building materials industry in Jiangcheng. The company has a market capitalization of $5 billion, but the invitation his dad got was only number 25. It looked like Yi Ning's identity was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Su Weier took Yi Ning's arm, and the two of them came to sit in the front row. Yi Ning's arrival made many people in the hall curious. Anyone who could sit in the front row was either a high-ranking person within the Red Cross or a representative of a $10 billion enterprise in Jiangcheng. Could it be that Yi Ning was the heir of some unknown $10 billion enterprise bigwig? Mr. Yi, I didn't expect you to be here as well. Hearing the voice, Yi Ning turned around, and it turned out to be Xiao Tong, whom he had met only a short while ago. Today, Xiao Tong was dressed in a bright-colored gown, and her tight skirt showed off her figure to the fullest. especially the two full masses in front of her chest. This was too grand. "Hello Director Xiao. How are you? Did you receive an invitation as well?" Ning asked with a smile. Seeing Su Wire beside Ning, Xiao Tong's mind was enlightened. It was no wonder that when he had met Ning that day, although he had also shown a hint of desire, he hadn't made any demands in the end. It turned out that it was because Ning possessed such a stunningly beautiful woman beside him. After working for so many years, she had only seen two beauties of this level. One was this one beside Ning, and the other, the current chairman of an XIN pharmaceutical, Annie. Of course not. Xiao Tong shook her head and smiled bitterly. "I naturally don't have this qualification. It was Dong who sent me here." Ning nodded. That was not surprising. Although Anshin Pharmaceuticals was facing no small difficulties right now, as the leading pharmaceutical company in Zhengcheng, Anne's prestige was naturally not small, and it made sense that she would receive an invitation. Right at this moment, an untimely voice came from beside Xiao Tong. "Director Xiao, do you recognize this beauty? Won't you introduce me?" Beside Xiao Tong, a man wearing a designer label and with short looks was staring at Su Wei with mesmerized eyes. Lu Tianxian felt that he was quite lucky today. Originally, when his own father asked him to come to the charity auction, he didn't even want to come. It was not easy to come, but he actually ran into such a beautiful woman as Su Wei. He originally thought that only Annie could make his heart move, but it turns out that there is also a level of beauty with Annie. Now Annie and his father are still in the tug-of-war stage. Want to get Annie is still missing some fire. Let's use this woman to fill the loneliness in his heart. As for Ning, he has long been ignored. In the Jiangcheng circle, he has never seen Ning this number of people. At most is a good-looking white goods. The moment Lu Tianxiang opened his mouth, Xiao Tong said something bad in her heart. How could she have forgotten that there was this rich second generation who saw color in her companion? Lu Tianxiang's reputation in the circle is not half a star. This is to see a loved one, and specialize in finding those pure and ignorant little girls. Get after the abandonment of the scum. "Hello beautiful, I'm Lu Tianxiang from Anshin Pharmaceuticals. My father is the general manager of Anshin Pharmaceuticals." Seeing Xiao Tong not speaking, Lu Tianxiang eagerly introduced himself to Su Wei. He believed that as long as he revealed his identity, Su Wei, no matter how high and cold she was, would surely fall into his embrace. However, Su Wei didn't pay any attention to Lu Tianxiang's initiative to accost her, and didn't even look at him, directly leaning her head on Ning's shoulder. Ning also smoothly wrapped his arms around Su Wei's soft shoulders. Lu Tianxiang didn't expect his plan to fall through, and he was even more enraged when he saw the intimate interaction between Su Wei and Ning. How could a woman of this caliber lie in someone else's arms, now that he had treated Su Wei as his own woman? How could he, Lu Tianxiang, tolerate his own woman lying in someone else's arms? "Miss, are you not listening to my words?" "I am." Lu Tianxiang still had to say something. Ning directly turned back, his eyes slightly cold as he looked at him. "Don't you know that you're very noisy? Since no one cares about you, just shut up, okay? What kind of person are you? You dare to mind old me?" Lu Tianxiang slammed the armrest and rustled up. He had wanted to find a reason to teach Ning a lesson, but he hadn't expected this person to foolishly send him to his door. Ning sneered at him. "What kind of person am I? Do you believe me when I say that I'm the one who can tell you to get the hell out of here?" If it wasn't for Xiao Tong's sake, he really wanted to just tell this second generation to get the hell out of here. Xiao Tong anxiously pulled Lu Tianxiang. "Young Lu, you sit down first. This is Mr. Ning, the owner of Kangda Hospital, so don't make trouble." Then, she looked at Ning with an apologetic face. "Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, we were wrong today. I apologize to you on behalf of young Lu." Feeling his sleeve being pulled by Su Wei, Ning's serious expression gradually eased. He decided to give Xiao Tong face. How could he say that she was also considered his employee? But while Ning thought this way, some people thought otherwise. Only to see Lu Tianxiang pointing at Ning's nose, he said angrily, "Good, you're the owner of Kangda Hospital. It seems that you're the one who agreed to cooperate. Right, I was just about to seek revenge on you." As soon as Lu Tianxiang's words fell, he only heard a slap sound. A bright red palm print landed on his face. Chapter 45 Storming Königseggen 1. "You dare to hit me?" Lu Tianxiang glared at Ning, covering his red and swollen cheeks in disbelief. Growing up, who dared to hit him? Not to mention in this public, who dared to provoke him? The son of Lu Jiandong? Everyone on the scene turned their gazes towards Ning, their expressions inexplicable. However, none of them went forward to dissuade him. It was a matter of no concern. The auction hadn't even begun when they saw this big show. On one side was the son of Anshin Pharmaceuticals Lu Jiandong, and on the other side was that mysterious new boss of Kangda Hospital, neither of which was a good person. Even Han Yu, who was sitting relatively far away, looked over to this side. "Right." Ning nodded with a cold smile. I beat you. What? Not convinced? You're not going to do it until you've been beaten. You have to take a beating to feel comfortable, don't you? Originally, Ning didn't even want to pay attention to Lu Tianxiang, but he got the better of him. Lu Tianxiang didn't expect Ning to be so strong and completely unafraid of him. Now that he had been slapped in public, he had lost all his face, and if he didn't get it back, how could he still mix with Lu Tianxiang? You give me. In a rage, Lu Tianxiang directly slammed his fist towards Ning's head. Ning did not react slowly, grabbed Lu Tianxiang's wrist, and backhanded another slap. Inside the hall, another crisp slapping sound resounded. Ning's palm that grabbed his wrist also exerted force at the same time, and several clear fingerprints surfaced on Lu Tianxiang's wrist in an instant. Pain, pain, pain. Let go. Lu Tianxiang suffered pain and his expression was hideous. Ning shook it off with force, and Lu Tianxiang stumbled back to his position with an unsteady stance. Remember, this is the last time. Don't give your face away. Ning had a stern face. His words were cold, and Lu Tianxiang felt his chilly hair stand up. He was truly a bit afraid of Ning right now. He thought to himself that Ning's background was nothing more than that, but it was just awe-inspiring. With his pride, Lu Tianxiang wouldn't allow himself to fear a little white boy that he hadn't even met. Yes, I'm convinced. Lu Tianxiang pretended to agree, and quietly took out his cell phone after Ning turned around. Ning naturally knew that this person would not easily give up, because just now, he clearly saw a ferocious light in Lu Tianxiang's eyes. However, he stood undaunted. This Jiangnan hotel was his turf. As long as Lu Tianxiang dares to come, he will let him taste what is called regret. This farce, Lu Tianxiang apologized in the temporary end. Everyone did not expect that Lu Tianxiang, who was known as one of the top dukes in Jiangchang, would actually apologize. Regardless of the follow-up, this young man who made Lu Tianxiang soft, was considered to be out of the limelight. Of course, many people were also secretly shaking their heads. They understood that Lu Tianxiang was not someone who easily gave in to softness. This young man was not going to have a good time back there. It wasn't until a middle-aged beauty in a cheongsam appeared on the stage of the hall that people's attention moved away from Ning and the others. The middle-aged beauty wore a smile on her face and spoke in a gentle tone. Good evening, everyone. I am the host of this charity auction, Wan Yao. After some introductions, the auction officially opened. Here comes our first lot, the Tiffany Millennium Necklace, with a starting price of $500,000. It was obvious that none of the people here were short of money, although the final price came to $2.3 million, far exceeding the original value of the necklace. Someone still bought it. Ning is not interested in these things. Watching for a long time, there is no intention to bid. Lu Tianxiang saw the situation. The heart-cold smile. Really is a poor man with little money. In addition to handsome nothing, there is such a beautiful female companion even a few million are not willing to give up. Said that as a small white man or two lift him. It was only when the ceremonial lady took out a hairpin from the backstage that Ning's face revealed a smile. Glancing sideways at Su Weier's green silk, the corners of his mouth hooked up slightly. Now that's a good thing. When Yao pointed at the hairpin in the hands of the ceremonial lady and loudly introduced, "This is an ice lotus and field jade hairpin personally carved by Master Lu Qianqing. Both the carving and the jade quality are considered to be of the highest quality, with a starting price of $2 million, and each increase in the price shall not be less than $100,000. With Wen Yao's introduction, there was a gasp of surprise from the stage. It's actually the handiwork of Master Lu Qianqing. On this name it's more than 2 million. Good stuff indeed. I didn't expect there to be such a treasure. I'm not into treasures either. I'm just into charity. 3 million. It's my wife's birthday, so let's not rob with me. 5 million. After a short discussion, everyone started bidding. Soon, the price of the Ice Lotus Hetien Jade hairpin came to $8 million. $20 million. Ning raised his hand and bid for the first time. $20 million. Everyone, including Su Weier, looked at Ning incredulously. This hairpin was priced at almost $8 or $9 million, and Ning had actually directly quoted a price of $20 million. Ning smiled and said, "What are you all looking at me for? It's for charity, just as a good deed." This hairpin was very suitable for Su Weier, and Ning had decided to auction it off. It would be good to donate the extra money. Moreover, he still had a system, and the money he spent could be returned, so he didn't care about it at all. When Lu Tianxiang heard Ning's offer, he was also a bit surprised. Why could he take out so much money at once? Even if he was the owner of Kangda Hospital, it was impossible for him to come up with this much cash flow, right? Even he, the top second generation in Jiangcheng, only had a few $1 million in pocket money each month. What made Ning richer than him? Boss Yi of number 7 is offering $20 million. May I ask if there are any more friends who want to raise the price? $20 million once, $20 million twice, $20 million 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to Boss Yi of Seat 7 for auctioning off Master Lu's Ice Lotus Hutyen Jade Hairpin for $20 million. Without waiting for the auction to end, Ning directly paid for the transaction. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending $20 million for Su Weier, receiving a blitz, rewarding a Koenigsegg 1-1. Koenigsegg? Although Ning's requirements for cars were not very high, the appearance of a sports car that was over $100 million and limited to 6 units worldwide still made him a little excited. This was a Koenigsegg 1-1. Something that money could not necessarily buy. Soon, Ning came to Su Weier's side, gently grabbing her hair and personally inserting a hairpin for her. Su Weier was pleasantly surprised, and even though she had felt that the hairpin had been bought for her from the start, she couldn't help but be moved when Ning gave it to her. Ning, this is too expensive. $20 million. Su Weier spat out her little tongue. Ning shook his head, unconcerned. Compared to your place in my heart, $20 million isn't that important. Ning's words made Su Weier's heart flutter, and her arm around Ning tightened. Soon, the auction ended and the crowd left the field. Lu Tianxiang glanced towards Ning with a wry smile before heading downstairs. Chapter 46, A Kick. Old Yi, that brat might want to turn against you. Han Yu came to Ning's side first and warned in a low voice. Just now, he had also seen the expression on Lu Tianxiang's face, and his hurried appearance was clear that he had some kind of scheme. Although his family background was not as good as Lu Tianxiang's, the two families' businesses did not intersect, and Han Yu was not afraid of him. What's more, the real controller of Anqin Pharmaceuticals is currently Annie, not the Lu family yet. No harm done. Ning downplayed the situation, not even frowning. The current him was at least on the same level as Lu Tianxiang's father. A second generation in the district was not worth mentioning. Seeing Ning's calm demeanor, without the slightest hint of panic, Han Yu lowered his heart. It seemed that Ning had a way to deal with Lu Tianxiang. It was also true that a big shot who could get seat number 7 in this auction, how could he not have some means? Ning and the others had just arrived at the hall on the first floor when Wu Yuan came quickly in his suit. Boss, that Lu Jiandong's son has found some people who look like they want to make a move against you. Wu Yuan spoke in a relaxed tone and smiled as if he was nagging a family friend. Only Han Yu looked at Ning with a surprised expression. This Jiangnan Grand Hotel is also yours? Jiangnan Grand Hotel's general manager Wu Yuan. How could he, Han Yu, not recognize him? But such a person also bowed to Ning and called him boss. Without waiting for Ning to nod his head, Wu Yuan stood out and said, Mr. Yi is not only the owner of Jiangnan Grand Hotel, but also the sole owner of the entire Jiangnan Commercial Street. Hearing this, Han Yu truly understood how terrifying Ning's background was. In just this moment of effort, he already knew that Jiangcheng Kangda Hospital, Jiangnan Commercial Street, Jiangnan Grand Hotel, and Jiangnan Mansion were all Ning's properties. When added up, they were no worse than his family's total assets. What else is left unsaid? For the first time, Han Yu realized that Ning, a character who had never appeared in the second-generation circle of Jiangcheng, was nonetheless likely an existence that most people in Jiangcheng could not afford to mess with. Brother Yi, you're too good too. Han Yu sighed heartily. Even he hadn't realized how natural it was for him to address Ning from brother to old Yi, and now brother Yi. I'm sorry to disturb you guys for a moment. Ning, come out on your own if you don't want to suffer. At this moment, Lu Tianxiang leaned dangling against the doorway, looking at Ning with a teasing face. Today, Ning had caused him to lose face, and had even given him 2 slaps in the face. This account, he, Lu Tianxiang, must settle it properly, as well as the beautiful woman beside Ning. He would take her back tonight and play with her slowly. Thinking of this, Lu Tianxiang looked towards Su Weier. Miss, if you listen well, I can make Ning suffer less later. How about that? He could see that Su Weier was genuinely in love with Ning, so he was even more pleased thinking about what would happen afterward. As long as Su Weier was sensible, he wouldn't worry about Su Weier not obeying him. Nay, Su Weier didn't even look at him, only spitting out one word icily. Scram! Lu Tianxiang laughed back in anger, clapping his palms. Well, then when the time comes, I'll let you know what it means to regret. With that, Lu Tianxiang said to Wu Yuan beside Ning, Manager Wu, as you can see, it's not that I don't give you face, but someone is just being a. I'm not looking for trouble in your venue either. All you need to do is tell Ning to get out. I'll find a way. Lu Tianxiang was not stupid, although Wu Yuan was only a small general manager of Jiangnan Hotel. But the boss behind Jiangnan Commercial Street was not something that ordinary people could afford to mess with. To be able to run a commercial street in the busiest area of Jiangcheng, could it be someone without a background? So naturally, he wouldn't be foolish enough to find trouble in the Jiangnan Grand Hotel. Speaking like this, he was also selling Wu Yuan a face in disguise. Oh, Ning looked towards Wu Yuan beside him, smiling. Manager Wu, what do you mean? Wu Yuan panicked and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This Lu Tianxiang had made a fool of himself and actually wanted to pull him in. Saying stupid B was too much of an exaltation. Boss, don't worry, I'll take care of it. Wu Yuan lowered his head and bowed slightly towards Ning. How incredible this scene was in Lu Tianxiang's eyes. Who was Wu Yuan? The general manager of Jiangnan Grand Hotel. Surprisingly, he bowed to Ning, even though he was standing far away and couldn't hear what Wu Yuan whispered beside Ning. But with that respectful look on his face, it was clear that Ning's status was above Wu Yuan's. How was this possible? While his heart was in shock, Wu Yuan looked indifferently at Lu Tianxiang and pointed at him. Everyone, get this guy under control. I want to see just how he, Lu Jiandong, taught his own son to dare to take a shot at our boss. Boss. Lu Tianxiang looked at Ning in horror. When Ning's gaze also rested on him, how terrifying that mocking smile was in Lu Tianxiang's eyes. How was this possible? The little white boy that he had identified in his heart. Someone else was not only the owner of Kangda Hospital, but even Wu Yuan's top boss. How ironic was this? Lu Tianxiang was being held up by a few security guards. Struggling a few times, his face was fierce as he roared. Ning, don't think that a Jiangnan Hotel's boss is something great. Let me tell you, I'm not afraid of you. Ning shook his head, came in front of Lu Tianxiang, raised his leg and kicked him in the stomach. His gaze was like an icy knife. Fear or not is another story, but there is one thing you remember. Tiam, don't mess with me. When these words came out, everyone present, including Wu Yuan, had their cold hairs stand up. It was hard to imagine that a Ning with a sunny and handsome appearance and a young age was actually so decisive. Everyone understood that Ning really wasn't to be messed with, and that he would really make a move if he was pissed off. Manager Wu. Ning turned his gaze towards Wu Yuan. Wu Yuan took a deep breath. Boss, you speak. Entertain Mr. Lu and the group of people outside. As for the medical bills, I can afford it. Ning had long since seen those dangling punks outside, looking like the thugs that Lu Tianxiang had found. Don't worry, boss. Promise to complete the task, said Wu Yuan, giving the security chief a wink. After dealing with Lu Tianxiang and leaving the Jiangnan Hotel, Ning unexpectedly received a phone call. Chapter 47 Lu Jiandong. Hello Mr. Yi, I'm Lu Jiandong. On the other end of the phone, a middle-aged man's dull voice was heard. Mr. Lu's great name, Mr. Yi has heard about it for a long time. Ning lightly laughed twice. The Lu family was still quite well informed, and in less than half an hour, Lu Jiandong had even inquired about his contact information. Lu Jiandong pondered a little, and said in a solemn tone, it is also a great honor for me, Lu Jiandong, to know Mr. Yi. I wonder if there is a chance to invite Mr. Yi to have a casual dinner together? Lu Jiandong's words caused Ning to raise an eyebrow. If Lu Jiandong was about this matter of his son today, then there was absolutely no need to meet. As long as the other party apologized properly, Ning, was not the type to be unreasonable. However, if Lu Jiandong had invited him so formally, could it be that he had some other purpose? Immediately afterward, Ning Mingo. It looked like Lu Jiandong had found out that he owned shares in Anshin Pharmaceuticals. Thinking of this, Ning's expression flickered. Mr. Lu, there is no need to set up a banquet. To be honest, as long as you manage your own son well, I am not interested in how Anshin Pharmaceuticals develops. I don't care how Anshin Pharmaceuticals develops. In fact, Ning really didn't care who was in charge of an XIN medicine in the future. Whether it was Lu Jiandong or Annie, it had nothing to do with him. As long as Anshin Pharmaceuticals didn't go out of business, his 15% stake would generate income for him. Ning's words were like a tranquilizing pill that made Lu Jiandong much more down to earth. Today, when he realized that the person his son had messed with was Ning, who owned 15% of the shares of Anshin Pharmaceuticals, he was almost out of breath. He couldn't wait to rush straight to Jiangnan Hotel and drag Lu Tianxiang for a brutal beating. It was a good thing that Ning had no interest in company management, or else all the efforts he had made to get the position of chairman of the board would have gone down the drain. Mr. Yi deserves to be a big boss at a young age. I, Lu Jiandong, admire him. Lu Jiandong was slightly more relaxed. The two exchanged pleasantries and hung up the phone. Sitting on the co-pilot, Ning looked puzzled. Today's contact let him know that Lu Jiandong was definitely a person with a deep heart. On the phone, he never mentioned his son, Lu Tianxiang, as if this person did not exist. But because of this, it appeared that Lu Jiandong was terrifying. Such a person is a ruthless person who can sacrifice everything for the sake of profit. Returning to the villa, Ning helped Su Weier pack up a guest room and slept separately. The next day, Ning slept until noon. During lunch with Su Weier, he received a call from the manager of Koenigsegg. As the property manager of Dragon View Villa on the Clouds, Luo Rongrong followed her usual practice of patrolling around the neighborhood. Suddenly, a rumble of an engine came. Looking up, a dark and handsome supercar appeared at the gate of the neighborhood. Luo Rongrong's eyes were wide open. This was actually a Koenigsegg, or the Koenigsegg 11 that was limited to 6 units worldwide and worth a small target and a half. Such a superlative supercar would even appear in Zhangcheng, a second-tier city. Even a city with a population of over 20 million like Magic City doesn't have one. What's more, this car is now parked right in front of her eyes, parked in front of the entrance of the Dragon View Villa on the clouds. In the end, who is it? Who in their neighborhood had the ability to actually afford this car? Luo Rongrong stared at the doorway without blinking. She must meet this hidden superstar. Yi Ning, who had received the call, put down the chopsticks in his hands and showed surprise on his face. Which man didn't like sports cars? Although with his current worth, buying a $10 million sports car was not a burden at all. But think about it or forget it. There is Mercedes-Benz Big G. Yi Ning has been very satisfied with the current life. However, when the Koenigsegg 11 came to the door, he still couldn't hide the joy in his heart. What's wrong? So happy? Su Weier asked. Go. Take you to see your husband's new car. Ignoring the dishes on the table, Yi Ning pulled Su Weier up and headed towards the entrance of the neighborhood. 7 or 8 minutes later, the two of them, Yi Ning and Su Weier, arrived hand in hand at the cell gate. Mr. Yi, I'm Shenhao, the Koenigsegg Asia Division Manager who gave you a call. Nice to meet you. Shenhao was dressed in a suit and looked elegant with his glasses. He knew that Yi Ning was very young, but when he saw him in person, he was still quite shocked by his age. This was the superstar who had bought the Koenigsegg 11. In his 20s, his worth was at least tens of billions, right? There was also this beautiful woman beside Yi Ning, who was the most beautiful woman he had seen since he had been working for so many years. Only someone like Yi Ning, who was young, golden, and unrivaled in his handsomeness, was worthy of it, right? Seeing Yi Ning exchanging pleasantries with Shenhao, Luo Rongrong, who was standing in the corner, looked forlorn. Just now, when she saw Yi Ning arrive at the door, her heart simply jumped into her throat. She was now certain that Yi Ning was definitely one of the richest bigwigs in the whole of Longjing on the clouds. If someone is not convinced, then take out a car of the same level as the Koenigsegg 11 to compare. She had wanted to go up and greet her, but when she saw the one beside Yi Ning, Su Weier with a smile on her face and a happy face, she knew why Yi Ning never wore false colors towards her. That woman was too beautiful, and even Luo Rongrong, who was confident in her looks, had to admit that she was not as good as Su Weier in front of her. In front of Su Weier, she was not even close. Only a woman of this caliber was worthy of Yi Ning. Thinking of this, Luo Rongrong took a deep breath, adjusted her mind, and quietly left. Chapter 48 Red Cherry Bar. Yi Ning, this car is expensive, isn't it? Driving the Koenigsegg 11, Yi Ning led Su Weier around the artificial lake, drawing countless envious gazes. It was important to know that anyone who could have a house in this neighborhood had more or less some rice at home. At the very least, they had half a small target. But it was these people who still couldn't help but gasp out in shock at the sight of Yi Ning's ride. This was the charm that came from a supercar worth more than $100 million. Ha. One more small goal. Alright. Hearing Yi Ning's words, Su Weier was jolted and spat out her little tongue. A car of hundreds of millions of dollars was also called okay? When she saw this sports car, she knew that it was definitely not cheap. But Su Weier guessed the price. Is compared to her Porsche 911 expensive a few million top day. She hadn't expected it to actually cost hundreds of millions. She knew that Yi Ning was not only a shareholder of the Flying Fish platform, but also the owner of Jiangnan Commercial Street, and the owner of Jiangcheng Kangda Hospital. But even so, buying a sports car that cost more than $100 million was a bit too extravagant, wasn't it? Every time she thought she understood Yi Ning's worth, she soon realized that it turned out to be just the tip of Yi Ning's iceberg. This was also too magical. In the afternoon, after Su Weier returned home, Yi Ning also received a pair of emerald pie sent by Lu Jiandong. Yi Ning laughed softly. Expected it. This pair of brave at first glance is not cheap. Lu Jiandong for this chairman of the position. Really willing to. A week later, the auction met the rich second-generation Han Yu invited Yi Ning to play in the bar. Said to introduce Yi Ning a few friends in the circle. I've never really played seriously, except for the time I got drunk, especially the kind of bar where the lights flashed and countless people danced to the rock. He was really a bit curious. Seeing that Su Weier was live streaming, Yi Ning didn't bother her and drove the Koenigsegg 11 out the door. Rumble. The engine roar accompanied by the cool evening breeze made Yi Ning sigh. It's so nice to be rich. Red Cherry Bar, the most famous bar in Zhangcheng. Every night, countless curvaceous and charming-looking ladies came here in droves. This bar was also the favorite place for rich sons of Jiangcheng like Han Yu to come. Especially those sons who came in supercars were the preferred targets of the young ladies. Han Yu, is that Yi Ning you're talking about really that good? Next to the white McLaren, A yellow-haired guy with a huazi in his mouth looked at Hanyu with a skeptical gaze. About the matter of Lu Tianxiang getting beaten up, it had already spread in their circle. But Hanyu also said that the person called Ning was actually still the boss of Jiangnan Commercial Street. This was too unbelievable. How could I possibly be joking? At that time, I was standing beside Jiangnan Hotel's manager Wu Yuan. He personally called Brother Yi as the boss. Is there anything wrong with that? Hanyu explained with a smile. Talking about Ning, he unconsciously felt respect. It was no wonder. His family was rich, but all of that money was his father's, and although he had taken over some of his family's business, he was still financially controlled by others. But Ning was different. From Wu Yuan's tone of voice, it could be heard that not only did he respect Ning, but he also carried a sense of awe. This meant that Ning was his top boss, and with a word from Ning, he could decide whether he would stay or go. Therefore, Ning's money was naturally in his own hands, as evidenced by the fact that he had spent $20 million on a hairpin for his girlfriend. Inviting Ning today was also something Hanyu had planned from the start. Either he had some kind of cooperation to discuss with Ning, or he wanted to familiarize himself more with him. It could be said that Ning was no longer on the same level as the second generation of them who relied on their fathers. Following Ning around, there would definitely be no small gains. Rumble, the rattling sound of the engine came, and not only Hanyu's few people, including the gazes of countless handsome men and beautiful women around the bar, were all attracted over. Koenigsegg. Yellowhair's eyes widened as he excitedly patted Hanyu's shoulder, not even noticing the cigarette but on his mouth falling to the ground. It's actually Koenigsegg, or 1-1. What I saw by brushing the video a few days ago is actually true. Even Hanyu, who had always been calm and collected, had his hands trembling when he saw the sports car coming towards them. Someone in Jiangcheng could actually afford to drive a Koenigsegg 1-1. Previously, Hanyu had also swiped videos on the internet that said there was a Koenigsegg 1-1 in Jiangcheng. At the time, he had a disdainful face and didn't believe it at all. Only when they reach this point do they realize how difficult it is to buy such a limited edition supercar, or a limited edition sports car with hundreds of millions of dollars. Not to mention Jiangcheng, even those super big shots in Magic City are unlikely to want to buy it. Can anyone in the small city of Jiangcheng afford to buy it? This is also too false. But now, this car was clearly in front of their eyes, and even slowly leaned on the side of the road. Some people who didn't recognize the Koenigsegg 1-1 were still uncertain, wondering why these people were so excited to see this car. It's just a sports car. There are plenty of them here. But those who recognized it, their eyes all showed envy and excitement. None of them were jealous, because only when the gap between two people was not too big would they be jealous. When a person is already countless ahead of you, it is already not jealous. Obviously, the current owner of the Koenigsegg 1-1, the gap with them is like a world of difference. There is no qualification to be jealous. Okay. In Hanyu's incomparable shock, Ning parked his car, opened the door, and with a smile on his face, walked towards Hanyu and the others. Hanyu, he's coming over. The owner of the Koenigsegg 1-1 is actually walking towards us. Yellow hair shook the shoulders of Hanyu, who was already in a daze, looking as excited as if a fan had seen a star. When Ning came to a stop in front of Hanyu, several people's mouths shivered and they didn't dare to utter a single breath. Young Han, aren't you going to introduce these friends to me? Ning shook his hand in front of Hanyu's eyes and said with a smile. At this moment, Hanyu's few friends looked at him violently, their expressions horrified and their lips trembling. Hanyu, could it be? Is this the brother Yi you were talking about? Chapter 49. Yi Xiao. Hanyu snapped out of his daze, but the shock on his face did not diminish. Phew, taking a long breath, Brother Yi, you're too intimidating. If the previous Hanyu had been convinced by Ning's identity, the current one had truly been frightened. In his eyes, Ning had become incomparably tall and mysterious. The energy behind someone who could buy a Koenigsegg 1-1 was far from comparable to a few of their second generation from Jiangcheng. Even those top second generation from the Magic City or even the Imperial City were at most similar to Ning. He didn't dare to imagine Ning's true identity anymore. If there had been any intention of wanting to probe a bit before, that idea had all but vanished now. Brother Yi, let me introduce you. Ning waved his hand to interrupt Hanyu's words. Indifferent. There's no need for honorifics between us. It's still good to be like before. Hanyu's attitude made Ning a little uncomfortable. They were originally people of about the same age, and it was quite good to be friends as equals. Ning's words made Hanyu as well as a few second generation instantly feel much more favorable towards him. To know, not to mention buying a Koenigsegg 1-1, or even buying a multi-million-dollar sports car, many people were too proud to do so. A look of looking at whoever is in the wrong place. But Ning was an exception. Okay, Brother Yi. Hanyu's taut nerves relaxed a little and said with a smile, this yellow hair is Zhou Chen. whose family is in the clothing business. The tart in the suit is Liao Shen. Li Jingxian is owned by his family. This is Ai Yang, doing furniture. Brother Yi, just call him Glasses. After greeting, Yi Ning followed a few people into Red Cherry Bar. Just as he reached the lobby, a small fat man in a suit ran over with a smile, rubbing his hands together in a pleasing manner. Young Han, you haven't been here for a long time. Then, he looked at Zhou Chen's several people and greeted them one by one. It looked like Han Yu and the others were regulars here. Little Wang, let me introduce you. This is brother Yi Ning Yi. Don't be slow, Han Yu said as he hitched the little fatty's shoulder. Wang Quan's heart jumped. Yi Ning followed Han Yu and the others, walking in the last row. He thought Yi Ning was just a small follower. He didn't realize that it was actually someone that a great young man like Han Yu had to call his brother. Could that be an ordinary person? Brother Yi, I hope you'll forgive me for being so slow just now. Wang Quan bowed and apologized. Yi Ning smiled and shook his head, completely unconcerned. Then, Wang Quan brought the few people to card seat number 1, the largest card seat in the entire Red Cherry Bar, and also the most expensive. Young Han, is it the same old rules today? Wang Quan asked as he attached himself. Brother Yi? Han Yu looked to Yi Ning for advice. Yi Ning just shook his head. I can't figure this out. Just watch it. Good. Han Yu nodded. Follow the old rules. Not long after, Wang Quan led 4 coolly dressed beauties to the card table. He sent another person to fill the table with wine. 3 of the beauties looked to be the accompanying drinks that Han Yu's men often ordered, and sat down and chatted amongst themselves. The last little beauty came to sit beside Yi Ning, her head lowered. Still a bit shy. Should not have been working for long. What's your name? Yi Ning picked up his wineglass and took a small sip. Brother Yi, just call me Ying Ying. Ying Ying was a little embarrassed. Manager Wang Quan had introduced Yi Ning to her just now, and had reminded her many times to be well received. Yi Ning nodded and smiled. You don't need to be embarrassed. In fact, I'm here to experience the experience. Looking at Han Yu, several people were already hitting it off with beautiful women, and even Liao Shen, who was wearing a suit, was already getting it on. Yi Ning was also a bit speechless. Really a tart. This beauty called Ying Ying was good looking, but it was still quite a bit worse than Su Wei Er, and Yi Ning had little interest. Therefore, the two just drank a cup without a cup. There wasn't any physical contact, simply chatting. Ying Ying was also slightly more relaxed, and often chatted with Yi Ning about some interesting things in life. After 2 bottles of wine, Yi Ning said hello to Han Yu and went to the restroom. As he washed his hands, a familiar figure flashed past in the mirror. Yi Ning turned around violently, only to see a woman dressed as a student with a beautiful appearance running through the corridor. She looked panicked and anxious. Behind her, a man with a tattooed arm and a vicious look stretched out his large hand, trying to yank the woman's hair. Yi Ning's face changed as he quickly raised his leg and kicked the tattooed man in the stomach. Bang! The tattooed man fell to the ground in response to the huge impact, causing him to feel a fiery pain in his stomach. Yi Ning couldn't care less about the tattooed man, and directly pulled the woman's wrist, half wrapping her petite body. Tightening his brows, he questioned in a slightly cold tone. Xiao Xiao, what's going on here? Why are you in such a place? The woman in her arms was clearly Yi Ning's cousin, Yi Xiao Xiao. Yi Xiao Xiao studied at Jiangcheng Medical University. Not as good as those double first class, but still a good university. At least study well. After graduation into the general hospital or no problem. Yi Xiao Xiao grew up as a very well-behaved and understanding child. How could she appear in such a place where fish and dragons mix? Not to mention being chased by a punk who clearly looked like a socialite. If he didn't happen to be at this Red Cherry Bar today, the consequences would simply be unimaginable. Thinking of this, Yi Ning's eyes grew even colder. Chapter 50, Strong Yi Ning. Yi Xiao Xiao was suddenly pulled into the arms of a stranger and was scared to death. And just as she wanted to scream, Yi Ning's familiar voice came from her ears. Immediately, great aggression filled her entire body. Her eyes were scarlet, and her teardrops were like beans across her cheeks. As soon as she embraced Yi Ning's tall body, she cried out, "Brother!" Woo woo! Yi Xiaoxiao's voice could not set off the slightest ripple in the noisy bar. However, to Yi Ning's ears, it was deafening and straight to the heart. He could clearly feel Yi Xiaoxiao's trembling body, and could deeply appreciate Yi Xiaoxiao's fear and aggression. He didn't want to think, nor did he dare to think that if he hadn't come today, or hadn't run into Yi Xiaoxiao, what would have happened to her? Xiaoxiao, tell brother, what exactly happened? Yi Ning helped her wipe away her tears, his tone soft. Tell brother, I'll help you seek justice. Yi Ning's words made Yi Xiaoxiao feel incredibly relieved, but then she seemed to remember something. Her small face turned pale, and she shook her head frantically. Brother, let's go. We can't afford to mess with those people. Both being relatives, Yi Xiaoxiao of course knew about Yi Ning's family background, although after Yi Ning's work, the two had much less contact. But Yi Xiaoxiao also knew that Yi Ning had only been out in society for a few years. So what ability did he have to compete with those people? Not to mention that just now, Ning had beaten up the tattooed man in order to save her. Want to leave? If I let you guys go today, won't I? Tianwu, get this kick for nothing? The tattooed man covered his stomach and struggled to get up, looking at Ning with a ruthless expression. From the conversation between the two, he already knew that Ning was Yi Xiaoxiao's brother. But so what? The woman that Qi Xiao wanted, not to mention just his brother. Even if Yi Xiaoxiao's own father came, he would have to obediently serve her. Ning sneered twice. I haven't really thought about leaving. I said that I'm going to help Xiaoxiao get a statement. Kid, do you know who's behind me? Daring to ask me for an argument? It was obvious that this Tianwu was a fighter, and there was definitely someone behind him. But no matter who it was, Ning was not afraid, and he had no intention of making good on this matter today. Ning beckoned to a waiter and whispered a few words in his ear. Then he turned his gaze to Tianwu. Lead the way. Take me to meet your big brother. Tianwu looked incredulous. Kid, what did you say? He hadn't expected at all that Ning would dare to directly ask him to lead the way to meet Qi Xiao. Did this person not want to live? Snap. Ning directly threw a slap on Tianwu's face and said indifferently, Are you deaf for letting you lead the way? Tianwu covered his face and looked at Ning angrily, but in the depths of his gaze, he actually felt a trace of fear towards Ning. He had thought that Ning was just posturing, but now it seemed that others weren't afraid of the Qi Xiao behind him at all, let alone him. Tianwu. Seeing that Tianwu still dared to glare at himself, Ning raised his hand again. Don't hit. Tianwu was like a deflated ball, completely losing the arrogance he had just displayed. I'll take you there. In his opinion, Ning was a complete madman, unreasonable, and would make a move if he didn't speak well. Such a person, not to mention Qi Xiao, at least he, Tianwu, couldn't afford to mess with him. As Ning followed Tianwu to the box with his arm around Yi Xiaoxiao, Wan Quan came to the number 1 card seat with an anxious look on his face, whispering something beside Han Yu in the other's ears. What? Han Yu pushed away the woman in his arms and instantly got up. Old Han, what happened? Seeing that Han Yu's face was not right, Zhou Chen opened his mouth and asked, Brother Yi got into a conflict with that Qi Yuan kid and is now heading over to Qi Yuan's box. Han Yu explained. Qi Yuan is so powerful, even Brother Yi dares to mess with him. Let's go and take a look together. Liao Xian and Ai Yan also stood up. At a time like this, supporting the scene was necessary. Qi Yuan they all knew. His family had opened several large hot springs in Zhangchang, with assets of over $1 billion. It was not a small second generation in Zhangchang, but compared to the family conditions of a few of them, Qi's family is obviously much worse, not to mention Ning, who owns a Koenigsegg 1-1. Arriving at the entrance of the private room, Yi Xiaoxiao became even more frightened, holding Ning's arm a few points tighter. Just now, she had a hard time running out of here. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Ning opened his mouth to comfort. The gentle smile made Yi Xiaoxiao feel like a spring breeze. It was so nice to have a brother. Yi Xiaoxiao didn't see that after Ning turned his head, his face became hideous, his gaze as sharp as a knife. Creak! The door to the room opened, and the rich smell of smoke in the room caused Ning to frown slightly. He didn't reject smoke, but such a smoky private room still made him feel slightly uncomfortable. Tianwu, where is that chick? At the very center of the sofa, a man in a white suit looked towards Tianwu at the door. In his arms, he was cradling a woman in a revealing dress, and he was rubbing her in his hands non-stop. Young Qi brought it back. It's just, Tianwu stammered in a cold sweat. Qi Yuan licked his lips and smiled evilly. Just what? Scram! Without waiting for Tianwu to answer, Ning kicked him away and stepped into the box. Arriving in front of Qi Yuan, he looked down at him with a slightly condensed expression. You're the one who bullied my family Xiaoxiao. Chapter 51 How to Apologize. Who are you? Facing the condescending Ning, Qi Yuan was of course angry, but anger aside, he wasn't that naive bastard Tianwu, so how could he not see that Ning was covered in designer labels? This person was obviously a rich man. He just didn't know which family's second generation he was from. My name is Ning. Ning calmly said. Ning? Qi Yuan furrowed his brows. It seemed like he had heard this name somewhere before, but he couldn't recall it for a moment. It didn't matter. As long as it wasn't one of those top-tier youngsters, then there was room to maneuver. Yi Xiao, I, Qi Yuan, am not an unreasonable person. Qi Yuan pushed the woman in his arms away. I paid for that chick. Since you want it, just take $50,000 and buy it over. People like Qi Yuan certainly did not lack women. Yi Xiaoxiao was pretty, but it was obviously unwise to offend a great young man of unknown origin for a woman. $50,000? Buy over? Ha 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 ha. The corners of Ning's mouth mocked. Qi Yuan's expression was glazed over. What do you mean, young Yi? In Qi Yuan's opinion, He had already been considered to have given Yi Ning a lot of face. However, Yi Ning did not seem to buy his account. Even if Yi Ning had some power, he, Shi Yuan, didn't necessarily fear it. Shi Yuan, Shi Shao, how about you pull your mom over and I'll give you 50,000. How about that? Yi Ning said nonchalantly. You seek death. Shi Yuan shot up. In the face of such humiliation, how could he, Shi Yuan, endure it? Several juniors in the private room also stood up along with Shi Yuan, their gazes staring fiercely at Yi Ning. One of the bald youths even roared, Kid, if you apologize to Qi Shao on your knees right now, and then give this girl to Qi Shao for a good time, I'll spare your life today. The bald youth had just finished speaking when Yi Ning's fist had already come to his face. Bang! With just this one punch, the bald youth's nose collapsed, and blood sprayed out from both nostrils. Damn it, give it to me. There was no need for Qi Yuan to greet him. Several other juniors were already ready to strike. Qi Yuan, you dare to touch Brother Yi. I think you don't want to live. Outside the door, Han Yu's several men stuck their pockets in and kicked the door of the house open. Seeing Yi Ning standing intact in the center, they breathed a sigh of relief. Who dares to stop old me? Believe it or not, I'll. Qi Yuan was also overcome with anger, but his brain instantly cleared when he saw Han Yu and the others, because no matter if it was Han Yu, or Zhou Chen, or Liao Xian and Ai Yang, he couldn't afford to mess with any of these gentlemen. Even his dad was the one who had to flatter Han Yu's dad. Where would he, Qi Yuan, dare to have any thoughts? Are you alright, Brother Yi? Brother Yi, Brother Yi, Brother Yi. Han Yu and the others ignored Qi Yuan and came straight behind Yi Ning. Well, it's fortunate that you guys came in time. Yi Ning nodded, then pointing at Qi Yuan, he said, you guys recognize this person? Liao Xian took a step forward and replied, Qi Yuan. His family is a hot spring pavilion owner and has a few small amounts of money. Yi Ning glanced at Qi Yuan and pulled Yi Xiaoxiao to his side. Introducing, he said, this is my sister. If I hadn't run into her today, she would have been screwed by this kid. What? Han Yu blared at Qi Yuan. Is that so? Qi Shao. Qi Yuan had already wimped out when he saw Han Yu's several people. He was even more alarmed when he heard the several eunuchs call Yi Ning their brother. At a loss for words, Qi Yuan now only hoped that Yi Ning could spare him. Inside the room, Tian Wu, Bald Head, and a few other little brothers were even more frightened by this battle and didn't dare to speak. Kidding aside, any one of these gentlemen could screw them over, not to mention the mysterious and terrifying Yi Ning. Han Shao, I was also dragged into this. I hope you forgive me, Brother Yi. Qi Yuan trembled as he explained. Bang! Yi Ning kicked Qi Yuan's waist. Qi Yuan couldn't take the force and fell sideways. Yi Ning took a step forward and lifted his foot towards Qi Yuan's abdomen. If you want to beg for mercy, you have to act like you're begging for mercy. Can't you even kneel? Even if Han Yu had seen Yi Ning beat Lu Tianxiang, he was still shocked by the berserk Yi Ning at this moment. Not to mention Zhou Chen, who had just met Yi Ning today. It turned out that Yi Ning, who had left them with an easygoing impression when he had started at the entrance of the bar, was actually so violent when he was ruthless. As for the several bald men in the box, they had long been stunned. When Tian Wu saw that his big brother Qi Yuan had been kicked to death, he immediately felt that he was still okay. Don't, Brother Yi, I was wrong, Brother Yi, I'll kneel down for you, Brother Yi, I'm sorry, Miss Yi, I'm sorry, hiss. No one caught up to stop Yi Ning. The box was now incomparably quiet. Only the sounds of Yi Ning hitting and Qi Yuan begging for mercy could be heard. Brother, why don't we just forget about it? In the end, it was Yi Xiaoxiao who stepped forward and gently pulled on Yi Ning's corner. Seeing Qi Yuan, whose nose was bruised and swollen and whose forehead was bleeding, she was really afraid that it would be bad if this person was killed and maimed by his brother. Only then did Yi Ning stop, but Qi Yuan still didn't dare to get up, kneeling in place, kowtowing madly. At this point, Yi Ning asked in a cold voice, you said that you were also implicated. What the hell is going on? Cough, put. Qi Yuan spat out a bloody tooth and hurriedly explained. Brother Yi, it's her. It's this woman that brought MS. Yi here and charged me $10,000. Qi Yuan pointed at a woman in the corner with dyed blonde hair and demonic dress. His tone was sinister. Chapter 52 The Reason. When the blonde woman saw that Yi Ning had turned her gaze towards her, she immediately lost her face in fear, especially when she met Yi Ning's eyes that were like an abyss. She felt an icy chill. Brother, this is my classmate Zhao Yuan. Yi Xiaoxiao came to Yi Ning's side and whispered. What exactly is going on? Yi Ning asked. I wanted to find a part-time job, so she said she knew a job that made money fast. Unexpectedly, she brought me to the bar, and originally I wanted to leave, but as a result, she pulled me hard and didn't want me to leave. Yi Xiaoxiao's words made Yi Ning burn with rage. He thought that Yi Xiaoxiao shouldn't appear in such a place, so it turned out that she was tricked into coming here. Or she was tricked into coming by her own classmates. Is that so? Yi Ning's eyes narrowed slightly, and Zhao Yuan, who was cowering in the corner, was startled and scrambled to make a sly defense. Just came over to accompany the drinks. Didn't want. Snap. Yi Ning was extremely angry, and backhandedly threw a slap onto Zhao Yuan's face. UTM when I'm a little cutie. The powder on Zhao Yuan's face fell off a layer and quickly swelled up. Zhao Yuan's tears spurted out in a flash, but she still didn't dare to retort. She could only cast her gaze towards Yi Xiaoxiao, hoping that Yi Xiaoxiao would let her off the hook for the sake of her classmates. But instead of ignoring her, Yi Xiaoxiao even walked directly to the side. She wasn't stupid at all and knew that the current situation was actually caused by Zhao Yuan. She was grateful that Zhao Yuan introduced her to a part-time job, but it certainly wasn't to do this. Not to mention that Qi Yuan had also told that Zhao Yuan had received $10,000 from him. She sold Yi Xiaoxiao for $10,000. This so-called classmate friendship was bull *********. Yi Ning didn't care about Zhao Yuan's emotions and directly pulled out his cell phone in front of the crowd to call Wu Jishir. Mr. Yi, what are you looking for the old man for? On the other end of the phone, Wu Jishir asked. Yi Ning, Dean Wu, do you have connections in Jiangcheng Medical University? Wu Jishir, yes. I'm still the honorary vice president of Jiangcheng Medical University. That's good. There's a Zhao Yuan in your school. Open it up. Yi Ning said in a cloudy voice. Good. I'll personally go to the school tomorrow. Wu Jishir didn't even ask for a reason and directly agreed. No. Yi Xiao, I'm wrong. You hit me. Don't fire me. I beg you not to fire me. Although she didn't know who was on the other end of Yi Ning's phone, Zhao Yuan wasn't a cutie. Knowing that since Yi Ning had said that he would fire her, he definitely had the ability to do so. If she was really expelled from Jiangcheng Medical University, all of her efforts over the years would all go down the drain. She would rather Yi Ning teach her a good lesson here than be expelled from the school. Xiao, we're friends. We're in the same class. Please help me and persuade your brother. I beg you. Zhao Yuan knelt, moving her knees to the side of Yi Xiaoxiao's leg, hugging Yi Xiaoxiao's leg and crying for mercy. But Yi Ning directly grabbed Zhao Yuan's hair and pushed her away. You get lost now. This matter ends here. If you dare to say one more word, believe it or not, I'll call the police now? Zhao Yuan was jolted, sobbing and not daring to make a sound. She knew that with Yi Ning's methods, coupled with the fact that she had originally lied to Yi Xiaoxiao, really calling the police would have absolutely no good consequences. Seeing Yi Xiaoxiao's face on the other side, Zhao Yuan's expression was disheveled, and she could only take out the $10,000 in cash from her handbag and put it on the table, leaving in a gloomy manner. Brother Yi, do you need me to call someone to teach her a lesson? Han Yu asked. Yi Ning shook his head. Let's stop here. Then he looked back at Qi Yuan. Young Qi, today is a small lesson. The next time won't be so simple. Qi Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Yi Ning's words. At least Yi Ning was planning to let him off the hook. Don't worry, Xiao Yi. I promise there won't be a next time. Yi Ning reached out his hand, wrapped his arm around Yi Xiaoxiao, and said to Han Yu and the others, let's go. Yi Ning and the others left the private room, and Qi Yuan sat paralyzed on the sofa with a wave of fear. Coming into the hall, Yi Ning said to Han Yu, I'll go back first today. Let's play together next time. Han Yu and the others also expressed their understanding. Brother, is this your car? Bringing Yi Xiaoxiao to the Koenigsegg 11. Yi Xiaoxiao was truly shocked. She didn't know about cars, but this car wasn't cheap at first glance. It had to be a few million at least, right? It's mine. Yi Ning nodded, not explaining much, and drove Yi Xiaoxiao away from Red Cherry Bar. Let's go to my place for a night today, and I'll send you to school tomorrow. How about that? Thinking that the school was almost closed at this time, Yi Xiaoxiao agreed to the proposal, quietly looking at Yi Ning who was driving seriously. Yi Xiaoxiao felt for the first time that this brother of hers was so mysterious. Not to mention knowing the rich sons of Jiangcheng, he was also very rich himself. Even with a single phone call, he could fire Zhao Yuan. This was also a little too powerful. What's wrong? Seeing that Yi Xiaoxiao was staring at herself without looking away, Yi Ning asked with a smile. No, just think that you've changed a lot, brother. By the way, brother, isn't sister-in-law angry that you went to the bar to play? Yi Xiaoxiao joked. Which sister-in-law are you talking about? Yi Ning pondered. Of course it's Man. Is there another sister-in-law out there? In the past, when Yi Xiaoxiao went to Yi Ning's rental house to play, she had also met Man. Chapter 53 Yi Xiaoxiao and her roommate. Man and I split up a long time ago. Then aren't you single now? Do you want me to introduce you to a girlfriend? That's not true. I have a girlfriend that I just made. Really? Do you have a picture? I want to see it. Hearing that Yi Ning had a girlfriend, Yi Xiaoxiao brightened up. No, the password hasn't changed. Yi Ning held his cell phone out to Yi Xiaoxiao. Yi Xiaoxiao was slightly stunned when she saw Su Weier's picture. This girl was also too pretty. Yi Xiaoxiao herself was a beautiful woman. Not to say that she was beautiful, but at least she was a natural beauty. But after seeing Su Weier's photo, she realized that there were still people who could be born this beautiful. But as more and more photos appeared, black lines appeared on Yi Xiaoxiao's forehead. Brother, you're really a scum. Yi Xiaoxiao couldn't help but spit out. She actually saw photos of 3 different women in Yi Ning's cell phone, and the key was that each one was particularly beautiful. Even one of them she knew. It was by Yiluo, the school flower of Jiangcheng University. These 3 women, any one of them was a first-class existence. Not to mention men, even she as a girl likes them. But these 3, surprisingly, are related to his brother. Although by Yiluo's photos were nothing special, just a few daily photos. But the photos of Su Weier and Mo Qingqing with Yi Ning were clearly photos that only couples would take. With Bai Yiluo's photos placed together with these, were there any exceptions to be made? Why do you say that? Yi Ning cheekily asked. You don't say that the 3 big beauties in your cell phone have nothing to do with you. You scum. You're wrong. Yi Ning shook his head. I'll listen to your sophistry. Yi Ning solemnly said. Not 3, but 4. You still have a sister-in-law who doesn't have a picture, so I'm sure there will be one later. Ha! Yi Xiaoxiao was speechless. She had thought that she had really misunderstood, but it turned out to be like this. Forgive her for her little knowledge and shallow cognition. Following Yi Ning back to Dragon View on the clouds, Yi Xiaoxiao was even more cluttered when she saw the villa in front of her. Was this still the cousin she knew? Luxury cars and mansions. Beautiful schoolgirls. This cousin of hers was really at the top of the heap. The next day, since Yi Xiaoxiao had classes in the morning, Yi Ning sent her to school very early. Yi Xiaoxiao didn't recognize Yi Ning's Koenigsegg, but she did recognize the big car she was sitting in. The rich kids in the school who have a little money like to drive BBA. Yi Ning, this Mercedes-Benz is so atmospheric. It should not be cheap. Jiangcheng Medical University is also in the university city. Yi Ning is familiar with the road. Entering Jiangcheng Medical University, Yi Ning sent Yi Xiaoxiao to the dormitory building. Be careful about making friends in the future, okay? Don't get together with those misfits. Yi Ning seriously admonished. Yi Xiaoxiao smiled cheekily and spat out her little tongue. Got it. Attempting to budge through. If there's anything, just call me directly. If you really need to find a part-time job, I can help introduce you. Yi Xiaoxiao is a student of Jiangcheng Medical University. Although she hasn't graduated yet, she can arrange for an internship at Jiangcheng Kangda Hospital. This would definitely be beneficial to Yi Xiaoxiao's future development. Thank you, brother. Aha. Yi Ning stroked her hair. Go quickly. Don't delay your class. Are you going to pick up girls? Yi Xiaoxiao asked rhetorically. Grown up are you? Dare to poke fun at your brother. Yi Xiaoxiao twisted to avoid Yi Ning's right hand that wanted to pinch her cheeks and quickly opened the car door. Slippery. I'm leaving. Watching Yi Xiaoxiao hop up the stairs, a hint of gentleness flashed in Yi Ning's eyes. He believed that after this incident, Yi Xiaoxiao's vigilance would definitely be quite a bit higher. At least in case she came across the same situation again, she wouldn't be as passive as she was yesterday. Yi Xiaoxiao returned to the dormitory and saw that the 3 roommates actually hadn't gotten up yet. Is this the routine of college students? Not sleeping at night, not getting up during the day. Get up! Yi Xiaoxiao slapped her roommates betting one by one. There's still half an hour before class starts. If you don't get up you'll be late. Xiaoxiao. You're back? In the bed against the door. A short-haired girl opened her sleepy eyes. Yeah. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded. Violet, get up soon. You're the slowest every time. Xiaozi rolled over and got up, and when she changed her clothes, she opened her mouth and asked, how was it? How much money did you earn from going part-time with Zhao Yuan yesterday? This matter is better to tell you guys later. All I can say is that Zhao Yuan has been fired. What? Inside the dormitory, the other 2 roommates also rose up in surprise. Going out for a part-time job and getting expelled as a result? What about you? How are you doing? Violet asked with a worried face. Yi Xiaoxiao shook her head. Don't worry guys, I'm fine. After class, Yi Xiaoxiao told a few people about what happened last night, together with the fact that this morning, Zhao Yuan was called by the school leader to the dean's office before class even started. It was only then that Yi Xiaoxiao's roommate finally realized what happened. This is too thrilling. Xiaoxiao. Violet still had a worried look on her face. But Xiaoxiao, is the cousin you're talking about the handsome guy whose picture you showed us earlier? Yi Xiaoxiao's other roommate had a hopeful look on her face. They had all seen the photo of Yi Xiaoxiao and Yi Ning, and Yi Ning's handsome face and tall stature was really handsome. It was even much more handsome than that Watts hero of their school. It's him. Yi Xiaoxiao looked at a few people's big glowing eyes and reached out to stop. It's not that I won't introduce you guys. It's hopeless. How is it hopeless? Xiaozi pulled Yi Xiaoxiao's cuffs and threw them around, pouting. Xiaoxiao, introduce us, just in case it works out, right? Yi Ning was handsome and rich. in order to protect his sister. He was also so strong. This kind of man, who wouldn't be moved? Ugh. Yi Xiaoxiao sighed and said helplessly, my brother has someone he likes, and you all know him. Quickly say who is it? As long as the hoe is wielded well, which wall can't be dug down? That's right, no matter which vixen it is, it can't snatch away my brother Yi. A few women were fierce. Yi Xiaoxiao couldn't help but laugh. It's Jiangcheng University School flower. By Iluwa. Don't think about it, can't compete. Yi Xiaoxiao spread her hands and shook her head. By Iluwa. Xiao Zi patted Yi Xiaoxiao's shoulder. The Mercedes your brother drives wouldn't be the Mercedes Big G, right? Ha? How do you know that? Did you see it? My brother said it was this model. Yi Xiaoxiao said incredulously. Hiss. Yi Xiaoxiao's 3 roommates simultaneously sucked in cold breaths. Could it be that the mysterious boyfriend of Bai Iluwa that was rumored a few days ago was not Yi Xiaoxiao's cousin? Yi Ning? Chapter 54, The Hypocritical Shen Qian. Leaving Jiangcheng Medical University, Yi Ning drove to the commercial street of the university city. Although it was not yet 8 o'clock, there were already quite a few businesses open for business. Thinking about the day before yesterday, Su Weier called to say that she had hired a moving company to move her house to Emerald City. Yi Ning bought a bouquet of stars and came back to the breakfast store to buy some food to find her. Since meeting Bai Iluwa's boyfriend, Yi Ning, and a beautiful woman holding hands on a date on Commercial Street, Shen Qian's mind never stopped. She dressed herself well every day just so that one day, she could meet Yi Ning. Even, she blacked out all the contact information of those male girlfriends and boiling goats in the past. Bai Iluwa has never shown her family background in school, but everyone in the class knows that Bai Iluwa is quite rich. Those Gucci bags and Cartier necklaces are Bai Iluwa's daily wear. These things must have been bought by Yi Ning, who was a rich second generation. Thinking of this, Shen Qian's teeth itched with jealousy. As long as she could climb into Yi Ning's bed, even as a lover, she could get the life she wanted. It was just that recently, her ex-boyfriend Zhou Juanhao had been frantically looking for her, wanting to get back together with her. He even found his way to the class at one point. Shen Qian was not tired of it. And finally today, she planned to speak clearly with him face to face. The two arranged to meet on Commercial Street. Shen Qian set off early in the morning. Shen Qian, who was originally annoyed, saw a black Mercedes-Benz Big G parked on the side of the road. Looking around, she finally saw the familiar back in front of the breakfast store. Right, that's right, that person was Yi Ning. Shen Qian was ecstatic and walked towards Yi Ning. Little brother, this flower of yours is so pretty. Where did you buy it? Yi Ning turned back and saw a woman dressed up in a sultry outfit with a strong perfume odor behind him, eyes fixed on the full sky star in his hand, with a look of fondness. Just that flower store over there. You can see it if you turn a corner. Yi Ning pointed in the direction of the flower store and said calmly. Seeing that she had managed to strike up a conversation with Yi Ning, Shen Qian couldn't help but feel happy, pretending to plead. Little brother, can you take me to see it? I don't recognize the road somewhat. I'm sorry, I have something else to do later. You can just walk directly down the street. The signboard is very conspicuous. Yi Ning refused without thinking. Seeing Yi Ning result in buns and soy milk from the stall owner's hands, he paid and prepared to leave. Shen Qian felt slightly anxious. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared within her line of sight. Shen Qian's eyes rolled, and a ploy surfaced in her mind. Qian, you're finally here. Look, this is the LV bag I bought for you. 18,000. Like it? Zhou Juanhao came in front of Shen Qian and handed her a gift box. He knew that Shen Qian liked luxury goods, and in order to get back together with Shen Qian, he had spent a lot of money this time. Zhou Juanhao was confident that Shen Qian would definitely come back to him after this bag was delivered. Maybe tonight can eat meat is also very likely. However, what he got in return was not Shen Qian's reconciliation, but a disdainful scoff. Ha, Zhou Juanhao, don't pull this stunt. I said I don't like you, and I have a boyfriend. Who is it? Shen Qian, you tell me. Hearing that Shen Qian had a new boyfriend, Zhou Juanhao was like a lit barrel of dynamite with veins sprouting from his forehead. This is my boyfriend, Yi Ning, richer than you and more handsome than you. Shen Qian pointed at Yi Ning beside the Mercedes, with a proud face, but she didn't realize that Yi Ning's brows were furrowed tightly. This woman even knew his name, but just now she acted like she didn't recognize him. The key was that she was also using him as a shield, so hypocritical and mean-spirited that it made Yi Ning a bit upset. Since this was the case, Yi Ning naturally wouldn't really let Shen Qian have her way. Seeing Zhou Juanhao, who had angrily walked up, Yi Ning explained, I don't know her, nor am I her boyfriend. With that, he was ready to open the car door. However, a hand suddenly pulled on the car door. Kid, you're crazy, daring to rob my woman. Yi Ning's face was grim as he said word for word, are you deaf? I said I don't know this woman, and what's going on between you guys has nothing to do with me. Yi Ning, you just said that this full sky star was bought for me. How could it have nothing to do with it? Shenxian took advantage of one of Yi Ning's inattentions and reached out to hold his arm. Seeing this, Zhou Juwenhao's face was incredibly ugly as he threatened. Kid, I advise you to stay away from Chanxian, or else believe it or not I. Scram! Yi Ning was already restrained, but this Zhou Juwenhao was a boiling goat. Saying more was unintentional, so he couldn't help but chortle. The sudden flip-flopping Yi Ning made Zhou Juwenhao startled. If he started to fight, he was sure that he couldn't beat the taller Yi Ning. He could only back away while pointing at Yi Ning. Fine, kid, we'll see. Probably afraid of Yi Ning making a move, he turned around and disappeared into the crowd. Yi Ning, I'm sorry for making you clash with Zhou Juwenhao. Shenxian feigned an apologetic expression and used her hand to lift her hair behind her ear. Why don't I treat you to dinner at noon, just as a thank you for helping me today? The tone revealed flirtatiousness, similar to those nightclub girls fishing for kaiju. This woman was so hypocritical that it made Yi Ning somewhat sick to his stomach. Forcing back his nausea, he shook her hand away. You get out of here too. Giving Shenxian a disgusted look, he drove into the Mercedes-Benz Big G in its dumbfounded gaze and took off. Chapter 55, He doesn't see you at all. Looking at the fading taillights, Shenxian was furious and stomped her feet. Then she thought of something, took out her cell phone, and edited in the campus forum. Families, who understands today ran into a shrimp-head man. At the end, there was also a picture of a Mercedes-Benz Big G attached. Yi Ning, of course, did not know that after sending Bai Yiluo back to school to become famous last time, he became famous again today because of Shenxian's post. Zhongcheng University, as long as it was about Bai Yiluo's news, the attention was never low. And this time, a rumor that Bai Yiluo's rich second-generation boyfriend was a scumbag had pushed Yi Ning to the tip of the wind and waves. Yilo, quickly look. The school forums are all talking about that prospective boyfriend of yours. During lunch, Ai Xian brought her cell phone to Bai Yiluo. Bai Yiluo then wondered why the people around her had strange expressions when they saw her today. It wasn't until Ai Xian reminded her and she saw Shenxian's post that she realized it. But Bai Yiluo was already smart, and even if she recognized Yi Ning's car in the photo, she wouldn't listen to Shenxian's side of the story. Yilo, what do you think? Ai Xian looked at her own best friend with worried eyes. Although Bai Yiluo had always explained to Ai Xian that Yi Ning and her were not boyfriend and girlfriend. However, with Ai Xian's understanding of Bai Yiluo, she could still tell that this unearthly woman treated Yi Ning differently from others. At the very least, Bai Yiluo had feelings for Yi Ning. This was Bai Yiluo's first time falling in love, and Ai Xian naturally didn't want her to be struck down. But at this moment, Bai Yiluo was not as frustrated or angry as Ai Xian had expected. Her complexion was as usual, as calm as water. While flipping through what Shenxian had written, he ate the rice on his dinner plate unhurriedly. After reading it, Bai Yiluo returned the phone to Ai Xian and shook his head. Fake. Yilo, you weren't even there. How do you know it's fake? Suddenly, Shenxian's voice came from behind Bai Yiluo, only to see her carrying a dinner plate and sitting directly beside Bai Yiluo. Yilo, I'm not kidding. That boyfriend of yours is really disgusting. He even made a move on me this morning. If it wasn't for me dodging fast, he would have really gotten his hands on me. Shenxian patted her chest and pretended to have palpitations. I advise you to break up with him as soon as possible. He's the scum who sees a pretty woman and thinks of hitting on her. I really don't know what he's like in private. A tall tale was spoken, and Yi Ning was reduced to nothing. After speaking for so long, Shenxian felt her mouth dry. Nay, Bai Yiluo didn't have a single expression on her face, and didn't even frown. Taking out a tissue and wiping her small mouth, Bai Yiluo picked up the dinner plate and got up. Is Xiao Xian full? Let's go if she's full. It was as if she didn't see Shenxian as a person, treating her as air, and what she said was similar to farting. Bai Yiluo, don't you believe what I said? Seeing Bai Yiluo about to leave, Shenxian panicked and stood up and shouted, don't believe me. At least harassing you isn't possible because he can't even look at you. A sentence that directly blocked Shenxian's mouth. Bai Yiluo carried the dinner plate and left calmly with Ai Xian, who was holding back her laughter. He doesn't even look at you. He doesn't even look at you. He doesn't even look at you. In Shenxian's mind, Bai Yiluo's words looped back and forth countless times, then recalled the morning Yi Ning told her to get out, the eyes of that disgust in the eyes. Shenxian's nostrils soured and she flopped down on the table and bawled. Yilo, you're also too bullish. That Shenxian must have been pissed off by you. Walking out of the cafeteria, Ai Xian directly laughed out loud. This BFF of hers is like this. When you don't mess with her, she's like a quiet fairy. If you make her angry, it's good if she doesn't make you cry. The key was the cautious and serious manner in which she spoke, making it hard not to be convinced. When Yi Ning arrived at the bottom of the 6th building of Emerald City, he just happened to bump into Liao Pang with two young women looking at properties. Seeing Yi Ning, the springy Liao Pang was even more pleasantly surprised. Yi Ning, I was just about to call you today to transfer the money over. And here you are. Because Yi Ning had given him the rental rights to Building 6, Liao Peng's income had at least tripled this month. Therefore, he was sincerely grateful to Yi Ning. No, you can just call it directly to my card, Yi Ning said with a smile. He believed that with such a big signboard as Emerald Bay, it would be impossible to do something like harshly deducting the landlord's rent and smashing his own face. Okay, Yi Ning's trust made Liao Peng very comfortable. Then I'll take the two guests to the property side first. Yi Ning gave an okay gesture and walked into the elevator. The reason why he wanted to leave quickly was in addition to wanting to see Su Weier quickly. There was also the fact that he was afraid that if he chatted with Liao Peng for a few more sentences, those two girls would eat him up. After Yi Ning went upstairs, the two beauties revealed a disappointed look. This little brother was also too handsome, but someone else holding flowers in his hand was obviously someone who had a girlfriend. Otherwise he would have gone up to ask for contact information. Two ladies, if you rent a room here, you should see Mr. Yi often. Seeing the look of the two customers, Liao Peng had a bright idea and said half-jokingly, "Oh, that handsome guy lives here too?" One of the beauties asked hurriedly. The other girl also turned her gaze towards Liao Peng. Ahem, Liao Peng coughed twice. Mr. Yi doesn't live here, but this whole house, it all belongs to Mr. Yi. So Mr. Yi is the landlord. Liao Peng had just finished speaking when the two beauties had already walked in front of him. Hey, hurry up, aren't you even active in signing the contract? Liao Peng, the beauty plan is actually so simple. There is a face value. It's popular everywhere. Chapter 56, Yuchou. Knock knock knock. Vivian, is it there? Open the door. A few moments later, the sound of slippers kicking vaguely came from inside the house. Originally, Yi Ning was all set to call Su Weier, unexpectedly getting up so early. Crunch, the door to the room opened. Why did you get up so early today? Did you miss me? Yi Ning revealed a hint of a gangly smile, handing over the flowers in his hand at the first opportunity. However, the person inside the room did not receive the full of flowers, because the one who opened the door was not Su Weier. Instead, it was a middle-aged woman in her 40s, dressed in ordinary clothes. Sorry, I went to the wrong place. Yi Ning apologized. About to turn around, the woman who opened the door opened her mouth and asked, "Are you looking for Su Weier?" "Yes, big sister. And you are?" Yi Ning had a slight guess. Seeing Yi Ning nod, a smile appeared on the woman's face, and while taking out a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet next to her shoes, she softly said, "I'm Su Weier's mother, come on in." Yi Ning understood, took a slight step back and bowed slightly. "Hello auntie, my name is Yi Ning. I'm Su Weier's boyfriend. It's fine for you to call me Little Yi or Little Ning." Yu Cho, who was originally still guessing what kind of relationship this young handsome man had with her own daughter, couldn't help but feel happy in her heart when she heard Yi Ning take the initiative to say so. She had told her daughter to find a boyfriend during college, and as a result, with so many people chasing after her, it was hard that one didn't make it. Including friends introduced those boys. Su Weier also one by one refused. This thing, Let Yu Chiu was very helpless. Even, for a time, she thought that her own daughter might have a problem with her sexual orientation. Seeing Yi Ning today, the thing she had long worried about finally had an answer. It wasn't that Su Weier refused to fall in love, but that she hadn't met anyone she liked. Sitting on the sofa, Yi Ning saw Yu Chiu holding the teapot and hurriedly got up. "Auntie, let me help you." "Good, help me with the tea leaves on the cabinet." Su Weier's mom wasn't very tall, but Su Weier was 1.7 meters. It looked like she had inherited her dad's genes. Yu Chiu placed the brewed teapot on the table and had just sat down when the door to the room at the far end of the corridor was pushed open. With that, what came out was a girl wearing a thin nightgown, revealing the half of the moon's crispy peak, with fluffy hair and sleepy eyes. "Mom, what are you up to so early in the morning?" Making a thumping noise, Su Weier rubbed her eyes and beamed, her voice delicate and glutinous, like a pampered little child. From the first time he had met Su Weier, Yi Ning had known that this girl had considerable capital, but it was only when he actually bumped into it that he realized how grand it was. The Mariana Trench, too, was too deep. Moreover, Su Weier's skin was fair and delicate, and even if she didn't put on body lotion, she was just as radiant. A little shaky, a little dizzy. Cough. Yu Chiu pretended to cough twice. "Mom, you have a cold." Su Weier hadn't finished her sentence when she finally saw Yi Ning sitting on the sofa. In a flash, a ball of scarlet climbed up from her collarbone to her cheeks. "Ah!" Su Weier clasped her hands around the bear and flew towards the bedroom. There was a thud. The door to the room was closed tightly, with only the brown bear figurine affixed to the doorway flopping around. Alas, this girl. Yu Chiu closed his eyes and rubbed his forehead, shaking his head. It was only after half a bell that Su Weier came to the living room fully dressed with small broken steps. "Yi Ning, why didn't you say anything when you came?" Su Wei's tone was slightly scolding. Her nightgown was low on top and high on the bottom, and it was also very thin, so she should have known better than to wear it. If there was only Yucho around, Su Wei certainly didn't care. If it was both her and Yi Ning, although it was embarrassing, it was within her acceptance. But coincidentally, just now, she was wearing a nightgown and was exposed to the sight of both her mom and Yi Ning at the same time. This was truly humiliating. Right now, Su Wei's face was still burning with shame, especially when she inadvertently glanced at the corners of Yi Ning's mouth that rose up every now and then with a look of picking up money, making Su Wei unable to stop herself from rolling her eyes. "Daughter, why didn't you tell mom when you talked about your boyfriend? If it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Ning came today, you were planning to hide it from me for the rest of your life, weren't you?" Yucho didn't have the good sense to say. Su Wei knew that she was most concerned about this issue, and as a result, having a boyfriend was still covered up, which was not nonsense. Besides, Yi Ning was so handsome. Standing together with her daughter was simply a man and a woman. Is she still afraid that she won't agree? "Mom, we haven't gotten that far yet," Su Wei sophomorically said. To put it that way, it was also true that Yi Ning and Su Wei hadn't officially gotten together, but the two had kissed and hugged. Even this house that Su Wei was living in now was Yi Ning's, so how could this still be tolerated? It didn't come to that. Which step did you say it didn't come to? Yucho questioned. "I see on your face. It's almost written with the words non-small Ning not married. What else do you want?" Yucho's words made Su Wei even more embarrassed. "Mom, what are you talking about?" Then she turned her gaze to Yi Ning. "You don't know how to help me either. Is it fun to see my mom counting me all the time?" Yi Ning nodded solemnly. "I think Auntie is right. Even I want to pour Auntie a cappuccino." Su Wei, "Look, people, Xiao Ning knows that I'm right and is too lazy to care about you." Yucho stood up. "Xiao Ning, you sit and chat with this girl. I'm going to buy food. We'll eat here at noon." "Auntie, let's go out to eat at noon. I'll be the host today," Yi Ning suggested. "How expensive are those things outside? And they're also unhygienic. You guys chat first." After saying that, Yucho picked up the small carry bag on the sofa and dawdled downstairs. Yi Ning and Su Wei were the only two left in the room. Seeing Su Wei, who was as delicate as a flower bone, Yi Ning's heart throbbed. You, what are you doing?" Su Wei moved back slightly burying her head and lifting her green silk to the roots behind her ears. Her pretty face was scarlet, like a freshly ripened peach, so well-behaved and beautiful. How could Yi Ning endure? In Su Wei's cry, a hand pulled her into his arms. Chapter 57 Mother-in-law looking at son-in-law. Sniffing the faint aroma emanating from Su Wei's body, Yi Ning was incomparably enamored. "Miss me?" Yi Ning gently rested his chin against Su Wei's hair. Want." Su Wei closed her eyes tightly and buried her head in Yi Ning's arms. Only when she was with this man would she let down all her guards, preferring to show him some of her beauty. Although it wasn't the first time he kissed Su Wei, her soft, warm red lips still made Yi Ning unable to let go. It wasn't until Su Wei was almost out of breath that Yi Ning let go of her with a smile. "It's an improvement from last time, but it still needs to be practiced," Yi Ning said smugly. Just know how to bully me." Su Wei turned her face to the side, ignoring him, but the small reddish earlobes were not the least bit convincing. Who didn't know that Yi Ning was the type of person who sold out after getting a bargain? In his heart right now, he must be overjoyed. The two of them were in love with each other until after Yucho came back, and only then were they somewhat restrained. Seeing Yucho's slightly meaningful eyes, Yi Ning, who had a thick skin, was somewhat embarrassed and couldn't help but touch the bridge of his nose, not to mention Su Wei, who had long since run into the room in shame. After that, Yi Ning also helped Yucho with his hands. Although with his master-level cooking skills, the meal he made was definitely more delicious than Yucho's. However, Yi Ning still gave Yucho the chef's position, and he just played soy sauce. Even so, Yucho still kept praising Yi Ning's competence. Now the more she looked at Yi Ning, the more she liked him. Not only did he know how to do things, but he could also cook. Very good. At the dinner table, Yucho kept giving Yi Ning dishes. Seeing Yi Ning's bowl piled up into tips, Su Wei deflated. Was this still her real mom? It was as if she was an outsider and Yi Ning was her own son. "Xiao Ning, how did you and my daughter meet?" On Commercial Street, when Xiao Wei was live streaming, Yi Ning smiled and responded, "Right, Auntie, why don't we go shopping on Commercial Street together this afternoon?" "Okay, I've been here for a few days, and I haven't gone out for a stroll yet." In the afternoon, Yi Ning drove and took the mother-daughter duo to Jiangnan Commercial Street. After getting on the car, Yucho realized that Yi Ning was so rich. The car he drove was actually worth several $1,000,000, and the daughter's very nice-looking two-seater car was actually bought by Yi Ning as well. Is Xiao Ning's family rich? Yucho looked at her daughter with some worry and asked in a low voice. In her opinion, other than her daughter's good looks, the rest of her family was far worse than Yi Ning. Moreover, hadn't she heard that those rich and noble families had a very deep view of portals? In case in the future, if her daughter really married there, wouldn't she be looked down upon? Mom, it's fine. Yi Ning's mom is very good, and all this money was earned by Yi Ning himself. Su Wei'er comforted. Yi Ning had talked to her about her original family situation, which was actually similar to Su Weier's family conditions, but it was Yi Ning, who had been born into this kind of family, who had gotten so accomplished in a short period of time. It was truly incredible. Moreover, Su Weier's current status in the live broadcasting world was entirely due to Yi Ning's single-handed promotion. Hearing her daughter's words, Yu Qiu was slightly relieved. Today, Yi Ning had given her a good feeling, and just like that, she was still afraid that her own daughter would be bullied with such a large gap between the two sides. Now that she heard that Yi Ning's worth had been earned by his own hand, she even felt that this young man was capable. He was handsome, capable, and good to his daughter. Such a son-in-law would be hard to find. Daughter, you have to take good care of yourself. You can't be capricious on weekdays. Just let him be, okay? In the face of Yu Qiu's admonition, Su Wei'er could only nod her head in agreement. What could be done about it? Looking at her own mother's appearance, she had already taken Yi Ning as her son-in-law-to-be. It was just that her own mom didn't know that Yi Ning could have other girlfriends, but of course she won't say anything about it, and kept her mouth shut. Arriving at Jiangnan Commercial Street, Yi Ning had just walked to the entrance of the pedestrian street when the security guard recognized Yi Ning's identity. Respectfully saluting, he said, "Good day, Mr. Yi." Yi Ning smiled and nodded. "Hello to you as well. Don't stay outside in this heat. Go inside and blow the air conditioning." As Yi Ning exchanged pleasantries with the security guard, Yu Qiu was slightly puzzled in his heart. Seeing her mother's expression, Su Wei'er smiled and explained, "Mom, this Jiangnan Commercial Street is actually Yi Ning's property." Yi Ning's property. If he had seen Yi Ning's multi-million-dollar luxury car, Yu Qiu would still think that Yi Ning was capable. Now that this was the case, it wouldn't be something that could be done with just ability, would it? This was an entire commercial street. Even if she, Yu Qiu, didn't know any better, she knew that this value couldn't be measured in millions or tens of millions. At least hundreds of millions? Hundreds of millions. How much money was there when stacked on top of each other? Thinking of this, Yu Qiu glanced at Yi Ning and then at her daughter, looking puzzled. "Mom, what kind of look is this?" Su Wei'er saw a complicated look in her mother's eyes, with a hint of dislike. Right. Surprisingly, it was dislike. She was being disliked by her own mother. Who was she going to find to justify this? "I'm just curious. Yi Ning is so powerful a big boss. How did he look at you?" Yu Qiu rested his chin against his chin, wrinkling his brows and thought, "Su Wei'er, damn, I become a stand-in, right? At least she's a daughter. Why would she say that? Is there any justice? Is there any law?" The trio joked and laughed all the way, walking on the pedestrian street, drawing a bright landscape line. Just walk into the Chanel store. Su Wei'er face rustling a change. Chapter 58, 66% shares of Star Ocean Airline. What's wrong? Yi Ning was the first to notice Su Weier's expression. Su Wei'er shook her head. Nothing, let's change the store. Yi Ning guessed that Su Wei'er might have run into someone she didn't want to see. Since she didn't say, then Yi Ning didn't ask. The three of them left the Chanel boutique and went to Gucci next door. Yu Qiu had never shopped in these luxury stores before. When she picked up a dress, that's when she saw that the price on it was actually up to 5 figures. Looking at the others, the cheapest ones all cost several $1,000s. "Daughter, the things in this store are so expensive." She didn't expect that a piece of clothing could be sold at such a high price, especially that little camisole. Altogether it didn't add up to a foot of cloth, and it actually cost 50,000. These people are so kind. Obviously they could have just robbed it, but they actually gave you a piece of clothing back. "Mom, these stores are all priced like this," Su Wei'er explained in a small voice. "For example, the set that Yi Ning wore, it would have to be more than 300,000 at least." 300,000. Yu Qiu finally knew why rich people were rich. For example, Yi Ning looked like a handsome young guy, but a few of his random clothes were the total income of an ordinary family for a few years or even 10 years. "Mom, this dress is nice, put it on," Su Wei'er said as she picked up a purple short sleeve. "No, no, no, I don't want it. At such an old age how can I still dress like you young people?" Yu Qiu quickly waved her hand. Su Wei'er knew that it wasn't that her mother didn't want to dress up, but that she felt the clothes were too expensive. Even though she had revealed her current income to her mother, the tens of thousands of dollars still deterred a traditional woman like Yu Qiu. This was money she couldn't even earn in a year. As a result, she could only buy a more ordinary dress here. "Little Wei'er, take auntie to try it on." At this time, Yi Ning spoke up. A few tens of thousands of dollars was nothing to him. Even the current Su Wei'er was completely affordable. Under the active persuasion of Yi Ning and Su Wei'er, plus the sales clerk lady, Yuchou finally agreed. Then, Yining picked out a few styles that looked pretty good, and let both Yuchou and Su Wire try them on. As expected, people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. The mother and daughter duo who changed into the new clothes were even more radiant. Mom, it's so pretty, Su Wire praised from the bottom of her heart. Yuchou looked at herself in the mirror and actually had some disbelief. Was this still her? It felt like a completely different person. Yining came beside Su Wire and whispered beside her ear. Wife, you look good too. The sunny, fresh scent of Yining's body, coupled with the itchy scent next to her ear, made Su Wire's body tingle. Her face instantly turned quite red. Although shy, Yining's compliments made her elated. Her small heart thumped, at one point on the verge of reaching her throat. This big bad guy was teasing her at all times. Yining's small interaction with Su Wire naturally caught the attention of the sales clerk's young lady. She looked at Su Wire with a face of envy. It was so happy to have such a man who had money and a face, and crucially, spoiled his girlfriend. Wrap it all up, and help us calculate the price. Yining's words made the sales clerk lady startled. She had been working at Gucci for a few months now, and she had never seen such a luxurious person. These clothes, at the very least, had to be tens or millions. Sir, you mean all wrapped up? She somewhat couldn't believe her ears and stepped forward to confirm and ask again. Even the sales clerk lady who was used to seeing rich people was shocked, let alone Yuchou who came to a luxury store for the first time. Yining's words caused Yuchou's body to stiffen and his fingers to dig in tight. Even Su Wire, who was used to seeing Yining's spending, couldn't help but shake her body. Sure enough, Yining was still the same Yining. You would have thought that the most handsome thing about him was his looks, but it was actually the aura when he spent money. Yining nodded. All of it? It doesn't cost a few dollars. Not a few dollars? Dozens or millions of dollars was called not costing a few dollars? Only a godly man like Yining was qualified to say such a thing, right? Even Su Wire, a big anchor who made tens or millions of dollars a month, didn't have the ability to be so bold. Okay, sir, you wait a moment. The sales clerk was wrapped in a huge surprise. She didn't need to think about it to know that this month's commission was at least twice as much as before. A few minutes later, the sales clerk's sister took a bill and handed it to Yining. Sir, the total is 180,000. How do you think we can pay for it? Yining, why don't I do it? Su Wire stepped forward and said. Almost all of these outfits were hers and her mom's, and Yining had only bought a belt. It's fine, just consider it a gift for Auntie. Yining naturally wanted to give this money himself. Jokingly, he could get cash back for spending money. Besides, with Su Wire as a lucky star, there was a high chance of a blitz. Ding! Host spending 80,000. Get 5 times cashback. Cashback 400,000. Ding! The host spends 650,000 for Yuchou. Gets 20 times the blast. 13 million in cashback. Not bad. Going out and buying something directly earned over $10 million. Isn't that faster than developing a company? Of course, the big head hadn't come yet. Yining looked at Su Wire with burning eyes. This girl was the real fortune. As expected, ding! Host spends 450,000 for Su Wire and gets a blast, rewarding 66% of Star Ocean Airlines shares, worth 12 billion. Chapter 59, Father and Daughter. 66% of the shares of Star Ocean Airlines. Even if Yining was currently sitting on tens of billions of dollars, or even 1.5 billion in cash, suddenly obtaining an absolute controlling stake in an airline was still very exciting. Yining cocked his head and looked Su Wire up and down, sending Su Wire into a frenzy. Basically every time Yining bought her something, this kind of eager look would appear. Where did Su Wire know what Yining had in mind at the moment? Yining, this little beauty wouldn't be a daughter of Chiluk, would she? Just as Yining was feeling smug because he had picked up the daughter of Chiluk, a woman's voice interrupted his thoughts. Su Wire, sure enough, it's you. It's really been a long time. Hubby, come on, look who I met. Beside Su Wire stood a young woman with heavy makeup. The woman looked to be Su Wire's age, and her appearance was quite unassuming. Although it wasn't quite as good as Su Wire, it was still considered a beauty. Like Su Wire, this woman was also very tall, even a little taller than Su Wire. At this moment, she looked towards the entrance of the store and greeted the bald middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked like he was already in his 40s, and although he wasn't short, his huge belly coupled with the Mediterranean Sea really didn't match the word handsome. If he hadn't personally heard the woman call him her husband, Yining would have thought it was a father and daughter. In the face of the woman's enthusiasm, Su Wire's expression was not very good, because these two people she not only recognized, but was also very familiar with. The reason why she had pulled Yining away from the entrance of the Chanel store just now was because she had seen these two people inside. She hadn't expected to run into them after all. The young woman's name was LV Nettle, and she was Su Wire's college classmate, both studying to be flight attendants. The husband she spoke of was called Zhang Wanyan, the Minister of Commerce of Star Ocean Airline, with great power. A few months ago, it was this man who came to Su Wei Air School to recruit flight attendants. Zhang Wanyan was an old man, and there were a lot of stewardesses that he had dived into, especially those who had just left society and were uneducated, especially those just out of society. Do not understand the little girl, in order not to be Zhang Wanyan dismissed, can only obediently climb into his bed. When Zhang Wanyan first saw Su Wire that moment, Su Wire launched a crazy pursuit. After decades of living, he had never seen a woman as beautiful as Su Wire. Su Wire's looks were pure, her body was tall, and her physique was alluring. Every point attracted Zhang Wanyan. He swore that this woman he must get his hands on, but what he didn't expect was that in the face of his threat, Su Wire Ko did not even consider it and directly refused. Even in the end, also simply leave the aviation industry. Stewardesses are not inappropriate. This matter once became Zhang Wanyan's regret. I did not expect today, actually in this commercial street re-encounter Su Wire. Really unexpected joy. Zhang Wanyan's long dormant mind revitalized. Classmate Su. Oh no, now I should call Miss Su. It's really great to meet you. Zhang Wanyan came to Lunette's side with a face of surprise, and gentlemanly extended his right hand towards Su Wire. Seeing Su Wire's pair of white and delicate catkins, Zhang Wanyan held back from swallowing his saliva, but Su Wire simply ignored him and took the bag in the hands of the sales clerk lady. Indifferently, she said, "Sorry, I don't know you, and I don't have the time to get acquainted with you." After saying that, she turned her gaze to Ning and Yu. "Mom, hubby, let's go." Hubby? Could it be that Su Wire was already married? Only then did Zhang Wanyan notice Ning, who was wearing casual clothes. Ning was so handsome and stood here without speaking. He thought it was a male model from the Gucci store. He didn't expect it to be Su Wire's husband. As for LV Nettle, she was very jealous in her heart when she realized that Su Wire had such a handsome husband. Why was it that her man was a fat-headed, greasy bald man with a big belly, whereas Su Wire had a young, handsome and graceful husband? On what grounds? Plus, Su Wire had bought so many things and was obviously very rich. 80% of this money was from this young handsome man. To Zhang Wanyan and LV Nettle, Su Wire's cry of husband was like a steel blade, but to Ning, Su Wire's address was like a gentle rain in spring. Soft, gentle, and so sweet-smelling. It would be even better if she called out a few more times. Ning put on a gentle face and gently took what Su Wire was holding, taking her hand and not letting go. "Okay, wife." As Su Wire's mother, Yu silently watched the young couple perform. Wait. Seeing that Ning's trio was about to leave, Zhang Wanyan stood out. The young man is very lucky. To be able to marry someone as heavenly as Ms. Su, you're very lucky. Ning smiled flatly and replied, "You're lucky as well, like you. It's a miracle that you gave birth to such a daughter." How could Ning not hear that Zhang Wanyan was really mocking him, and it was good to directly dislike him? "You." Zhang Wanyan pointed at Ning and said disdainfully, sharp-tongued, "Ms. Su, your vision doesn't work, and your husband is too frivolous. You do court steady, just don't know. Can this daughter of yours afford it?" Ning sneered. "Ha ha ha, very good. I, Zhang Wanyan, have served as Star Ocean Airlines Minister of Commerce for so long, but I've never seen a cocky junior like you. I haven't seen anything like you." Halfway through, Ning looked surprised. "Wait, where did you just say you were the Minister of Commerce?" Chapter 60, I am the chairman of the board. Star Ocean Airlines. Zhang Wanyan raised his head and proudly said, "I'm the Minister of Commerce of Star Ocean Airline." "Why, are you afraid?" Seeing Ning's surprised look, Zhang Wanyan thought that Ning was intimidated by his identity. It was normal, although Ning looked like he had a few dollars, but being so young, he was at most a tiny rich second generation from Jiangcheng, and the Star Ocean airline he worked for was one of the top 10 airlines in the country. How prestigious was it to be the Minister of Commerce at such a place? How could a tiny rich second generation from Jiangcheng like Ning be able to touch the porcelain? This is too much of a coincidence, isn't it? He had just gotten a 66% stake in Star Ocean Airline, and now he was running into Zhang Wanyan from Star Ocean Airline? Su Wire had talked to him before, when she switched from the flight attendant industry to become an anchor. It looked like this person was the man who wanted to subvert Su Wire. If this person simply liked Su Wire, Ning probably wouldn't have said anything. But Zhang Wanyan still had thoughts about Su Wire even though he knew she had a husband, and that was something Ning would not spoil him with. "Mr. Yi, I'm Peng Yuran, the store manager of the Jiangcheng Gucci boutique, and I'm very pleased to meet you." Right at this moment, a woman in a small suit with glasses came to Ning's side and excitedly shook Ning's hand. "Mr. Yi, I am the store manager of Chanel. Welcome to your inspection." "Mr. Yi, I am the owner of Van Cleef & Arpels. Welcome." In a matter of moments, At the entrance of the Gucci boutique, almost all of the store managers of the stores on the first floor were present, greeting Yi Ning one after another. As the sole owner of Jiangnan Commercial Street, in the eyes of these business owners of theirs, Yi Ning was the true bread and butter. Only by flattering Yi Ning would they be able to survive. In Jiangchang, which commercial street was as prosperous as Jiangnan Commercial Street, opening a store here is not only about the high traffic flow, but also about the face of being a luxury brand. Su Wire and Yu Qiu had long known that Yi Ning was the owner of this place, so their faces were as normal. But Zhang Wanyan and LV Nettle didn't know. Seeing Yi Ning being flattered by so many bosses, they were immediately appalled. Especially Zhang Wanyan, who suddenly felt that Yi Ning wasn't as simple as the tiny second-generation rich kid he thought he was. Perhaps stopping Yi Ning's trio just now was the stupidest decision Zhang Wanyan, had ever made in his life. Hurry! Seeing the situation, Zhang Wanyan made a vain attempt to leave quietly. Zhang Wanyan was afraid that Yi Ning would find him in trouble, and this was clearly someone else's territory. But naturally, Yi Ning would not give him this opportunity, and spoke aloud to a few patrolling security personnel. Help me keep those two under control. Don't let them get away. Yes, boss. Several big men came into action and directly surrounded the two of them. Zhang Wanyan. Yi Ning stuck his hands in his pockets and came to Zhang Wanyan step by step. Teasingly, he said, "Run, why don't you run? Kid, I'm the Minister of Commerce of Star Ocean Airline. You have to think clearly." Even if he was surrounded by a group of people, he, Zhang Wanyan, really didn't believe that Yi Ning would dare to take him. Even if Yi Ning had more power and influence, could he still be compared to those top bigwigs in Zhangcheng? At least his status as the airline's Minister of Commerce wasn't covered. "Well, I've thought it through," nodded Yi Ning after a moment of contemplation. Seeing Yi Ning soften, Zhang Wanyan breathed a sigh of relief. He even despised Yi Ning in his heart. Looking marvelous, but turning out to be a softie. At most, there was some money. It was no big deal. Bring Great Minister Zhang to the security room to loosen up his muscles, and those who do well will double their bonuses this month. Hearing the doubling of bonuses, several security guards brightened up. They were grinning and staring at Zhang Wanyan with smiles. "Kid, do you believe it or not? If you dare to touch half of my hair, I, Zhang Wanyan, will find the company's legal department to sue you." However, Yi Ning wasn't bluffed like Zhang Wanyan had imagined, but instead said with a smirk, "I don't believe it, because you've already been fired from Star Ocean Airlines." Saying that, Yi Ning brought the screen of his cell phone to Zhang Wanyan's eyes and shook it. The number displayed on it was clearly the phone number of Moku, the general director of Star Ocean Airlines and the second largest shareholder. On the other side of the phone, Moku's furious voice came. "Zhang Wanyan, you're so imposing. You even dare to threaten the chairman. You're fired. Our Star Ocean temple is too small to accommodate a big Buddha like you." Zhang Wanyan was horrified. What did he hear? Chairman of the board? Moku actually called Yi Ning chairman? Could there be anything more horrifying than this? There had always been a rumor in their Star Ocean airline that there was a mysterious big brother above Moku. Many believed it, but many more scoffed at the rumor. This was the case with Zhang Wanyan. He didn't believe in any mysterious big brother. Would there really be a mysterious big brother who would ignore his own industry? Or an airline that was close to $20 billion? What a joke! But now he knows he was wrong. And also very wrong. Because this one in front of him, this uncharacteristically young man, was actually the only big brother of their Star Ocean airline. The super rich man who controlled the absolute equity of Star Ocean airline. Dong, chairman, forgive me. Zhang Wanyan didn't finish his sentence, and his expression darkened when he saw Yi Ning's teasing eyes. He knew that no matter how much he begged for forgiveness, it was useless. He was a small minister of commerce who dared to covet the chairman's woman. Was there any way to live? Yi Ning didn't even look at him, attaching the phone that hadn't hung up to his ear and said, "Have the personnel departments check it out. As long as it's Zhang Wanyan arranging for them to come and all of them will be fired." Also, regarding Zhang Wanyan's style problem, human and material evidence is collected. When the time comes, the legal department will prosecute him. Moku's heart slightly condensed. Is this the big brother who has never met but controls the vast majority of the company's equity? The first order was so decisive. It was really extraordinary. "Yes, I'll go and do it now," Moku seriously said. Zhang Wanyan's eyes were desperate. He knew he was finished, but Lu Nettle beside him looked unusual. This was the man she wanted. Such a man could give her the life she wanted. So she gathered her courage. "Handsome man, do you see me beautiful?" Yi Ning lightly glanced at her and said in a calm tone, "Even if you don't have a mom, it's not a reason for you to trample on yourself. The industry of flight attendant is not suitable for you. Write your own resignation letter." Put. Su Wei on the side almost laughed out loud. Her small face stifled red, looking very uncomfortable. "You're really bad." After the three left, Su Wei attached herself to Yi Ning's ear and whispered, I have even worse ones. Wife, want to try? Yi Ning said with a hefty smile. Su Weier didn't expect him to be so bold, and carefully glanced at Yu Qiu, who was walking in front of her. Seeing that she didn't have any reaction, she was only slightly relieved. Chapter 61. Mandu is getting married. A week later, at midnight, the moon and stars were sparse. Yi Ning drove to the riverside. At this time of the day, aside from the roadside barbecue store, only the 24-hour convenience store was still open. Old 4, sit down. Seeing Yi Ning come over, a burly man at the small dining table greeted him warmly. The table was already filled with freshly grilled kebabs, and it looked like he had been waiting for quite a while. Yi Ning sniffed and went over, a hint of a smile on his face as he greeted. Boss, it's really been a long time. The burly man was Yi Ning's college roommate, named Meng Du. Meng Du was not a Zhangcheng local, but a proper northeastern man. In addition to the oldest Meng Du and the fourth Yi Ning, there was also the second Li Bin and the third Xian Wentao. Li Bin and Xian Wentao both took the graduate school exam after graduation, and both went ashore and left Zhangcheng. Gradually the contact between several people is also much less. Only the duo of Meng Du and Yi Ning would still get together from time to time. Boss, the first few times I asked you out but you said you were busy. Why are you free to take the initiative to ask me out today? Meng Du was working as a planner in an advertising agency and was also a part-time trainer at a gym, so he didn't have much rest time on weekdays and worked almost every day. Of course, earning a lot of money. Every month, his income was above 15,000. And this kind of income was considered good no matter where he was. Calling you today, one is that we brothers haven't gotten together for a long time, so we'll have a meal together. And the second is that I want to make an official announcement that I'm getting married. Really? Congratulations. Yi Ning congratulated. Because of the drive, he who originally didn't want to drink still picked up the wine glass in front of him to toast to Meng Du. He was really happy for Meng Du. When he was in college, Meng Du was originally a stuffy person who didn't talk much, the type that blushes for half a day when talking to girls. But when one day, Meng Du led Tangyuan, the flower of the math department, to Yi Ning and the others, it simply left the three people in the dormitory dumbfounded. They scratch their heads, cannot figure out. This boring gourd is how to tease his girlfriend, not to mention or department flower. Then later, in the dormitory three-way trial, they learned that actually is Tangyuan initiative to pursue Meng Du. More so, a few people hate the teeth itchy. In fact, when the romance between the two was exposed, many people did not look favorably on it, thinking that the gap was too big. Although Meng Du's appearance is not bad, but is out of the countryside, the economic conditions are not good. When the university is often outside to do part-time work, Tangyuan is a local of Zhangcheng. The family has a house in the center of Zhangcheng. Even if you can't count the rich and famous, at least it's a well-off life. And Tangyuan pursuers, many of them are not lack of some rich son. Many people in the class thought that the two graduation season is the breakup season, but a few years later, the relationship is still the same, and the two will soon be married. Yi Ning had watched them come all the way here, and now that they were finally going to make it work, he was even more heartfelt in his blessings for the two. What? It's been a few years, and you've finally gotten that mother-in-law of yours fixed? Yi Ning raised an eyebrow at Meng Du and grinned. Yi Ning had known before that if Tangyuan's mother hadn't disagreed with the duo's marriage, with their feelings, perhaps the two would have been together long ago. It couldn't be helped that Meng Du wasn't a native of Zhangcheng, and his family's conditions weren't good, so it was normal for the female parent to raise some requirements that weren't excessive. The good thing is that Meng Du is very diligent and progressive, alone in this Zhangcheng, but also to break into a world. Hearing Yi Ning's words, Meng Du's expression slightly stagnated, and his hand holding the wineglass paused. A trace of complexity passed across his face as he shook his head and said, "No, it was Ran who secretly took the account book and ran out. She had a fight with her family and then ran out saying that she wanted to marry me, but I knew that she wanted her parents' blessing." Speaking of this, Munda picked up his wineglass and tilted his head back to take a sip, placing the empty glass heavily on the table with a dang sound. Yi Ning nodded, staring at the dejected man in front of him without speaking. What he saw most in Meng Du was helplessness. This was a competitive, indomitable northeastern man, and yet, he would also be overwhelmed by the immense pressure. Of course, he is happy, at least there is a woman, can always accompany, willingly with him. The two of them chatted for a long time, and as the drunkenness from the wine hit them, their speech became casual. Old 4, I remember when the rumor was that the class, Changjiang Shui, even liked you. Why didn't you have any ideas at that time? Yi Ning shook his head with a bitter smile. Jiang Shui was quite good-looking, but her utilitarianism was not generally heavy. He still remembered that when he was about to graduate from his senior year, Jiang Shui came to him alone, just asked him a question. What does your family do? At that time, Yi Ning was also puzzled. but still said that his parents were farmers. At once, Jiang Shui's face was disappointed to the core. Without even saying hello, she left. Later, when he heard others say that Jiang Shui had a crush on him, Ning realized what she meant at that time. I wouldn't dare to have any thoughts about it. Her family situation and my family are not at all on the same level. It's impossible for it to come to fruition. For this point, Ning was very vocal. Then what about now? I've heard that Jiang Shui will be returning home soon. Chapter 62. You even have Koenigsegg 11. I heard that she's going to invite us old classmates for dinner when she returns to China. And Mr. Wang will also be there then. What? You didn't get the notice? Ning shook his head. He really didn't know about this. During college, his relationship with Jiang Shui was quite okay, but to say how close, it couldn't be talked about a bit. So at that time, when it was rumored that Jiang Shui liked him, perhaps it was only because she had a slight liking for Ning's face value. Back then, I was also the face of the school, right? Now that so many years have passed, it is possible that he has long since forgotten. At least if Mundo didn't mention Jiang Shui today, Ning wouldn't be able to remember. Hey, whatever. I don't care about other things. Anyway, you have to come to Laozi's wedding. That's natural. Drink. Ning smiled and picked up the wineglass. Just like this, the two of them drank until 2 in the morning. Ning called a chauffeur and pulled Mundo directly to his villa, and sent a message to Tangerang to explain. The next day, the sun rose. Ning brewed tea and leisurely watched Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf in the first-floor living room. Hearing Mei Yang say, "Don't want to be in the same pot as Boiling Goat," almost spitting the tea out of his mouth. Suddenly hearing the sound of a door opening and moving upstairs, he tilted his head and looked up. Mundo was rubbing his eyes with a hard-to-get-awake look on his face. Yo, wake up. Ugh, I'll never drink this late again, and I'm still uncomfortable after running to the restroom twice. Mundo covered his stomach in pain. But your kid is really surprising. They say you have made a fortune. I didn't expect to live in a big bio. Earlier, he had heard Liao Peng say that Ning had bought a house in Emerald City. Now it seemed that the big flat in Emerald City wasn't really a mansion. Now this villa, at least $50 million proper. This decoration, this pattern, nay, the old man has no culture. A sentence walks the world. Mengdu touched the carved railing on the corridor with a face of enjoyment. A house like this was beyond the reach of even the oldest president of their company. I really don't know how Ning earned it, or was this kid originally a super rich second generation? He was hiding his identity during his college years, and the 3-year appointment to invite the young master to return? It shouldn't be this far-fetched, right? What? You're moved? Buy a set. Ning teased. Mengdu rolled his eyes and walked down the stairs. You think everyone is as rich as you are? My goal is to be able to buy a set of 3 rooms and 1 hall in the future, and that's good enough. Now he also has a deposit of more than 100,000 yuan, and then work for a few years. It should be able to pay a down payment around Jiangcheng, the city center he didn't dare to think about. Even with a down payment, the pressure of mortgage payments in the future was no joke. By the way, there are thin rice buns on the table. Do you have any arrangements for the afternoon? Ning asked as he crossed his legs. Mengdu came to sit beside Ning with the rare rice, his mouth stuffed with half a bun, bulging his mouth. Go back and change clothes later. There's still class this afternoon. Ning nodded. Alright, then I'll send you after dinner. You eat first. I have something going on right now. I'll go out first. Ning got up and went upstairs first to return to the bedroom. In Mundu's puzzled eyes, he picked up a bag and left the villa. It was only half an hour later that Ning returned home. Let's go. I'll send you back. Okay. Collecting his things, he came to the parking lot. Holy, you're actually driving a Mercedes Big G. This is a man's dream car. Yesterday night, Mengdu was really too drunk and didn't know what kind of car he was sitting in. Now seeing that it was actually a Mercedes Big G, his eyes were glowing. He really likes this car, not to mention the Big G. Even if it is an ordinary Mercedes-Benz, he can't afford it. After working for a few years, he bought a Chang'an Shang as a substitute for transportation, which was already remarkable. Don't keep staring at this one in front of you. There's another one next to it. There's another one? After Ning's reminder, Mengdu only saw that a black sports car was parked behind the Mercedes Big G. Surprisingly, it was a Koenigsegg 11. Old 4, you're also too exaggerated. Mengdu's lips trembled. He knew that Ning was rich, tens of millions of dollars in villas and millions of dollars in cars, but these things seemed so insignificant in front of this Koenigsegg 11 in front of him. This was a car that no truly rich person could buy. At this moment, Mengdu was really comprehending Ning's anticlimax. This teammate, who had double rode with him in his dorm room back then, was ahead of everyone else. You couldn't even see his tail. Want to try? Ning shook the key in his hand. Mengdu rubbed his hands together. That's for sure. But not this Koenigsegg. I'll just try the Big G. It's fine. Just drive it. Yi Ning had an indifferent face. Meng Du, however, shook his head. The Koenigsegg he really didn't dare to drive. His hands were shaking before he even opened it. Something that was over $100 million. How could it be a small matter? Received the keys to the Mercedes-Benz Big G. Meng Du just sat in, closed his eyes to feel the spaciousness and comfort that this car brought him. He was already lanky, so it was only comfortable to drive a car like this. It was really tie pants hot. Let's go. Yi Ning sat in the passenger seat and closed the door. Okay, Mandu gave a gesture, pressed his foot on the gas, and whizzed away. Half an hour later, the two arrived at an apartment in the west of the city. Chapter 63, Su Wei'er wants to take a bath? Come on, go up and sit down. At the entrance of the apartment, Meng Du had a cigarette in his mouth and invited. Yi Ning shook his head. Forget it, you have a fitness class later. After saying that, Yi Ning took out a folder-sized red envelope from the trunk and handed it to Meng Du. You and your sister-in-law are getting married. I'll pay my share first. It's still 2 months away. It's fine. You take it. Yi Ning shoved it hard into Meng Du's hand, quickly getting into the car. He ran off without looking back. Meng Du was dumbfounded. Yi Ning's taillights couldn't even be seen before he reacted. This red envelope seems to be too big, and feel inside so thick. Not all money, right? Then how much money must this be? With apprehension, he went upstairs. Back, Tang Yuran opened the door. The first thing she noticed was the red envelope in Mundu's hand. What's this? Such a large red packet. She suspected she had misread it. Meng Du shook his head. Yi Ning sent it. I haven't opened it yet. It was really a red envelope, but the size of it was exaggerated. It's all money? Tang Yuran asked. If it was all money there was at least more than $100,000. I don't know. I haven't opened it yet. Saying this, Meng Du placed the red envelope on the table and carefully opened it. Vaguely, a flash of dark red flashed by. Meng Du drew it out and saw that it was a Foursquare real estate certificate. There were also a couple of title transfer contracts and a bunch of keys. The couple's pupils shrunk slightly, and after looking at each other, they slowly opened the real estate certificate. On the real estate certificate, the names of the two of them were clearly written. Meng Du and Tang Yuran simultaneously gulped and opened their mouths, not knowing what to do. Emerald City, 400 square feet, head of household, Meng Du and Tang Yuran. Every time they looked down a line, the couple's hearts couldn't stop pounding. This too, said Meng Du, unable to speak for a moment. Quickly, call Yi Ning. How can we accept this nearly $10 million? Tang Yuran came back to her senses, her face anxious as she continuously tapped Meng Du's shoulder. A pair of jade feet stomped on the floor. Oh well, I'll call now. Meng Du pulled out his cell phone and dialed Yi Ning's number. Yi Ning drove his car, saw Meng Du's call, and pressed the connect button. Hello, boss, what's wrong? What? You still have the nerve to say what's wrong, do you know? Yelled Mandu into the receiver. Hello, boss, what did you say? Hello? It's too windy here. I can't hear you, boss. I'm hanging up now. Meng Du and Tang Yuran. Meng Du gritted his teeth and dialed the phone again. Hello, the number you have dialed is in the middle of a call. Well, Yi Ning directly added Meng Du's phone number to his blacklist and released it after the wedding. This kid, how ruthless. Meng Du grinned, speechless. On the other end of the phone, Yi Ning laughed and flung the phone to the side. Fight me, boss, you're still a bit young. Driving to Emerald City, he hadn't seen Su Wei'er yet today, and missed her. Knock knock knock. Who is it? Inside the house, came Su Wei'er's clear voice, like a silver bell. Hubby is here. Why don't you quickly greet your beloved concubine? Clang. Su Wei'er saw Yi Ning's cheap smile and blanked him. However, she couldn't hide the elation in her heart, and her face was full of smiles. Where's Auntie? Yi Ning looked around and didn't see Yucho's figure. Just left yesterday. Come on in. Su Wei'er took the initiative to hold Yi Ning's hand and dragged him into the house. Just after sitting on the sofa, Su Wei'er hugged his waist and pillowed Yi Ning's chest, burying her head in his arms. Why are you so proactive today? Yi Ning asked in surprise. After a long time, only then did Su Wei'er's glutinous voice like a mosquito whisper come through. Missing my husband. Hiss. This girl, the killing power was too great. Yi Ning couldn't help but kiss her forehead and wrapped his arms around Su Wei'er's willow waist. Unexpectedly, Su Wei'er suddenly struggled to get up and turned around to sit on Yi Ning's lap. After staring at Yi Ning's face for a while, she then took the initiative to stick her ice-soft red lips on Yi Ning's mouth. The two of them lingered for a long time before Su Wei'er let go. Her small face was scarlet, but she still arrogantly said, "How is it? Has my technique gotten better?" Yi Ning was thunderstruck by today's Su Wei'er. How did this niece change her nature? Suddenly being so proactive caught him off guard. Of course, he also enjoyed this. I'll be damned. I don't have the M attribute, do I? Indeed, quite a bit more powerful. Yi Ning complimented with a bad smile. Su Wei'er was smug and proudly tossed her hair. That's right, I looked to my mom for lessons. Yi Ning was shocked. Could this kind of thing also be taught by parents? This silly girl is also too tigerish. But the mother-in-law is also, how can, teach it so well. The two embraced each other in the living room until the evening. After having a meal, Yi Ning got up. Are you leaving? Su Wei'er asked with a face of reluctance. Aren't you going to start broadcasting live? Not broadcasting today. Fine, then I'll stay and accompany you. Yi Ning sat down again and just reached out to hug Su Wei'er, but she twisted. Like a loach, she slipped and dodged. Su Wei'er stood up and silently walked to the corner in Yi Ning's puzzled eyes. Only after a long time did she reveal a small head, stammered for half a day, gathered her courage, and whispered with a red face. You watch TV first. I'll go take a shower. After saying that, whooshed and disappeared. There was only the faint sound of the bathroom door closing, and the sound of water being released. Yi Ning froze for a long time. Take a shower? Taking a bath. Chapter 64 An assist from mother-in-law. Hearing the sound of running water coming from the bathroom, Yi Ning could not sit still. He couldn't even watch Crayola playing with elephants anymore, and stood up to pace back and forth between the living room and the balcony. Is it possible that Su Wei'er didn't bring a towel? Should I go deliver it? The point is, obviously each bedroom has a separate toilet and bathroom. Su Wei'er preferred to bathe in the public bathroom. Was this another hint? Plus, her unusual behavior today is clearly to provoke an honest man like Yi Ning to make a mistake, eating the marrow to know the flavor. Since having a relationship with Mo Qingqing, Yi Ning hasn't touched a woman yet. It's been more than half a month, and it's true that the old comrade is suffocating. Forget it, it's better to take a shower to calm down. Yi Ning casually found a bedroom and entered the bathroom to take a shower. Half an hour later, Yi Ning's eyes were incomparably clear and he walked out of the bathroom in his pajamas. This cold shower could indeed lower the fire. He was about to look in the mirror when he heard a pop. The lights went out. Yi Ning was uncertain and looked around. Through the moonlight, vaguely see a vague silhouette in the doorway quietly standing. Under the fine smell, there was a faint fragrance. The fragrance stretched far and wide, making one's heart flutter with a lingering aftertaste. Where? Yi Ning couldn't help but gulp. What did this niece want? He had only just lowered the fire. Su Wei'er stood in place, silent for a long time. Finally, she sighed softly and asked with a sobbing voice, Yi Ning, why don't you come and peek? Yi Ning, could it be that going to peek is the right option? Wouldn't I be worse than a beast? Where? You. Before Yi Ning could finish his sentence, a fragrant wind hit him and pounced into his arms. Only at this moment did Yi Ning realize that Su Wei'er was actually without an inch of clothing. Smooth skin, slender willow-like waist, stunning face and the towering peaks, all of them stimulated Yi Ning's nerves. Well, Wei'er, Yi Ning, take me, I'll go shopping. Of course Yi Ning wouldn't ink anymore. At a time like this, what kind of a decent man was he pretending to be? No need, my mom has already bought everything. Su Wei'er's face was on fire, red like the evening sunset. Although there was only a vague moonlight now, Yi Ning could still see it clearly. This woman, I really don't know how she, who was usually extremely prone to shyness, was able to muster up so much courage this night. Auntie, oh no, mother-in-law, I give you credit. Just as Yi Ning gently placed Su Wei'er onto the soft and gentle silk quilt bed, the cell phone suddenly rang. Yi Ning, phone, don't answer it. Pick it up. In case there's something urgent? Su Wei'er pushed Yi Ning's chest and persuaded him. In her opinion, it was already good that a big boss like Yi Ning could spend time with her on a regular basis. It must have been busy on weekdays, squeezing out free time. Now that someone was calling, it might be something important in the company. Fine. Yi Ning's face huffed as she picked up the phone without looking at who it was. Who? What's the matter? Speak quickly. Interrupted at a critical moment. It would be strange if Yi Ning's tone could be good. Ha, Lao San, even though you pulled the plug on my phone, you didn't expect me to call with your sister-in-law's phone. On the other end of the phone, Mengdu's cheerful laughter came out. Even if Yi Ning didn't turn on the speakerphone, Su Wei'er could hear it clearly. Tilting her head again, she saw that Yi Ning's face was pitch black, with more black lines on his forehead than she could count. She almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Mundu, Yi Ning yelled into the phone, gritting his teeth. Get as far away from me as you want. If you dare to call again, I'll call you every day at night from now on until you eat tiger bien. After saying that, he snapped and hung up the phone, throwing it aside. Staring at the happy Su Wei'er underneath her, a fierce light was released in her eyes. Licking her mouth, she revealed her fangs. You like to laugh, right? Later on, let's see if you can still laugh. Yi Ning, don't. I'm wrong. Su Wei'er feigned a timid look. There's no use admitting you're wrong. The fire tonight was lit by your own hands. The leaves of the trees rustled as the spring breeze brushed past. Under the quiet night sky, there were only 3 or 2 kittens purring in a thought-provoking manner. On the other side of the phone, Mengdu was directly scolded and confused. What is the situation of this Nima? Even if you really don't want to return the real estate license yourself, you don't need to be so angry, right? He could hear that Ning was really angry. How can a joke between 2 brothers be like this? No way. I'm going to make another call over to ask for clarification. My brother and sister's feelings can't fade. Next to her, Tanyaran heard a bit of meaning in Ning's words. As soon as she snatched the cell phone, she blankly glanced at Mengdu in an unkind manner. Why was this person so naive? If you call now, maybe you guys will really be friends. Ha? Why? Tanyaran shook his head breathlessly. Too lazy to talk to the Squawazi, Sichuan province, fool, but not a curse. Affectionate name. Explanation. On the next day, the morning sun was first appearing. Ning opened his eyes and stretched his waist. Cozy. After half a month, finally tasting meat again. This was too good. Su Weier in her arms had not yet woken up. Her beautiful eyes were tightly closed. Her long eyelashes curved. Very cute. Ning stared for a long time, and really couldn't help himself, coming up to kiss her smooth forehead. Chapter 65, Encountering Zhao Na. At this time, Ning saw Su Weier's tightly closed eye slits keep jumping, and the corners of his mouth couldn't stop lifting. The little face with a smile was red and glowing. It turned out that this girl had woken up a long time ago, and refused to open her eyes because she was embarrassed. Ning smiled evilly, his playfulness rising. Both hands reached into the quilt and scratched fiercely at Su Weier's waist. Ha ha ha. Ning, don't. Let go. Ha ha ha. Don't tickle me. I'm afraid of itching. Ha ha ha. After a bit of playfulness, Su Weier almost laughed out of her eyes. Her delicate body kept moving backward, wanting to escape Ning's clutches. Suddenly, Su Weier turned around. Her body lightened, and she fell off the bed. Ning reacted quickly and lunged forward. Reaching out, he wrapped his hand around Su Weier's slender waist and lifted upward with force. Su Weier's entire body fell into Ning's arms. Is everything alright? Ning gently patted Su Weier's polished back and soothed her. Su Weier shook her head. It's fine. Her mouth said it was fine, but her small heart was beating non-stop. If her heart rate was measured now, it would all be at least 120 or more. Of course, it wasn't being scared by almost falling off the bed just now. Rather, it was because both of them were openly facing each other and embracing each other. She could clearly feel every muscle on Ning's body, and it was too much to be shy about. Hearing that Su Weier hadn't bumped into anything, Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to pull her away from his arms, he realized that Su Weier was hugging him even tighter. Don't! Su Weier was shy. Her pair of tender white lotus root arms tightly wrapped around Ning's neck. The entire person hung onto Ning. The tip of Ning's ear was pressed against Su Weier's soft and delicate cheek. It could clearly feel the temperature of her face, which was red hot. This girl was so bold last night, and now she was even too shy to look at him. Ning couldn't help but laugh, patting her back, pulling the ice silk cool quilt up. He draped it over Su Weier's back, holding her body. He slowly laid down on his side. It wasn't until Ning finished washing up and came to the dormitory room that he saw Su Weier still lying on the bed. Her hands were tightly tugging on the cool quilt, only revealing half of her nose and eyes. Ning smiled as he came to the bedside and sat down, using his fingertips to gently help Su Weier smooth a few strands of messy hair between her forehead. Still not getting up? You go out first. I'll get up later. Su Weier's gaze flickered, somewhat afraid to look at him. Ning smiled and nodded. Okay, then I'll go to the supermarket to buy food and come back to cook for you. Su Weier let out a soft staring at Ning, wanting to speak. Ning drifted off, walked into Su Weier's room, and took out a clean set of small clothes in the closet drawer. He placed them on the sofa next to the bed. Leaning down, he was about to kiss her forehead, but Su Weier pulled down the covers slightly, revealing her beautiful red lips. Ning was first stunned, then couldn't help but smile, pressing his face over. The cold and sweet touch, coupled with the aroma that Su Weier's body was emitting all the time, made Ning a little more intent. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold back again if he didn't get up. Lips parted, slapping Su Weier's jutting curves through the covers, he smiled and said, "Little goblin, getting up to leave." Hearing the sound of the door closing, Su Weier slowly climbed out of bed, gently opening the door. She poked her head out and cautiously looked into the living room. It was only when she saw that there was no movement that she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately afterward, her brows tightened. Hiss! A hint of pain caused her to stifle a breath of cold air. Enduring the pain, she walked into the bathroom. On this side of the university town, there were many school district houses, and naturally, there were supporting supermarkets. Ning didn't drive and walked for more than 10 minutes to get there. This supermarket was very large, with a total of 5 floors, divided into layers. Ning only needed to buy fresh vegetables, so he came directly to the 3rd floor. Thinking that Su Weier had just experienced her first time, Ning bought some pork ribs and radish stew. Just as he walked to the meat counter, a familiar figure caught his attention. The woman was wearing a white shirt, jeans, and a small bag on her waist. Very competent. But at this moment, she had a sad look on her face and was about to leave after receiving the pig's feet handled by the waiter. Zhao Na, long time no see, actually ran into you here. Ning walked up to its side and greeted it with a smile. Zhao Na was his ex-girlfriend He Man-man's best friend. Although Ning looked down on He Man-man's kind of money-minded woman, he still had a good feeling about Zhao Na. This girl was cheerful, hard-working, and very progressive. In the past, when he and He Man-man were together, they had even helped themselves quite a bit. To Zhao Na, he was grateful from the bottom of his heart. Ning. Zhao Na turned around and was a little afraid to recognize Ning for a moment when she saw him. After not seeing him for a long time, Ning had changed a little too much. Not only was he more handsome in face value, but his temperament was completely different from before. Although she knew that Ning was now very rich, after all, he had also sent her a piece of tens of thousands of dollars of Vacheron Constantin. But now that Ning was wearing this famous brand, she could naturally tell that it had to be at least $200,000 or more. Just how much money did he have? What? Can't recognize me? Seeing that Zhao Na didn't say anything, Ning smiled and waved his hand in front of her eyes. Some of you don't dare to recognize me. You're not on the same level as us at all now. Zhao Na, who had returned to her senses, slapped away Ning's hand and shook her head. Ning was speechless. What tier is this? Can I still be a god in the sky? The achievements you've reached now are like having divine help to me. Ning had developed too quickly, and in Zhao Na's opinion, even if he didn't have the blessing of a god, it was still smoke coming out of his ancestors' graves. Chapter 66. A man is a teenager until he dies. Ning was astonished in his heart. Everything he had came from the help of the system, so when he thought about it like this, it wasn't exactly as if he had divine help. Zhao Na didn't know that she had guessed right almost as soon as she made a wild guess. By the way, how come you look sad? Dumped by your boyfriend? Ning pulled away from the topic and joked. In his impression, Zhao Na had always been the kind of character with a big grin. All day long, she was like a happy fruit, the kind that could chat with anyone. Seeing her with this expression of bitterness and hatred was really rare. Hearing Ning's words, Zhao Na looked complicated. After a while, she said, Ning, can you go with me to see Man-man? She's in a bad way right now. Ning was originally curious, and if Zhao Na had any difficulties, he would definitely step in if he could help. But when he heard that it was about He Man-man, he instantly felt like he had eaten chicken ribs. It was tasteless. I'll pass. Bye. Ning picked up the shopping bag and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, Zhao Na grabbed Ning's arm and pleaded. Wait, Ning Man-man, she just had surgery. So, Ning sneered. Do I have a relationship with her? What's wrong with having surgery? Could it still be an abortion? Could it still be my seed? I'll tell you Zhao Na, I can't thank you enough for taking care of me in the past, but it has nothing to do with anyone else half the time. If you have any difficulties, tell me directly. As long as I can do it, I will definitely try my best to help you. But not her. He Man. I don't have half a penny of relationship with her. And with that said, I hope you won't use her to consume the friendship between the two of us. After saying that, Ning broke away from Zhao Na's hand and left without looking back. Zhao Na was stagnant, standing in place, looking at Ning's distant back, and remained silent for a long time. Ning checked out and walked out of the supermarket, feeling a little heavy. It wasn't that she still had feelings for He Man, but she felt that her words to Zhao Na were heavy. She had always had a good relationship with He Man, and now that He Man was in poor health, she was also in a hurry. Thinking of this, Ning picked up his phone and sent an apologetic text message to Zhao Na. Zhao Na, I'm sorry, I was a little excited today and said a few heavy words. I hope you don't take it to heart. It's fine. 2 minutes later, Ning received Zhao Na's reply, smiled slightly, and walked towards Emerald City. Returning to Su Weier's home, he saw her, who had just gotten out of the shower, standing in front of the mirror fiddling with her blow dryer. Ning walked over and took the hairdryer in Su Weier's hand, lifting her hair to help her dry it. This scene, it seemed somewhat familiar. At once, Ning remembered Mo Qingqing from Yangchang. At that time, at the Golden Sun Hotel, he had also helped Mo Qingqing blow out her hair in the same way. What's wrong? Seeing Ning standing still, Su Weier was puzzled. Ning returned to his senses. No. Continuing the work on his hands. Through the mirror, Su Weier naturally saw Ning's appearance as he had just grabbed her hair out of focus. Shrugging the tip of her nose, she let out a soft hum through her nostrils and didn't say anything more. This big bad guy, He must have blown out another woman's hair. Damn it, darn it. Seeing Su Weier with a cute, puffy expression, staring at herself in the mirror, milky and fierce, Ning was amused and embarrassed at the same time, grabbing Su Weier's hair, and remembering him. Oh Ching. What is this? It was said that a man is a teenager until he dies. The ancients honestly do not deceive me. It's okay. Ning placed the blow dryer on the washstand and slightly leaned over, wringing Su Weier's waist from behind. Angry? Humph. Su Weier raised her eyebrows. In your place, what would you do? Ning snapped, scratching the back of his head. He laughed twice, no longer explaining. Su Weier was a bit helpless. This big bad guy, truly detestable. However, coincidentally, she had fallen in love with it, so who was she going to blame? Especially after last night. The car is on. The ticket is not refundable. Buy now. Su Weier doesn't want to think that much. As long as she could be with Ning all the time, she was already satisfied. I'll go cook for you, so you can go watch some TV first. He was about to let go of his hands when Su Weier's hands ended up pulling him back. Tutaying her mouth, she expressed her dissatisfaction. Seeing this look on her face, Ning once again hugged her tightly, finding her peach-like cherry lips and taking in a mouthful. Only after a few minutes did Ning let go of Su Weier and turn towards the kitchen. Seeing Ning walk out of the bathroom, Su Weier felt her legs go a little soft. Looking up at herself in the mirror, her pupils were sparkling and watery. The beautiful collarbone looked like it was tinted with a reddish haze, extending all the way to the tips of her ears. Applying both hands to her face, she couldn't believe for a moment that such a bold person was actually herself. Alas, blame it on her mom coming over the other day, gave her a sparse indoctrination into the affairs of men and women. Even the little umbrella was properly prepared. Now well, the big bad wolf finally ate Little Red Riding Hood. Ning came to the kitchen and saw freshly washed covers and sheets hanging on the living balcony outside the glass door. It was clearly the same set that he and Su Weier had slept on last night. Under the bright sunlight, in the center of the bedsheets, a little dark red mark was faintly visible. Chapter 67, Tonight I'll wear it for you, okay? Only at noon. Amidst Ning's calls, did Su Weier wriggle out of the bedroom? Seeing the steaming pork rib soup on the table, she looked incredulous. In the morning, when Ning had said that he was going to buy vegetables for cooking, she had thought that it was one of those half-finished products. She didn't expect that Ning, who was a big boss, would actually cook, and the selling looks were quite good, coupled with the clear aroma of bone soup mixed with radish that filled the restaurant. Su Weier couldn't help but gulp. Seeing Su Weier frozen in place, Ning smiled and pulled her to sit beside him. Then he personally served a bowl and placed it in front of her. Why are you still frozen? Hurry up and eat. Is it hard for me to feed you? Not at all. Su Weier knew that Ning was teasing her again, and arrogantly denied it. She picked up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. The far-reaching aroma of the meat coupled with the sweetness of the soup base made her big, watery eyes instantly light up. This is too delicious. Ning's cooking could actually be this delicious? Seeing Su Weier's reaction, Ning knew that this meal was very much to her taste. His fingertips hooked up the strands of hair plastered to his cheeks and moved them behind Su Weier's small ears, revealing her white-as-fat side face with a straight nose. She sketched out a perfect picture of innocence and beauty. Su Weier felt an itch on her face, but she didn't reject it. Instead, she felt very comfortable, her heart rejoicing with joy. After lunch, Su Weier stuck in Ning's arms, and the unique sweetness of the fragrance hit her nose, making Ning unable to resist palpitating. Su Weier naturally felt the difference in Ning's body, and her pretty face was instantly dyed red. Shyly, she inclined her head and quietly glanced at Ning. Ahem. Ning laughed dryly and explained. Force majeure, force majeure. He had thought that Su Weier would say a few words about him, but not only did she not say anything, she instead hooked her hand back around Ning's neck, chirping next to his ear. She said, Ning, that day, my mom even bought me a few pieces of clothing, so I'll wear them for you tonight, okay? Boom. Su Weier's words were like winks, causing him to instantly break his defenses. Good. Ning's throat was dry with lust. For the next few days, Ning stayed at Su Weier's home. It wasn't for any particular purpose, but rather, after her daily live broadcasts were over, he was able to give her a good massage to ease her fatigue. On this day, Ning took Su Weier for a walk in the square. Suddenly, a roar of an engine was heard. Immediately afterward, a red Ferrari 599 whizzed past the road. Ning was slightly surprised. This was the second Ferrari he had seen in Zhangcheng. The other one was by Iluo's white Ferrari 488. Although Zhangcheng was not big, there were still quite a few rich people. Like Han Yu's few people. What with the big bulls and cabs, Porsche and all these luxury cars. Just at this moment, Ning's phone rang. Hello, old Han. What's the matter with me, brother Yi? Ha. On the other end of the phone, Han Yu's tone sounded a little weak. Ain't half a day. Yi Ning simply said, what you say straight. A big man. Speak why so girly? Just as he finished speaking, he saw Su Weier's beautiful eyes glaring at him, and her greenish-white jade fingers were already on Yi Ning's waist. Yi Ning embarrassedly laughed twice, and using his lips, wordlessly said, wife. I'm joking. Seeing Yi Ning call her wife, Su Weier's small face reddened, and the corners of her mouth rose for a few moments before she put down the hand on Yi Ning's waist. Just let me say it if you're embarrassed. At this time, Yi Ning heard Zhou Chen's impatient voice. Zhou Chen grabbed Han Yu's cell phone. Hey, brother Yi, this is Zhou Chen. We'd like to borrow your Koenigsegg to drive. You see? Hey, is that all? Yi Ning was speechless. That little thing, that Han Yu kid has to wink for half a day? Just take it and drive it. When do you want it? Yi Ning asked directly. Han Yu. Several people did not expect Yi Ning so dry. On this more than a small target Koenigsegg 11 does not care in the slightest. They were all prepared to give Yi Ning some money to rent a car, but it turned out that Yi Ning didn't even think about lending it to them. There was no half-hearted hesitation, nor did he make any conditions. Brother Yi, thank you so much. The duo of Liu Xian and Ai Yang were also on the sidelines, very surprised. Brother Yi, it's tomorrow. There's a race on Dongshan tomorrow. Do you want to come and see it then as well? Han Yu asked. I won't go. You come to Dragon View on the clouds tomorrow morning. The 7th building is mine. Brother Yi, you're so bullish. Buying a house in Longjing on the clouds. Hearing Yi Ning's words, Han Yu couldn't help but worship. His family was very rich, but they wouldn't spend close to $100 million on a house, because the money was on the company's books. $100 million could solve a lot of unexpected problems, but for Yi Ning to not only buy a car with over 100 million, but also a house with close to 100 million, this was no longer something that could be described as rich. It was going to take a very large amount of cash flow to back it up. Since Yi Ning would buy it, it meant that he had even more cash to use as a logistical support. The two chatted for a few moments and hung up. Yi Ning, are you going back tonight? Su Weier heard Yi Ning tell Han Yu to go to Dragon View on the clouds tomorrow morning, so he shouldn't be staying overnight in Emerald City tonight. Well, I'm going back to the villa tonight, but you're going to be with me. Yi Ning hooked Su Weier's glossy chin and said with a smile. Chapter 68, The Law of True Fragrance. Su Weier. This big bad guy, he's always teasing me. Su Weier, won't eat this. I'll just walk back from here, and I won't go to the villa with you. Half an hour later, Yi Ning drove the Mercedes-Benz Big G, carrying Su Weier on the passenger side towards Dragon View on the clouds. On the back seat, there was also a black plastic bag. The bag was not only filled with Su Weier's change of clothes, but also 2 cos, and if you looked carefully, there were even cat ears and cat tails. Su Weier put her face to the side and closed her eyes, not daring to look at Yi Ning. Just a pair of delicate catkins that had nowhere to rest, had long since rubbed the corners of her clothes to the point of crumpling. With a slightly blinkered eye, she could see Yi Ning's evil smile in the rearview mirror. Pervert! Su Weier cursed in her heart. She really didn't know where Yi Ning had learned these tricks, torturing her in different ways every day. Really don't know if she's tired? And then there was her own mother who didn't look like her own mother, who had bought so many strange and weird things, not knowing any shame at all. She seemed to have forgotten that a few days ago, it was she herself who took the initiative to wear these clothes. Yi Ning's desire to be curious was aroused, and he was out of control. In these few days, Su Weier ordered more than 20 sets of good-looking costumes. What stewardesses, nurses, cat-eared ladies, all kinds, everything. Tonight, it was destined to be another battle of hundreds of millions of soldiers and horses. The next day, Yi Ning rubbed his messy hair and sat up with a yawn. Inside the room, clothes were thrown everywhere. It was evident that last night, the battle had been so intense. Su Weier was smiling, sleeping deeply. The cool quilt covered half of her body, not realizing in the slightest that it had revealed a snowy white piece. Yi Ning's eyes hurt from the white flowers, so he took a deep breath and pulled the quilt on for her. Knowing that Su Weier was exhausted last night, Yi Ning carefully got up. At 10 in the morning, Han Yu arrived at Yi Ning's villa. Coming to the garage where the Koenigsegg 11 was kept, the four of them were excited, especially the moment Yi Ning handed over the key to him. Han Yu simply wanted to kneel down and sing his conquest. In front of this car, their Lamborghini instantly didn't smell good. Han Yu sat in the driver's seat, his hands on the steering wheel, the ultimate touch, so that one could not help but close his eyes and enjoy it. Before he even started, Han Yu felt a few moments of relief. Brother Yi, are you really not coming with us? Han Yu asked again. Not going. Yi Ning's attitude made Han Yu several people puzzled. A super rich man who owned a Koenigsegg 11 was not even half interested in racing. Then what was the point of buying this car? Just to act tough? It does seem like it could be. The next moment Yi Ning explained, you guys go play, I'm going to accompany your sister-in-law. Brother Yi, you actually do have a girlfriend. Aside from Han Yu, Zhou Chen's few people didn't know that Yi Ning was in a relationship, although Han Yu had mentioned it before, and even bluntly said that Yi Ning's girlfriend was particularly beautiful. But how could they believe it? Just ask, would anyone give up an entire forest for a single tree? Now that it came from Yi Ning's own mouth, they believed it. No wonder Yi Ning hadn't been interested in the escort girl at the Red Cherry Bar. It was called being dedicated to one's love. But how could they know that Yi Ning didn't only have one girlfriend, but was also bent on a few people getting along harmoniously? Yi Ning on the second floor of the villa. Su Weier heard Yi Ning's voice, put on her pajamas, and poked her little head out of the window. Seeing Han Yu's several people, she smiled and nodded. Hello you guys. Hello sister-in-law. Han Yu's four greeted. Alright, you guys go quickly. Yi Ning waved his hand, not even asking when he would return the car. Leaving the dragon view on the clouds, Zhou Chen sat on the passenger side of the Koenigsegg 11, pondering. What? Han Yu glanced at him and asked. Old Han, why do I think Brother Ye's girlfriend looks so familiar? Although he had only greeted and met him once, Zhou Chen always felt that Yi Ning's girlfriend looked quite familiar. Especially the voice that spoke seemed to have been heard somewhere as well. It had to be said that Yi Ning's girlfriend was a really good-looking woman. It was reasonable to say that such a good-looking woman should have remembered it once he had seen it. Strange. Han Yu smiled mysteriously. You contact your sister-in-law's name and think again? Name? Zhou Chen frowned. Su Weier, is there anything special about the name? Wait a minute. After a while, Zhou Chen seemed to think of something. A pair of eyes stared like bronze bells. Old Han, sister-in-law wouldn't be that little wire from the flying fish platform? Right. It must be her. Without waiting for Han Yu to answer, Zhou Chen clenched his right hand into a fist and slapped the heart of his left hand with a face of certainty. No wonder something looked familiar. Surprisingly, it was that superb anchor that had recently caught fire. Zhou Chen had an incredulous face, not only because of Su Weier's stunningly beautiful face, which was no less beautiful than the one under the camera, and even a few points more beautiful. And it was also because Yi Ning felt admiration for being able to make Su Weier his girlfriend. This was a true goddess-level character, not to mention status, but in terms of face value alone, he, Zhou Chen, hadn't seen a few beauties of this caliber. Only Ai Yang's sister's best friend, that Jiangcheng University school flower could compare. Or, it was the one they were about to see tonight, the big sister who was like a leprechaun and loved to race cars. Thinking of that red phantom, Zhou Chen's neck couldn't help but shrink slightly, as if remembering something terrible. Chapter 69, Hello Goblin. The next day, Yi Ning unexpectedly received a call from Lu Jiandong. It turned out that this old fox was inviting him to attend the shareholders' meeting tomorrow morning. Yi Ning owned 15% of Anshin Pharmaceuticals shares, counting him as Anshin Pharmaceuticals' third largest shareholder. So naturally, he would be invited. Mr. Yi, let's make a deal then. When the time comes, you won't help each other. When I take the position of chairman, I'll double your dividends. Don't worry, I'm the most honest. After lunch, Han Yu drove the Koenigsegg 11 back to Yi Ning's place. Yi Ning took the keys and was just about to say goodbye to him when he suddenly saw a red handbag lying under the passenger seat. Wait, Brother Yi, what's wrong? Is there a problem somewhere? Han Yu thought that he had accidentally rubbed somewhere, and his heart tightened. This car, even rubbing off a little paint isn't cheap. Don't be nervous, it's fine. Yi Ning patted his shoulder and bent down to pick up the handbag. Just who does this belong to? Ha! Cold sweat broke out on Han Yu's forehead. Yi Ning was puzzled. What's wrong? Han Yu sighed. Brother Yi, let me tell you the truth. We weren't the only ones who drove this car last night. It turns out that they went drag racing last night and ran into a woman. That person originally drove a Ferrari, but when she saw the Koenigsegg 11, her eyes were glowing and she was eager to try. We were all acquaintances, and the woman had left a horrible impression on Han Yu and the others, so they had to lend it to her for 2 laps. Hearing that it was a Ferrari, Yi Ning's first reaction was Bai Iluo. But thinking that Bai Iluo shouldn't be the kind of person who liked to race cars, then it would only be the owner of the Ferrari 599 that he had seen in the square before. Alright. Explaining clearly, Yi Ning wouldn't say anything. This bag is also that woman's? Yes, it's exactly Sister Annie's. Seeing that Yi Ning didn't blame, Han Yu's heart was relieved. Sister Annie? Could it be Anne, the chairman of Anshin Pharmaceuticals? Yi Ning's face was astonished. It's her. Brother Yi, do you recognize her as well? I don't know. Yi Ning shook his head. I just heard that her father left in a car accident, and now she's having a pretty bad time at Anshin Pharmaceuticals. Of course it wasn't good. The phone call from Lu Jiandong even came in the morning, which clearly meant that a shareholders meeting was going to be held to shift the center of power. Now and she must be busy as hell, right? Alas, indeed. Han Yu sighed helplessly. If it wasn't for the Lu family, Sister Annie wouldn't be in this state today. Yi Ning nodded, but in his heart, he didn't care. Who cares? Anyway, he He was sitting on the mountain watching the tigers fight. It didn't matter who won. He was about to hand the bag to Hanyu when he suddenly saw a large head sticker on the strap. Yi Ning's hands trembled, and his eyes flashed with starlight and excitement. Looking straight at Hanyu, he pointed at the woman in the photo, his tone trembling. This is Annie? Yes, brother Yi. What's wrong with you? Hanyu had never seen Yi Ning in this state before. Yi Ning rarely looked happy. No matter how happy he was when he encountered something, he wouldn't be agitated into this state, right? Could it be that Yi Ning was still related to Annie? It's fine. Yi Ning held back his excitement, chatted with Hanyu for a few moments, and said goodbye to each other. Returning to the villa, Yi Ning placed his handbag on the bedside and looked at her big headshot with an incomparably tender expression. On the photo, she had a head of burgundy wavy curls and a red plain dress. Standing there quietly, she exuded an irresistible demonic charm, eyes contemptuous, as if the world does not care. This kind of appearance, and that the journey to the west and the goblins generally the same. Goblin. Hello, Goblin. I finally found you. And was the woman who had gone crazy with Yi Ning one night after he had lost both his job and his love life. And it was her first time. The two of them hadn't said a few words in total, but this leprechaun's knitted brows and smile. Every word and sentence was firmly imprinted in his mind. Annie was his Yi Ning's woman. She could only be bullied by herself. No one else could come. So Lu Jiandong, your calculations are good, but this time they're destined to fall flat. As for integrity, did he need to speak of integrity with someone who bullied his own daughter-in-law? On the following day, Yi Ning woke up very early, and after sending Su Weier back to Emerald City, he drove towards Anshin Pharmaceuticals alone. It was during the morning rush hour at work, and the road was jammed with traffic. The original 40-minute journey took at least an hour or so to arrive. Anshin Pharmaceuticals, Jiangqing's largest pharmaceutical company. The cooperation object is not only Jiangqing's large and small hospitals. In the neighboring provinces still have not small reputation. It was only in the past year that Anshin Pharmaceuticals' stock price had plummeted, and was much worse than its peak. Yi Ning had just parked his car when he saw a small BMW pull up next to his car. Walking out was none other than Xiao Tong, who Yi Ning had met several times. She had put on makeup, but it still couldn't hide the fatigue on her face. Not to mention, those worried eyes could make people feel sad even from a distance. Hi, Director Xiao. Good morning. Yi Ning waved at Xiao Tong with a smile on his face. Only then did Xiao Tong see that a young man in a suit with an excellent face and temperament was walking towards her. Mr. Yi, why are you here? Xiao Tong was surprised. Today's shareholders meeting. Could it be that there were still people below looking for Jiangcheng Kangda Hospital to talk about business? Besides, who in the sales department had such great face to actually be able to invite Yi Ning himself? Chapter 70, Meeting Lu Jiandong for the first time. Of course I came to see you. Once I parted that day, I simply thought about it day and night, said Yi Ning with a teasing smile. Xiao Tong deflated, not wanting to answer. If it was before that auction, she might still believe Yi Ning's words, but ever since she had met Su Weier at the auction, she no longer had these types of thoughts. Even though Xiao Tong was confident in her looks and body, she was very self-aware in front of Su Weier. The reason was simple. Su Weier was too beautiful. In particular, the pure aura revealed by her body was something that even Xiao Tong herself could not afford to destroy. It was a kind of fresh and unassuming beauty, just like a lotus flower in a pond. In the straight outside, no branches, incense far benefit Ching, pavilion net plant, can be seen from afar but not profane play. Such a girl cannot be blasphemed. If the appearance and her top boss Annie can be comparable, then that youthful and beautiful clean, no one can compare. Try to ask, there is such a girlfriend Yi Ning, will still fall in love with other women? Obviously, Xiao Tong didn't know Yi Ning. If it was Yi Ning, he would have answered with certainty. Yes, because you, Mr. I love you too. Director Xiao, where is the shareholders meeting being held? Yi Ning asked. Xiao Tong was speculating about Yi Ning's purpose for coming to Anshin Pharmaceuticals, and was slightly surprised to hear Yi Ning's words, but didn't ask much. In the office hall. I'm going over there as well. Let's join together. Xiao Tong replied. Yi Ning nodded. It was good to have someone to lead the way. Along the way, many of the employees threw strange looks at the duo. Xiao Tong, the beautiful young woman of Anshin Pharmaceuticals, was actually walking together with a strange man. Moreover, this young man was a bit too handsome. This, coupled with the faint smile that Yi Ning always wore on his face, caused many young unmarried women to admire him. There were speculations about Yi Ning's relationship with Xiao Tong. It had even been secretly rumored that Xiao Tong was so bold that she had openly brought her gigolo to the company. Yi Ning naturally ignored the remarks of others, following Xiao Tong all the way to the office building without hindrance. Cough cough. Mr. Yi is sorry. There are more little girls in our company. That's how the culture is. Xiao Tong dryly coughed twice, somewhat embarrassed to explain. Yi Ning shook his head. He didn't care about the gossip. He was handsome in his own right, and there were plenty of rumors about him from his student days. If he had to dwell on every single one of them, he would have been twisted into twisted candy long ago. Mr. Yi, may I ask which shareholder invited you? Xiao Tong hadn't thought about the fact that Yi Ning was a shareholder of the company. If he was a shareholder, would he have never shown up at the company? Therefore, it should be a certain shareholder who asked Yi Ning to talk about cooperation. Ha ha ha, Director Xiao, why can't I be a shareholder? Yi Ning laughed a few times, opened his cell phone text message and waved it in front of Miss Manners, signing and walking through the door. Seeing Yi Ning's series of operations running in the clouds, Xiao Tong was dumbstruck. She had racked her brain, but no matter what, she couldn't imagine that Yi Ning was still her top boss. From being a former business partner, she was instantly demoted to becoming Yi Ning's hired hand. Yi Dong, Xiao Tong spoke in an obscure tone. Not knowing what to say for a moment, Yi Ning waved his hand, his face indifferent. He had always been indifferent when it came to name calling. Ha ha ha, Yi Dong, welcome welcome welcome. Suddenly, a cheerful laugh resounded in the hall. A middle-aged man wearing a suit and glasses, dressed in an elegant and easygoing manner, stretched out his right hand as he walked towards Yi Ning. The corners of Yi Ning's mouth rose slightly with an inexplicable expression, but he also extended his hand. You are Lu Dong, right? It's better to hear 100 times than to see you. Long time no see. Two people, one old and one young, met in this hall in front of everyone. Although they were meeting for the first time, they looked as if they had been friends for a long time. Behind Lu Jiandong, several other shareholders also came forward, exchanging pleasantries with Yi Ning and showing him goodwill. Obviously, Lu Jiandong had introduced himself to them. At least the preparations had been done properly. At this moment, Lu Jiandong tapped the back of the head of the young man beside him. Lu Tianxiang's body stiffened, and he looked at Yi Ning with very complicated eyes. It was this man who had caused himself to lose face at the auction. Not only that, but after being slapped by Yi Ning, he was also pulled into the small dark room and beaten. Afterward, instead of backing him up, his dad had even severely reprimanded him. Now he had to personally apologize. Even though Lu Tianxiang had 10,000 reluctances, under the pressure of his dad, he still gritted his teeth and bowed to Yi Ning. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, I was the one who bumped into you that day. I hope you'll be generous and forgive me. Towards the end, Lu Tianxiang's tone was tinged with tears, looking very aggrieved. But for the sake of his dad's plan not being destroyed, apologizing to Yi Ning was his only way out. It's okay, it's normal for young people to be impulsive, so you should think things through in the future. Yi Ning replied in an old-fashioned manner. As the third largest shareholder of Anshin Pharmaceuticals, Yi Ning naturally wouldn't put himself in Lu Tianxiang's class. Right now, he was on equal footing with Lu Jiandong. It could be said that the entire Anshin Pharmaceuticals, except for Lu Jiandong and Annie, the rest were all below him. Chapter 71, The Panicked Xiao Tong. On the side, Xiao Tong's face changed slightly and quickly returned to normal. However, in her heart, she simply set off waves of shock. Just after the shock, there was also a deep concern about today's shareholders' meeting. Yi Ning was obviously invited by Lu Jiandong. Regardless of how many shares Yi Ning held in his hands, it was very likely that he was on Lu Jiandong's side. As the chairman of the board of directors, Annie, who was originally in a precarious position, was having an even more difficult time at this moment. Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth and walked towards Yi Ning. Yi Dong, I wonder if we can talk alone. Seeing Lu Jiandong and the others leave, Xiao Tong came to Yi Ning's side and invited in a voice that only the two could hear. To outsiders, Xiao Tong's body was tightly attached to Yi Ning's body. In particular, the huge fullness that was crying out for attention was on the verge of pinning Yi Ning's entire arm in it. So much so that Yi Ning could smell an inexplicable sweet fragrance. So intimate? These two people really did have a problem. In the face of the strange eyes around them, Xiao Tong's face flushed slightly. Still, she did not pull away from Yi Ning. The only way to pull Yi Ning into Annie's camp was to take advantage of the situation now. Oh, I wonder what Director Xiao wants to talk to me about. Yi Ning teased. Yi Dong, there are many people here. Can we go to my office to talk? Ha ha ha. Yi Ning shook his head and lost his smile. If you're trying to get me to support Annie, then there's no need to say anything. In front of everyone, Yi Ning directly spread the word. He knew what Xiao Tong had in mind, and he also saw Xiao Tong's determination. This was truly a devoted person. Yi Ning was very pleased that Annie's situation at Anshin Pharmaceuticals was not so bad that it was hopeless. At least there were still patriarchs like Xiao Tong, who had followed Annie's father before, who were willing to support her. Hearing Yi Ning's words, Xiao Tong's face turned as white as paper. She had been rejected before she had even said anything, and in front of so many employees, a trace of bitterness flowed through the corners of her mouth. Could it be that Mr. N would really be kicked out of the board of directors after today? Just as Xiao Tong fell into deep despair, Yi Ning asked, Director Xiao, where is Anne's office? Can you take me there? Hearing Yi Ning's words, Xiao Tong's eyes lit up. Could it be that there was still a turnaround in the situation? Alright, I'll take you there, Xiao Tong said hurriedly, leading Yi Ning into the elevator. Xiao Yan, is the chairman in? Arriving outside Annie's office, Xiao Tong looked towards a young girl in her 20s and asked eagerly. Secretary Xiao Yan shook her head. The chairman went to the conference room 2 minutes ago. Alas, Xiao Tong looked disappointed. She believed that with Annie's skills, there was a good chance of pulling Yi Ning in. At the very least, they could all make Yi Ning not stand on Lu Jiandong's side. As it turned out, coincidentally, Annie had gone to the conference room early. The only opportunity for negotiation was not grasped. It was likely that all efforts would go down the drain. Yi Ning, however, walked forward and smiled. It's okay, I'm here to return something. Your chairman's bag was left here with me. Saying this, Yi Ning handed the small red purse in his hand to Xiao Yan. This scene caught both Xiao Tong and Secretary Xiao Yan a little off guard. Annie's bag was left at Yi Ning's place? Could it be that this man was on good terms with the chairman? The chairman was 27 years old and had never heard of any special interactions with any man. Only Lu Tianxiang was like a cowhide, coming to annoy her from time to time. But Annie had never given Lu Tianxiang a good face. Could it be that Yi Ning was the reason Annie rejected other men? Xiao Tong even kept sizing up Yi Ning. She admitted that this man was very handsome, and sitting on a fortune of at least nearly $10 billion. He was a true young Jejuan. But didn't Yi Ning have a girlfriend? Could it be that this man was in 2 boats? Even one of the boats was the usually unsmiling, cold and scary Annie? This was also too unbelievable. But if that was the case, Yi Ning would definitely be on Annie's side. Perhaps he was today the biggest help for Annie's turnaround. Ahem, Yi Dong, you? Thinking of this, Xiao Tong looked at Yi Ning with a hopeful gaze. Yi Ning smiled mysteriously and said confidently, as long as your chairman has 35% of the equity in her hands, then she can't lose today. Ah! The two beauties screamed out at the same time, almost jumping up in excitement. By saying this, Yi Ning had actually informed them that he had 15% equity in his hands, together with the 37% stake that Han had inherited from the old chairman. It was already a solid win over Lu Jiandong, not to mention that there were several minority shareholders who were also on Annie's side. Yi Dong, you are so handsome, Xiao Tong said sincerely. No wonder Yi Ning had just said, if it's to help Annie, there's no need to say more. It turned out to be this meaning. Even Xiao Yan at the side kept nodding her little head. Ha ha ha, don't praise it yet, there's an even more handsome one later. Yi Ning squeezed his eyes towards the duo. Xiao Tong was already a mature woman in her 30s with a baby. She had been used to these for a long time and naturally had some resistance. But Xiao Yan was just a young girl who hadn't graduated from college for 2 years. When she met Yi Ning's eyes, her small face instantly turned red. Of course, a large part of the willingness was also because Yi Ning was just too handsome. Combined with his gangly expression, it made a world-weary little girl like Xiao Yan somewhat unable to resist. Chapter 72, finally seeing a good person. Until Xiao Tong and Yi Ning left An's office, the little secretary's face was still red. From this, it could be seen how shy the little girl was. As a senior member of an XIN pharmaceutical, Xiao Tong would enter the conference room to observe the meeting even though she was not a shareholder. The large conference room had an oval red wooden table and more than 20 chairs in the center. Around it, the entire conference room was surrounded by 3 layers with dozens of small-sized tables and chairs. Obviously, the center was where the shareholders sat, surrounded by the seats of the company's management. Yi Ning and Xiao Tong came late. Many people got up to greet Xiao Tong, while some remained motionless. Today, the conference room smelled of gunpowder. The atmosphere was tense and could be described as saber-rattling. As for Yi Ning, who was walking with Xiao Tong, many people took him to be some newly promoted junior executive. However, Yi Ning did not sit down at the outermost perimeter, but rather crossed over to Xiao Tong's position and walked straight to the very center. This move naturally caught the attention of many of the company's executives. There were even some who were already secretly sneering. Is Xiao Tong's promoted junior executive so bold? It's really a newborn calf that is not afraid of tigers. Going to the toilet with a lantern. Looking for death? Sister Xiao, quickly call out to that handsome guy. That's the shareholders' seats. The few leaders who were on better terms with Xiao Tong had nervous faces and persuaded them. But Xiao Tong just smiled lightly and shook her head. It's fine. The tone of her voice was very calm. Not a trace of nervousness could be heard. In her opinion, if Yi Ning was not even qualified to sit there, then the small shareholders of Anshin Pharmaceuticals were even less qualified. Just as everyone was waiting to see Yi Ning's joke, Lu Jiandong stood up. Yi Dong, you're late to the party. Ha ha ha, hiss. Aside from Xiao Tong, the group of Anshin Pharmaceuticals executives heard Lu Jiandong's words and all of them turned their gazes towards Yi Ning. What did Dong Lu call this young man? Yi Dong? Could it be that this person was also one of the directors of Anshin Pharmaceuticals? However, Yi Ning seemed as if he had not heard Lu Jiandong's greeting, and instead cast his gaze towards the man sitting at the very top of the room, the woman with her head buried in her hands, frowning, and constantly flipping through documents. She still had a head of burgundy-colored hair, and her big waves were very attractive. Although her head was lowered, she could still clearly see how exquisite her face was. With flaming red lips, she was as charming as she could be when she raised her hands and feet. Annie was not just a siren, but the most beautiful siren in the world. Yi Ning's move caused Lu Jiandong to frown slightly. His heart thumped even more. Could it be that Yi Ning had a crush on Annie? It wasn't surprising, as Annie's beauty was unsurpassed by anyone, and at most, it was similar to her. But Yi Ning had so much wealth at such a young age. Would he be compelled by the beauty in front of him? Yi Dong, let me introduce you. This is the current chairman of our Anshin Pharmaceuticals, Chairman Anian. Lu Jiandong's face was a bit ugly, but he still forced a smile and introduced. The corners of Yi Ning's mouth rose slightly as he nodded. Coming over to An's seat, he stretched out his hand and said, "An Dong, nice to meet you." Only then did An finally raise her head, and the moment her gaze looked at Yi Ning, she could not help but have her pupils shrink. She naturally recognized that the Yi Ning in front of her was the man she had spent that crazy night with. How was this possible? What? An Dong doesn't welcome me? Then I'll leave? Yi Ning raised an eyebrow towards An and smiled playfully. Everyone present, including Lu Jiandong, was somewhat incredulous. They couldn't help but sweat for Yi Ning. This man was so bold that he dared to tease Annie. But thinking about it, Lu Jiandong was happy to see this scene in his heart. As long as Annie got angry and walked in opposition to Yi Ning, at that time, his coveted chairman position would be like a turtle in a jar, and couldn't help but feel a pang of amusement in her heart when she saw Yi Ning raise an eyebrow. If it was any other man, perhaps she would have already kicked him over, but this object was Yi Ning, and she actually felt that this man was a bit cute. Amidst everyone's shock, Anne reached out her right hand to shake Yi Ning's. "Welcome to Yi Dong." As she said this, she also quietly tickled Yi Ning's palm with her fingertips, causing a stirring in Yi Ning's heart. This leprechaun, the killing power was too great. Yi Ning sat down in his seat, his palms all still lingering with the touch from the handshake just now. It had to be said that Annie's hands were really soft. The slippery skin coupled with the icy cool touch made him linger. 10 minutes later, the shareholders' meeting finally began. After Annie summarized the company's situation in the first half of the year, she said many follow-up strategies in a row. Then it was Lu Jiandong who led a group of company executives to speak. The meeting was nearing its end. Just as Annie was about to summarize, suddenly, a shareholder with a mustache clapped his hands. "Chairman An, you just said so much, but in my opinion, none of it is as affordable as actual profits. We shareholders don't like to interfere in the company's business, but in the past year, our dividends haven't gone up much. What does this mean? It shows that your plans and strategies are failures. Since we can't make any money by following you, why don't we rebuild the leadership team and put someone more talented on board?" As soon as this shareholder finished speaking, someone else got up and agreed. "Right, I support Lu Dong's suggestion. That's right, I don't care about the rest. At least the position of chairman should be filled by someone more talented." It finally came. Yi Ning slowly opened his eyes, picking up the tea in front of him and taking a small sip. Turning his gaze towards the self-directed ones, his expression was sharp and incomparable. Chapter 73, Self-Directed. "Pa!" An old shareholder with white hair and a deep gaze slapped the desktop heavily. Pointing at that director Lu, he said with hatred, "Luli, the reason why you can reach this position today is all due to Xiaoan's her father's single-handed promotion. And now what are you doing? You're calling it a favor to avenge a favor." Cough cough. The old shareholder leaned back in his chair, constantly smoothing out the pent-up chi in his chest. Everyone knew that Lu Jiandong would turn on Annie today, but Luli coming to be the head of the group still made the old shareholders disappointed. These people, each and every one of them is just like a white-eyed wolf. The medical supplies produced by Anshin Pharmaceuticals do not have the slightest problem in terms of quality. But why the cooperation with many hospitals were forced to terminate? This is not an external factor. This is someone in their own family is tripping, and the tip of their knife, naturally, aimed at the current chairman of the board of directors, has the highest voice of Anshin Pharmaceuticals woman. Luli was scolded by the old shareholders, his face red with shame and indignation. However, he still righteously and loudly said, "One size does not fit all." Now, what we are discussing is the issue of company effectiveness. It cannot be linked to personal feelings. I'm not just doing this for the sake of the future rice bowls of all the shareholders, but also for the rice bowls of all the employees of Anshin Pharmaceuticals, and for the future of Anshin Pharmaceuticals. Luli held his head high and spoke righteously. It seemed as if he was truly someone who could sacrifice himself for the sake of others' interests. However, Everyone understood that this was a hypocrite who saw money in his eyes and saw the wind in his sails. Alright, Director Lu, how can you arbitrarily make up the chairman? No one thought that the person who stopped Lu Li would be Lu Jiandong. Even Yining's expression flashed with a trace of dismay. But after a little thought he reacted and took a deep look at Lu Jiandong. This person had a very deep city and had to be said to be a character. He wanted to sit in that position and was unwilling to have outsiders say that he had an evil heart. It was really a good show. Only Lu Jiandong stood up and said loudly, "Nowadays, our Anshin Pharmaceuticals is facing a lot of difficulties, but I believe that the chairperson is just young and slightly inexperienced. As long as everyone gives her more time, she will definitely be able to lead an XIN medicine to a new height." What appeared to be words in defensive and were in fact hinting at her lack of management ability. And without moving, he drew a big pie for everyone present. In today's society, who doesn't know that drawing a big pie is bluffing? Some shareholders who didn't want to participate in the fight between Lu Jiandong and Annie and only wanted to share the dividends couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Nearly a year, the dividends they got from Anshin Pharmaceuticals compared to the previous year's data. The increase is not big. Really want to reach the old chairman in the past in the kind of degree. How many more years? As a result, many people have buried their heads and considered Lu Li's suggestion. How about trying a different chairman? What if it could really achieve unexpected results? Seeing a few neutral shareholders fall into contemplation, the stone hanging in Lu Jiandong's heart fell. Immediately to Lu Li secretly made a wink. Lu Li understood, showed his aggrieved face and prayed, "Mr. Lu, it's not that I, Lu Li, am making up the chairman of the board, but my family really can't afford to open the pot, so please sympathize with us, the small shareholders, Mr. Lu." Right. Lu Li clapped his hands and pretended to have a sudden realization. As the general manager of the company, you are very familiar with everything about the company, and you are the second largest shareholder of the company, so you are fully qualified and capable of serving as the chairman of the board. After saying that, he also did not forget to emphasize two sentences. Right, Mr. Lu, please become the chairman of the board, and bring Anshin Pharmaceuticals to great heights. As soon as Lu Li's words fell, a group of shareholders who stood in line with Lu Jiandong said, "Please become chairman of the board, Mr. Lu." Right, I, Old Qian, am the first to be in favor of Mr. Lu taking the position of chairman. Facing the support of Lu Li and the others, Lu Jiandong had a difficult look on his face. He was entangled for a long time before turning his gaze to An. "Dong An, what do you think?" and quietly watched Lu Jiandong act, her heart lingering. Lu Jiandong wanted to replace her position. This was something that all the company's executives knew. How could she not know? Originally, the two of them had reached a delicate balance between their own equity holdings plus their respective supporting shareholders combined. But today, Lu Jiandong was under the guise of doing everything in the interests of the shareholders, making the few people who maintained a neutral attitude fall to his side. Truly worthy of being an old fox. Annie looked at Lu Jiandong and the group of shareholders who supported him with interest. Silently, she dumped a stack of documents onto the table. "Mr. Lu, before you listen to my opinion, please also take a look at these first." In the face of Lu Jiandong and the others' persecution, Annie looked bland. Many people thought that and was being forceful, but Lu Jiandong was not. To say that the one who knows you best is often your enemy, this saying was really true. Lu Jiandong knew that Annie wasn't the type of person who was aimless. Since she was able to remain calm and collected, it meant that she really did have the means to deal with the current crisis. Just now, Annie's face was as if there was no breeze on the surface of a lake, quiet and terrifying. It had already given Lu Jiandong a bad premonition. Now that Annie threw out a thick stack of documents, it even made his heart thump and his eyelids beat wildly. Chapter 74 Annie Strikes Back. "Mr. Lu, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and look," Annie urged. The tone was icy cold to the extreme, without a trace of emotion. It caused everyone present to have a jolt, suddenly feeling a cold chill rising from the soles of their feet. Not to mention Lu Jiandong. Anne's words were like a death wish. It made cold sweat appear on his forehead, which had always been indifferent to sadness and unhappiness. Swallowing his saliva, his claws that were grasping towards the documents were trembling. Finally, Lu Jiandong touched those papers. The things were not cold, but to Lu Jiandong, it was like sticking his hand into an icy cold deep pool of frost. He wanted to retract his hand, but in full view of everyone, there was no courage at all. Lu Jiandong took a deep breath, and with a cross in his heart, he took the document in his hands, fixing his eyes on it. All of a sudden, it was as if a raging bolt of lightning had appeared at first glance in his mind, followed by a roaring thunder. This is impossible. Lu Jiandong trembled his hands, panicked and terrified. This was because what was printed on the document was clearly the evidence of him bribing the executives of major hospitals in the past year. and these hospitals that had accepted his bribes, in addition to the Jiangcheng Kangda hospital controlled by Yi Ning, without exception, all of them had signed release contracts with Anshin Pharmaceuticals. Just as everyone was puzzled by Lu Jiandong's behavior, Annie stood up, a pair of beautiful eyes, like ice piercing the bones, but also like the blazing sun burning the soul. Impossible? Anne's eyes were bloodshot and furious. Lu Jiandong, General Manager Lu, with you, what else is impossible? When you did this kind of damaging thing, why didn't you think about the impossible? When you instigated that punk son of yours to mess with me, did you ever think it was possible? When you were cajoling the shareholders to side with you, and doing whatever it takes to achieve your goal, did you ever think about whether it was possible or not? Saying that, and snatched the things in Lu Jiandong's hands and threw them hard into the faces of those few shareholders who supported Lu Jiandong. Open your eyes and take a good look. This is what you say. Hard-working, conscientious, bent on the company, bent on everyone's general manager. Lu made things. Anne's body in front of the fullness of anger could not stop undulating. The veins on her hands rippled. After saying her words, she was unsteady and staggered backward. Yi Ning's eyes were quick, and he fiercely got up, wrapping a hand around Annie's soft willow waist, helping her to slowly sit down. Seeing that her eyes were bloodshot, her beautiful melon face was pale, showing her fatigue. A flash of guilt flashed through Yi Ning's eyes. In order to collect this evidence, this woman must be extremely tired. If he had found Xiao Tong earlier to gain a deeper understanding of Annie, then she wouldn't be in such a difficult situation today. Yi Ning did not see that everyone present had already exploded in an uproar. There were two reasons for this. One, of course, was the stack of documents that Annie had taken out, on which every article and paragraph detailed Lu Jiandong's misdeeds. The second was that Yi Ning had actually straddled an Xin Pharmaceuticals iceberg beauty. What was even stranger was that Anne didn't even look like she was resisting at all. Even the movements of the two were very natural, as if they were lovers who had been in love for a long time. Only Xiao Tong, who was sitting in the distance, revealed a look of realization. It seemed that she hadn't guessed wrong, and that the chairman of the board and Yi Ning really did have an affair, and was a few years younger than her, and she treated Anne as her boss at work, but as a younger sister in life. Now that a man willing to take care of Annie had appeared, Xiao Tong was naturally happy for her, but then she was a little worried. Yi Ning had other women, and the woman called Su Weier was no less beautiful than Annie. Yi Ning was also. Why did he have to be a scum when he was so handsome? Alas, Xiao Tong couldn't help but sigh, and could only helplessly shake her head. There were some things that weren't hers to intervene in. This, Lu Jiandong, you really are a wolf. Cough cough cough. The old shareholder who had supported Annie from the very beginning had read the documents and pointed at Lu Jiandong with a dry finger. Mr. Lu, is this true? Lu Jiandong, how dare you cajole us? Lu Jiandong, I understand that you want the position of chairman of the board, but how dare you do something so masculine? For a while, the voices in favor of Lu Jiandong changed into a multitude of crusades. These shareholders were like wallflowers, falling to whichever way the wind blew, especially when it was something that concerned their wallets. Faced with the accusations of the crowd, Lu Jiandong crumpled in his chair. The originally elegant man became very helpless. Finally, as if he remembered something again, his eyes looked towards Yi Ning. Right, there was also Yi Ning. He was the third largest shareholder of Anshin Pharmaceuticals. Yi Ning was a standard businessman, and given enough benefits, there were ways to pull him in. As long as Yi Ning supported him, there was still hope for him to turn the tide. Mr. Yi, as the company's third largest shareholder, what is your opinion? Lu Jiandong continuously winked at Yi Ning, hinting at something. Yi Ning stared at Lu Jiandong for a while with a stunned expression. This wasn't a cutie. I'm afraid, right? Even a big boss like Lu Jiandong would be sick and desperate when faced with a difficult situation. He suddenly felt that this person was quite pitiful. But of course, Yi Ning would not sympathize. Everything else can be put aside. But what's up with you instigating your son to provoke my wife? I'm not the cuckold king. Chapter 75. What a demonic spirit. Lu Jiandong, I said that I won't intervene in what's going on between you two. Yi Ning looked as if he had nothing to do with the matter and hung his head high. Of course, this was adaptive non-interference. If the person in trouble right now was Annie, Yi Ning would have stood up long ago. Thinking that Yi Ning didn't understand him, Lu Jiandong reluctantly spoke bluntly. Mr. Yi, as long as I become chairman, I'll give you 1/3 of my dividends in the future. 1/3? Oh, Lu Jiandong, you are so generous. Hearing Yi Ning's reply, Lu Jiandong's heart was delighted. Just about to thank him, he raised his head just in time to meet Yi Ning's teasing eyes. Lu Jiandong, why don't you give me all the shares you hold in your hands? Maybe I can still consider it. Ha ha ha. By this point, how could Lu Jiandong not realize that Yi Ning was playing with himself? He looked around in despair and realized that not a single person dared to utter a word in support of him. Even those subordinates who usually followed like dogs to curry favor with him consciously looked their faces to the side. Anger in his heart. A blood chi surged up to his heart and went straight to the top of his head. His head was dizzy, his eyes blanched, and he fell backwards. Mr. Lu Jiandong. In the end, it was Yin who presided over the situation and arranged for manpower to send Lu Jiandong to the hospital. Then later, it was those few shareholders who had followed Lu Jiandong who came to Annie and bowed their heads in apology. Ning always stood on the sidelines, looking at them indifferently without speaking. He believed that with Annie's means, it was more than enough to deal with these wallflowers. He only needed to stay here with her, and that was enough. It wasn't until everyone had left, and only Annie and Ning were left in the large conference room, that Ning finally walked over to Annie, and looked towards Ning, obviously a bit tired, but still forced a smile and asked, "How was it? Little brother, sister is awesome, right?" Ning nodded and didn't say anything, only opening his arms and holding the wonderful person in his arms, and was no match for Su Wei'er, but she wasn't short either, and in her high heels, she was just a drop lower than Ning. Ning tenderly wrapped his arms around An's slender waist, burying his head into her large waves. The fragrance of roses was overflowing, making Ning feel as if he was in the middle of it, incomparably cozy. Annie didn't expect Ning to be so bold. The entire person stiffened slightly, her white arms placed stiffly in front of her body, and for a moment, she was somewhat at a loss for words. After struggling slightly, she gave up. For Ning, Annie's feelings were complicated. Perhaps it was still an nanometer short of reaching the level of liking, but there was definitely a good feeling. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lingered with Ning that night. After that night, it was impossible to say that she regretted it, but there was definitely melancholy in there. Originally, she thought that she and this man would never meet again. Today, Ning even appeared in front of her alive. Even as the third largest shareholder of Anshin Pharmaceuticals, this was also too amazing. Even more unbelievable was the fact that this little man was now hugging her tightly, as if he wanted to melt her into his body that way. Alright, this is a conference room. There's surveillance. Annie's small onion white hand patted Ning's back. Through the thin short sleeves, it touched the muscles on Ning's body. The first image in Annie's mind was actually the scene of touching Ning's muscles that night. For a moment, it was surprising that her cheeks felt a little hot. What kind of person are you? Doing bad things, lifting up your pants and leaving? Do you know that you have to be responsible? Ning slowly let go of the beautiful person in his arms and tenderly touched An's cheeks. His eyes were actually a little red. Goblin, you have to compensate me for the mental damages. Goblin? It was the first time Annie heard someone call herself this way. In the past, when her dad was still around, outsiders called her Miss Anne. Those gentlemen of the same generation also called her Big Sister. Ning's phrase vixen was quite a novelty to Anne. Moreover, she didn't feel the slightest bit bad about this name, and was even a little pleased. Little brother, how do you want me to compensate? Annie asked with a shallow smile, her small tongue licking her red lips, demonic and incomparable. If an outsider saw this expression of Anne's, he wondered if he would think that he was dreaming and hadn't woken up yet, because the chairman of an XIN medicine was never a cold woman. All the time is not a face, acting in a thunderous style, even the usual walk, high heels or stepping do, step like flying. How can such an ice face show a smile to others? Not to mention a man. They didn't know that Annie had always had two sides. When she was serious, she could intimidate the entire company with her aura alone. When she was hot, she could be like the most vibrant red rose, bewitching and beautiful. Seeing Annie's expression and movements, and hearing her seductive magical voice, even though Ning had been in the battlefield for a long time, he couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. The temperature in his body rose, and even the air was a bit fiery. Hiss. Phew. Ning took a deep breath and stared at the perfect face, unable to resist moving up. No. Anne's two fingers rested against Ning's lips, emitting a gust of fragrance. Ning was helpless. Isn't it to compensate me? Annie smiled and shook her head. Under surveillance. I don't want it. Ning brightened up after hearing this. Then, poof, Annie turned around, bringing up a fragrant breeze. As she was about to walk out of the door of the conference room, a petite voice came from her. If you want to make amends, follow me upstairs. Chapter 76 Sweet Bitter Coffee. Ning followed behind Annie, and along the way, he ran into quite a few employees of Anshin Pharmaceuticals. Most of them had not attended today's shareholders meeting. Therefore, when these people saw a strange young man following behind Annie, they could not help but speculate about Ning's identity. Quick look, that's the chairman of the board, isn't it? And who is the man behind her? So handsome, standing together with the chairman of the board. It can be said that he's a man and a woman. What if it's the chairman's brother? Brother my ass. Didn't you see the chairman's shy face? Even if it's a younger brother, it's still a younger brother who needs him. Although I don't see the chairman being petulant, Your analysis seems to have some truth to it. Following into her office, Secretary Shayan brewed a cup of coffee for each of the two of them, then closed the door wisely and left. Ning picked up the coffee and took a sip. A thick bitterness flowed through his mouth, filling his taste buds. Ning frowned, deflated his mouth, and hurriedly put it down. He was afraid that if he took another sip like that, the people of the entire village would have to wait to be served. You don't like drinking this? Seeing Ning's reaction, and was a bit amused. Holding a small spoon in her hand and stirring it continuously in her own cup of coffee. Can't appreciate it? Coffee Thai pants spicy. Ning shook his head in disgust. Strangely enough, Ning himself didn't hate bitter flavors. For example, he was quite fond of the dish scrambled eggs with bitter melon. But a drink like coffee, from the first time he came into contact with it, he really didn't like it. Anne's small eyes rolled, as if she had thought of something amusing. The body slightly leaned towards Ning, and her slender white arm rested on Ning's shoulder. Attaching her small mouth to Ning's ear, she whispered, "Little brother, I have sweet coffee here. Do you want to drink it?" After saying that, he also deliberately revealed the tip of his tongue and gently scratched Ning's earlobe, warm and soft, causing Ning to be jolted, turning his head and looking at Annie with an unbelievable expression. This woman, too, was too good at it. If he hadn't seen the splash of bright red on the sheet with his own eyes, Ning would have wondered if Annie was an old driver. This driving skill was first-rate, and it also perfectly pinpointed men's psychology. Of course, this was also the point that attracted Ning the most to her. Seeing that Ning froze and didn't say anything, Annie stretched out her index finger to tap Ning's cheek. Her tongue licked her red lips, and she whistled chirp for a period of time, while quickly tossing her head, her red hair fluttering. Quickly say, "Do you want to drink it or not?" This behavior was simply more demonic than a leprechaun. Ning couldn't wait to immediately transform into the Monkey King to subdue the demon. "Want," he said without hesitation. Annie smiled and nodded. "That's good." Saying that, she picked up the gradually warming coffee, her lips and teeth lightly opened, and took a small sip. A faint bitter taste lingered in her mouth. Then, she quickly brought her face towards Ning, pointed at his mouth, hesitated a little, and then kissed him. A faintly bitter flavor filled the air, yet it dissipated extremely quickly, followed by a rich, fragrant sweetness. Was this the sweet coffee that Annie was talking about? It was still really enjoyable. Ning couldn't help but hug Anne's slender waist, and as if he wasn't satisfied with the status quo, a pair of hands slowly climbed upwards, snap, and stopped Ning's movements in time and pulled away. Seemingly smiling, she stared at Ning. "Little brother, you're not being honest." Ahem. Ning, who had been torn apart, was somewhat embarrassed, but there was nothing he could do about it. It was all in such a state. As Jiang Cheng's #1 deep love, could he still not have some action? "Alright, the compensation is also given to you, so just let me rest for a while," and crossed her fingertips and stretched forward to stretch her legs. Bending down, she took off her high heels, revealing a pair of jade feet wrapped in stockings. Finding a comfortable position, she rested on Ning's thigh and closed her eyes. During this time, the corners of Anne's mouth always carried a faint smile. It was very different from the usual cold and icy her. Perhaps only Ning could appreciate another side of her. She was like a locked diary, and only the person with the key could unlock the lock in her heart. Ning wrapped one hand around Annie's thin waist and dragged her delicate face with the other. He felt that this moment was surprisingly so beautiful. Ever since encountering Annie, Ning's world had changed drastically. It could be said that the source of everything went back to that night. Fortunately, today he saw this woman again and rightfully held her in his arms. Thinking about it, Ning also felt his eyelids heavy, and unknowingly fell asleep. When he woke up, the person in his arms had already disappeared. Vaguely, he heard someone whispering outside the office door. In the next second, the door to the room slowly pushed open, and Anne, wearing a pair of slippers, lightly walked in. Ning reacted quickly, closing his eyes at the first opportunity. Rustle. Although Annie's walk was very light, but listening carefully, a little sound could still be recognized. Ning clearly felt that Annie had already walked in front of him. After a long time, the rose scent intensified and a warm breath approached. A soft touch nudged at his face. Ning's eyes opened, and while Annie wasn't paying attention, he hugged her. Annie screamed, and was immediately blocked with red lips. Chapter 77 Lu Tianxiang provokes. Knock knock knock. Inside the office, the two of them kissed deeply, and while they were in love, the knock on the door pulled them back to reality. "And Dong, Director Lu wants to see you." Outside the door, came the voice of Secretary Xiaoyan, Sydney, and was as fast as lightning and quickly pushed Ning away. Standing up, she perfunctorily straightened her somewhat wrinkled skirt and messy hair that had been rubbed. In a serious manner, she came to the office chair and sat down. Anne's actions made Ning laugh silently. especially after seeing Annie blankly glance at him. Her expression became incomparably serious, similar to that of the iceberg queen on top of the snowy mountains. The speed of this face change was simply comparable to the Sichuan opera face changing. Intangible cultural heritage. Without you I don't see it. Aha! Annie cleared her throat. Please come in. Yi Ning was wondering who this Superintendent Lu was when the door opened, and it turned out to be Lu Tianxiang, the stupid son of the landlord's family. Seeing Yi Ning sitting on the sofa, Lu Tianxiang looked stunned for a moment. Following Yi Ning, he suddenly realized the pair of red high heels placed under the coffee table. As if he thought of something, his face became a bit ugly. In an xin, who didn't know that he, Lu Tianxiang, was pursuing Annie? Even if his father, Lu Jiandong, encouraged him because he coveted the shares in Annie's hands, but only he himself knew that he truly wanted to obtain Annie's favor. However, now he saw Anne's high heels at Yi Ning's feet, not to mention the fact that the two of them had been in the office together for so long. What were the two of them, Yi Ning and Annie, doing? What else could they be doing? Playing the exciting game of happiness? Thinking of this, a ball of anger flared up in Lu Tianxiang's heart. Taking a deep breath, he forced his anger down. Annie, why is he here? Lu Tianxiang gritted his teeth. His tone contained the meaning of questioning. Superintendent Lu, you should address me as chairman. Annie's gaze crossed and her tone was icy. Also, Yi Dong is the third largest shareholder of Anshin Pharmaceuticals. Is it strange for him to appear in my office? Yi Ning was somewhat speechless when he heard the first words spoken by Lu Tianxiang's mouth. It was really correct to say that he was the landlord's stupid son. How could any subordinate enter the door and indiscriminately question his superior? Even if it was Lu Jiandong, he could only question Anne. He wouldn't be like a dead mother, questioning with a cold face. Lu Tianxiang was dumbfounded by Annie's 2 words of dislike. Seeing that and did not want Yi Ning to leave, she also stopped saying anything more. He could only change the topic and said, "And Dong, my cousin's daughter-in-law just found me and said that she was fired. Is that true? It's just this matter." Hearing Lu Tianxiang's words, Anne felt bored, staring at the computer screen while replying that, "That's right, I personally fired her. The finance side has already started to settle her salary." Hearing Anne's nonchalant words, Lu Tianxiang anxiously said, "Why in Dong? That's my relative. What's wrong with your relative? Your relative can do nothing all day, know nothing and still be a small supervisor? If everyone in the company is like you, nepotism, wouldn't it be a mess? How do you make the people below think? How do you let those who really create benefits for the company think?" Annie chided. But, Lu Tianxiang still wanted to say something, but he saw Annie impatiently waving her hand. "Director Lu, you don't need to say anything. This matter is not negotiable. If you don't have anything else, go out first." Seeing that Annie was so forceful and did not give him the slightest bit of face, Lu Tianxiang could only sigh helplessly. He knew that Annie was taking their Lu family to task. Today it was just dismissing a small supervisor. Tomorrow it might be someone else. But now he can be said to be helpless. His biggest dependence is lying in the hospital, can only watch his father cultivated power by Annie's step-by-step disintegration. Before leaving, Lu Tianxiang glanced at Yi Ning. Seeing Yi Ning's gaze focused on Annie, he didn't even bother to look at him, treating him as air. The flame of humiliation rose in his heart. With a flash of light in his mind, Lu Tianxiang put on a smile and said to Yi Ning, "Yi Dong, it was my ignorance that offended my sister-in-law before. I'm really sorry." After saying this, he also bowed deeply before turning to leave with a very sincere attitude. As soon as these words came out, Yi Ning secretly said that it was not good. When the office closed again, he and Annie were the only ones left in the room. Stealing a glance towards Anne, he saw her scrutinizing herself meaningfully. Why did that pair of beautiful, uncharacteristically seductive eyes looking over give him a feeling of being in an icy, creepy place? Wife, it's a beautiful day today. Yi Ning laughed dryly. Wife, and repeated, meaningfully, "There's something missing, isn't there? Shouldn't it be right to add the word little in front of the title? Add the word little? Little wife. No. Yi Ning frantically shook his head. How is this possible? You're dead set against admitting it, aren't you? Anne's beautiful eyes stared, stretching out her slender index finger to make a 1. I'm only asking you one question. Who is the sister-in-law that the one surnamed Lu is talking about? Yi Ning instantly didn't dare to speak. Of course he knew that it was Su Weier, but was this something that could be said? Can't say anything. Seeing Yi Ning's silence, his face was difficult. Annie pointed to the door and said, "The door is over there. You, go out." Chapter 78, You said you wanted to teach me a lesson. Yi Ning got up, walked around the desk, and came behind Annie. Opening his arms, he wanted to hug her, but Annie turned back, her white lotus root arms against Yi Ning's chest. Urgingly, she said, "I'm going to work now, so get going." It looked like Annie was truly angry. It was also right. a hallowed and stunningly beautiful chairman of the board. How could she possibly share a man with another woman? Yi Ning was somewhat helpless and could only hang his head and walk out of the office. Just as Yi Ning closed the door, Anne's voice suddenly sounded from within the office. Right. The day after tomorrow bring me your Koenigsegg 1-1 to play with. Well, that's it. Annie did not look up, her eyes staring straight at the computer, her fingertips rapidly tapping the keyboard. Just for some reason, a pair of demonic eyes carried a smile from time to time. It was like they were smiling, and it was like they weren't. Yi Ning's heart was swept away in gloom, so it was in arrogance. With a gangly smile on his face, he deliberately dragged out his tail. Got it, demonic wife. Anne's hands gave a beat, forcibly restraining the corners of her mouth that were indisputably trying to rise. Closing her eyes and taking a deep breath, she let out a cold snort and once again plunged into her work. Taking the elevator downstairs, Yi Ning hummed a song and walked towards the front door with a smile. Lu Tianxian waited for a long time at the entrance, just wanting to see Yi Ning's dejected expression, but it was not to be. Yi Ning actually smiled with unknown joy, humming a song on his lips. His footsteps were so brisk that he was close to dancing. Lu Tianxiang stared at Yi Ning with his mouth open in surprise, wanting to see Yi Ning's disguise from his face. Impossible. How could a proud daughter of heaven like Annie be indifferent when she heard that Yi Ning already had a girlfriend? He was being hard-headed. Right, that must be it. Thinking about it, Yi Ning had already walked to the door. As he brushed past his shoulders, Lu Tianxiang sneered with his eyes and whispered in words that could only be heard by the two. Yi Ning, being kicked out by and is very disheartening, isn't it? What? You want to teach me a lesson? Yi Ning's face changed dramatically, deliberately raising his volume. Lu Tianxiang was confused. Had he ever said the words he wanted to teach Yi Ning a lesson? Before he could react, he only felt a violent impact blast against his stomach. Lu Tianxiang was unsteady and fell back 2 steps, being kicked to the ground by Yi Ning. Ah! Lu Tianxiang suffered pain and covered his stomach as he let out a wail. Yi Ning grimaced and raised his hand. Snap! Snap! 2 slaps were thrown on Lu Tianxiang's face. After letting you off the hook last time, you still want to teach me a lesson. Do you think you're a? Lu Tianxiang was slapped in the eyes by Yi Ning. His cheeks swelled high, and a fiery pain hit him, drilling right into his heart. The commotion was so loud that it naturally attracted the attention of everyone present. Superintendent Lu has been beaten. Quickly go help. You're a little cutie. Right, the person who beat him up is one of our bosses. I heard that he is also related to Indong. Many people saw him hugging Indong today. So bullish? What do we do then? Just pretend we didn't see it and do what we need to do. That's right. I couldn't stand their Lu family for a long time. And now that I see Lu Tianxiang being beaten up, to be honest, it's quite refreshing. Even the security guards on duty in the monitoring room silently turned the camera elsewhere after seeing that the person being beaten was Lu Tianxiang. Lu Tianxiang originally thought that with his prestige in the company, someone would definitely come to his aid. As a result, until the time Yi Ning shook off his somewhat tired hands and let go of him, no one had yet come over to talk him out of the fight. Even on the first floor of the hall, other than the two of them, there wasn't even a single silhouette. Lu Tianxiang, don't think about lecturing others when you're fine. Sometimes it's a slap in the face. Yi Ning pulled out a tissue and wiped his hands blandly. It was indeed a slap in the face, but it was physical. Casually throwing the paper towel into the trash can, his index finger turned the key ring of the Mercedes-Benz Big G. Eyes indifferently swept a glance at Lu Tianxiang and raised his head. Only after seeing Yi Ning's fading back did Lu Tianxiang finally gasp. This madman had finally left. Bitterness appeared on Lu Tianxiang's face. Was Yi Ning really his nemesis? Ever since he had encountered Yi Ning, not a single thing had gone smoothly, not to mention becoming the #1 son of Anshin Pharmaceuticals. Even now, his dad's position as general manager was in jeopardy. Just now, he was beaten up by Yi Ning in front of everyone. In the future, would he still be able to hold his head up in Anshin Pharmaceuticals? Shortly after, Xiaoyan walked into Anne's office. Chairman, this is the information you wanted. Xiaoyan placed a folder on Annie's desk and took the initiative to add a cup of coffee for Annie. By the way, Chairman, just now Director Lu was beaten downstairs, and raised her head, revealing a surprised look. Thinking carefully, she came up with an answer in her mind. Did Yi Ning do it? Well, I heard that it was Director Lu who threatened and tried to teach Yi Dong a lesson, and Yi Dong just went straight for it. Xiao Yan explained. Is Yi Ning alright? And hurriedly asked after him, her words carrying some urgency. Yi Dong is fine, but it was Director Lu who was kicked by Yi Dong and slapped a few times. Yi Ning is fine as long as he is fine, and breathed a sigh of relief and nodded her head to indicate that she knew. Flipping open the folder to check, seeing Anne's reaction, Xiaoyan secretly said, the chairman really treats Yi Dong differently from other men. Director Lu, rest in peace. I hope that when you get to heaven, you can find someone who loves you. Xiaoyan closed the door and leaned her back on the gate. praying silently for Lu Tianxiang. Chapter 79, Basic Professional Conduct of a Standardized Man. As for Yi Ning, he was already on his way to Su Weier's house. It was hard to be teased by that demonic spirit today. The current Yi Ning was in dire need of lowering his fire. As a scumbag, you absolutely could not let the woman you were about to meet smell another woman's flavor on you. This was basic professional conduct, and Yi Ning naturally knew how to start. Coming to a flower store, Yi Ning paid for a bunch of roses. The scent was exactly the same as the one on Annie's body. With roses as a gift, it was impossible for Annie to suspect anything at all. It must be impossible to turn over the car. Ding! Host spends 999 yuan for Su Weier. Gets a blitz. Rewarded with a garden villa in Magic City Rose City. Another villa? Still in Magic City. Not bad. A few $100s for a villa in Magic City. You've made a fortune, right? The chosen fortunate star, Vivian Su, is at it again. Yi Ning held the roses and turned to leave. The florist's wife looked at him for a long time, her eyes not hiding her admiration. This little brother is too handsome. It's just that his roses aren't for me. What a shame. Sis, don't look. He's lost his shadow. Beside the boss's wife, a 14 or 15-year-old boy spat out. Besides, don't you like that brother who can draw? What? Are you looking at another handsome guy again? Xiao Yu, don't talk nonsense. I call this appreciation. What do you know as a little kid? Yi Ning, are you back? Hearing the sound of the door lock opening, Su Weier walked out of the small study. While speaking, she removed her hairpin. Dressed in Chinese clothing, she had just gotten off the air. Dang! Yi Ning placed the rose in Su Weier's arms and asked with a smile. It's for you. Do you like it? Thanks. I like it a lot. Su Weier moved one of the petals and took a shallow sniff with her little agaric nose. The pungent fragrance relaxed her, and a sweet smile appeared on her face. Su Weier placed the rose next to the starry sky and continued to look in the mirror to dismantle the tiara. A few minutes later, Su Weier removed the last hairpin. Dark, thick hair poured out like a waterfall, soft and natural, so beautiful. Yi Ning stared at the stunningly beautiful lovely girl in front of him, his breathing slightly shortened. Just as Su Weier was about to continue taking off her hanbok, Yi Ning took a large step forward. With one hand, he grabbed Su Weier's delicate little hand. Getting close to her small ear, he quietly said, "Don't take it off first, just wear this and try it on, okay?" Su Weier didn't know what Yi Ning meant at first, but when she met Yi Ning's fiery eyes, her pretty face instantly turned scarlet like a haze. This big bad egg. As soon as he got home, he was thinking about this, but she didn't resist, only slightly burying her little head. Staring at her small feet, her small hands tugged at the edge of her skirt. Not speaking. Seeing this girl's reaction, Yi Ning knew that she had agreed. In Su Weier's exclamation of surprise, he picked her up in a princess carry, walking into the bedroom, his heel hooked. Creak, thud, the door to the room closed tightly. Shortly afterward, a burst of petulant chants came from within the room, moving the heart. By the time the bedroom door opened again, it was already more than an hour later. Su Weier had long since changed into her at-home pajamas. Her hair was still a little wet, and her body exuded the aroma of shower gel, but her walking posture looked so unnatural. Su Weier, whose legs and feet were sore and weak, came to the living room and laid down on the sofa somewhat feebly. The sound of Yi Ning's song came from the kitchen, and as soon as she heard it, she clenched her shell teeth in anger. Originally, she had already promised him to wear a hanbok. As a result, after finishing, this man took advantage of the fact that she was on her way to take a shower and then broke into the bathroom. Now she was exhausted. He was good, refreshed and spirited like a cow. The evil fire dispersed. Yi Ning made 2 bowls of tomato and egg noodles and brought them to the table. Little Weier, eat. Su Weier's stomach had long been rumbling with hunger, and when she saw the 2 bowls of fragrant, brightly colored noodles on the table, her fingers twitched. The 2 of them leaned shoulder to shoulder and ate happily. Right, Yi Ning, I have something to tell you. Su Weier seemed to remember something. Grabbing the cell phone that was sitting on the table, she tapped on a text message and held it out to Yi Ning. The Flying Fish platform invited me to attend an event at the Magic City headquarters. Do you think I should say yes? Since Su Weier was asking, it meant that she wanted to go. Besides, it was a good thing, so Yi Ning naturally supported it. Go, you're also a big platform anchor now, so there's no harm in participating more. Yi Ning snapped the chopsticks between his fingers and replied. When? Yi Ning asked. The event is in the middle of next month. Yi Ning nodded. Alright, I'll accompany you then. Won't it delay your own work? Su Weier was a little worried. It's fine, you're more important than work. Yi Ning touched Su Weier's green silk, his eyes doting. Yi Ning, you're so nice. Muah. Su Weier was touched, and gave Yi Ning a fragrant bite on his cheek. At night, Yi Ning wrapped his arms around Su Weier's petite body and lay on the bed, his heart incomparably satisfied. Su Wire pillowed on Yi Ning's chest, and the two of them watched the cartoon playing on their cell phones together. Of course, Yi Ning's other hand wasn't idle, as if he was a qualified mountain climber, climbing the peaks. Just as both of them were breathing a bit heavily, the screen suddenly turned around. A video call came in. Yi Ning's pupils shrunk slightly, and his heart thumped, because what was displayed on the screen was, of course, Annie's avatar. Chapter 80, each has 1,000 different flavors. And sudden attack scared Yi Ning's left hand, which trembled and exerted a few points of force. Su Wei's sandalwood mouth gave a wooing cry, removing the devil's claws from her body, sitting up, and turning back to give Yi Ning a blank look. Of course she knew why Yi Ning was suddenly nervous. This woman whose docket name was Goblin was one of Yi Ning's redheads, right? Even Su Wei, who was at the top of her face value, had to admit that the goblin in the avatar box was indeed very pretty. A beautiful red dress with big burgundy waves and a tall figure with just the right proportion. On the delicate face, the most eye-catching thing was the full and elastic red lips. Like the sun, it is burning hot and withholding people's souls. It was so beautiful. Of course, she also had the same level of looks, just a very different style. Moreover, she saw that although Annie's principal was not small, it was still much inferior to her own. With this major discovery, the corners of Su Wei's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, and a few more points of complacency were added to her face. But then she thought about the fact that Yi Ning had other women besides her. Even though Yi Ning had revealed it at the very beginning, it was inevitable that there was still some frustration when truly confronted with this matter. Alas, Yi Ning was not only a big bad guy, it was even more of a womanizer. Aren't you going to answer it? Seeing Yi Ning's delay, Su Wei asked sourly. Yi Ning heard this girl's jealousy from her words. Helplessly rubbing Su Wei's little head, he picked up his cell phone and walked towards the balcony. Little brother, didn't expect me to call you at this time, did you? Not answering for so long, are you busy? The video connected, and Anne's siren-like pretty face appeared on the screen. She was dressed in a thin nightgown and wore a pill head. Her skin was glossy and glowing, like a lotus flower out of the water. There was a smile on her face, and her tone was slightly flirtatious. Picking up the video so slowly, coupled with the pajamas on Yi Ning's body, and sighed lightly in her heart. In the bedroom, there must still be a beautiful woman lying around, right? Goblin, you're beautiful. Yi Ning heartily marveled. Of course, there was also a bit of an intention to pull away from the topic. In the face of such a situation, even he could not maintain his composure at all times. Hearing Yi Ning's praise, Annie was naturally joyful. This was perhaps a woman's desire to please herself. However, she still snorted coldly, her eyes carrying disdain. Oomph, only someone with a ghost in their heart would answer a question. Yi Ning smiled somewhat embarrassedly. I don't have a ghost in my heart, the goblin does have one. Saying this, Yi Ning stared straight at the screen and pretended to swallow his saliva. Che and spat. This tactic might be useful to a little girl like Su Wei, but it didn't have the slightest effect on Annie, a big lady who had seen the world. You should save those words for coaxing that sister in the room. Right, it's the sister, isn't it? Annie asked after him. Yi Ning nodded in acknowledgement. Su Wei was 2 years younger than Yi Ning, and there was also a 2-year gap between Yi Ning and Annie. Alas, it was clearly me who came first, Annie said with a strangled regret. Yi Ning. It turned out that Annie was talking about the order of first come first served. It was he who had gotten the wrong idea. Of course, no matter how he counted, Annie was the older sister. Immediately afterward, and asked with both eyes, how does it look? Do I look good? When these words came out, Yi Ning sounded an alarm in his heart. This was a life-saving question. Looking back in the direction of the bedroom, sure enough, between the cracks in the glass door, half a small ear stretched outside. This girl is eavesdropping. Ahem. Yi Ning coughed twice, and said with a serious face, both you and her look good, each with their own unique characteristics. Upon hearing this, Annie nodded with a few giggles. Since it could be compared to her, it definitely wouldn't be bad. This philandering little brother really doesn't have low requirements for women. Give her the cell phone so I can meet my little sister, Annie said with some excitement. Yi Ning's eyes showed a hint of strangeness. Counting, shouldn't Su Wei be her love rival? Why did she look quite excited after hearing Su Wei's beautiful reply? Slowly, his goblin wouldn't be the type that could eat both men and women, right? Hiss. Yi Ning felt that it was necessary for him to guard against this. Just as he was about to find a reason to refuse, he heard the sound of the glass door opening. Su Wei came to Yi Ning's front, looking a little nervous. When still mustered up the courage, she grabbed his hand that was holding on the railing and shook it. Stickily, she said, Yi Ning, I also want to talk to my sister, okay? Su Wei's pleading eyes shattered Yi Ning's defenses in an instant. Well, here you go. Handing the cell phone over to Su Wei, Yi Ning stood still, pricking up his ears. He wanted to hear what the two would chat about. It wasn't that he was gossiping, but just in case he was a little careless, and the harem caught fire, the one who burned would be himself. Just then, but heard Annie say, "Little sister, you first find a quiet place. We two talk about things between women." Su Weier thought about it and thought it made sense, smiled and nodded her head, holding her cell phone as she walked towards the room where she usually broadcast live. After closing the door, she also unlocked the door to her room to prevent certain bad guys from eavesdropping. As for her behavior of eavesdropping on Ning just now, it had long been ignored by her. Chapter 81 Under the Pajamas. Su Weier's series of actions flowed smoothly, and Ning looked at the empty bedroom in a daze. Was this the tacit understanding between women? Ning was alone in the empty room for a long time before he finally heard Su Weier open the door, accompanied by the two women's cheeky laughter. Su Weier walked into the dormitory room with her cell phone in hand, her face dyed red, her small hand covering her mouth as she laughed. The boulder hanging in Ning's heart finally fell to the ground. It was obvious that the two women were chatting quite happily and getting along very well, regardless of what would happen when they actually met in the future. At least a good start had been made now. "It's getting late, sister, so I won't bother you two to spend the night together." Su Weier was thin-skinned. Where could she withstand this kind of flirting from Annie? Slightly shyly smiling, while looking at the screen, she also glanced at Ning lying on the bed from time to time. Bright, large eyes with pupils that cut through the water. "By the way, the question you were just asked, you can answer me properly," Annie continued to hint. Su Weier's face became even redder, but still nodded her head to indicate that she knew. Just as Ning was speculating, what strange questions did Annie ask Su Weier, and reminded loudly into her cell phone. "Little brother, this sister I like very much, don't bully her." After saying that, accompanied by a few seductive petite laughs, Annie decisively hung up the phone. Ning was quite curious about the issue that Annie had just mentioned, especially after seeing Su Weier's adorable appearance that was so shy at the moment that she scratched her naughty little toes tightly. The questions in his heart were even more numerous. "Little Weier, what did Annie say to you just now?" Ning held Su Weier's delicate catkin. With a slight force, Su Weier's entire body fell into his arms. After Su Weier met Ning's star-like eyes, she seemed to remember something and became even more embarrassed. With a deer in the heart and a shy expression, she spat her small tongue at Ning. "Not telling you?" Slightly. "Not telling me? Let's see if you dare not tell me." The corner of Ning's mouth curved, smiling evilly. Looking for permission to scratch Weier's most ticklish waist nest, he gave it a fierce scratch. "Ha ha ha, Ning, don't, my tears are coming out." Su Weier was most afraid of this, and continuously begged for mercy. "Say no, I don't." Su Weier pouted her little mouth. "Fine, then don't blame me." When did you change this one?" Ning was surprised. Under Su Weier's loose pajamas, there was actually a JK. Facing Ning's doubts, Su Weier did not answer. She just looked her face to the side, through the green silk, revealing her white and red neck. With such a beautiful view, even Ning was visibly frozen. His breathing stagnated, and only his hands slowly wrapped around Su Weier's thin waist. Su Weier obediently fell into his arms, hooking up her middle finger and pulling the hair on her face behind her ear, revealing a pure and absolutely beautiful side face. Her cherry-like mouth was so colorful that Ning fell deeply into it. Casually turning off the lights, the surroundings fell into darkness. The wind came, and the pot of mimosa on the balcony silently closed its leaves. 2 days later, Ning returned to the villa and drove a Koenigsegg 11 with a small target and a half to Anshin Pharmaceuticals. On the way, there was a lot of traffic, and the sound of horns was heard one after another. Among the many private cars, a black supercar was incredibly conspicuous. Whether it's the roar of the engine, or blindingly handsome appearance, countless pedestrians couldn't help but stop and watch. This was also too handsome. "Honey, if you buy me that car, I'll promise to marry you." On the road, a demurely dressed woman trailed off, whining to the slightly chubby man beside her. The chubby man looked in the direction the woman was pointing. Where the target was, it was a Koenigsegg supercar. Moreover, it was a Koenigsegg 11. "Honey, is it good?" The demonic woman shook the chubby man's hand and kept pampering him. The chubby man did not say anything, just silently opened the woman's handbag, from which took out the mirror and handed it to her. When the bewitching woman was puzzled, the microfat man's harsh voice came. "Use the mirror to look at yourself, and then look at me. Don't say Koenigsegg 11, it's just an ordinary supercar. Do you think you're worthy of it? Or do you think I can afford it?" After saying that, ignoring the demure woman's humiliated expression, he shook off her hand and walked towards the bus stop alone. Ning naturally knew that driving this car would attract countless gazes. Even when he came to the Anshin Pharmaceuticals parking lot, there were still very many drivers who made way for him for fear of scraping against it. "Director Xiao, what a coincidence. It's the two of us again, and it's still the same location." Ning stepped out of the car door, saw Xiao Tong park her car, and greeted her with a smile. "Yi Xian, Oh no, Yi Dong. Xiaotong opened her mouth wide and looked at Yi Ning in surprise. Is this your car? Yeah, it's not bad. Yi Ning patted the roof of the car and smiled. Xiaotong deflated her mouth. This was more than okay. This was simply going to the heavens. Okay? Even if she didn't know much about cars, she knew that this car wasn't something her little mini could touch. Even if she did not know anything about cars, she knew that this car was not something that her little mini could touch. She even had a vague feeling that Yi Ning's car was a lot more expensive than even the chairman of the board's Ferrari. Otherwise, why didn't those few employees looking for a parking space park their cars over? There were clearly a few empty spaces nearby. Only she herself, like a clueless and ignorant little cutie, parked her car next to Yi Ning. Chapter 82. I don't want to go anywhere right now. Yi Dong good. Yi Dong, good morning. Arriving downstairs at Anne's office, many Anshin Pharmaceuticals employees went up to greet her. Especially some of the young girls in their 20s were even more active, rushing up to them. Yi Ning smiled and greeted them one by one. It caused countless single men to become jealous. However, thinking of Yi Ning's status, they could only cower in the corner, daring to speak out in anger. What could be done about it? Not only was the other Yi Ning handsome and dashing, but he was also very rich. Rumor had it that Yi Ning was a successor being groomed by one of the families in the magic capital or the imperial capital. One of the reasons for coming to Jiangcheng was for Annie. Secondly, it was for the purpose of returning to the family in 3 years' time in a strong manner and holding the power. Such a top-tier young man should never be messed with. Finally arriving in front of Annie's office door, Yi Ning tried knocking on the door. Knock knock knock. Come in, came Annie's voice. Yi Ning pushed open the door and saw a red dress of Anne's brows furrowed as she stared at the computer screen and thought. It wasn't until Yi Ning approached that Annie raised her head. Seeing that it was Yi Ning, her tightly locked willow brows instantly relaxed, and her cold and serious expression blossomed into a smile. Sit down for a while, I'm a bit busy right now. Yi Ning nodded, but did not head to the sofa first. Instead, he picked up the coffee pot filled with coffee on the coffee table and added a steaming cup of coffee for Annie. Thanks, Annie thanked with a smile, lifting the cup to take a small sip. The next 2 hours, Annie explained to Yi Ning what it meant to be a true workaholic. In the office, in and out, there were at least no less than 10 people. Each one of them was the first or second in command of the company's various departments. They saw Yi Ning on the sofa, said hello, and then discussed work-related matters with Annie. This scene made Yi Ning feel a little embarrassed. He was in charge of so many assets himself, whether it was the Flying Fish platform or Star Ocean Airlines, even the local Jiangnan commercial street in Jiangcheng, he had barely managed it. Wasn't he himself a bit too idle? And this is the normal working condition of a company president. It is like Yi Ning, 3 days fishing 2 days sunshine net. There is something secretary to do, nothing to do secretary. No, as a big boss, he didn't even have a secretary. Or rather, he doesn't need one at all. And he can't do any serious work anyway. Look at the hard-working people. And then think of yourself who teases the girls every day. The thickness of the cheek is comparable to the city wall inverted turn also added to it. Yi Ning are a little ashamed. Vaguely, Yi Ning felt an itch on his face. Opening his eyes, a shockingly beautiful face in front of him was only about 10 centimeters away, and was half bent over, her scallion-white fingertips pinching a handful of her hair, scraping Yi Ning's cheek with the fine tips of her hair. Only when she saw that Yi Ning was awake did she stop moving, just as Yi Ning was thinking that Annie was going to sit beside him, only to see Annie stretch out her hands and rest them on Yi Ning's sturdy shoulders. Kneeling on the sofa, she straddled Yi Ning's thighs. Yi Ning also wrapped his arms around Anne's thin and soft waist, slightly exerted himself, and brought it towards his arms, and obediently pressed into Yi Ning's body. When did I fall asleep? Yi Ning asked with a smile, and pursed her red lips and shook her head with a light smile. By the time I was done working, you were already sound asleep. Is there any more work behind you? No, wait until we go racing together in the afternoon. Speaking of racing, Anne's eyes were glowing and gleaming. Yi Ning really couldn't bring himself to be interested in racing, but since Annie liked it, he would accompany him no matter what he said. Good, then where are we going now? Yi Ning nodded in agreement. Faced with Yi Ning's question, Annie's face flashed with a flirtatious color. Placing her sandalwood mouth close to Yi Ning's ear, she whispered, "Little brother, I don't want to go anywhere right now. I just want to be with you." Giggle. The tone of voice was delicate and charming, as if it was a blazing fire that scorched Yi Ning's heart and soul. This could really be an unadulterated demonic spirit, and the depth of the Tao was rare in the world. Even Yi Ning, who had walked the rivers and lakes for years, was nearly unable to resist. Yi Ning cupped Anne's beautiful face with both hands and kissed her full red lips. The golden sunlight spilled into the room through the window, making the entire room a few points brighter. I don't know if it was because of the light, but Annie's face seemed to have become a bit more flushed than just now. She wouldn't be as shy as Su Weier and Mo Qingqing to the point of keying out the 3 rooms. However, Kissing Yi Ning passionately in the office still made her a little embarrassed. In particular, the constantly undulating mountains indicated her inner unrest. Little brother, you're very skillful. Annie, who had slowed down, put a smiley look back on her face and said nonchalantly. Yi Ning knew that Annie was connoting the fact that she had other girlfriends. However, he could only shake his head and would not refute it. Whether it was the N in front of him, or Su Weier, or Mo Qingqing who was in Yangchang, they were all people Yi Ning would not give up on. Of course, there was also Bai Ilua, who didn't smile much but drew a sketch of him while he was asleep. What? Holding me clearly in your hands, and still looking towards other women? Seeing Yi Ning's eyes rolling as if he was remembering something, and couldn't help but spit out. Sister Weier was right, you really are a complete womanizer. Chapter 83, East Mountain Racetrack. After lunch, after explaining her work slightly to her secretary Shayan, Annie left the company shoulder to shoulder with Yi Ning. It was different from when Yi Ning arrived. Although there were quite a few people who came forward to greet them, their tone was all more serious, especially those little girls. All of them didn't dare to go forward. They just looked at the backs of both Yi Ning and Annie, looking sad and very lost. Yi Ning and Annie were just too well matched. The two of them together were truly the golden couple, the talented man and the talented woman. Not to mention competing with Annie, even the courage to face her, the little girls cannot take out. Walking into the parking lot where there weren't many people, Annie took the initiative to take Yi Ning's arm. The two were very close. The soft touch blew the surface of the lake in Yi Ning's heart, and his heart was stirred. Although it wasn't as large as Vivian's, it was still very full. As for Mo Qingqing, it didn't matter. Tiny was also cute. Coming to Yi Ning's seat, he took the initiative to hand over the driving rights to Annie. Annie's sexy red lips pursed, revealing a smile. Little brother, so good. Mwah. A kiss was placed on the corner of Yi Ning's mouth, leaving a faint red mark. Sitting in the main driver's seat, and touched the steering wheel, her bewitching eyes glowing, staring straight ahead. Her expression was very excited. The engine buzzed. Like a mountain beast, it roared, resounding in the silent parking lot. Sit tight. Annie spoke at the same time. Her foot stepped on the gas and sped off. The Koenigsegg 11 once again became the prettiest boy on the road, especially seeing that the one driving the car was also a young lady with an extremely high face value. It was even more so that many male compatriots shouted, "Rich woman begging for adoption. I don't want to work hard." Yi Ning was also highly jealous because of this. Growing so handsome and sitting in the passenger seat, he looked like a gigolo. This was Yi Ning's first time at the Dongshan racetrack. The scenery here was beautiful, and the view was breathtaking. On the parking lot, many supercars had already stopped. Lamborghini, Ferrari, Porsche, and so on were a lot. Of course, most of these cars were priced around $6 million, with very few exceeding $10 million. There were even fewer cars that were on the same level as Yi Ning's Koenigsegg 11, because Yi Ning's car was not something that could be bought with money. The level of rich kids in Jiangcheng was far from enough to play with these. Old Han, look, Koenigsegg. Liao Xian tapped Han Yu's shoulder and exclaimed, pointing ahead. Don't be so shocked. Could it still be as strong as Ye's Koenigsegg 11? Han Yu had an indifferent face, but he still looked in the direction Liao Xian was pointing. Seeing the dark shadow, Han Yu's pupils shrunk slightly. Holy, it's really brother Ye's car. The voice that spoke was loud, causing Zhou Chen and Ai Yang to also notice the figure of the Koenigsegg 11 in the first instance. They were wide-eyed and surprised. How did Yi Ning come here? Didn't he dislike racing? Racing wasn't as important as his sweet time with his sister-in-law, but to say that this wasn't Yi Ning's car, Han Yu and the others were bound to disbelieve it. Besides Yi Ning, who else in Jiangcheng can afford this car? The Koenigsegg 11 was getting closer and closer, and it happened to be parked not far from Han Yu and the others. A few moments later, Yi Ning's dashing figure was indeed seen. He quickly walked to the other side of the car, opened the main driver's door, and stretched out his hand. Han Yu and the others were puzzled. Why did Yi Ning come out from the passenger side? Thinking about it, several people walked together near Yi Ning. At this time, from the main driver stretched out a slender white hand. Yi Ning took the initiative to shake. This scene made Han Yu several people dumbfounded, because the woman standing beside Yi Ning, who else could it be if not big sister Annie? They had rubbed their eyes, and for a moment, they actually felt that they were hallucinating. However, it was only when their gazes focused on Yi Ning and Annie once again that they realized that they hadn't been mistaken. That's right, red dress, red hair, stunningly beautiful appearance, and a tall figure. Who else could this be if not Annie? But the two of them were actually holding hands. How was this? How was this possible? Brother Yi, big sister, what are you guys? Han Yu opened his mouth and asked. The other three also looked at Yi Ning suspiciously, hoping to get an answer from him. As Yi Ning was thinking that the title big sister was quite interesting, and put her and Yi Ning's hands together, Annie raised her and Yi Ning's hands and smiled. Can't you tell? After saying so, she gently lifted her red hair, which had been somewhat disorganized by the wind. We're together. Hiss. Hanyu's few people sucked in a breath of cool air, although they had already guessed. When Annie admitted it herself, they were still a bit caught off guard, especially since the eldest sister actually declared their relationship with a face of joy. There was no trace of faking. The other second-generation people present who knew Annie were just as stupefied. Annie had always been synonymous with indifference in their hearts. To say that the big sister's looks were indeed impeccably beautiful, but the number of people chasing after her was pitifully small. It's not that they don't want to, but they don't dare. Annie's family history, in the circle of second generation in Jiangcheng, is standing in the top of the ranks. Together with Annie's own master's degree in finance from the Imperial Capital University, she can beat all of the gentlemen present. Chapter 84, Xu Zhongji. Especially after Annie took over Anshin Pharmaceuticals, she was transformed into an iceberg beauty chairman, with these halos on her head, not to mention asking for a relationship, even talking to her on weekdays. They were a little scared, because they have long silently put Annie on the same level as their fathers, but is such a big sister. Surprisingly, she announced that she was in love today in front of everyone. This was too surprising. Even more so, many people had already cast pitying glances at Yi Ning. Yes, it was pity, because no one would think that Yi Ning could handle Annie. Even Han Yu and the others felt that their brother Yi wasn't being a bit too brave. With such a strong character as big sister, could brother Yi have a good time with her? Moreover, Yi Ning's golden house also hides a beautiful anchorwoman who is as good-looking as Annie. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sweat hard for Yi Ning. Yi brother, do you want to be so brave? Ah? You dare to step on any boat. Aren't you worried about capsizing? Yi Ning was somewhat baffled by their eyes. However, he didn't care, and after greeting Han Yu and the others, he was pulled by Anne's hand and headed to the apartment building not far away. The apartment was white in color as a whole, and was not high, only more than 10 floors, but it still covered a pretty expansive area. The two had just walked through the door when a tall, thin middle-aged man in a suit walked quickly. The things you need are ready, the tall thin middle-aged man said with a relaxed face, and smiled and nodded. Uncle Chu, please. The tall and thin middle-aged man wore a smile and shook his head. No trouble, counting we are all your employees. If there's something you order, it's fine. As he said that, his gaze swept over the hands that Annie and Yi Ning were holding together before he focused on Yi Ning. With a pleased smile on his face, he asked, "This is Yi Ning, isn't it? He really is a talented man. Uncle Chu is polite." Yi Ning responded with a smile. Although he didn't recognize the person in front of him, it was correct to shout after Annie. Good, said Xu Zhongji, clapping his hands and looking reminiscent. If your father knew, he would have given you his blessing. Xu Zhongji was originally Annie's father's driver. From before Annie was born, Xu Zhongji had been following her father. Even when Annie was a child, it was Xu Zhongji who drove her to and from school. It could be said that Xu Zhongji had watched Annie grow from a small baby to the current chairman. It's just that for so many years, he has never seen Annie have a favorite boy. This made Xu Zhongji, who regarded Annie as his daughter, very regretful. Now, Annie finally had a boyfriend, and he could see that this girl was very concerned about Yi Ning. Hearing Xu Zhongji's words, Annie took a deep breath. Lowering her head, she whispered in affirmation, "Yes, he definitely will." Annie's tone was a bit low, and Yi Ning knew that she was thinking of her father. Holding her hand a few points tighter, he passed the warmth to her through the palm of his hand. Anne, of course, noticed, and looked at Yi Ning's affectionate face with a slight smile. At this moment, she was not the cold and frosty chairman of the board, nor was she the seductive siren, merely a fatherless, lovable girl. Quickly go and change your clothes. There's still half an hour before the track starts. Xu Zhongji looked down at his watch and urged, "Okay, Uncle Chu will see you later." Annie waved her hand. Yi Ning also nodded towards Xu Zhongji. "Uncle Chu, we'll go up first." The two walked into the elevator hand in hand, and Annie told Yi Ning some things about her. It turned out that this huge Dongshan racetrack was a 25th birthday gift from Annie's father. It turned out that a year later, his father died in a car accident. Annie liked to drive herself and didn't need a driver. Xu Zhongji volunteered to come to this East Mountain Raceway to help take care of it. Yi Ning then realized why Annie, who was serious and earnest at an XIN medicine, in front of Xu Zhongji, she didn't have the slightest bit of posture as a boss, and even respected him very much. Annie was the boss of Dongshan Raceway, so naturally, she had a room that belonged exclusively to her. Opening the door, the entire room was spacious and bright. Especially the floor-to-ceiling windows of the joint rows made the view become even more open. Even the tall tower on the opposite hill was clearly visible. The scenery here is so nice. Yi Ning heartily marveled. Like it? I'll ask Uncle Chu to reserve one especially for you? Yi Ning shook his head, staring at Annie's exquisite pretty face and smiling. No. the two of us can just use one. Saying that, one hand wrapped around Annie's waist, slightly lifting it, the two groups of fluffy softness close in front of Yining's body. Little brother, we're here to race? You'll be delayed like this. Annie wrapped her hands around Yining's neck and said with a smile. Yining smiled evilly. Don't I just have to drive now? Oh, that means you're a good driver, oh? Annie Tun licked her red lips and her eyes lit up. Yining squeezed his eyes towards Annie. Can you still not know if my driving skills are good or not? Saying that, the two of them simultaneously closed in and kissed their lips together. A few minutes later, Annie changed into a sportswear and walked out of the bedroom. With her red hair tied up, she had quite a spiritual and capable feeling. Although the sportswear hid her perfect figure, it still made Yining feel stunning, worthy of being a goblin. She looked good in everything she wore. Chapter 85, The Old Road Can't Stand It Any Longer. Dongshan Racetrack was divided into a professional track and a non-professional track. Using the two tracks had the same requirement, which was the need to make a reservation and queue up. Annie, as the owner, naturally didn't need to queue up. There were already people using the professional track. Those were real racers who often flew to different parts of the country to participate in races. Although Annie's skills were good, there was still a very big gap compared to Pro Brother. This is not surprising. People train every day. How can they be better than you amateurs? If you want to talk about talent, who doesn't have some talent when you can go to the competition? Of course, the female driver can have this skill is already very impressive. Other people don't say. At least Yining has a deep understanding. Annie's driving skills were really first class. The two of them had just arrived at the parking lot when the radio blared the announcement of the track opening. Brother Yi, are you going on the track? Seeing that Yining had also changed into a sports outfit, Han Yu asked. The loud roar of an engine was heard from time to time on the professional track. Yining shrunk his neck and shook his head. I don't. I'll just cheer you guys on. Then what are you changing into? Han Yu asked with a look of regret. Yining thought for a moment and solemnly said, I'm afraid of dirtying my several $100,000 suit. Okay. Han Yu gave a thumbs up. You're awesome. After saying that, Han Yu several people walked in the direction of their cars. You're really not coming with me? Coming next to the Koenigsegg 11, Annie opened her mouth and asked. I'm not going. Yining replied very firmly. If you accompany me for a few laps, I'll take you home tonight, said Annie in a whisper as she attached herself to Yining's ear. The enchanting heart seduced the soul, causing Yining's body to tremble. Since seeing Annie again, this demonic spirit had seduced him every day, but every time, she only drank soup and didn't eat meat. Now that he thought about it, it was really bitter for Su Weier. At this moment, the demon even opened this condition. This is not a pure test of the old Taoist monk. As an old Taoist monk who walks the rivers and lakes, it's only right to subdue the demons and get rid of the devils. Yining nodded heavily, and said in a serious manner, Who will go if I don't go? Goblin, go, follow me to the Chuang. Oh, get on the car. And couldn't help but feel a little amused in her heart as she looked at Yining's determined eyes. Shaking her head, she opened the car door and bowed to get inside. Buzz, buzz, buzz. On the parking lot, the engines were deafeningly loud. More than 10 supercars in a row appeared at the departure point at the same time. The most notable among them was naturally Yining's Koenigsegg 11. There were already quite a few people who took out their cell phones and took pictures to show off to their friends. This was a real top-of-the-line car, and it would be an honor to see it, not to mention drive it. With the radio drop sound, all kinds of supercars sped away like horses out of control. Yining squeezed the seatbelt in front of him with both hands, his eyes glued to the front. As Annie continued to accelerate, he felt like he was about to fly. Don't panic, it's not even close now. Annie was worthy of being a veteran of drag racing and appeared to be at ease. The fingers resting on the steering wheel looked like they were rattling the surface of the water, one after the other, very easily. Yining stole a glance at the dashboard, and at this moment, the car's speed had come to about 220. His heart thumped, and he silently shifted his sight. But Annie is obviously not satisfied with the status quo, continued to accelerate. Will block the front of the car one by one beyond. It was obvious that her skills were really better than many amateurs, worthy of being the owner of the Dongshan racing circuit. Finally completing the last lap, the Koenigsegg 11 driven by Annie was the first to cross the finish line. After getting out of the car, Yining immediately felt dizzy. Are you alright? Seeing Yining closing her eyes and softening her temples, and supported Yining, her eyes worried and with a hint of self-doubt. It's fine, just rest for a bit. Yining shook his head, drinking 2 mouthfuls of mineral water. Yining was much more relaxed, not to mention, although he was a bit dizzy, but seeing the rapidly receding remnants on both sides of the track, Yining still felt quite refreshed. After sitting in the rest area for more than 20 minutes, Yining's condition gradually improved. Thinking of the condition that An had said earlier, Yining instantly became somewhat concerned. Cough. Yining deliberately coughed twice. Goblin, shouldn't we go back? Meeting Yi Ning's expectant eyes, Annie knew what this person was thinking. What? Is little brother so impatient? And asked with a wry smile. Indeed. Yi Ning nodded his head and said with a straight face, he really is quite impatient. This time, and was speechless. Did she just mean this? Giving Yi Ning a blank look, her beautiful eyes revealed infinite flavor. Then what are you still waiting for? Quickly follow. Don't you want to go back earlier? The two of them both came to Annie's room and showered and changed. After taking a shower, Annie changed her skirt and walked out of the bathroom, seeing Yi Ning holding a bottle of water, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and tilting her head to drink. Through the light, Yi Ning's throat knots bulged, one up and one down clearly visible. For a moment, Annie actually looked dumbfounded. Her man, he was just too handsome. She slowly came behind Yi Ning, wringing Yi Ning's waist with a hand from behind, pressing her face but on Yi Ning's back. Finished washing? Yi Ning asked. Then let's go. And didn't let go of her hands. No, let me hold you for a while longer. Yi Ning gently held up the two white slips on his stomach and tenderly said, can't we go back and hug later? At this time, however, and chirped in Yi Ning's ear, going home later. It should be you hugging me from behind. Hiss. Yi Ning's hands suddenly shook. The old path was about to be unable to top it. Chapter 86, Me Wrong. Storming the rewarded financial building. Yi Ning and Annie arrived at the apartment lobby just in time to run into Chu Zhongji, the person in charge of the Dongshan racing circuit. Uncle Chu, Anne and Yi Ning opened their mouths together in greeting. Little Anne, Yi Ning, are you guys leaving? Chu Zhongji wore a smile on his face. Ever since yesterday, from the phone call, he had learned that Annie was in love. His heart had been very happy, especially after seeing Yi Ning. His face was always filled with smiles. Even the employees of Dongshan were privately discussing that Manager Chu was in a really good mood today. Yes, I want to bring Yi Ning to meet my little mom. Chu Zhongji dawned upon hearing this and nodded. I should. Xiaorong's life. Alas, let's not talk about it. After sighing heavily, he focused his gaze on Yi Ning. Yi Ning, you must treat Xiaoan well, no matter what the outcome is in the future. You must not harm her. Chu Zhongji spoke in a loud voice that could not be questioned. He knew that for youngsters nowadays, splitting up was the norm. If Yi Ning and Annie talked about it in the end and really found it unsuitable, there was nothing that could be done about it. But he didn't want Annie to be sad, or at least he didn't want her to be unhappy all the time. Yi Ning nodded seriously. Don't worry, Uncle Chu, I will cherish her. Ever since I ran into Annie, I realized that the world is still a beautiful place. This sentence was not wrong. If he hadn't bound the system after that day, there wouldn't be his current life. He wouldn't have met Imo Qingqing, Su Wei'er and Bai Iluwa, and he wouldn't have met the goblins again. Annie stood on the side, and when she heard Yi Ning's words, the corner of her mouth rose in an obvious arc. A pair of heart-stoppingly beautiful eyes blinked, and there were peach blossoms in her pupils that mesmerized people. Good. With your words, I am relieved. Chu Zhongji's voice was thick, and he said as he reached out to pat Yi Ning's shoulder. It's getting late. Hurry back. Chu Zhongji habitually looked at his watch and reminded with a smile. Xiaoan, remember to say hello to Xiaorong for me. Got it. Uncle Chu, goodbye. After bidding farewell to Chu Zhongji, there were still quite a few people waiting in line on the parking lot. It was just that Han Yu's several people's cars were no longer there, and the odds were that they were looking for a place to go dashing around. Annie handed the car key to Yi Ning, signaling for him to drive. Based on Annie's guidance, Yi Ning realized. It turned out that both her home and her own villa in Dragonview on the Clouds were in the same area, not far apart. Come to think of it, it was right. This was a high-class residential area developed by many real estate developers together. There were many villa neighborhoods, becoming one of the gathering places for rich businessmen in Zhangchang. Annie's family was prominent and it was very normal to have a house in this neighborhood. Unlike Dragonview on the Clouds, Annie's house was said to be a villa, but it was more like a Chinese-style courtyard. Although the floors were not high, it covered a large area. In particular, the small bridges and waterfalls and pavilions inside the courtyard made Yi Ning especially fond of it. It wasn't bad to spend money to buy a house here. You're back today. Possibly hearing the sound of the courtyard door being pushed open, a beautiful woman dressed in plain clothes with her hair coiled up, looking around 37 or 88, walked out of the center hall. Seeing that the person standing at the doorway was Annie, Mirong was very happy. Annie had now taken over her father's position and was busy almost every day. Unless it was a holiday, she usually rarely went home and usually stayed at an Xin medicine staff dormitory. Mirong was about to go forward when she turned her eyes to see a handsome-looking man standing beside Annie. Just as she was puzzled, Annie was the first to speak. Mom, this is Yi Ning, my boyfriend. Annie took the initiative to take Yi Ning's arm and secretly poked Yi Ning's waist with her finger. Yi Ning understood, and presented the gift he had bought on the way in the future. Hello Auntie Me, my name is Yi Ning. I'm Annie's boyfriend. Just teach me Xiao Ning. To be honest, if he normally saw Mi Rong, Yi Ning would never be able to call her aunt. Because Mi Rong was only a dozen years older than himself, he should reasonably be addressed as sister. But who called her Anne's little mom? People were of a higher generation. Mi Rong froze in place for half a day, only coming back to her senses when Yi Ning delivered the gift to her. With a surprised face, she exclaimed, "Near, you actually found a boyfriend." Her reaction left Yi Ning puzzled for a while. Even if Annie was the iceberg chairman, the type that no one should get close to, there was no need to be so surprised when she suddenly found a boyfriend, right? Moreover, she was so handsome. Isn't it normal for Annie to fall in love? Perhaps feeling that her reaction was a bit too much, Mi Rong organized her emotions and smiled somewhat embarrassedly. Taking the paper bag in Yi Ning's hand, she slightly combed her too messy hair. "I'm sorry Xiao Ning, Auntie just scared you, right?" No, Auntie, Annie's aura is usually very strong. It is indeed difficult for other men to get close to her. Yi Ning shook his head and explained with a smile. After giving Yi Ning a somewhat strange look in her eyes, Mi Rong lowered her head and took out the silk scarf and the paper bag. With a joyful expression on her face, she thanked Xiao Ning. "Thank you. This gift is very much enjoyed by Auntie." Ding. Host spends 26,000 RMB for Mi Rong, triggering a blitz, rewarding Mordor's Rhineland Gateway Financial Mansion, Magic City's financial building. Although Yi Ning did not know the specific district of the Rhineland Gateway Financial Building, but with the word Mordor in it, how could it be an ordinary building? Anyway, when the time came, he was going to accompany Su Weier to Magic City to participate in the Flying Fish live event. It's not bad to stroll around his own property on the way. Speaking of which, he still has a villa there. Chapter 87, The Wind is Gentle. In the evening, Mi Rong was the chef, while Annie and Yi Ning helped out. Yi Ning could not have imagined that Annie, who was the chairman of the board, was also very skillful at chopping vegetables and cooking rice. Apparently she often cooked and ate by herself at home. Whizzing is specifically to describe the goblin ah. Yi Ning smiled with an expression of having picked up a treasure. When Mi Rong was frying the vegetables, he drove Yi Ning and Annie out of the kitchen. The two of them snuggled up to each other on the sofa and watched TV. Yi Ning felt his shoulders sink, and had both palms on his shoulders, exhaling as if inviting credit. And, he, little brother couldn't imagine that I could cook, right? Yi Ning smiled and nodded, reaching out to wrap his arms around Annie's willow waist. Quite a surprise indeed. Giggle. This is a surprise. What about the bigger surprise later? What bigger surprise? The corner of Yi Ning's mouth lifted. His face raw rice, cooked rice. Annie's voice was small, but it was like a sharp arrow piercing into Yi Ning's chest. After saying that, her full red lips gently tapped on Yi Ning's cheeks. With a delicate smile, she got up and left Yi Ning's embrace, waiting for Annie to re-drill into the kitchen. Yi Ning took several deep breaths before calming his agitated mood. This leprechaun's killing power was also too great. If it wasn't for the fact that there was still Mi Rong in the house right now, he would have picked up Annie and cooked dinner. The dinner was sumptuous. 6 dishes and 1 soup, and the 3 of them didn't even finish it in the end. After the meal, at Mi Rong's suggestion, Annie took Yi Ning around the neighborhood. The two of them walked by the artificial lake, and Annie talked about her and Mi Rong's affair. It turned out that when Annie was 4 years old, her real mother died due to illness. Her father brought Annie up by himself. Later on, the family business grew bigger and bigger. Annie's father also became very busy, and the time he spent with his daughter was all squeezed out. When Annie was 10 years old, Miran, in her early 20s, came to the family as a nanny to take care of her. Anne's father and Mi Rong gradually develop a relationship. After Mi Rong's change in status, Annie did not like her and even disliked her extremely. However, Mi Rong never complained, but instead took care of Annie's life even more. Even later, Annie even suggested that her father have a child with Mi Rong, which was still rejected by Mi Rong, saying that having Annie as a daughter was enough. Therefore, to Annie, although Mi Rong had no blood relationship with her, her position in her heart was no lower than her biological mother. Even though Mi Rong hadn't read much and was not highly educated, but Annie's feelings for her were from the bottom of her heart. Speaking, Annie's voice grew weaker and weaker until it was not. The moon was bright, and the last wisps of the late spring breeze cut across the lake. The bright reflection of the jade disk set off sparkling waves. Annie stared at the lake in a daze out of concentration. Soft water-like eyes water waves flow. Some red. She missed her father. Yi Ning gently embraced Annie from behind, his sturdy arms encircling her slender waist. Resting his head on Annie's slippery shoulder, he closed his eyes and said tenderly, "Goblin, I'll take good care of you instead of uncle." Yi Ning's voice spoke softly, but it was incomparably heavy in Annie's ears. It was like a sledgehammer swinging out, leaving a loud thud in her heart. Annie quietly wiped away the tear stains from the corners of her eyes with her slender little fingers. Her beautiful eyes slightly closed. and her delicate body slightly tilted backward, leaning against Yi Ning's body. The breeze was clear, and the water waves were unruffled. Yi Ning, the wind tonight is really gentle. The cool breeze blew a strand of red silk from her temples, carrying the faint fragrance of roses into the distance. Echoed Yi Ning softly. Yi Ning, kiss me, mmm. At the edge of the deep, quiet lake, a couple's lips and teeth met in a deep kiss. Both of them closed their eyes and carefully felt each other's slight sniffles. The male and female were handsome and snuggled tightly together, painting a beautiful picture under this boundless moonlight. 2/4 of an hour later, the two held hands and went home. After exchanging greetings, Miron's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise when she saw Annie pulling Yi Ning's hand into her own dorm room. Then she smiled and nodded again, getting up and leaving the living room. Inside Annie's room, Goblin, why do I feel that Auntie is looking at me in a strange way? Yi Ning finally couldn't help but ask. When they had just met today, Miron's look had been a bit strange. At first, he had thought that he had misread it, but after seeing Miron's surprised look again just now, Yi Ning was certain that he hadn't misread it. For some reason, there was some small panic in his heart. Yes? And wanted to laugh a little, but still asked with amusement. Yes. Yi Ning nodded heavily, his expression incomparably certain. Seeing the corners of Anne's mouth that couldn't help but rise and flatten at times, Yi Ning knew that this goblin definitely knew the reason. So he grinned, pretending to be ruthless as he slowly approached Annie step by step. Speak quickly, or else you won't want to have a good time tonight. But not only was Annie not intimidated by Yi Ning, who had a vicious expression, but she also took the initiative to hook Yi Ning's neck. Little brother, I want to see how you won't let me have a good time. Yi Ning smoothly placed his hands on top of Annie's thin waist, tickling Annie's waist nest in the same way he dealt with Su Weier. Annie was also quite ticklish, but her reaction was obviously not as strong as Su Weier's. She just closed her eyes, clenched her teeth, and her fair face bounced slightly. After 10 seconds or so, Annie finally lost the battle. Little brother, stop scratching, I'll tell you just. At the same time Yi Ning stopped, Annie's words rang in her ears. Actually, I once had a relationship. Chapter 88 Annie's Secret. Yi Ning nodded. Annie was still 2 years older than even he was, and it was normal to have been in love. It's nothing, Yi Ning said indifferently. The day we met, I had only just broken up as well, and was a little afraid to look directly into Yi Ning's eyes, and stammered, I'm a male boyfriend. What about your ex-boyfriend? Seeing that Yi Ning didn't grasp her meaning, Annie took a deep breath. I said, I'm a boyfriend. You, The huge contrast made Yi Ning not react for a moment. With his mouth wide open, he stared blankly at Annie frozen in place, and drooped her head and bowed her head slightly, stroking the red hair that hung over her shoulders. She used it to cover her burning face. After a while, Yi Ning asked, You're saying that your predecessor was a sister? Annie's voice was as faint as a mosquito. Her head seemed to nod and didn't. It was fortunate that the two were quite close, or else Yi Ning wouldn't have been able to hear Annie's reply. Receiving Annie's affirmation, Yi Ning exhaled a heavy breath. He finally understood why Mi Rong had stared at him with a strange look for several moments. It was because Mi Rong was aware that Annie used to like females. That was why when she heard Annie introduce Yi Ning, she had that sentence. You actually found a boyfriend. The focus in people's words wasn't on the relationship, but on the gender. Family members, who understands? My girlfriend used to be a little Lily, or even the offensive side. Then what about that ex? Ex-girlfriend of yours? Yi Ning always felt how this sentence was so weird. You don't have to worry, she's already married, replied Annie in a small voice. Yi Ning didn't have the heart to say, did I say I was worried? And so on. Yi Ning's heart was alerted after he finished speaking. This goblin couldn't really be unisex, could it? His Xiao Weier, his Qingqing, and possibly his Bai Ilua, wouldn't really be swept away by this demon, would they? When he thought of this, he was really worried. What? Afraid? Seeing Yi Ning staring at her with a wary face, and understood what this man was thinking after a little thought. No. Yi Ning shook his head, forcing himself to be calm. Annie's pupils flickered as she stood on her tiptoes and gently pressed against Yi Ning's lips. The touch was split. A pair of white as snow arms slightly exerted themselves, tightly wringing Yi Ning's waist and back. Small ears pressed against Yi Ning's hard chest, listening to his heartbeat as he explained. Actually, you really don't need to worry. First, my ex was my best friend, and now that she's married, the two of us haven't been in contact for a long time. Secondly, I said this morning that I only want to be with you right now. Yi Ning drifted off. It turned out that Annie's sentence had this layer of meaning. It was also right. If she wasn't really willing to be with him, then Annie wouldn't have brought him home to see Mirong. Thinking of this, Yi Ning raised his hand to Anne's delicate face, his fingertips gently clasping the back of Anne's soft neck. Once again, he captured her fiery lips. Annie's heart was surprised. her hands slowly raised, naturally wrapping her arms around Yi Ning's neck in response, until both of their breathing became heavy. Knock knock knock. A soft knocking sound came from the doorway. Both of them stopped their movements at the same time, opening their eyes and perking up their ears in unison. Ning, near, I'm afraid you young people don't understand. I bought something and hung it on the doorknob. Remember to take it. As Mirong finished speaking, the kicking sound of slippers drifted away. Yi Ning touched the tip of his nose, somewhat embarrassed. In fact, Mirong didn't need to worry at all, because the two of them had made a side trip to a small store when they went to buy the gift for her. What to do? What can be done about it? And blankly glanced at Yi Ning in a breathless manner. Since my mom bought it all, then just bring it in. Although Mirong walked into the bedroom, she still left a thin crack in the door, always keeping an eye on the movements outside. It wasn't until she heard the sound of Anne's room door opening, plus the sound of a plastic bag in a sizzling manner. Only then did she reveal a pleased smile and quietly close the door to her room. On Annie's side, Yi Ning once again held her in his arms, only to be pushed away with one hand. Still not quick enough to take a shower. You don't want to sleep? Annie laughed. That's good. Let's wash together. Saying this, Yi Ning pushed Annie's slim shoulders and was about to head for the bathroom. No no no. Annie firmly shook her head. You go to the bathroom outside. It's all the same. Are you going or not? Annie's beautiful eyes glared. Hey, fine, fine. Seeing Yi Ning leave, and quietly came to the door and attached her ear to the door and listened for a long time before mysteriously leaving her handbag. Only then did she mysteriously take out a red sailor suit and a cat ear hairband and cattail toy from her handbag, waiting for Yi Ning to return to the room while wiping her hair with a towel. Suddenly saw Annie walk out of the bathroom wearing a sailor suit with cat ears on her head and a tail tied behind her. With a light step, she slowly came forward, raising her hands and feet to show her flirtatiousness, as if it was that blood-colored rose. Beautiful. Gulp. Yi Ning's eyes were dull, his throat bulging as he swallowed his saliva, seemingly satisfied with Yi Ning's anyway. Anne's red lips flicked up, her eyes sending glances. Little brother, do I look good? Goblin, you're too beautiful. Then what are you waiting for? Annie opened her arms. Yi Ning stepped forward, crouched slightly, and picked her up. In late spring, the first cicadas chirped in the quiet night sky, like a pair of large hands covering the sky, tearing open the prologue of summer. Chapter 89 Going Home. Du Ying. Early June. Through Yi Ning's help, Yi Xiaoxiao as well as a few of her good friends successfully entered Jiangcheng Kanga Hospital for internship. By the way, Yi Ning also invited a few young girls to have a big meal at the Jiangnan Hotel. At first, Yi Xiaoxiao's friends were quite formal, but after becoming familiar with them, they asked Yi Ning about them. In particular, they asked if Yi Ning was a couple with Bai Yiluo, the flower of Jiangcheng University. Yi Ning can only explain that the two have not reached that point. Speaking of Bai Yiluo, it's been many days since I've seen her. Although the two of them had been in contact via cell phone from time to time, Yi Ning still somewhat missed that stunning silhouette that liked to wear white dresses. Speaking of which, that expressionless schoolgirl even said that they could kiss each other when they met again. Thinking about it, Yi Ning's thoughts became even more intense. Alas, was this pining? He was clearly craving someone else's body, shaking his head and not thinking anymore. He currently had to go back to his home in Yangcheng. Yi Xiaoguo's college entrance exam was coming soon. He naturally had to go back. Although Ye's mom had instructed him to bring Su Wire with him the next time he went back, but Yi Ning thought that Yangcheng still had Emochingching in it, so he thought it was better to forget about it. Even though both women knew that he had more than one woman, there was no telling what it would be like if they really met. Driving across the provinces was too tiring, so this time Yi Ning simply told Star Ocean Airlines to prepare a ticket to Jin City in Sichuan province. Yi Ning's face value was superb, and the whole body, our famous brand, add up this shall not hundreds of thousands of dollars? The appearance of such a rich and handsome young man with a face in the first-class cabin naturally caught the attention of many pretty flight attendants, especially those flight attendants who were single and wanted to catch a golden son-in-law. Yi Ning's eyes were more like those of a vicious wolf that had found its prey, glowing with green light. If Yi Ning hadn't put on a serious expression of "do not approach," the bold ones might have come up and added their contact information. But even so, when Yi Ning got off the plane, he still received a note left by a young lady. At the same time, Yi Ning raised an eyebrow, and even said the sentence, "Sir, I wish you a pleasant journey." The voice was tinged with pout. However, Yi Ning was unmoved, and only threw the small note into the trash can silently as he walked out of the airport. There was no desire to even open it up and take a look at it. It wasn't that the flight attendant lady wasn't pretty, but rather, just from her appearance alone, she was no less beautiful than some of the school's school beauties. With a score of 10 out of 10, there would have to be at least an 8, 7. But compared to a top beauty like Su Wei, she was still quite inferior. If it was the Yi Ning of the past, he might actually add contact information to talk to her. Now that his tastes were spoiled, he couldn't afford to be interested in anyone else except for girls of Su Weier's caliber. The plane landed in Jincheng. Ning spent close to 800,000, bought a silver BMW X5. This car was naturally bought for old Ma didn't have a driver's license, so even if she bought a car, she wouldn't be able to drive it. In fact, last time Ning had said that he wanted to buy a car, but old said nothing. Now that Ning drove the new car back directly, old would have to accept it even if she didn't. Otherwise it will just sit at home and see if it hurts him. Ding! Host consumption 786,000 yuan. Get 5 times cashback. Cashback 3,930,000 yuan. Another close to $4 million arrived. Barely. At this moment, Ning couldn't help but feel that he was drifting a bit. $4 million was barely enough? You know, before binding the system, $400 could be his rent for nearly half a month. Maybe he was used to driving a Mercedes-Benz Big G, but suddenly he was not accustomed to driving this kind of small car. Speaking of which, even if it is Koenigsegg 11, Ning feels that it is not as smooth as his own Big G. He drove the car to the entrance of the old neighborhood. Will drive to the old neighborhood door? He just suddenly remembered that his family has long moved to the Mirror Water Bay 1 villa. Patting his head, he was about to turn the car around when he heard a young woman's voice. Ning, it's you. Ning couldn't help but exclaim in shock when she saw the man sitting in the driver's seat with his hands on the steering wheel and a confident smile on his face. This was because the current Ning was too different from what she remembered. Although Ning had not changed much in terms of his appearance, he had only changed his hairstyle. However, the mental outlook could be completely said to be better than before by an unknown number of notches. Since Ning graduated from university and joined the workforce, every time he returned home for the new year, Ning could find a hint of haggardness and decrepitude in his eyes. But now Ning, where is the previous disheveled? It is completely a successful person's confident appearance. Moreover, this brand new BMW X5 was an indication that Ning's life was very good nowadays. Ning lowered all the half-covered windows. What met his eyes was Ning, who was wearing light blue short sleeves and denim shorts, thin-framed glasses, and a ponytail. Her hands were still carrying the thing she had just bought from the convenience store in front of the entrance, and she was looking at herself inside the car with an incredulous expression. Waving his hand towards Ning greeted with a smile. Sister Ning, you're back too? Ning's dad and old had a good relationship, and the two families were originally in the same neighborhood. Ning grew up with excellent grades and was a child of someone else's family. Later, after graduating from a prestigious university, she received a job offer from a large company in Jincheng, and has a bright future ahead of her. She was a famous high achiever in the old neighborhood. Of course, this also has to do with her dad's somewhat showy personality, but it didn't hurt. Chapter 90, A Guide to Identifying Your Mother. Ning, is this your car? Hearing Ning's greeting, Ning was then certain that she really hadn't recognized the wrong person. At the same time, waves of shock rippled through her heart. She didn't know exactly what had happened to Ning, but she was certain that, at least at the beginning of the year, Ning definitely didn't have the ability to buy a several $100,000 BMW. It's considered mine as well. Ning nodded. The car was bought for old but it was indeed written in his own name. Receiving Ning's affirmative answer, Ning exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. This is a bit too powerful for you. What's wrong? What took you so long to buy something? Ing? At this time, a tall and thin man with a gentlemanly appearance came beside Ning and took the initiative to take the plastic bag in Ning's hand. Ning, let me introduce you. This is my fiancée Shen. This is my playmate that I grew up with. Ning. Ning and Shen nodded hello at the same time. Shen was about the same size as Ning, and had a gentlemanly appearance. His clothes didn't have a single wrinkle, so he should be a meticulous man on weekdays. And when he saw Ning, he took the initiative to go forward and take her things. He should be quite good to Ning in his normal life. Otherwise, when Ning introduced Shen, her face would not have been filled with a happy smile. At least on first impression, Ning had a pretty good feeling about this man. Then, Sister Ning, I won't bother you and brother-in-law. Bye-bye. Right. Ning once again stuck his head out of the window and smiled. Don't forget to treat me to wine when you get married. Ha ha ha. Saying that, Ning drove the BMW X5, slowly moving away. Looking at the BMW gradually disappeared from sight. Shen pulled Ning's sleeve. Let's go. Ning lightly nodded her chin, and as she turned around, she suddenly pulled Shen's elbow. What do you say? How about we seek Ning's help? Maybe he can help us. Shen pondered slightly, but finally said after sighing helplessly, we need too much money to make this game. and ordinary people can't afford to play it. Although this hairy guy of yours can drive a car of hundreds of thousands of dollars at a young age, it's still harder to come up with tens of millions of cash, right? After Du Yingying heard this, the golden light in her pupils disappeared and a disheveled look appeared on her face. Shin Chang was right. Tens of millions of cash. Even if someone else had it, why would they invest in you? But now, they really don't have much to do. Leaving the old neighborhood, Ning spent half an hour before arriving at Mirror Water Bay. Hello sir, how can I help you? When Ning's car was parked, the handsome security guy walked up to the car window and asked cordially, without waiting for Ning to answer. A middle-aged man in a suit and tie, looking like a small leader, walked over. He first said to the security guard, Xiao Zhang, you quickly go and help Mr. Yi enter the license plate number into the system. I'll do it here. Okay, Manager Qian. Waiting for Xiao Zhang to run away, Manager Qian bowed, his knees slightly bent, and said to Ning with a smile, Mr. Yi, I am Qian Jin, the property manager of Mirror Water Bay. Please wait for a moment. When Xiao Zhang enters your license plate into the system, you can go in. Ning returned a smile and asked slightly puzzled, Manager Qian, how did you recognize me? When we were entering your parents' information before, we also entered the information of you and your sister. By coincidence, I accidentally saw a picture of you and your sister. In fact, Ning didn't know that Qian Jin said it was a coincidence. It was actually him who had specifically seen the photos of Ning's family. Joking aside, as the property manager of Mirror Water Bay, if he couldn't even recognize the One Villa family, would he still be qualified to stand here? After saying that, the walkie-talkie in his hand also sounded the voice of the security guy just now. Manager, Mr. Ye's license plate has been registered. You can drive in. Okay, Qian Jin replied, looking towards Ning and bowing. Mr. Yi, welcome home. Thank you, please. Ning nodded slightly, lightly stepping on the gas pedal. The BMW X5 slowly drove into the neighborhood. 2 minutes later, it finally arrived at the One Villa. Ning got out of the car and knocked on the darkened security door. Who is it? Inside the house, Yima's voice came. Mom, it's me, your son. Hearing Ning's voice, Yima opened the door to about 10 centimeters. Poking her head out, she glanced at Ning before looking around. Mom, I'm here. You don't even recognize your son? I know you're here. I'm looking for my daughter. Where is my daughter? Yima stared at Ning and questioned. Xiaohua, isn't she at school? Mom, you quickly let me in. Ning naturally knew that Yima was not talking about Yi Xiaohua but Su Wire, and casually snorted, wanting to muddle through. Ha! Yima sneered twice. What kind of her own son could she not know? Didn't bring Wei back, did you? So be it. Bye. After saying that, only to hear the sound of squeak. Boom! The sound of the door closing rang out. If Ning hadn't taken half a step back, he might have bumped into his nose. The appraisal was complete. This was definitely his own mother. Chapter 91, Ning, I really miss you. Of course, in less than 10 seconds of effort, Yima once again opened the door to her room. Hey, Mom! Ning smiled with a pleasing look. Yima crossed her eyes at him, playful and annoying. After saying that, he left Ning with a dashing back. Lowering his head, he saw the brand new pair of men's slippers on the ground, and Ning's heart was warmed for a moment. Although Yima disliked him on the surface, she could be said to treat him, her own son, in every possible way. When Ning changed his shoes, he heard Yima's voice. I'll cook you some dumplings, is that okay? It was now past lunchtime, and Ning hadn't said he was coming back, so of course he wouldn't be able to make it in time for dinner. It was a good thing that Yima liked to hand-wrap some dumplings and freeze them in the freezer on weekdays. Yes, Ning, who possessed master-level cooking skills, couldn't help but swallow 2 mouthfuls of saliva even when he thought of the dumplings at home. In less than 20 minutes, a bowl of steaming dumplings was brought to Ning, smelling the aroma of red oil and chili mixed with scallions. Ning's appetite was greatly stirred. Even though he had eaten something on the airplane to pad his stomach, it was still far worse than this bowl of aromatic dumplings. Seeing that Ning was eating happily, Yima sat on the side, supporting her chin with her hand, with a kind smile on her face. Right, son. Yima opened her mouth and asked, I see why you're driving a BMW? Wasn't the last one a Mercedes? Did you change your car? Actually, Yima couldn't recognize a few car brands, but these two were too famous. While Yima inquired, her willow leaf brows knitted slightly. She knew that her son was now very rich, but still felt that changing cars too often was not good. The first is a waste of money. More money, one day will run out. Secondly, she felt that it was not good to be too fond of the old and too fond of the new, and that it was not good to change cars too often. Besides, that Mercedes-Benz car looks just like new. It's not so quick to get tired of it, right? No ooh, so hot. Yi Ning's mouth was wrapped in a large half of dumplings, and while eating it like a gulp, he answered, "This car was bought for Dad. My car is in Jiangcheng." A pleased smile appeared on Yi Ma's face. "When your dad comes back, he will be very happy." "Really? Didn't he refuse to buy it last time I asked him to?" "Che, you listened to him?" Yi Ma disdainfully sneered. "After you left, he was chanting next to me almost every day. It's just that he couldn't pull his own weight." Yi Ning was speechless. He didn't realize that his own father had the attribute of arrogance. This was truly a small knife-slashing PG and eye-opener. Sure enough, when Yi returned home in the evening, he noticed the BMW X5 in the garage. When he heard that this is Yi Ning bought him a car, his mouth chanted waste of money, but he himself touched the left and looked at the right. Sitting in the driver's seat, his hands turned the steering wheel and played with it. His face was happy, like a kid who got a lollipop. In early summer, the temperature rises. However, the old leaf seems to be a little cold. Otherwise, why hold the cigarette? 2 fingers have been constantly trembling. That night, Olji couldn't wait to take his mom out for a drive. See the two old hand in hand to go out, completely his own son as heir. Yi Ning silently shed tears of sadness. Is this an example of how mom and dad are true love? And how children are an accident? Yi Ning was alone in his room, watching new movies while chatting with a few of his little girlfriends. When Mo Qingqing saw Yi Ning say that he had returned to Yangchang, she immediately replied that she wanted to come and find him. Yi Ning saw that it was getting late, but still told Mo Qingqing that he would go and meet her tomorrow morning. Mo Qingqing didn't reply to the message. About half an hour later, a call came to Yi Ning's cell phone. Yi Ning was busy picking it up, as the caller was clearly Mo Qingqing. "Hello, Qingqing?" Mo Qingqing's end sounded a bit noisy, and there was the sound of square dance songs, so she should be outside. Yi Ning, didn't expect it. "I'm downstairs at your house." On the other end of the phone, came Mo Qingqing's playful voice, crisp and pleasant. Downstairs of his house? Yi Ning realized it with a roll of his eyes. He hadn't told Mo Qingqing about moving, and she still thought that he lived in the old neighborhood. At this moment, Yi Ning's heart was incomparably moved. Mo Qingqing had gone out of her way to travel to his house at night in order to see him, so what was he still hesitating for? "Qingqing, stay in the neighborhood first and don't leave. I'm going to look for you now. I'll be there in about 40 minutes or so." "Ah, Yi Ning, aren't you at home?" Mo Qingqing asked in surprise, with a slight loss in her tone. "I'm sorry Qingqing, I forgot to tell you that I moved. I don't live there in the old neighborhood now." "Then I'll go back first." Mo Qingqing beamed her mouth bar, and said in an aggravated manner, "No need. Qingqing, you go to the convenience store next to him first. Just say that you'll sit and wait for me at his house. Uncle Ma is quite nice." Hearing Yi Ning's insistence on coming over, a smile appeared on Mo Qingqing's cute little face, and she sweetly replied, "Okay, you be careful on the road." Yi Ning made a call to Yi Ma and gave an explanation. Riding on her little electric donkey, she headed towards the old neighborhood. The night was deepening, and the chirping of crickets came from time to time from the grass by the roadside. Yi Ning left in a hurry and didn't wear a thin jacket. Riding an electric bike on the road, there was still some cold. Thinking that Mo Qingqing was alone and waiting for him, Yi Ning couldn't wait to rush to her side. The last song of the square dance was played. The big moms who finished dancing went home in 2s and 3s. Mo Qingqing was apprehensive in her heart, checking her cell phone from time to time and looking outside the store. She hoped that Yi Ning would arrive quickly, but also wanted Yi Ning to ride slower. Otherwise it would be too dangerous. This tangled mentality made Mo Qingqing fidgety. Finally, a small cluster of lights appeared faintly in the distance. It was getting closer and closer, getting bigger and bigger. It was slightly blinding. Mo Qingqing blocked her eyes with her tender white little hands, and vaguely, she saw a man with a straight figure. It was Yi Ning. Mo Qingqing was ecstatic and quickly stood up, about to run over. Suddenly remembering something else, she turned back to the old man at the entrance of the store and thanked him. "Uncle Ma, Yi Ning is here." "Thank you, it's fine." The old master waved his hand and tapped his tobacco stick on the steps. "Go quickly, Yi kid is coming over." Yi Ning put down the kickstand, and Mo Qingqing had already come to him. Her eyes were red, and she looked up at Yi Ning's face without speaking, but the longing revealed in her beautiful eyes was incomparably strong. "Qingqing," called out Yi Ning, stretching out his arms and holding her petite, soft body in his embrace. "Yi Ning, I really miss you," Mo Qingqing cried out, but sounded so happy. Chapter 92, Looking Forward and Backward. Mo Qingqing was only about 1 meter in height, with a petite physique, and could be described as mediocre in certain aspects. However, her skin was as smooth as jade and delicate as fat, especially that porcelain doll-like pretty face was exquisite. It is often said that when God closes a door for you, He will also open a window for you. Is it good? Airplane for the fragrant softness into the bosom, and the same fresh fragrance as the baby cream drilled into the nostrils. Refreshing. A long time. Yi Ning took Mo Qingqing's small hand to the entrance of the convenience store. Uncle Ma, thank you for taking care of Qingqing for me. Yi Ning smiled and thanked him. Uncle Ma looked at Yi Ning cheerfully, a pair of cloudy eyes deep and sharp. Yi boy, this little girl is good looking and knows how to be polite. Not bad, he boasted, and put on his cigarette mouthpiece, enjoyment showing on his face. Hearing Ma Bo's words, Yi Ning pulled Mo Qingqing's hand to change positions and clasped his fingers. Qingqing is indeed the best girl in the world. Yi Ning nodded his head affirmatively. Of course, in his heart, he silently added, one of the, alas, it really can't be helped. Who told us to take the scum route? The fish pond is so big that I have to look ahead when I speak. It's so sad. In the future, there will be this kind of thing. Please be sure to come more often. Seeing the proud expression on Yi Ning's face, Ma Bo revealed a kind smile. His pupils flickered as if he recalled the scene decades ago when he took his daughter-in-law's hand and went home to meet his parents for the first time. Mo Qingqing on the side was shy because of the conversation between the two. Her eyes that had nowhere to rest were staring at her canvas shoes as if she could see a flower. After chatting with Ma Bo for a few moments, Yi Ning spent a few dollars to buy 2 bottles of drinks, gaining close to 100 in cashback. The money for tonight's midnight snack was there. Qingqing, are you hungry? I'll take you to eat something. Yi Ning had just asked, and immediately felt that something was wrong. It turned out that after he had eaten a bowl of dumplings at noon, until now, he had not entered a single grain of rice. The two of them, old Yi and Yi Ma, had gone out for a drive to eat something nice, completely ignoring him as a starving son. Isn't this a bit too much? Let's go. I'm a bit hungry too, Mo Qingqing sweetly said back. Her meal size was originally small, and she hadn't felt hungry until now. However, seeing Yi Ning's eager eyes, she finally agreed with a smile. Let's go eat barbecue. I know there's one near here that tastes pretty good, Yi Ning proposed. Okay. At the mention of barbecue, Mo Qingqing's dark little eyes also brightened up a few points. Although she didn't eat much, she couldn't help but crave it. Thinking back to the time when she first went to college, less than half a semester, every snack bar around the school was patronized by Mo Qingqing. Even once, she ran alone to another campus, just to eat a very delicious cold noodles. The neon lights on the plaza had long since gone out, and above her head, the largest screen was no longer broadcasting advertisements. Under the silent night sky, the nightlife by the creek had just begun. Mo Qingqing sat in the back seat, her lotus root arm tightly hugging Yi Ning's waist. The whole person was stuck on Yi Ning, refusing to let go. Through the sense of touch coming from her back, Yi Ning could only vaguely feel a throw of pitiful undulations. This was really quite a cup of hurt, but he naturally wouldn't mind it. Mo Qingqing didn't need to be sexy, being cute was its greatest justice. Besides, it's also a bit hazy and beautiful when it's hidden. Arriving at the destination, this place has changed from the coldness of the square. The crowd was bustling, and the diners were high on conversation, full of marketplace flavor. Yi Ning found a seat by the river and ordered his meal to the boss's wife. Mo Qingqing stared enviously at the busy boss by the grill, and the boss's wife who greeted the customers and occasionally helped the boss wipe away the sweat. Miss, you're so pretty. A childish voice full of childishness interrupted Mo Qingqing's thoughts. Mo Qingqing looked down and realized that it was a 4 or 5-year-old girl with 2 crochets. Her skin was not particularly white, but she possessed a pair of big bright eyes, and with her fleshy little face, she was very cute. Mo Qingqing's eyes were soft and her body leaned forward. Hee. Thank you, little sister. You're also very cute. Oh, what's your name? How old are you? Where's mom and dad? My name is Mo Yusin. I'm 4 years old this year. Mom and dad are earning money. The little girl pointed at the boss's wife who was greeting the customers and said in a milky voice, then we are really destined to be together. Sister is also surnamed Mo. Mo Qingqing was a little surprised and pulled up Mo Yusin's little hand. At this time, the boss's wife walked over with the grilled kebabs. Yusin, didn't I tell you not to run around? What if you bump into your brother and sister? Placing the plate full of kebabs in front of Yi Ning, the boss's wife squatted down, her expression carrying a bit of seriousness. After she finished speaking, she also apologized to Yi Ning and Mo Qingqing. I'm sorry, you too, my girl is just like this, naughty as hell. Saying that, he made a helpless expression on his face. Ha, it's fine, it's good for children to be lively. Yi Ning laughed and shook his head, indicating that it was fine. Mo Qingqing also spoke. Yeah, Uxin is so cute. I like it a lot. Counting up, we're still in the same family, right Uxin? Mo Qingqing touched Mo Yusin's little head, her eyes full of doting. Boss lady, is my barbecue ready yet? At this time, the guests at the other tables asked loudly. The boss's wife answered and turned her head to Mo Yusin. Yusin, go, follow mom. Mom, I want to play with big brother and pretty sister. Mo Yusin lowered her head and pouted. No, big brother and sister are very busy. She was about to say something else, when Yi Ning opened his mouth and persuaded, "It's okay, boss lady, just let Yusin stay here. We'll play with her for a while." Chapter 93, Returning to Your Home. The boss's wife was slightly embarrassed. But, it wasn't that she didn't trust the two of them. On the contrary, she had quite an impression of Yi Ning. Although she didn't know Yi Ning's name, the number of times Yi Ning had come to her house for a barbecue in the past wasn't small. It was just that she felt it was too much trouble for the two of them. But when she saw Mo Qingqing pulling her daughter's hand, her face unable to hide her happiness, she finally nodded in agreement. "Then I'll trouble the two of you." After thanking them, she turned her gaze to her daughter and instructed, "Yusin, you have to be good. Oh, be good with your brother and sister. Don't run around." After the boss lady walked away, Mo Qingqing let Mo Yusin sit next to her. "Yusin, come, this roast beef is delicious." Mo Qingqing used her chopsticks to run down the meat on the bamboo stick, put it into a disposable paper bowl and served it to Mo Yusin. The little girl shook her head and refused. "Pretty sister, Mom and Dad don't want me to eat other people's food." But those big beautiful eyes, staring straight at the beef in the bowl, her mouth couldn't stop gulping. "Mom is right. Eating strangers' things is going to be taken by bad people." Yi Ning made an open-mouthed gesture. With that, the intimidating expression dispersed and tenderly rubbed Mo Yusin's little head. "But your mom has already asked your brother and sister to take care of you, so it's no longer a stranger. It's okay to eat a little. Is that so?" Mo Yusin looked her head towards Mo Qingqing, her little face expectant. "Yes it is. Eat quickly." "Yes." Mo Yusin danced with her hands, looking happy, not very skillfully. She picked up the beef and put it into her small mouth with a satisfied face. 10 meters away, the boss's wife's eyes softened when she saw the laughing and talking trio. In this line of work, afternoons and evenings are the busiest. In the past, it was good to have elderly people at home who could help bring up the children. Now that the parents are gone, they have to squeeze in time to pick up their daughter from the kindergarten, let alone play with her. Not to mention playing with her, there is no chance. Tonight is the happiest time Mo Yusin has laughed in so many days. Why don't you discuss it with your husband later, and take your daughter out for 2 days to have a good time? By the time the two Yi Nings finished eating, it was already 11 o'clock late at night. Ding! The host consumed 126 yuan and received a triple cashback of 378 yuan. It was a shame that there was no blitz, but it was okay. Although little Uxin looked reluctant to leave, she still grabbed the corner of the boss's wife's coat and waved goodbye knowingly. Rather, it was Mo Qingqing's behavior that Yi Ning found interesting, turning back once every 3 steps, especially when she got on the electric car. She still looked over from time to time. "So reluctant to give up? Then give birth to one," Yi Ning teased. "No way." Slightly, Mo Qingqing blushed. Now that she was taking care of her mom while working part-time, how could she have the energy to have a child? And since she had to prepare for the exam afterward, there was even less time to think about having a child. Seeing that Yi Ning didn't say anything, Mo Qingqing grabbed his shirt and pushed slightly harder, biting her lower lip. After a long period of silence, she finally summoned up the courage to whisper, wait for me to finish my exams, then, let's in. The voice that spoke became smaller and smaller, and her head became lower and lower. The cool breeze brushed her face, but her cheeks were so hot with shame that it was like there was a fire roasting them. In what? The corners of Yi Ning's mouth rose, revealing an evil smile. You, humph. Mo Qingqing was mortified, aiming a light whack at Yi Ning's solid back. This person was too bad, knowing full well that he was shy just by saying this. As a result, every time he had to chase after him and ask to the end. Just ask. And when he saw himself blushing, he still liked to mock people. How could there be such a hateful person? Passing by a store that did good business at night, Yi Ning told Mo Qingqing to wait in the car and hurried over. Mo Qingqing looked at the 4 words on the signboard and knew what Yi Ning was going to buy. Blankly glancing at Yi Ning, her stunningly beautiful little face was red beyond words, but it didn't stop it, and instead, there was some small anticipation. Young man, blessed. The boss saw Mo Qingqing standing next to the electric car through the translucent door curtain, secretly giving Yi Ning a thumbs up. Ha, that's natural. Yi Ning squeezed his eyes towards the boss, and the 2 strange men simultaneously revealed a tacit smile, a heartfelt understanding. Here, take it. Yi Ning handed the black plastic bag to Mo Qingqing. I don't want it. Really don't want it? Don't. Mo Qingqing's tone was incomparably firm and loud. Yi Ning's eyes narrowed, and his mouth came close to Mo Qingqing's small ear as he quietly asked, meaning, you're ready to give me a big fat kid? Yi Ning leaned very close, and a wave of warm air drilled into Mo Qingqing's cochlea. It made her body a jolt. Her whole body was numb, and her little heart fluttered, beating thievishly fast. The blush-stained face was scarlet and flawless in an instant, dipping into her ears. Yi Ning, if you do this again, I'll ignore you. Mo Qingqing chortled in shame. Quickly send me home. Go home? Back to whose home? Of course it's back. Back. To your home. After Mo Qingqing finished speaking, she clenched her shell teeth and her limbs were sore and numb. The moon was bright, and Mo Qingqing had a shy face as she clung to Yining's back, saying nothing. She did not pick up Yining's words. Chapter 94, Do you like it? Returning to the old neighborhood. Yining took out the key with rust stains and opened the door to the house. The array inside the house was basically unchanged, and it was cleaned. It looked like old Ji and Yima had to come over from time to time. It wasn't surprising. The two old men's communication circles were all over here. Especially Yima's poker friends are here. This is her biggest hobby. Can't she give it up just because she moved? Although those rich old ladies in the villa area also liked to play cards, their losses and wins were not small. It was true that Yima did not lack money now, but she only played for entertainment, not for gambling. Therefore, she could not play together. Just closed the door. Mo Qingqing jumped into Yining's arms. With a ball. No. Bring beans and hit people, right? Feeling the soft body in his arms, Yining realized that at this time, Mo Qingqing's entire body was incredibly warm and soft, combined with the fresh scent emanating from her body. Yining's eyes became mesmerized. Yining, now, I want. The murmur was small, but it shattered Yining's defenses in a split second. The sturdy Dao heart was blasted to smithereens in an instant. Yining easily picked up Mo Qingqing, lowered his head to kiss her cherry mouth, and took a step towards the bathroom. Early the next morning, the sleeping Yining noticed a strange sensation on his body. Snapping his eyes open, his pupils widened. Qingqing, you. Hearing Yining's surprised voice, Mo Qingqing raised her head, her pretty face as red as a ripe apple. Timidly, she asked, Like it? Yining's mouth instantly went dry and his breathing was heavy. Shortly afterward, the messy bedroom reproduced the beauty of the spring breeze. Near noon, Yining pulled Mo Qingqing out of the door. Just as he arrived at the garden downstairs in the neighborhood, he happened to meet Du Yingying and Xinchang. Yining, is this your girlfriend? Du Yingying stared at Mo Qingqing, secretly sighing that this girl was so pretty. Yining nodded in acknowledgement and introduced each other. Qingqing, you're really too beautiful. And how come your skin is so good? Du Yingying complimented from the bottom of her heart. Du Yingying's looks were already quite standard, and when she walked on the street, people who accosted her often appeared. But the Mo Qingqing in front of her was no less than any girl she had ever seen. Although her height was average, her proportions were good, especially the face that was so charming and chubby that it didn't have a single blemish. Sister Ying, you're pretty too. Shen Chang, who was on the side, looked at Du Yingying after hearing this and nodded his head heavily, very much recognizing it. Du Yingying smiled faintly. She knew that she was indeed considered a beauty in the eyes of most people, but she knew better that one had to be self-aware. Compared to Mo Qingqing, the gap between them was still not small. This girl was the kind of stunning beauty that was impossible to forget after one look. Even if they were put in a place like Jean City where there were so many beautiful women, they wouldn't be able to find a few pretty girls who could have these kinds of looks. Yining, you're really blessed to be able to obtain the favor of a beauty like Qingqing, Du Yingying said from the bottom of her heart. Mo Qingqing took a small step forward and hurriedly explained. No, I'm the lucky one if Yining can accept me. Du Yingying looked in surprise at Mo Qingqing who kept defending Yining. She didn't expect this little beauty to defend Yining like this. Just how much did she like him? It was clear that she couldn't wait to empty her heart out to Yining even as she posed. Yining, you have to cherish it. In today's society, there aren't many girls like Qingqing. Yining was quite proud. That's, Qingqing can always be my white moonlight. At the same time, he reached out and tenderly helped Mo Qingqing smooth her hair. This girl was simply too pleasing to the eye, and he was indeed quite fortunate to have met her. Yining stared at Mo Qingqing's side face, his eyes soft. Seeing this, Du Yingying and Xinchang felt that they were being fed. It was clear that the two of them were also a couple. Forget it, I won't talk to you guys anymore. I'm afraid that if I talk to you more, I won't have to eat my lunch. When he was about to turn around and leave, his footsteps suddenly paused. Right, Yining? Isn't Xiaoguo about to take the college entrance exam? In 2 more days. Yining nodded his head. He had come back just to cheer his sister on. One of you 2 siblings is already working, and one is about to go to college. It's pretty fast to think about how time flies. Du Yingying looked into the distance and murmured. Indeed. Yining was just about to acknowledge it when he suddenly noticed something strange. Wait, that's not right, is it? Du Yingying was surprised. What's not right? You're clearly not 2 years older than me. Why are you talking in an old-fashioned manner? You wouldn't have been taken over, would you? Yining looked like he had discovered some horrifying secret, his eyes glaring, his pupils shrinking slightly as he pulled Mo Qingqing's soft little hand and silently took half a step back. I'll take your sister. Du Yingying laughed and scolded. Hiss, you still want to see Xiaoguo? I will never agree. Forget it, I'm too lazy to argue with you. Knowing that she couldn't say anything to Ning, Ning pulled up Shen Chang's hand and turned around. On the contrary, Shen Chang quietly placed his other hand behind him, giving Ning a thumbs up and silent praise. He was a quiet person. Where would he normally be able to talk over Ning? Today, when he saw that someone could choke his fiancée into silence, he actually felt a little bit cool. What? Are you happy? Just when Shen Chang was secretly happy, an icy voice came from his ears. Shen Chang was startled. Ning coldly laughed. My relatives are gone. When these words came out, Shen Chang couldn't help but shiver. In his heart, he laughed bitterly. It was said that a roadblock before marriage, but a savior after marriage. Hasn't even gotten married yet. How come he's already scared? Chapter 95, the higher education exam comes. 2 days later, the sun was shining brightly and the sky was clear. Under the hot summer sun, senior high school students stepped into the examination center one after another. As in previous years, the examination center for Yangcheng high school students was arranged at the Yangcheng Foreign Language School. On that day, Lao Yi drove to Yangcheng Foreign Language early. Soon after, he finally saw the buses with banners arriving at the entrance of the school one after another. Ning was looking for any buses from Yangcheng High School. He noticed that his shoulder was gently tapped by someone else. Brother, didn't expect me to appear behind you, did you? Yi Xiaoguo was wearing a blue and white school uniform with short sleeves and thin school pants, wearing a ponytail and overflowing with a youthful school atmosphere. Being able to see Ning before the exam, she was very pleasantly surprised. Although her own oldest brother didn't say anything on his lips, on the day of the college entrance exam, he still came outside the exam room to cheer her on, so it was really a joy. Let's go. Ning rubbed Yi Xiaoguo's thick hair with doting eyes. Mom and Dad are here too. I'll take you there. Yi Xiaoguo smiled and tapped her white chin, taking the initiative to take 2 steps forward and take Ning's arm. Right, where's shallow? Ning asked. Yi Xiaoguo stared meaningfully at Ning for a long while, and said with words in her mouth, Brother, it shouldn't be shallow that you're asking about, right? Ning was somewhat embarrassed, since Yi Xiaoguo and Mo Shallow didn't walk together. Then Mo Qingqing should have come to the scene just like him. As for asking Mo Shallow, of course it was only incidental. I knew it. Yi Xiaoguo had a look of contempt. At the same time, a trace of worry flashed across her expression. How come she hadn't noticed that her brother was so philandering before? Flirting with Sister Wei while picking up Sister Qingqing. There might even be pretty sisters she didn't know about. What if one day, it really flipped over? Then what yo do? Within a few steps, the two saw Yima and Olji standing by the road. Yima was wearing a plain skirt and holding a broken flower umbrella. Old Yi, on the other hand, was wearing a casual outfit, took the initiative to wear sunglasses, and from a distance, it was quite handsome. Mom and Dad, I miss you guys so much. Seeing their daughter pulling Ning's hand and running impatiently, a smile appeared on the two old men's faces at the same time. Let me take a good look at my daughter. Yima took the initiative to step forward, handing over the parasol to Ning and holding Yi Xiaoguo's pretty face to look at it again and again. Olji gently patted her daughter's shoulder and said in a serious tone, Do well, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Yi Xiaoguo's usual grades were not bad, as long as normal play, the country's top universities do not dare to think about. The examination of an ordinary one is still not much of a problem. Compared to Ning's high school grades, it was quite a bit more impressive. Don't worry, this semester almost everyday exams. Now this one, it feels no different from the previous one. Yi Xiaoguo nodded and replied. A few people had wanted to talk to Yi Xiaoguo more about not being nervous or something like that. Now that they heard her say so, they all smiled and stopped talking. It could be said that none of the people here, including Ning, knew more about the types of questions and test-taking techniques of the college entrance exam than Yi Xiaoguo. 2 people who didn't know anything, plus 1 who knew a little. To teach a proficient one, wasn't that just nonsense? Sometimes, 3 ignorant cobblers are not necessarily as good as 1 zhuge liang. Hey, Xiaoguo, gather up. Vaguely heard the voice of Yi Xiaoguo calling from afar. Looking over, he saw a small, cute and adorable girl with her hands raised high, waving and shouting. It was Mo Qingqing's younger sister, Mo Shallow, and, beside her, stood a green-colored silhouette. Mo Qingqing was wearing a light green floral dress today, and her short shoulder-length hair was tied into pigtails. Her already fair skin was faintly glowing under the sunlight. The 2 sisters stood together, as if they were the most beautiful juxtaposed lotus, beautiful to behold. Yo, that girl also looks good. The one next to her is her sister, right? So beautiful. Yima naturally also saw the 2 sisters of the Mo family, especially when she saw Mo Qingqing. Her eyes lit up. Mo Qingqing was too pretty. She attracted countless gazes just by standing there. Yeah, that's my often mentioned best friend, Shallow. As for her sister, then you should ask my brother. he's more familiar than me. At the same time, Yi Xiaoguo intentionally poked Yi Ning's waist and abdomen with her small elbow. Right, brother. After saying this, Yi Xiaoguo smiled wryly and jumped towards Mo Shanshan. When Yi Ning heard Yi Xiaoguo bring the topic to Mo Qingqing, he knew that he was going to suffer. Sure enough, after Yi Xiaoguo had just walked a short distance away, Yi Ma's gaze quickly shifted to him. Son, just now Xiaoguo's words have something in them. You analyze it for Mom. What does she mean? What do you mean? Yi Ning was a bit vain and kept giving Olji a look, but Olji was not only indifferent, but also whistled matter-of-factly. Don't say it right, then I'll ask directly. What's the relationship between that girl and you? We are high school classmates. High school classmates, just one of the layers of relationship, right? Being dismantled by Yi Ma. Yi Ning was a bit embarrassed and smiled awkwardly. Could she, as a mom, not understand her own son? It would be strange if that girl and Yi Ning could be an unusual relationship. Then I remembered that yesterday, when I went back to the old neighborhood to play mahjong, someone said that her daughter-in-law was very attractive. Now it seems that Mo Qingqing's appearance can't be described by the word watery. Compared to Su Weier in the video, it was clearly not even close. No, there was still a huge gap in certain aspects. Son, what about Vivian? Did you guys break up? Yi Ma gazed into Yi Ning's eyes. Ahem. No. Ha. Yi Ma let out a cold laugh and poked Yi Ning's temples, saying with hatred, you're just fooling around you. Why are you still standing there? Why don't you go pull that girl over and show her to me and your father? What's the point of letting someone else stay out in the sun? Oh. Looking at Yi Ning's back, Yi Ma had a helpless look on her face. In the past, Yi Ma would have laughed in her dreams when she saw such a beautiful girl like her son. Now, she didn't know what to do. Looking at Mo Qingqing, who was holding hands with Yi Ning in the distance, and then remembering the innocent-looking Su Weier, she felt dizzy. Just as she turned around, she saw Olji looking at Yi Ning's young couple and couldn't stop nodding. What? You're envious? Yi Ma's phoenix eyes stared slightly. Olji's spirit shook as he asked back. Me? What am I envious of? What do I have to be envious of? There better not be. Seeing Yi Ma withdraw her gaze, Olji's heart was relieved. While the two were talking, Yi Ning pulled Mo Qingqing's catkin and walked towards them. When Yi Ning and the two of them approached, Mo Qingqing's features became clearer. A pair of large eyes shone with bright starlight. Her nose was straight, and her mouth was small. In particular, her white and flawless skin was glowing. She lowered her small head, half of her body hiding behind Yi Ning, slightly anxious. Chapter 96 Mo Qingqing meets her parents. After Yi Ning pinched her small hand, Mo Qingqing finally gathered her courage and took half a step forward. Uncle, auntie, good, my name is Mo Qingqing. Mo Qingqing's palms were sweaty, and when she faced Yi Ning's parents, her small shell teeth were chattering as she spoke. The crystal clear little ears, red beyond words, were shy. This kind of appearance, how inviting and rare. Yi Ma was captured by Mo Qingqing in a split second. This girl made it impossible to feel the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. I really don't know what my son has done, letting such a pure-hearted woman follow him single-mindedly. Daughter, come, don't be afraid. Yi Ma stepped forward and held Mo Qingqing's hand, her face showing joy. Mo Qingqing glanced back at Yi Ning and saw him nod. Lowering her small head, she let Yi Ma hold her hand. The two sat in the back seat and had another textbook interrogation. When Yi Ma heard that Mo Qingqing had given up the opportunity to further her education for the sake of her mother, Li Qingru's condition, it was hard not to feel pity. This girl looked soft and weak on the outside, but she was too strong on the inside. Just out of society, she shouldered the burden of her family. Although she didn't ask, she also knew that it must be her own son who had stepped in to help. Otherwise, there are a few families that can afford to pay these hundreds of thousands of medical expenses. If this kind of thing fell on the Yi family back then, what should they do nowadays? For the next 2 days, the family including Mo Qingqing would come to Yangqing Foreign Language Middle School to accompany the exam. Until the last English exam, the closing radio sounded and the college entrance exam officially ended. Watching Yi Xiaoguo pulling Mo Shanshan's hand with a relaxed face, the two of them walked out of the school gate at the same time. Yi Ning's few people were slightly relieved, at least from their expressions. They could tell that the two had played quite well. Dad, Mom, Yi Xiaoguo bounced around. Uncle, Auntie, how are you? Mo Shanshan was much more civilized and first greeted Yi Ma and Olji. Afterward, both of their gazes simultaneously focused on Yi Ning and Mo Qingqing's 10-fingered hands. See, Shallow, I told you, we'll become true sisters. Mo Shallow nodded heavily in agreement, smiling happily. Ever since the last time they met, she could tell that her sister was fond of Yi Ning. Now that the two were finally together, as a younger sister, she was naturally happy for Mo Qingqing. Let's go. I've prepared delicious food for you too. Treat you well. Yi Ma spoke. Since the BMW X5 couldn't fit, Yi Ning and Mo Qingqing proposed that the two of them take a cab. In the cab, Mo Qingqing closed her eyes with a smile on the corner of her mouth and leaned into Yi Ning's arms. Her greenish-white jade fingers gently rubbed Yi Ning's hand that was placed on her abdomen. Incomparably cozy. Yi Ning, the college entrance exam has passed. Are you going back to Zhangcheng? Mo Qingqing's tone was slightly downcast. She knew that Yi Ning wouldn't stay in Yangcheng for too long. Yi Ning naturally couldn't bear to part with Mo Qingqing and proposed. Qingqing, why don't you and Auntie follow me to Jiangcheng? I can prepare a house for you, and you and Auntie can live together. It wasn't just Mo Qingqing. In fact, Yi Ning was also interested in having his parents move to Jiangcheng. However, they both said that Yangcheng was their roots and could not be left. Even if Yi Ning, in the future, had more money, when he grows old, he will return to this small town. This city carries all the memories of his childhood, encompassing every bit of his childhood. It can be said that before going to college, his world is only as big as Yangcheng. When he grew old, he also wished to make his world only as small as Yangcheng. My mom shouldn't agree. Mo Qingqing shook her small head. After hearing this, Yi Ning also expressed his understanding that it was normal to have such thoughts. After refusing, Mo Qingqing continued, but, in another 2 months, my mom should be almost better, and by then, I'll take her on a trip to Jiangcheng and look for you on the way, okay? Mo Qingqing's small face was hopeful. She naturally didn't want to be separated from Yi Ning for too long. As long as she went to Jiangcheng, even if she couldn't meet Yi Ning every day, at least her interactions would be much more frequent. Good. Yi Ning rubbed his face against the top of Mo Qingqing's head, rubbing it again and again. He would definitely support Mo Qingqing's decision. Without realizing it, the cab arrived at the Golden Sun Hotel and parked. Hello, Mr. Yi. A lanky man who was nearly 1 meter 9 in height and wearing a suit. Behind him stood no less than 10 hotel executives in suits. Seeing Yi Ning and Mo Qingqing sitting in the back seat of the cab, the burly man personally pulled open the door for him. He also opened his voice and greeted them loudly. The voice was loud and deafening. It startled the cab driver. Looking at Yi Ning from the rearview mirror, his eyes were strange. From the very beginning, he had felt that this young couple with extremely high face value was not simple. The girl was plainly dressed, but she had an exquisitely beautiful face. The man was even better. Not only was he handsome, but he also had an air of superiority between his hands and feet. And the situation at the moment, even more so. The cab driver's conjecture was verified. But a big boss would actually take his girlfriend in a cab. This is really quite rare. Helping Mo Qingqing out of the car and seeing the tawdry appearance of the lanky man in front of him, Yi Ning couldn't help but punch him in the chest. Laughing and cursing, he said, "You can when you become a general manager, you talk and do things in a big way." The burly man was naturally Yi Ning's good brother, Li Hu. Originally Yi Ning felt that this kid still needed to grow for a while. Unexpectedly, he seemed to be doing quite well now. At least he hadn't made any serious big mistakes. He. Li Hu scratched the back of his head, somewhat embarrassed. Where would he care about any hotel? Now he was still following others and learning slowly. It was just that he naturally had to do his best for what Yi Ning had explained. Not only because Yi Ning was the owner of the Golden Sun Hotel, but also because Yi Ning and he were brothers. If he couldn't even do this well, then he didn't need to be told by Yi Ning to quit his job and go back to playing screws. Afterwards, Yi Ning greeted the employees behind Li Hu one by one. Under Li Hu's leadership, Yi Ning arrived at the private room on the top floor of the hotel. The entire private room was close to 100 square feet, but only a round dining table was placed in the center. Inside the private room, aside from the two waitresses with a clean appearance and tall figure, old Yi Ma, Xiao Guo, and Mo Shanshan were already sitting and waiting for them. "Brother, you're here. Sister, son, quickly bring Qingqing over." Seeing the two Yi Ning who walked into the private room, several people greeted them in unison. Staring at the cozy picture in front of him, Yi Ning was very warm inside. This was the life that Yi Ning, pursued. "Let's go." Yi Ning took Mo Qingqing's hand, and the two of them smiled at each other as they walked over together. Li Hu found a reason to leave the private room after toasting a glass of wine. At the dinner table, it was Yi Xiaoguo, the pistachio, who was the most lively. However, Yi Ma ordered that no alcohol was allowed, causing her to toot her horn and pour the soy milk down her throat in big gulps. Even Mo Shallow, a girl who was easily shy, without the pressure of the college entrance exam, ate quite a bit more than usual. After getting off the dinner table, old Yi had drunk, so Yi Ma took him home in a cab. Mo Qingqing carried the insulated box of packed meals for Li Qingru in her hand and sat in the passenger seat. The two little ones were in the back, looking at the two people in front of them who didn't spread dog food, but were filled with the smell of dog food all the time. They whispered and laughed daintily. Chapter 97 Target, Zhangcheng University. Seeing Li Qingru again, she looked much better than a month ago. Her entire mental outlook was more than one step better. When Yi Ning's siblings arrived, Li Qingru was very welcoming. In the past month, although Mo Qingqing didn't say anything, Li Qingru could tell that her daughter missed Yi Ning very much. Every time she received a call from Yi Ning, it was like an injection of stimulants, and she was so excited. Xiaoning, Qingqing, this girl has always been understanding, but occasionally she can be a little capricious, so if you two really have any disagreements, Auntie hopes that you'll bear with her more. The eldest daughter's entire mind was on Yi Ning, and she hoped that the two of them would go on well and not get distracted by the little things in life. If the two really separated, the one who would be most hurt would inevitably be her own daughter. Yi Ning nodded solemnly and placed Mo Qingqing's small hand between his own two hands. Auntie, don't worry, I will definitely cherish Qingqing. Li Qingru nodded in relief. With your words, I am relieved. Being held by Yi Ning's hand in front of everyone, Mo Qingqing was a little embarrassed, especially when she heard Yi Ning's assurance. Her fair little face was colored with a faint blush, and it was no more than saying that she was a shy flower with a closed moon. Her small hand struggled a little, but after realizing that it was held firmly by Yi Ning, she let him hold it. But in her heart, she was naturally very happy, and everything she did was just because she was shy. Mo Shanshan was also happy for her sister, staring at her sister's face that she didn't dare to raise, a smile on her face. Only Yi Xiaoguo rolled her eyes. Yi Xiaoguo believed her own brother when he said that he would cherish Sister Qingqing and treat her well, but he wouldn't only be good to Sister Qingqing. On Sister Wei's side, maybe older brother had said the same thing to her mother in the same way. You have her perfume smell on you. It's my nose that committed the crime. If there were any other sisters, she simply was a little afraid to think about it. Brother, you have to drive more steadily. If the car overturns, no one will be able to save you at that time. Refusing Li Qingru's retention, Yi Ning saw that it was getting late, and took Yi Xiaogui to leave her house. Originally, Yi Ning proposed to ask Mo Qingqing to go play tomorrow, but Mo Qingqing said she still had classes. Mo Qingqing had a part-time teaching job at an educational institution, and although there was no welfare protection, the salary in hand was not bad. Even if she wanted to quit this job, she needed to wait until the semester was over. The students were close to the final exams, and if they changed teachers now, it would have a big impact on the children's studies. Okay, I'll pick you up when you finish your classes. On the way home, Yi Xiaogui inquired, Brother, what do you say I enroll in Zhengchun University? Zhengchun University wasn't the top college in the country, but it was still very good. With Yi Xiaogui's grades, if she played normally, the probability of getting in was not small. You can. When the time comes, I'll arrange a house for you next to the school. If you don't want to live in the dormitory, you can move out. He still had quite a few large flat floors in Emerald City. When the time came, he could let Yi Xiaogui choose a set at random. Living in a villa was even better. There was no villa area near the university town, and the commute time was too long to be lazy. Really? That's great. Yi Xiaogui's eyes lit up and cheered out. When the time comes, I'll move in with Shallow, and we'll be roommates again. Wait. You mean to say that Shallow is also planning to attend Zhang University? Yi Ning raised an eyebrow. Yi Xiaogui looked at Yi Ning and nodded. Yeah, Shallow's grades are about the same as mine. At most there's a difference of about 10 points, so she should be able to go to a university. And after she heard that I wanted to go to Jiangda University, she also took the initiative to say that she wanted to go to Jiangda University. It's possible. Yi Ning nodded, letting go of his hand on the gear to rub Yi Xiaogui's hair. Cheer up. I'll give you a surprise after you pass the exam. What surprise? Hearing the surprise, Yi Xiaogui's pupils were all glazed over. She was clear that nowadays, this old brother of hers was no longer the laborer who had to deliberate for half a day when he bought a few dozen dollars of clothes. Rather, he can casually drive a few $1 million of cars, living in tens of millions of large villas of the rich. Then the high school class every day bragging, tugging with a 250,000 like those rich second generation. The value do not know how many times higher. Referring to this Patek Philippe on his hand, the surprising Yi Ning's mouth could be something casual? Well, Yi Ning slightly contemplated opening. So, you get into Zhengchun University, and then the summer vacation this time to learn the car. I send you a sports car. How about it? A sports car. How much is it? Hearing Yi Ning's words, Yi Xiaogui couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Her personality was already like a brat, so when it came to a sports car, how could she refuse? Waiting until the school year started, driving a sports car to report, thinking about it was awesome. Seeing Yi Xiaogui's excitement, Yi Ning was somewhat amused in his heart. However, it is normal to think about it. Don't say that women don't like cars, otherwise why do so many people ask for a car and a house when they get married? They just didn't study cars much, but when it came to driving, especially driving a luxury car, who wouldn't like it? As long as you like it, the price doesn't matter. Ha ha ha, brother, you're so nice. Love you yo. Yi Xiaogui closed one eye and playfully compared a heart to Yi Ning. when she got her acceptance letter and her driver's license, she would be a real car owner. Or a supercar. Just thinking about it, Yi Xiaohua couldn't help but tremble with her two slender jade legs. Chapter 98 Yi Ning's Doubt. More than a month before the college entrance exam, Yi Xiaohua hadn't returned home. So today, it was her second time coming to Mirror Water Bay. The last time she bought a house she came, there was still a lot of furniture in the house that hadn't been furnished. Now that she saw the fully equipped large villa, she was as excited as a child. Running up and down, she strolled through every room, especially when she saw the bedroom that was carefully built for her. The whole person spread out on the bed, not wanting to get up at all, hugging the brand new pillow, covering her face, deeply sniffing the faint fragrance. Like it? Yi Ning sat on the edge of the bed, gently touching her head and asking with a smile. Aha! Yi Xiaohua rose slightly, resting her head on Yi Ning's hand and twisting her small head with her eyes closed. I used to always scoff when I saw those people in class bragging about how rich their families were. Now I realize that being rich is really great, Yi Xiaohua said with some realization. In the past, although her family wasn't considered difficult, it definitely couldn't be said to be in good condition either. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given up her dance lessons and focused on learning cultural knowledge. It could be said that Yi Xiaohua was truly feeling the whole process of her family's sudden transformation from average to outrageous wealth. Now in her home, even for cleaning, there was a regular aunt who came to the house every week. This kind of life, Yi Xiaohua had never even thought about it. She could only say that her brother Yi Ning was too good. In just a few years, he had earned a fortune that other families could not earn in several lifetimes. If Yi Ning heard Yi Xiaohua's thoughts, he would retort, "Young girl, you are thinking too conservatively. Now your brother's fortune. Many families can't earn this much in 100 lifetimes." The next day, Yi Xiaohua ate lunch and dragged Yi Ma to the driving school to enroll, causing Yi Ma, who had all the change ready, to be unable to go to the old neighborhood to fight. Her mouth was broken. At around 4 in the afternoon, Yi Ning, the only one who stayed in the villa, also left the house and headed to the educational institution where Mo Qingqing was. Fortunately, it wasn't too far away, and in less than half an hour by bus, Yi Ning arrived at his destination, finally getting rid of the two big sisters in the car who wanted Yi Ning's contact information and wore gold and silver. After getting off the bus, as long as Yi Ning remembered those two pairs of hungry wolf-like eyes, his heart was scared. Thinking that Mo Qingqing also commutes to work by public transportation on weekdays, Yi Ning secretly wondered why he was so careless. It was time to buy her a car. Even if Mo Qingqing went to Jiangchang in the future, she could just buy her one locally at that time. Since it was a training organization, most of Mo Qingqing's classes were scheduled on weekends. There weren't many students who came to class on weekdays. Yi Ning had just stepped out of the elevator door, and the front desk teacher at the institution had a golden light in her eyes. First of all, of course, was Yi Ning's face value that was very durable anywhere he was placed. This handsome man, he couldn't be the male lead in those romance novels, could he? Secondly, it was Yi Ning's attire. From a distance, he looked no different from an ordinary person's clothes. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Armani's shirt and slacks, and Versace's leather shoes, plus the shiny watch on his left hand that she couldn't even name. It would be strange if this man's identity could be ordinary. "Sir, may I ask how old is your child at home? We have elementary school interest classes to high school teaching programs." Oh. The front desk teacher thought that Yi Ning was probably coming over to consult because of his brother or sister's learning problems. Yi Ning smiled and shook her head. "No, I'm here to find someone. Mr. Mo Qingqing Mo. Do you know?" At the mention of the three words teacher Mo, Yi Ning's heart surprisingly rose with a drop of bad thoughts. If Qingqing was allowed to wear a teacher's outfit, then how? Ahem. MD. When did he become so unstable? It seems like in front of Mo Qingqing and the others, he has always been unstable. It was especially prominent at the goblins. Looking for Mo, then wait here. There's still half an hour before she gets out of class. Hearing Yi Ning's words, the front desk teacher's demeanor changed slightly, pointing to the sofa in the corner of the hall and making a few perfunctory remarks. The attitude before and after was like two people. Yi Ning naturally felt the shift in the front desk teacher's tone of voice and was slightly puzzled. He was especially puzzled when she returned to her original position and whispered with another front desk teacher, occasionally looking this way. Yi Ning furrowed his brows, picking up a magazine in his hand but unable to read it, his mind always pondering something. Could it be that Qingqing was not well liked here? I don't think so. Qingqing's kind of character. It's hard to have conflicts with other people. While he was puzzled, another front desk teacher came over with a cup of brewed tea. "Sir, have some water." Yi Ning stood up and accepted the cup with both hands to say thank you. As she was about to turn around, she opened her mouth and said, "This teacher, can I delay you for 2 minutes?" As long as it was about Mo Qingqing, Yi Ning was naturally very attentive. The front desk teacher hesitated slightly, but after seeing Yi Ning's sincere eyes, she still nodded. "Thank you, After Yi Ning thanked him, he couldn't wait to ask, "I'd like to ask, Teacher Mo Ching Ching Mo, how is her usual mood when she works here?" Mood? The receptionist teacher was a bit puzzled. She knew that Yi Ning's question was definitely about Mo Ching Ching, but she didn't expect to just ask this. Harboring doubts, she still answered, "It's not bad. At least Teacher Mo is one of the most popular teachers among our students here." Chapter 99, Teaching and Learning. One of the most popular teachers among the students is indeed true, but it's also the most despised teacher in our office. At this moment, a male teacher with a book in his left hand and a teapot in his right walked by, carelessly coming up with a remark. Yi Ning's eyes became incomparably sharp in an instant, and after taking a deep breath, without slowing down, he asked, "Can you tell us the reason?" "Reason? Oh," the male teacher sneered, his expression sarcastic. "Seeing that you care about her so much, you should also be her suitor, right?" Yi Ning was slightly stunned, but still nodded and admitted, "I do like Mo Ching Ching." "Then you don't stand a chance." The male teacher shook his head, making a helpless expression. Seeing that Yi Ning was puzzled, he explained, "Teacher Mo has a very rich boyfriend right now, so how could she possibly look at people like us? Before, she and I were sort of in love, I guess, but I didn't expect her to feed our relationship to the dogs for a mere $500,000. As for you, there's even less chance. Give up." Speaking of the three words boyfriend, this male teacher clearly aggravated his tone. The meaning was obvious. It meant that Mo Ching Ching had been adopted by someone else with $500,000, and the person who said that was him, Yi Ning? As for Mo Ching Ching betraying her relationship with him or whatever, Yi Ning even laughed coldly. If Mo Ching Ching is really that kind of person, we'll still wait until Yi Ning back to Yancheng? At that time, He Wei was clear to take $500,000 to ask Mo Ching Ching to be with him. The answer is obvious. The man in front of me is lying. Not only was he lying, he was also slandering Mo Ching Ching's reputation. "You mean, once you were with Mo Ching Ching?" Yi Ning stood up, his right hand forming a claw and clasping it tightly on his thigh. If one took a closer look, one could easily notice the veins rippling on the back of Yi Ning's hand. The eyes that looked at the male teacher were icy cold to the extreme, and the pupils were as if they were an abyss, coning the heart and piercing the bones. "That's right, back then, the two of us were together in college, and we often went to a hotel on weekends." As the male teacher was boasting, Yi Ning violently slapped him in the face. "Pa!" As if not relieved, he rose up and kicked the male teacher to the ground. The male teacher was not paying attention, and the teacup in his hand flew out a long way and shattered. The male teacher let out a few cries of pain and was about to get up when he realized that his heart was sinking. Yi Ning's knee was against his chest, and he swung his palm up in a shower of slaps. Splat, 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 slap, snap, slap, a few times. The male teacher's face swelled up. "Stop it, what are you waiting for? Why don't you help Mr. Chen pull him away?" Everyone in the office heard the commotion and came forward to help, pulling Yi Ning aside. A female principal who looked to be in her 40s and wore glasses questioned, "This gentleman, I don't know why you're fighting in the school. We're a place where we teach and educate people." Of course she was angry. The person Yi Ning had beaten was her employee. As a principal, if she couldn't even protect her own staff, then what use was she? "Principal Lee, I'm going to sue him." "Ugh, kid, you're done. I won't forgive you." Someone backed up the male teacher. He seemed to branch out, his tone arrogant. "Teach and educate." Boom! Yi Ning slapped the desktop so hard that the glass teacups on it jumped with a clang. What a teachable moment. If there's this kind of teacher who lies and denigrates others, I really don't know what kind of students he teaches will become. Yi Ning pointed at the tip of the male teacher's nose, seething with rage, and bellowed, "I'm going to hire a lawyer right now. Do you dare to say that you haven't slandered Mo Ching Ching? Do you dare?" Seeing Yi Ning defend Mo Ching Ching so well, the male teacher's heart thumped. He naturally knew that his words were false. He had only liked Mo Ching Ching unilaterally before, and had been pursuing her all the time and had been rejected. More than a month ago, he approached Mo Ching Ching to confess his love as usual. However, Mo Ching Ching said she had a boyfriend. This matter, let him suffer a blow. Everyone knows about Mo Ching Ching's urgent need for money due to her family's condition. So when Mo Ching Ching said she had a man, he assumed that Mo Ching Ching was being kept for money. In order to get back at Mo Ching Ching, after his dictation, it gradually turned into Mo Ching Ching betraying their relationship. When he saw Yi Ning today, he originally also wanted to show his superiority in front of Yi Ning to make him give up. As a result, he didn't expect that Yi Ning would make a move at the drop of a hat, and was extremely loving towards Mo Ching Ching. "Who the hell are you? Who are you to meddle in what's going on between me and Mo Ching Ching?" He was still asking back with a stiff upper lip. People who were cheap were invincible. Yi Ning had never imagined that this person would be disgusting like this. Perhaps he had made up his own lies and made them up so that even he believed them. But Yi Ning wouldn't spoil him, and with one swing of his fist, this male teacher's nose bled profusely. "Listen up. I'm Mo Ching Ching's man. Yi Ning. What? Do you want to find trouble with me? Yi Ning's words were so strong that the male teacher, including the female principal, felt their insides trembling. However, the female principal still said in a deep voice, Mr. Yi, if you make another move, we will have to take extraordinary measures. Facing the female principal's threat, Yi Ning smiled back in anger. Very well. With that, he took out his cell phone and dialed Li Hu's number. Yi Ning's tone was serious. Li Hu, who was in the middle of a meeting, gestured more than the employees in the 4 seats. Boss, you speak. At work, Li Hu would use honorifics for Yi Ning. Stop all work at hand. Bring all the personnel from the hotel's legal department and security department to the Sunshine Educational Institution. If it causes distress to the guests, no need to defend. Directly 5 times the compensation. After speaking, Yi Ning hung up the phone. His eyes faintly glanced at the female principal who stared at him with her mouth wide open and the male teacher who stood shivering at the side. There has to be an explanation for this matter today, or else, as the owner of Golden Sun Hotel, where do I put my face? What explanation should be given for the defamation of my beloved? Chapter 100. The price. No one could have imagined that the young-looking, handsome man in front of them would be so strong. What was even more frightening was that this man was also the owner of the Golden Sun Hotel. Yi Ning crossed his legs and lay on the sofa. His right hand rested on the side of the mahogany armrest, his index finger tapping the armrest one by one, making a do-do-do-do sound. Mr. Yi, this matter might be a misunderstanding. Hearing Yi Ning call himself the owner of the Golden Sun Hotel, the female principal was inwardly apprehensive. The Golden Sun Hotel might be an unusual existence when placed in Jiangcheng, but in Yang City, it was already synonymous with high consumption. It can be said that Yangcheng's slightly more formal high-end party, 60% of Chengdu, will choose to be held in the Golden Sun Hotel. Was the boss behind the Golden Sun Hotel really someone she could mess with as the principal of a small training institution? Moreover, the aura of superiority emanating from Yi Ning's body was even stronger than that of the boss who had opened the Sunshine Education Institution. This young man probably really hadn't lied to them. His true identity might not even be as simple as just being a hotel owner. Misunderstanding? Yi Ning snorted, his expression sarcastic. I have personally heard this one speak highly in front of me, slandering my beloved. Now you come to tell me that it's a misunderstanding. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Slander? Slander? The principal finally comprehended the seriousness of the situation. What the hell is going on? The female principal looked sideways at the male teacher surnamed Chen and did not allow for words. The male teacher's body shivered and stammered as he recounted the events one by one. By this time, he could no longer lie. If he still dared to lie now, as long as he found Mo Qingqing and confronted her, the truth would come out. Everyone at the scene didn't make a sound except for the male teacher's words, but everyone clearly saw that the principal's face was getting darker and darker. The more the male teacher spoke, the more flustered he became, so much so that in the end, he basically couldn't even stand. Staggering 2 steps, he sat paralyzed on the floor. Combined with his bruised and swollen face, it was truly comical and ridiculous. After listening to the male teacher's narration, the female principal pointed at him with an ironic face and trembling fingertips. Jun Chen, Teacher Chen, do you know that slandering others is a criminal offense? Not to mention, Teacher Mo is also a part-time teacher at our institution, a colleague of yours. Is your jealousy really that strong? The female principal was greatly disappointed, and she was still preparing to praise John Chen's teaching quality in the assembly next week. Even the red packet for the commendation was prepared for him. She did not expect that something so disappointing to her would happen today. Mr. Yi, the female principal was just about to say something when she was interrupted by Yi Ning waving his hand. You don't need to say anything to apologize. I don't want to hear it, Yi Ning said impatiently. And you, John Chen, right, since you dared to rumor about my lover, prepare for a lawsuit. I'll let you know that adults who make mistakes are legally responsible. Mr. Yi, I'm wrong, I'll apologize to you, I'll apologize to Mr. Mo, I'll pay for the money. Hearing that he was going to be subject to a lawsuit, John Chen was terrified. It was a fact that he had created a rumor and slandered. There was not a single point of defense to speak of. If he really went to court, his life would be over. Even if he didn't face jail time, at least it was impossible to continue in the teaching profession in the future. Ha ha ha, losing money? The corner of Yi Ning's mouth flashed with a sneer. Do you see me as someone who lacks those few dollars? These things, you'd better talk to my legal department. If you dare to mess with my woman, I will definitely make you pay. Out. Generation. Price. Chen Junjie opened his mouth and stared at Yi Ning with a stupefied face. His face was white, and he sat down on his knees breathlessly, despairing in his heart. Yi Ning's attitude was so resolute, saying that there was no way he could be spared. Finally, a bell rang. The female principal gave a wink, and the front desk teacher hurriedly ran towards Mo Qingqing's classroom. Mo Qingqing was a bit confused for a moment, but seeing the front desk teacher's panicked expression, she knew that something must have happened. She walked to the lobby before her feet. Li Hu and the others were wearing uniform suits and just happened to walk out of the elevator. The female principal's face changed slightly when she saw Li Hu and his group. She had been praying that Ning was just pretending, but the situation at hand made her last shred of hope shatter like a bubble. "Good day, boss," Li Hu and the others greeted in unison. The momentum was magnificent, and the opening of their mouths shocked the group of teachers in the Sunshine Education Organization. They all looked incredulously at Ning's handsome and cold face. Was this an employee of the Golden Sun Hotel? Only Ning could make them respect him like this, right? Which one is the head of the legal department? Boss, I'm the head of the legal department. Qin Yao, beside Li Hu, a woman with glasses, short hair, and competent dress answered. Ning's face was expressionless as he nodded his head and said, I'll leave this matter to you, with one purpose in mind. Do your best to make that disgusting piece of, pay the price. Without Ning specifically pointing, everyone present knew who the rotten bastard in his mouth was, because here, only Chen Junjia's face was green and purple, panicked and at a loss for words. Chapter 101, You are not qualified to talk to me. Mr. Yi, you calm down. I will personally handle this matter. If we fight a lawsuit, isn't it a bit too much of a fuss? If it really went to court, at that time, it wasn't Zhang Shen's face alone that would be lost. Even the entire organization would be famous in the industry. The student population would be affected, and it would directly shake their foundation. You're not qualified to talk to me. If you want to talk, let your boss come. Ning no longer wanted to say another word to this female principal, as he saw Mo Qingqing who was walking towards him. Qingqing, this job is off the table, okay? Ning stood up and tenderly held Mo Qingqing's delicate little hand in his palm. Mo Qingqing smiled and nodded. Good. The reason why she didn't quit now was because she didn't want to put the children down before the end of the semester. But if she was asked to choose between the students and Ning, she would choose Ning without hesitation. As long as it was something Ning asked for, she would agree without a second thought. In the current scene, she didn't need to ask to know what was happening. Originally, Mo Qingqing thought that she would resign in a month's time at most. Some empty gossip would not have much of an impact on her. She would just tolerate it and get over it. But since Ning stood up for himself today, she, as the woman behind Ning, only needed to support him unconditionally. She believed that Ning would take care of everything. Is there anything you want to take? Let's go if there isn't. Aha! Seeing Ning holding Mo Qingqing's hand as she walked out the door, wanting to grab one last chance, the female principal gritted her teeth and chased after her. Mr. Yi, Teacher Mo, please stay. However, several big men from the security department blocked the glass door at the first opportunity, stopping them. Li Hu stood behind the security guards and said disdainfully, Didn't you hear our boss's words clearly? Your position is not even on the same level as him. Get lost. As for you, Li Hu's stout finger pointed towards Junchen, revealing an icy smile. Before receiving the court summons, my men will treat you well. When Ning and Mo Qingqing arrived downstairs, they happened to meet both Du Yingying and Xin Chang. Xin Chang was driving a red flag HS5, with Du Yingying sitting in the passenger seat. Ning, Qingqing, where are you going? We'll give you a ride. Du Yingying rested her elbow on the window and asked with a smile. She really liked this little girl Mo Qingqing too much. Cute, understanding, generous, and her love for Ning was pure. Boss. Li Hu led several executives from Golden Sun Hotel to Ning's side. A relaxed smile appeared on Ning's face. Trouble everyone to make a trip today. Li Hu, go back and give everyone some money for cigarettes and alcohol. Hearing Ning's words, joy appeared on all faces including Li Hu. Golden Sun Hotel's bonuses were not low, and the cigarette and wine money in Ning's mouth was at least thousands of dollars. To be able to earn so much money from a single trip, one's heart was of course very happy. While Ning was talking to Li Hu and the others, Du Yingying and Xin Chang were in shock. These people were all dressed in extraordinary clothes, including the back of the several burly men in security uniforms, also with an unusual momentum. Yet it was such a group of people who faced Ning with an incredibly respectful attitude, even addressing Ning as the boss. At this moment, Ning's identity became mysterious and lofty in the hearts of the Du Yingying duo. Originally, they thought that Ning was able to buy the BMW X5 because he had made a small fortune in Jiangcheng. According to this situation, it is likely that there is more than just a little bit of small fortune. Maybe it was $100 million. Qingqing, your family Ning opened his own company? Du Yingying couldn't suppress the curiosity in her heart and opened her mouth to ask. Mo Qingqing glanced over to Ning's side, somewhat shyly, and with her head lowered, she replied, well, Golden Sun Hotel is Ning's property, The your family's Yining in Duingying's mouth gave Mo Qingqing a feeling of being the mistress of the house. As long as she thought of marrying Yining as her wife, her heart was like a deer bumping around. This strange emotion caused her to be both shy and elated at the same time. Duingying really didn't expect Mo Qingqing's skin to be so thin. However, she could no longer care about anything else, as Yining's identity was what truly amazed her. Yining was actually the boss behind the Golden Sun Hotel. As a local of Yangchang, it was impossible for her, Duingying, not to know the weight of the Golden Sun Hotel. How much money did it take to become the boss of the Golden Sun Hotel? The point was, where did Yining get that much money? Even if he had the money, where would he get the connections to get the flourishing Jinyang Hotel out of someone else's hands? Thinking of this, Duingying and Shenchang inadvertently glanced at each other. It is said that husband and wife have a heart of gold. They simultaneously thought of the predicament they were now facing. The game studio that Shenchang had opened with his friend was now in dire need of at least $10 million. This amount of money could be considered astronomical to ordinary people, but to Yining, it might really just be a drop in the bucket. A sprinkle. Why don't we take this opportunity to mention this matter to Yining? Regardless of whether or not Yining contributed to help, at least they had made an effort. In the future, they wouldn't be in deep remorse because they couldn't put a face to it and couldn't take a step.